Say my name, say it out loud. Call me again, tell me where you are. Say my name, say it out loud. Call me again, tell me where you are. Hey, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Don't come knocking at my door. Don't come see around the corner. And don't you say you know my love. Don't you eradicate my love. Don't, 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 say my name, say it out loud. Call me again, tell me where you are. Say my name, say it out loud. Call me again, tell me where you are. What's with this mediocrity? I need to say just what I mean. Feel like this is on top of me. Feel like this is the only thing. What's with this mediocrity? I need to say just what I mean. Feel like this is on top of me. Feel like this is the only thing. What's with this mediocrity? I need to say just what I mean. Feel like this is on top of me. Feel like this is the only thing. What's with this mediocrity? I need to say just what I mean. Feel like this is on top of me. Feel like this is the only thing. What's with this mediocrity? I need to say just what I mean. Feel like this is on top of me. Feel like this is the only thing. What's with this mediocrity? I need to say just what I mean. Feel like this is on top of me. Feel like this is the only thing. I need to say just what I mean. 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 Feel like this is the only thing on my mind. On my mind.
back up, please? We just trying to get through for real. Thank you.
we all go up. go up. We all go up.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Today, 2 more teams will exit the competition and 1 will move straight through to that grand finals. Hello everyone and welcome to day 4 of Game Changers Championship 2023, coming to you live from the Arena CBLOL in São Paulo, Brazil. I'm your host Yingsu and I am joined once again on the desk here by Sapphire and Baby Bay. Like I said, 2 more teams are going, but we're going to find out who's going to make the grand finals.
Yeah, the matches today are sick too, and it's stacked now. The competition now is stacked. We had some people eliminated already, but I'm so excited for these matches today.
Yeah, I don't know, it's been like the talk of the week. This is such an exciting moment. There's so many epic plays from these players. People are popping off. I cannot wait to see who is going to get into that grand finals today.
Yeah, especially if G2 do it, you know, the back-to-back, it's coming, But first, let's talk about what happened yesterday because sadly, we did have to send 2 teams home. And that all started with Team Liquid versus EG. And Sapphire, Potter, we gotta listen to her. She knows what she's talking about.
She knew a thing, you know. She works with EG, so maybe she knew a thing. Yeah, predicting them to go 0-2. Yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't EG's day, but I think especially the Brazilian crowd here loved to see Team Liquid finally win that match. They had a dominant performance to keep their run in the lower bracket alive.
Yeah, and EDG, it was close. They nearly could have taken that to a map 3.
Yeah, both teams that got eliminated honestly played way better yesterday than they did the first day. Like they honestly didn't get a chance to even play the game the first day they played, and I was really impressed with how they were able to bounce back. Even though they didn't get a win, it's something to look forward to for next year for these teams.
Yeah, it is indeed. And then the last game, I have no words. I would just like to issue an apology that I didn't realize Shopify's game. I wasn't familiar with the game. I'm sorry, but Baby Bay, it actually does feel like nobody can take this team down right now.
Yeah, and if this is a similar scoreline as any of the other games today, like they are, like who's gonna beat them? Who can actually beat this team if they roll
Who can get more than 4 rounds?
Yeah, who can get more than 4 rounds in a map against them? And that's so like weird to say because that does not happen in tournaments of this scale.
It does feel though that if it is going to be any team, G2 I think hopefully will give them a bit of a run today, though Shopify is looking pretty damn good.
That's the thing though, if G2 don't give him a run, I'm just gonna, I don't know how I'd even feel, you know, Shopify being this good, it is absolutely crazy. We love to see it. But before we get into today's matches, let's do something fun. I'm in the mood to win something. Yeah,
I'm gonna lose again, huh?
Yeah, yeah, why not? I'm in the mood to win. We are gonna play a little game of Lost in Translation. We picked up some Portuguese here. I don't know about you guys, you know, I've been dropping the obligada every now and then. And we're gonna show you guys some voice lines from some of the agents here in the game, in Portuguese, of course. And the 3 of us, we have to guess what the voice line is in English.
Okay.
You guys ready? All right, let's start with a Brimmy with a Stimmy. Roll the clip.
Crianças, temos companhia. Quero todo mundo comportado.
Ooh. The thing is, you speak Spanish. Your Spanish is not bad.
I'm gonna go C. I don't know. I'm gonna go C here. I actually don't know. This is hard.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, he said the word todo, which is like you all. So so we're going for A or C. I assume home is similar to Spanish with casa, and I didn't hear that, so I'm also going C.
Oh my god, she's got the
You got a stride.
Yeah.
Okay, just for the sake of competition, I'll go A. Let's see if any of us got it right. It's gonna be B now, isn't it?
I hope it's not.
I hope it's not as well. But I feel like after Heather's reasoning, it's probably gonna be C. Oh my goodness.
I'll take that.
Good job. Well done. Yeah.
I was finally right.
I feel like we're gonna have to let her. We're gonna have to let her go last because she's actually got the good strats, and I don't want to cheat. I don't want to cheat.
Facts.
Let's move on to the next one, and this is gonna be a neon. Yeah, roll the clip.
Eu já não
Listen
avisei.
carefully.
Mexe comigo não.
Can we do one more? One more time?
Are we able to do it one more time?
Ooh.
Eu já não avisei? Mexe comigo não.
Ooh. I'm gonna go A. I'm gonna go A here.
It seems
Auto.
short, right?
Yeah,
It's too
yeah.
short for B. Given that Heather would definitely know the answer because she's got the strat down, I'm also gonna go A. Yeah. Sounds about right. What do you think, Safa?
My strat is just listening, and I think the first sentence sound like a question. Like she question, answer. So I'm going with A.
Oh, three
I
of
just
us all
listen to
went
the
A.
tone.
All right, so let's see what the answer is. I'm hoping it's actually A now because I'm behind. Right?
Dude, we
Nice.
How do we not
Yep.
know Portuguese?
Yeah.
We're like,
well,
we're sick of it.
Yeah.
Heather is sick of this. You and I, we're just guessing.
I mean,
I don't know what we're doing.
You might be right.
She's got it down. So you guys are joined first still. I think this could be the tiebreaker.
Okay.
I'm going to make a rule that you guys can't pick the same one, and I'll let you buzz. I'll let you buzz to go first,
Okay,
all right?
okay,
We'll do a boop.
Okay.
All right, let's roll the clip.
Dá tempo da gente tirar uma selfie antes de ir, né? É, rapidinho.
Oh, that was you, baby bae. You went
A.
first. You went A, okay.
He said selfie.
Heather, you can't
He
go
said
A.
selfie. I'm sorry.
You can't go A.
I'm sorry. But if I'm wrong, I look
Okay.
terrible. I thought he said selfie though.
I'll go with C because the first part was a question.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go with B, just to shake it up. Let's see what it is. Yes, Trey. Oh, and he's the winner.
Oh my god, I finally won.
You won something.
I needed redemption after that terrible
Unfair
guessing
rules.
game.
It's
Where I
like
didn't even know what the capital of Brazil was. That was bad.
it's
That
like
was bad.
2020 all over again for you.
Oh,
Feels good, right? It feels
Oh,
good.
yeah, it's been a while. I do feel good.
Oh, I don't know. I can't do you like that. Congratulations, Dre. Now we've got 2 more days left of the show, so maybe Safa, you
Maybe,
can come
yeah.
back into the. You can
I
come
hope
back.
so.
But for now, let's take a look at our current bracket because, like I said, 2 more teams. They will be eliminated today. You know, yesterday we spoke about how premature it would be for a team like TL to go out first. But we're getting to a point now, Heather, where either TL or BBL go out today. I think it's going to be a big shock.
Yeah, that's a bit unexpected in the sense of like a lot of people came in saying that BBL was a favorite, and we even teased that maybe the BBL Shopify was a teaser of the grand finals. It obviously doesn't necessarily look like that anymore.
And then they played.
Yeah.
And then they played, and Shopify did the same thing that they've been doing all year. Yeah, it's crazy, but that's going to be a banger matchup, and you know that the home crowd advantage is definitely going to play a part for Liquid. And they have the momentum. They won their last game. BBL lost in like such a bad fashion in their last game. So the tides might be turning here for Liquid to make a run.
Yeah, of course. As you guys just saw, that we do have 3 games coming to you today, and that last one is going to determine who's going to make the grand finals here in São Paulo. That brings us to today's MasterCard fan poll. I want to know which team you guys think will be the first to make that grand final. Hey, why not both? G2 or Shopify Rebellion. Scan the QR code here to cast your vote, and we will reveal the results in just a little bit. And do not forget to tweet at us using the hashtag VCT and VCT Game Changers so we can feature you on the show. But first, I feel like I want to hear from one of my favorite players here. It is Kahaibi from SMG, standing by with Mika Fabs. Oh, no, not standing by, but we will hear from Kahaibi.
G2 was like the previous champions and they played really well, but also we were like in a bad mental state, so we weren't really prepared for it, but we will do better in the future. I kind of feel a bit sad, but I guess it was a learning lesson for us, so it's all good. Like, we learned a lot from it, so I'm grateful for that, and we're gonna work harder. Yeah. I feel the biggest takeaway is to just be calm. Even when you're losing, you have to be calm, you have to do your job, and just trust all of your teammates, and everything will be fine.
The Viper has her orb to deny the B main push. Like, there's just so much against her right now. They're playing this crossfire, peek off me in spawn.
They're both so weak. That's the first to fall. The second does too.
We really are like a family because we do everything together and we do trust each other. We are really close together outside of the game. So I feel just don't look at it as it's the last game if you lose. Like it's not the lower bracket, but just play the game as how you will in a scrim and in the tournament. Like just try your best and everything will be okay.
Like she said, just try your best, everything's going to be okay. And I feel like we have been seeing SMG at their best, but unfortunately, Sapphire, their win streak, the world record holding win streak, it did unfortunately come to an end, but it almost didn't against G2.
It was so close. I believe they were 2 rounds away, and one of those rounds they just let it slip away. But it's okay. 36-0, that's pretty impressive. They made history.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that was a crazy streak, but you could even tell from the interview that she just did, they were feeling the pressure of when they did start losing. So now that they got the losing out the way, maybe this is something good for them, and they're just ready to dominate.
Yeah, and we saw that last year, right, with big favorites like then Cloud9. Like, they hadn't lost the match until they got into a big moment against a top team. So for them to do it a little earlier in the event, I think it's almost advantageous in a sense, and now you know, it's a learning experience, and it's all up from here, hopefully.
Yeah, and I feel like it's a similar theme to some of the other teams, you know, mechanically, strategically, aim-wise, they're all there. But I think I'm a little bit curious too how they bounce back from this mentally, baby, because when you get that close into defeating a team like G2, it might be a bit difficult to get back into that swing.
It could be difficult, and it definitely feels bad when you lose that way. But on the bright side, when you do the VOD review and you're like, wow, we actually could have 2-0'd this series, you can also get something of confidence out of that. And the fact that they understand right now that, okay, just because we lost the second map and things look bad and we're not used to losing, doesn't mean that we shouldn't be doing our jobs and we shouldn't be calm. And now that they've realized that and they're self-aware, this is going to be a good sign for them. And I think they're gonna make a run right now. I think they're definitely a dark horse. I'm supporting them all the way. I want to see them get to the finals. Team SMG finals.
Yeah.
Watch. Yeah, I mean, you know, you got to think of it from this perspective in the sense of that, like, a lot of those players are big fans of G2. Like, they've looked up to players like Mimi and Petra for years. I remember being in that situation too, where I was playing against Potter, and like even taking rounds against a top team, it makes you feel good about yourself in a sense of like, you know what, I can do this.
Yeah, it's a learning curve for sure. And speaking of, let's send this over to Mika Fabs, who's standing by with Team SMG's Alexi.
Alexi, come to Tita Mika for a second. Okay. So, unfortunately, the year-long streak was broken. How does the team feel about that?
To be honest, we don't care about our win streak because it's just a numbers. But you can expect us to be more comfortable this time, and we learn a lot from our mistakes.
Sounds good. You also give great Warcrafts. Can you give us a sample right now?
Estúpido!
Oh, I love her so much. And I mean, we've sat in the crowd already. We know just how loud Alexi is and how much energy she brings. But I do want to pick on the fact that she said, we don't care, it's just numbers, but it is a learning curve. And I think that is going to be very important for a player like Neri. She went 8-18 in opening draws against G2, which is extremely uncharacteristic. But we got to think about the fact Petra was on the other side, and there's no better person, Heather, you can learn something from than Petra.
Yeah, Petra definitely had her number, especially on split. But again, like we said, that's one of the best players that have ever competed in these events for women. So it's a big opportunity for Neri to learn and say, you know what can I do to counter this player? Because almost in a sense, you know, it wasn't necessarily luck. Like, Petra's really good, and how do I now counter that?
Yeah, and the veteran experience just showed, especially on that map 3. You know, when things go the distance, these seasoned players, these veteran players that have won championships before, this is something they're comfortable with. They know how to keep it calm. They know how to bounce back from a loss. And you saw that clearly here. She just dominated. I think she had like 25-something kills on this map, just completely out-diffing Aniri there. And you know what? It is a learning experience, learning curve, and I'm sure Aniri is going to play better the second time around if they get the rematch.
I mean, this is the thing, that it shows that Aniri can even be better than she already is, and you have to, you know, lose sometimes against players like Petra to learn that about yourself.
Yeah, 100%. This was definitely one of her like weakest series I think she's had for the whole year. But it's what a better way to do it than on LAN. And now you've seen what what happened to you, and you can emulate that against other teams. And it's something that's going to be good for her because she was running into a wall, it seemed like, getting out first blooded all the time and stuff like that. And when that happens in the moment, it's kind of hard to see what's wrong, see what's going on when something's just not working. But I'm sure they looked at the VODs and they're going to know, okay, maybe we should approach things a little bit differently next time around.
Yeah, we love a redemption story. That's going to be great. That's going to be great. But also from the perspective of Petra, she tweeted a little bit about this and just how much she respects Team SMG as well. Here saying, love you girls, you're humble and great individuals. You don't get many kind of interactions like this, you know, in a competitive environment.
No, definitely not, and not from G2 either. You know, they always like to kind of tease their opponents and remind them what they said pre-game about how confident the other team was and kind of shut them down. So this is a bit rare to get, but it's also must feel good for SMG to get that acknowledgement.
Yeah, but something that we pointed out earlier when we saw this tweet was, yeah, she said that they're humble and they're great individuals, but she didn't say that they were good, you know? So I feel like there's a little bit of, you know, EU toxicity in that tweet, even though it seems like it's very, very nice.
As a member of EU, I will say that Team SMG are great.
Okay.
I love you girls. I love you girls. But of course, Ineri, she might have struggled for that one series, but I think that the shining, unexpected spotlight of this tournament, Sapphire, has been Alexi. How good is she?
She has been freaking fantastic. This player has been so consistent. There's been so many incredible highlight moments. I think one of my favorite things is I was just chilling watching this game as a fan, and I was actually tuning into Tarek's stream, listening to him to go wild for this player, and I know she was happy too because she was in the thumbnails of his videos. Like, that's such a special moment for her. She has some like clips that she'll remember for a lifetime.
And those war cries, man, you know that it gets the whole team hyped. It's the perfect LAN player. That's what you want out of a player. You want them to be hype on LAN. You need that person that brings the energy and that makes those plays and steps up when we thought that Ineri was going to be the MVP of this roster.
Yeah, I still feel like any of them could still be the MVP. We've seen so many great moments from them. But one thing I kind of want to discuss is, you know, Team SMG. I've seen a little bit of what does SMG stand for? I thought I knew. I thought I really knew what it meant. But Baby Bay, I believe you've cracked the code.
I have, and I've realized that through their gameplay as well. It's Team Schmeeg. I mean, what else would it be? You know what I mean? Like, they run it down consistently. Look at this. That's perfect. It's exactly like I'm definitely the mascot of their team, and they play the exact same way that I like to play the game. It's very aggressive. They're in your face. Even on defense, they're going for these first bloods. They're touching your spawn on attack. It's just insane, and I love watching this, and it's such a confident and tough play style to play against when it's working. You know, obviously they hit a brick wall in G2, but when you look back and see, okay, maybe these are the certain boundaries where we should stop being aggressive, maybe they would have won the third map or even closed it out on the second map. But yeah, it's the plays like this, just getting aggro, jump peeking somebody on your defense side. Like, these are plays that you normally are expecting the attackers to do, but they're bringing the fight to the people on attack, and it's just great to see. And they got a lot of first bloods doing this.
I mean, you're very used to like solo schmeeging, you know, you kind of invented this. This is your thing. Have you ever seen a 5-player schmeeg?
The only other team I've seen that can play at this level at an international event against the best is PRX. And we saw the tweet from Jig. He was like, oh, I thought we were crazy. Look at them, you know? So that just goes to show how fully developed into the schmeeg they are, you know?
I mean, if there's anything that's going to stop the schmeeging playstyle, I feel like is a decent Sentinel player. And Sapphire, what do we know? Romy on the other side, Crew, they're going to be going up against SMG. You reckon they've got what it takes to stop the art of SMG?
Yeah, I think so. You know, we're going to look at a play here, actually, with Romy had some really, really interesting Cypher moments here. So we'll look at this setup when they played against EDG. And if you want to look at the mini-map here, obviously they're taking a main control here, so going for a lot of information. But Romy here, there's some really aggressive utility, and it's trips and cameras that we don't necessarily see too often here. So what we're going to see is as soon as this aggressive camera gets some information, Michaela's going to start to fall back, but it's really the execution on the site here is what's going to be really interesting. These trips, I think we've had a lot of people comment that we've never seen these before. It was essentially like a spider web, and look how much she's catching, and of course it's just really unique plays out of her, and that's what you need from this veteran leader, keeping like a unique style, very unpredictable, which has helped to shut down those really strong raises that we're seeing on the enemy teams.
Yeah, I mean, the spider web setup against the double duelist comp, knowing
Super
that the Raze also has ult as well, you know, she's one step ahead.
And it caught that Jet the entire time. The Jet had no idea what was going on. You saw her dash in, all of a sudden she's teleporting back to the ground. Now she's stunned because of the trip. And the cool thing about Cypher now is those new trips, they don't break unless you shoot them. So like they could just keep getting the refresh, But to have that mindset of being like, hey, like they have these ults and we should put a trip for it, that's the next level. You know what I mean? That's another layer to the gameplay of Crew.
Of course, Crew, they seem to be ready to go up against a team like SMG today. So let's send this back to Mika Fab, who's catching up with Crew's Kalita.
Hey Kalita, could you come over here a second? Just really wanted to know, how does the team plan on dealing with the aggression of Team SMG? And we have Jesus over here on standby for some translation.
Ok, estamos acostumbradas a entrenar contra equipos brasileros. Si hay algo que destaca la escena de Brasil es la agresividad que tiene en cuanto al juego. Entonces, si ellas son agresivas, nosotras vamos a hacer el triple.
Okay, she said that they always practice against Brazilian teams, and the scene in Brazil is really aggressive. So if SMG is going to be aggressive, they're going to be tripled aggressiveness.
Excited to see it. Good luck to the team.
Okay, if SMG is Team Shmeeg, what's Crew gonna be if they're gonna triple Shmeeg?
I don't know, the evolved transcended Shmeeg of all time, I guess. Which is so uncharacteristic because we saw that they like to play a really slow attack default. So I wonder if this is gonna kind of like come to bite them in the butt.
Yeah, but also while SMG, you know, they're playing off the back of a tough loss, they nearly beat G2. Sapphire Crew, they picked up their first ever international win. They kind of broke the curse of last year.
I think that's there was a big weight on this team's shoulders. Obviously, coming into the championship last year, there was a lot of hype around them, and they went 0-2. So for them to pick up that big win, a big weight off their shoulders, and they're going to feeling much better going into this next series.
That's what teams need sometimes, right? Just a really important win, get yourselves on the board and build some momentum. And speaking of momentum, we've seen Crew on 2 different occasions against 2 different opponents, winning their pistol, winning the second round, and then winning the bonus as well, which, you know, baby babe, when you do things like that, you're going to make your life pretty easy, which is also a bit weird that they lost one of the maps that they did that on, and they nearly lost another one, but it's still a very solid win condition.
Yeah, the fact that they're winning those rounds is like, it just sets you up for greatness. It sets you up for success to win the entire map, and they just need to look at their VODs, which I'm sure they already have, and they'll be like, okay, we already have the first like 4 rounds in the game. What can we do? Maybe some cheese strats to like just continue putting on more round wins and close out these maps, because they should win, you know, some of these maps that we're talking about. I will say one thing, like I feel like they dominated that first map against EDG, but they kind of let off the gas against EDG on Ascent, and that's something that worries me going into the series.
Yeah, they were getting a little too comfortable there, and we saw a lot of those mistakes in the later rounds. All of those are fixable. I actually even saw them at breakfast, like literally huddled around the laptop. Like they're grinding away, looking at those little tweaks they need to fix to finish up.
Yeah, but also they have the highest win rate when it comes to thrifties out of any of the teams coming into this tournament. And yes, we saw some of those as well, and they did come at crucial times, you know, times where they need to just get around on the board.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes when nothing's working for you and you pull out the deagles and you just hit the head, it's great. And it's so annoying being on the opposition side of that. Getting ecoed is not a good feeling. You're like, wow, like how, like I had the better gun, I had all the advantages, I had the better util. Like how am I losing this round? And yeah, the rounds like that are swing rounds. It changes the momentum of a game. So it's hard playing against teams that have a high eco rate.
Yeah, and that's really what we said. They let off the gas of it. Winning those thrifties is going to keep that momentum going, keep that energy going.
Do you think they can do that by changing the playstyle? I mean, they were saying we're going to go 3 times more aggressive than SMG.
Yeah, it's an interesting change at this point, but like you do want to find something to counter, because SMG, like we saw yesterday against G2, like they were always really aggressive, especially on defense and looking for those flanks. So I think they want to kind of hit them head on.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta fight fire with fire, and I'm not gonna lie. When you are running it down, doing the Schmeek playstyle, and all of a sudden you're getting ran at, you're like, oh wait, what's going on here? No, like, I'm getting shot back right now, and I'm not just in their spawn in the first 2 seconds. I think it's a very viable strategy. It could work. I'm just worried about their attack sides. I think that Crew's success has been playing these slow defaults, punishing the enemy team, and then grouping up and hitting sites together, playing a good post plant. So I'm kind of worried about the attack, but we'll see in the game.
I feel like this game is made for you. If we're going to have 10 people schmeeking at the same time.
If there's 10 people running it down, I'm going to be surprised, like, honestly. It's going to be crazy.
Yeah, but of course, this is going to be our first match of the day. We do have a match a bit later on that will determine who goes into the grand final. So it's time to reveal the results of the MasterCard fan poll. And what a surprise. You guys voted for Shopify,
a lot closer than I thought it would be. I'm not going to lie.
Honestly, yeah. I think what we've seen so far, like Shopify again has dropped max 4 rounds, whereas G2 had some close series and lost the map. So by that point, I'm surprised it's closer.
How are you guys feeling? What are you predicting?
I'm predicting like a 90% Shopify win.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe 99.9.
I hate, not hate, but I said the other day, like, how do you ever doubt G2, Mimi, and Petra? But at this point, Shopify is just looking way too good to doubt them that they win this or not lose this match.
Yeah, well, that's going to be a very, very important game to win. But do you know what? There's an even more important game right now, which is, of course, the VCT Game Changers Bingo. You've won something already today, Jay, so you're on a high. We're going to basically try and pick a row off of this bingo card and try and get bingo. And if any of these happen today, we're going to keep you guys updated. Play along with us as well and see who can win the VALORANT Game Changers Championship Bingo. I'll start, I will pick a row. We can do columns and rows. Heather's gonna map it out for us so you guys can follow up as well. I'm probably gonna avoid the row that has any ISO stuff going on because I honestly, yeah, I think that's gonna be kind of troll for today. So with that said, I will go for the second row, please. The pop-off. Right. I mean, we've got SMG playing 3+ duelist comp. We've seen it before. Hey, we might see it again. We've got Crew playing highest Thrifty win rate in the entire tournament. Thrifty, I think I've got that. Tech pause. It is what it is. Water spill. Yeah, and pop-off I feel like could just be anything. Pop-off could be like a cheeky little clutch. So yeah, I will go for that one. What about you, Dre?
That's fair. I'm going to go for 30 kills because Floor is playing again today. And Floor has been dominant, but I think she'll actually be able to get 30 kills now because I think G2 will win a little bit more rounds, so it's more room to get more kills, right? Water spill is going to happen when EU gets 2-0'd.
Whoa! Whoa!
And the defuse, I think it's wrong on here, but I do think there will be a defuse within a second. And shorty kill for sure. I think we'll see tons of shorty kills, especially on the operas, the jet roll, blah blah blah. Jet knives ace. Ooh. Could go hand in hand with the water spill and Floor
so
dropping bombs.
Do 3 of them?
The last round for the 2-0. Wow. It might all happen at once. Nah, that's definitely a hot take. But I think I could see all this happening. And honestly, even Michaela almost had an ace, yesterday. So she got a 4K. Maybe she wants to get to 5 today. So
to be
I
fair,
think it could work.
Shopify, they've been breaking records. So maybe the triple is coming to you.
The triple would be crazy.
Yeah.
The triple would be crazy.
Heather, you got a few more rows left.
Yeah, no, I think I have my answer here. So we're going to go with the bottom row. 5+ desk plushies. We saw some tape with SMG. They've got that covered. We've seen some 1v3 clutches. That will happen. We'll talk about the other one in a second. Jet Knives Ace, Fluorescent has that for me. Walkout Hearts happen all the time. The Euro pick is my long shot here. But I believe in maybe SMG. I believe in, Floor has done that too. Floor has done that. On Bind, maybe she'll surprise. So I'm gonna do, we'll do an S for Sapphire here.
I love how Floor is just carrying us. We're just sitting here waiting like, Floor, please, 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 please. Yeah, I mean, it's not out of the realm, I feel like. If there's anybody that's gonna help us out is here. Of course, you guys, we're gonna bring this up every time we manage to get one. And I guess we need all 5 for a bingo, yeah? We got to do the whole row. We got to do the whole row, which could be possible. I don't see why not. But let's quickly bring back to this crew SMG game. Like I said, the stakes, to remind you guys, it's elimination. If they lose today, they are completely out. Do you think either side could be an upset, or is it more evenly matched in this elimination match?
I think I'm leaning towards SMG just because they're sticking to their own game plan. They're working on their mistakes. They're going to keep it calm in this series. And Crew is basically saying they're going to change their playstyle. Now, that could just be mind games. They might not be doing that, you know what I mean? But I'm still leaning towards SMG. I think that they looked so good against G2, who honestly has been looking like the second best team in the entire tournament.
Yeah, I would have to agree with that. I think SMG has the slight edge here. We've just seen a little more firepower out of those teams, and for them to be able to challenge the reigning world champions, I think they're looking good, whereas Crew, again, kind of they're very happy to obviously win their first international match, and I hope they don't feel too satisfied yet, but SMG has a bit of an edge here.
Yeah, I mean, the lower bracket run is going to be tough no matter what as well. This is going to be the end for the journey for one of our teams, but not for another. And what's left to say but to find out what's going to happen, because only 6 teams remain in this competition. And after today, after the 2 elimination matches, we're going to be down to just 4. So without further ado, day 4 of the Game Changers Championship 2023 starts right now.
The biggest takeaway is to just be calm even when you're losing, and just trust all of your teammates and everything will be fine.
Yo creo que las palabras que definen a mi equipo es la resiliencia y la voluntad de cada uno. No voy a dejar que Crew caiga porque yo voy a estar ahí para apoyar a mi equipo.
We really are like a family because we do everything together. Crew, I hope you guys play your best so that you give us a good match.
Porque sé de lo que está hecho mi equipo, sé que tiene mucho más para demostrar y cada una quiere luchar por eso. SMG, good luck.
We had so many struggles. The whole year was pretty hard for me. My team, they always supported me, never let me go down. This is another challenge for us.
Eu tô muito confiante, tô muito feliz. Eu acho que a gente tá conseguindo mostrar pouco a pouco pro que a gente realmente veio.
I think all we need to do is play our own game and play together, because we couldn't play as a team against Shopify.
Eu não acho que a gente tem dificuldade contra o time do EMEA ou da Europa. Elas têm muita mira, mas a gente tem mais.
I'm confident to take on Team Liquid. I think we're better and it's gonna be easier.
BBL, eu espero que vocês deem o melhor de vocês, porque a gente vai dar o nosso.
I think that our team is much more prepared. Honestly, I don't think this is even 100% of our power.
I am afraid for who Shopify play next.
If you look at all the predictions, we are the underdogs once again. It feels like we're gonna repeat last year.
My team, bar for bar, every player just owns everybody, and so it's kind of hard to beat that.
Don't be cocky this time. We're not gonna let you mess with us.
Okay, so we're starting map selection process for SMG versus Crew. This is a match for round 2 lower bracket. SMG has the higher seed, so starts choosing if wants to be Team A or Team B.
We pick Team A.
Team A, okay, so Crew, Team B, SMG, Team A. SMG starts banning a map.
We will ban Breeze.
Breeze banned, a ban for Crew.
Ban Haven.
Haven. First map pick for SMG.
We'll pick Lotus.
Lotus, side on Lotus for Crew.
Attack.
Attack. Map pick for Crew.
Pick bind.
Bind. Side on bind for SMG.
Defense.
Defense. Second sets of bans starts with SMG bans one map, Ascent, Sunset, or Split.
Ban Sunset.
Sunset. Okay. Last ban for crew, we have Ascent or Split. Ban Ascent or Split?
Ban Split.
Ban Split. Okay, so we have Ascent as decider, side on Ascent for SMG.
Defense.
Ascent, defense. That's it. Good luck, have fun.
Both teams have had their ups and downs this entire year, and they do not want their journeys to end here. They've overcome a lot of challenges already in this tournament, but this is elimination. We're talking about only one could survive. Sapphire crew, they've avoided elimination already. They have been here, they have been resilient, but for Team SMG, they just lost, so they got to dig a little bit deeper.
They do have to dig deeper, but they lost against the reigning world champions, so they still kept it really close. They've got it at least feeling good about themselves to know that they have it in them to win this match.
And one thing I gotta ask off the bat, baby, they picked Lotus!
Yeah. Are we gonna see some crazy 4-duelist shenanigans? I actually don't think that's gonna be the case this time, but that leaves question marks for crew. What comp are they gonna play? Because even without the 4-duelist comp, SMG has played a double duelist comp with Arena on that map before. They've played a standard comp with a Fade before, like double controller. So what are they gonna bring out? And it's my understanding that crew just plays a standard comp on this map.
Yeah, at the very least, it forces crew to have to prepare for all these extra scenarios. They're probably not gonna do the 4 duelists again, but it forces you to say, shoot, you know, I'm gonna have to plan for all of these scenarios. And we do know, as you said, SMG mixes it up a lot on this map.
Honestly, I can't believe you guys are saying that, because I want the 4 duelists.
I mean, I want it,
honestly,
yeah.
not just for my bingo, I promise. It's not just for that. But they've managed to win it on the 4 duelists, and I like the point that you made there, Sapphire, because if you are crew and you're looking at that, even if you don't believe that could happen, you gotta still think about the possibility. You gotta still maybe try and prep a little bit before you go in there, because we did see what happens when you don't know how to play against that comp.
Yeah, it was obviously a disaster for EG. The players admitted that, like, we were nervous, we didn't know how to prep for this. So it does now mean that crew had to spend all this extra time and the little time you have after just playing last night to prepare for all these scenarios.
Yeah, and poor EG, right? Like, this is your first match on the LAN, and you have to play against a 4 duelist comp, and they're just doming you every chance they get. It was a brutal watch, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I would like to see a double duelist out of them. I think they thrive off of playing a lot of duelist characters, and they have the individual skill to just bully teams.
And then, as we saw in the second map, for crew to pick Bind, that's also kind of a bold choice, knowing that SMG kind of smashed G2 on it. So it's a bold choice, but crew, as Khalid said, they're gonna play their own game.
Yeah, and of course, all the way through the map vetoes as well. I believe Crew will be starting on the attacking side of every single map. Let's have a look here at the Prime Gaming agent select. We won't get the full duelist.
Almost a mirror.
Yeah.
So you have like the more EU approach coming from SMG with the fade here, and on the other side of Crew, you have like just the stable Sky. And both these comps are good. They're both played very similarly. Just look out for more, fade alt plays. That's really good to bait out rotations and not let people know where you're going. Maybe you pair it with an Omen ult behind them, behind the enemy team when you ult, and then out of the Sky, just consistent information and pop flash plays that you can do.
Yeah, and as Khalida said, like they're going to be pretty aggressive, so you can see a lot of that with that Sky Rays combo.
Well, no 4 duelists this time, but we're going to run it back with your casters, though. Let's get things started and send it over to Doug and Athena. What do you make of this?
Thank you so much, Inti. I'm really freaking excited. Athena, yeah, we don't have the quadruple duelist comp, but I think going back to what's more standard with elimination on the line is anything you could possibly ask for.
Yeah, I mean, when I see this comp, I'm like, dang, I really wanted that duelist comp. But yeah, I mean, something really interesting. They don't have any flashes on the SMG side. They do have that paranoia, on Omen. So entering for an area is going to be really interesting. There's going to have to be a lot more util to be able to clear that site and get that space open for her. But again, SMG versus Crew, we're on that SMG train this week so far.
Kahibi's already pushing off of her turret, and she's going to find 3 kills. I mean, that was snappy, that was decisive, and yeah, Shirazi was there, but a massive start for the defensive side.
Who had the pistol ace on their bingo card?
Yeah, was that one of the boxes? Was that one of the boxes? That might play out. It's stolen. Either way, an excellent start for SMG. It's interesting too. That hurt a little bit. I really like how they played that though, because I mean, given the turret was set up right off the door, you had Shirazi who was peeking above it, and then Kahibi went a little bit wider back behind Mound. You're in a pistol round in particular. You're fighting three different people in that instance.
Yeah, I mean, SMG already starting off strong. They're setting up crossfires, setting up trap plays. They're dodging that Sky Flash and ready to peek off of each other. This is the kind of team play that SMG has been showing us all tournament long. And I think Crew needs to really warm up and get used to this, because I don't think we're not going to see more of that. We're going to see so much of that coming out from SMG.
It's the same look. The turret, the one way, but there's more gun behind it.
Goodness.
And it seems like it's going to be a bit of the same result. They're pushing aggressively towards C. They're pushing aggressively on A main as well. This is very decisive. And the thing is, SMG are doing such a good job of funneling and fighting on the extremities, knowing that there's the only other place you can really go is B, and that's where the Killjoy setup is.
Yeah, such a good extremities push. I mean, they knew that they were on those pistol buys, and SMG was not scared, so they're going to come back to this B main retake. They're aware that these two players have taken space because they've cleared everything from that B main entrance. And now Shirazi getting her third, and Inari's facing Kunir, but Shirazi actually spamming through the smoke for the 4th. What a great round overall. SMG just showing that they're going to set the pace for this game already, Doug. They're like, we are not scared. We're going to keep fighting and doing these trap plays and hope that you guys just run into them.
Well, honestly, we almost have to go back a little bit further, because you and I were talking about it prior to the show coming to us. It felt like SMG won like during the vetoes.
Yeah.
Right? It's very clear, at least to me, given how the maps played out, that they want to do this very aggressively. They're going to do this with confidence, and you're seeing that play out in the first couple of rounds as well.
Yeah, picking Team A is definitely a Giga Chad move, and I think SMG showed that. And I think they got the sides that they all wanted, and now Crew coming back to the C. I want to see if they can adapt their strat. They are just going to farm orbs on Raze, and they're going to know that they're not playing that aggressive C setup, but they're actually playing aggressive towards A. The roll me lurk was way too much.
A tap of the door to threat a push B, but Crew are kind of left wondering where they go with this. They've lost the roamer that was A, as you mentioned. The only real option is to go C here. Wisely for SMG, they take a small step back, give some of that space up, knowing that they could fight with numbers as the round goes on. Oh, Michaela's getting really aggressive here. It doesn't catch anything. Are you expecting his position up in the ledge? The first falls, the second does too. Yeah, Kinnear was able to get one, but that's all it was. An upgrade of the weapon as Shirazi continues to farm. 4 on the round.
That That's the second 4K in a row for Shirazi, just coming out with a bang. I mean, Crew had such a good reaction. They managed to take that C. They knew as soon as they lost their Viper towards A that the lurk was not possible. They had no more map space. They had to funnel into C, and SMG just knew that that's exactly what they're going to do. Such a good round from SMG. Again, they convert that bonus round for themselves, and Crew on another save. The Viper ult on Shirazi. I don't think she's going to use it this round, but just a standard A fight setup. We're going to see the same aggression from that A main for SMG.
Yeah, I mean, a freaking ridiculous start. And it's been quiet for Kamiyu. She hasn't really had to do anything. Her teammates have been farming everything else, but it seems like there's going to be action here finally. Crew understanding they're going to have to fight into some of this aggression, and Kamiyu lights up the kill feed. She's on the board, 3 kills on the round, and this has the potential, Athena, of getting out of hand very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Crew so obviously not ready for this aggressive SMG that we're seeing, and this is the SMG that we saw on the first day that we really, really liked. And now, a 4-0 lead for SMG. I mean, Crew really needs to bring this back. That was such a bloodbath. Look at the amount of util used from both of these teams. The paranoia, Kamiyu just getting the spray downs down. And again, just further converting that round by pushing and showing dominance. 4-0, Doug. That is tough.
Yeah, this is a brutal start. They're going to have an opportunity to punch back here. Now they have weapons, they have armor, all the things that you need to stop some of this bleeding early on and cauterize the wounds that have been left by this aggressive full schmeeg. Baby Bay's grinning from ear to ear on the desk right now with how well they've played this. I mean, it's been decisive, it's been aggressive, it's been in their faces, and Crew haven't known what to do with it.
Yeah, and SMG showing their aggression on the A main with just the util, but actually stacking 3 players towards that C. And Crew has no idea, but Crew maybe actually finding the hole in their defenses by grouping up towards that B main and getting that space.
Yeah, I don't know that this is really all that much gathered, though, to be honest. I think if you end up B, you've lost extremities on both sides, and that's what SMG have been doing, right? Very similar to the pistol. B is a tough way to go, but they're going to try to tap the door and take the fight towards C, towards Mound. The spike is out of reach, though. They don't have the spike. They've lost the spike. It's back in spawn. There's nobody there. Showstopper used, and Eri trying to drop another. Succeeds in doing so. Michaela no longer around. Khalida and Rami, the only 2 left. A massive blunder for the attacking side. Maybe they can stabilize this. Maybe they can equalize and win a 2v4, but
30 seconds left.
What a mess.
That was so messy. It looked really good for a second, like they were about to break SMG's setup by crunching through that door. But again, the firepower, Khalida and Romy bringing the round back. That is not what I expected at all.
This was a 2v4. 13 seconds left. Surely Kamiyu just plays it back, right? I don't know there's enough time for you to run, grab the spike, and then plant. She's just got to stay alive. Oh, she takes the fight. That was bold. That was gutsy. That was risky. She takes them both and gets a Red Bull clutch.
She does not need to run. I'm sorry, Kamiyu. I didn't mean it.
Yeah, forget it. You take the fights. Yeah, take it.
Fine.
All you.
All good.
That round, the roller coaster of emotions that we just went through was mad.
That was actually crazy. I mean, the C crunch looked so good for a second, and then it looked so bad, and then it looked so good again. I mean, Aneri popping that raise rocket to solidify a kill, and then Kamiyu with this beautiful double kill. Again, showing their confidence, and this team is literally the embodiment of confidence that we've been seeing. Like, this is the SMG that we saw in that with the 4 duelist comp.
Yeah.
Like, they don't care. They're playing the exact same way,
they really are.
but with the meta comp.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah, I mean, the only thing that's really changed is the agents. Their approach to the game has been the same. Where they're applying pressure, when they're applying pressure, the fact that they're so hell-bent on fighting up on the defensive side just continues to be a part of the DNA. This is a very impressive start, and I think the timeout right now makes sense for Crew. Yeah, it's early, but you've seen a couple of very large blunders. Yeah. You've seen how SMG want to play this. This one makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like grouping up at this point for Crew is going to be super important for them, because what are they going to do when both extremities have been pushed? Grouping up B is a good idea, but they have to push all the way through. They have to start setting up for these splits, setting up for these crunches. They need to start breaking that baby door. A-Link, sorry, I know people don't call it that. Baby door. They need to push into that heaven on B. They need to push C-Link. They need to get this space and take that away from them. And hopefully that's what they're going to start trying to poke and prod towards, because SMG actually, They switched up their setup.
Yeah, there's no heavy aggression towards the extremities right now. They've left C entirely open just to Killjoy util. But they want to lane B, which makes sense given how Crew have tried circumventing the defensive aggression. We're in for a bit of a stalemate.
Both teams just chilling, holding, trying to see where the aggression is at. SMG actually doing a really good job of not overusing utility and telling them where their setup is, just so that they can set up for this B trap. This is going to be such a good bait.
Oh, wow.
Off contact, the paranoia comes in. But the first kill going to Kalita means this trap is absolutely demolished already.
Yeah, you can tell what the idea was,
yeah,
for sure, but it just doesn't really come to fruition. Kahibi gets destroyed. And Crew finally, at least early, having some progress. That nade is going to hurt. Oh, there's a C setup too. And Eri getting one. Alexi with the spam on the other.
One enemy.
Yeah, you found some success in some breathing room B. Sure, you get past the first trap, but with SMG, there's a second. There's a third. There are layers to how they're playing this out.
30 seconds left.
That was so... I thought that early round was so good in getting that pick and forcing SMG to do something. But Crew, they have numbers. They need to overuse this utility to make sure that they don't lose numbers retaking back that aiming. They know they could have been aggressive. They didn't have anyone holding it at the beginning. And this trap, SMG so patient, just holding the whole time. I mean, they read them like a book. They knew that they were going to fall off of me and go back into something after seeing the paranoia come out. But again, Crew, you really need to overuse that utility if you want to retake that space. I mean, SMG went all up in that space so far.
Oh, it's only getting worse. Look at an Eri so far up already. It was a setup off of the paranoia from Kamiyu to take that space away, and that's exactly what they've done. Just Sheriffs and then a Bulldog in the hands of Shy as Rami no longer around. And you have a pit on C that you're going to have to deal with too. This has got to feel really suffocating if you're Crew, right? Like mentally, you realize there are no options. There's nowhere that's safe for you to go to.
Yeah, it feels like everywhere you've gone, there has been an absolute shutdown. And the one time that you've got the early round picks, SMG has just decided to retake it back by clutching, by winning their aim battles, and it's just so hard at that point when it's like, mechanically, like, how do we face this, right?
Yeah. Well, they're going to choose to fight into the pit. Fortunately for them, it is just Shirazi who's here now, but she does have a gun, and there's no one else on the side of Crew, with the exception of Shies, who has that benefit, who has that luxury. They've gone through door, they're going to end B. You're going to get flanked. You've got Kamiyu in front of you. You've got an Eri behind you. And that's another round for SMG.
Oh my goodness. This whole map is just being overrun by SMG. They're going to As Crew, what do you do in this scenario? I think that you need to speed up the pace in your own way. Like, you need to... Look at these ults. We have a Raze out. We have so much. Like...
Whoa.
Crew needs to use that util in order to retake this space or to push them off. They're letting them take the space with all the util, but if SMG is just walking up for free now at this point, that can't be happening. Like, yes, they're setting up traps, but they're also walking up, just taking the space away from Crew, because Crew's just sitting back the whole time, like letting them take it.
So oftentimes, conversations around timeouts really just allow us to talk about what's gone on in the last little bit, what sort of adjustments need to be made. This is very surprising because Crew have burned both of their timeouts in the first half. We're just 7 rounds into this, Athena, and they have no comms with their coach, barring a timeout from SMG the rest of the way.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I don't know if this is the mental break that they need as well, because 7-0 is so tough. Like, it's really tough. It's doable. It's definitely doable, but Crew just need to understand and hope that they see where the weaknesses are, and they see that together that they can do something. It's so important at this point that they do not break mentally, because the second that they break, it's only going to allow SMG to snowball. The game is not over. 7-0, it's not over. So Crew needs to figure it out and work together and make sure that they have that mental stability to just keep going.
It's a gutsy call, and maybe off of the 4 ults that you were mentioning prior to the timeout. Just want to make sure that that's well executed. There's a good plan in place to make sure you find value off of those. Right now, Crew haven't really found any of that.
Yeah. Looking like Crew's starting towards that C. They're still walking up. Romy kind of holding that A main, seeing if there's any aggression. but just throwing her orb and leaving. The group towards C now. Looks like it should be good. Hypothetically, they have so many ults to make this happen. If they just get the site, they have the Viper Pit to go down, and now they're finally using their util to clear everything. Maybe farming an orb on Kalita, but no, the dog is coming in, and it's looking like they're gonna try to hit this C push.
Keep a close eye. You know, we've talked a lot about the ults on the side of Crew. SMG has a couple they can play with as well. Kami, you did use the ult to get over towards C. I thought there might be something with the Nightfall, but Crew deciding to go forward, double satcheling in with the Showstopper in hand, looking for a target, and we'll find it onto Kahibe. Oh, they've invested the pit. They've lost their duelist, but they have gained some space, and with 47 seconds left in the round, they have a couple of options. They drop the Paranoia, they drop an ult of their own. The Roomba's gonna tag Rami. Surely you know that she's there. Finally falling. Now Aneri trying to dance around a 2v2. The spike did manage to go down. And Kunir tried to swing out and try to take the fight, but it's now Shai's just alone. And it looks like both Mollies have been cleared. I don't know if there's anything really stop this. It's not planned for her. She's gonna have to swing out to take the fight, and she can't.
Oh my goodness. That was looking so good again for Crew. They got the Viper Pit down, but they just had to play together in sight. They had to play those crossfires. It was so hard because obviously they had the Fade out to retaliate with that Viper Pit. They had the dog to find where the Viper was. I mean, for a second, she wasn't even scanned by that Roomba, but I mean, there's not much she could have done. She got one, she died, the rest of the pit came down, and the rest of the team just dropped like flies. So rough.
Yeah, and again, it just feels like another mistake. Even the position of where it was planted. We talked about this a couple of days ago. It was with SMG and EG, if I'm not mistaken, where you see those little blunders like that in the face of all that chaos. Those things go awry. A little bit faster pace here from Crew towards C, or at least threatening that that's what's gone on. But once again, Athena, look at how far up the defensive side is for SMG. They haven't just fought for a main control, they've taken it.
Yeah, just letting them walk up really is not the play here. They have the fast flank, they have the fast info, and off of that, they're...
Spike down, C. Last player standing. Thirty seconds left.
Spike.
Satchel out. Mark 4. Wrong buddy out. Toxin screen down. Bomb grenade, 30 seconds left. There.
Nice.
Last player standing. Last player standing.
Apologies everyone, we're experiencing some technical difficulties, but do you know what that means? That means Baby Bay and Sapphire, you get to step in and have a little chat and cast over Team Schmeeg. This is your dream come true.
Let's
Of course,
get it.
I've always wanted to cast. Let's go.
Let's go, guys. And it's just been a dominant half. Oh, we're good. We're good.
Oh, it's good while it lasted.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. We missed you guys. Athena kicked a cable or a cord back here behind the desk.
No. We got fade ulted.
Nah, we're blaming this one on you.
Oh, okay.
She kicked a cord. This is what I mean. This is why we can't have nice things.
The
But
one time I cast.
it doesn't seem like much was missed because SMG is still stomping crew. And while we didn't get to see the last couple of rounds, I have a hunch that it was a lot of the same.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Inari already dropping. We're in a 5v4. This is best case scenario for crew. Not a single player on site to hold them off, but the flood is already coming, and we know SMG with these fast floods and how strong they are.
Alexi does have the ult to work with. How fast and how decisive are they going to be on this? Kunir's threatened. She's tapped, and there it is. Now the Nightfall will ensue. You have a little bit of cover from Rami, but it's just Kunir left on site. That's going to be a lot to hold on her own. Rami playing over there. Kunir getting the first, not able to get the second, but there she was. Almost had the shot, but Kahibi lands 3, and that's another round for SMG.
Oh my goodness. If you are crew right now, you have a huge mental obstacle to get past because this is crazy. 11-0, Doug. Not even a single round on the board. They need this last round in halftime so that they can at least feel that they're coming back into the game because, man, 11-0 is so rough.
I'm gonna keep it a buck with you.
Yeah.
I don't think they're thinking about getting back in this game. I'm gonna keep it honest with you. I'm gonna keep it a buck. You saw? Did you just see the eye roll in that man's face? He's done. They're thinking bye.
No, hear me out. This is a warm-up scrim.
It's
a warm-up scrim. You know, like crew's just warming up.
Yeah.
They're getting their comms ready. You know, so far, I was gonna say no technical difficulties. Technical. But I just cursed it, so.
Right, yeah, none. I will say this. For SMG, 4 duelists, 1 duelist, 2 duelists, whatever. It really seems like Lotus is their playground. They're very confident in what they want to do, and they're executing it beautifully.
Yeah, crew finally getting some form of space on that B site. Popping the ult Inari, and she gets immediately shut down by Shies. They're fully aware of these flanks now. This is a different crew in this round.
Trying to avoid the 013 club. The pit aggressive, and it's going to push them upside. They haven't cleared heaven, though. And you do have Michaela who's playing up there. She's going to drop Alexi. Pit's still in play, though. This Kami taking some damage and trying to find some room to work with and push out, but crew doing such a good job of playing off site, of forcing SMG to come their way if they want to try to establish some control and get the defuse. Michaela on the spam. Shirazi's, oh, she didn't even get half. Kahibi has so much to do here, not a ton of time to do it. Crew get theirs. They got theirs.
They got theirs, and now you said they're not thinking about coming back. I think they're thinking about coming back. The comeback is real. Don't look at me like that.
You don't believe that. Stop.
Listen, I am a huge SMG fan, but crew, they can do it.
Maybe. We'll see what the desk thinks. Yinsu, take it away.
Thank you very much, Doug and Athena. 11-1. That is a dream start. It's always Lotus, it feels like. But the thing is, the Sapphire SMG, not only were they good in the aim mechanics department, they had some crazy good reads and just amazing ideas.
Yeah, of course. I actually wanted to highlight round 6 here. And this is following 5 really, really aggressive rounds. And so they essentially conditioned Crew to play incredibly passive. And we look here, like, look at, I do observing, so I know where people, I stare at the radar a lot. No one sits there ever. They are terrified to make any moves. So they're playing really, really passive because they obviously think there's going to be a push. But instead, they have a trap play set up here. So as you can see, B is all ready to go. We've got the Paranoia ready. Kahabi's taking the angle. Kahabi does drop here, but then they try to take a little aggression, they fall back, and so this is Crew's time to then take a move over to A. However, they have not forced that raise nade out, and so you've got to think, okay, they're ready for you. So at this point, essentially there's a trap play set up with the C's and nade, and it was just perfect. You don't really see 2 trap plays in 1 round, but perfect execution from SMG.
Absolutely.
Condition the team and then force them to play incredibly passive.
And just showing layers to their game, like just to have 2 trap plays in a single round is just absurd. And it's all because that Paranoia forced the people that were walking up B to be backed up. The Omen smoke comes out to delay the B push even further, and they're already playing retake on C. They already were okay with that from the start of the round. So they're funneling them towards A or C where they're playing retake, and it just runs straight into that trap, and it was just beautiful. What a beautiful round from Team Schmieg, and they are going absolutely nuclear right now. This is almost a 13-0.
Yeah,
honestly.
what? It's not going to be a 13-0. I'm with Myrna here. We've seen an 11-3 comeback in São Paulo before. I believe in the 11-1. I'm going to just sit here.
11-1 in favor of SMG, the second half of Lotus. Now up for grabs and for Crew. You know, we often talk about mountains that you have to climb and crazy comebacks and digging yourself out of holes. You know, this has to be the biggest hole I think I've ever seen, or the tallest mountain you're going to have to climb to get back into this thing. Again, given what some of the body language look like, Athena, I imagine they're just thinking bind at this point.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this is SMG's map pick, so at the end of the day, not a huge thing lost because you still have 2 more maps, right? So Crew can come back into it. Next map is bind, they can pick it, but this pistol, I mean, if they win this, it might be something to hold on to, but again, SMG just opting for that full A hit.
Yeah, I mean, there's a long road to believing, and it seems like that road is paved with poor intentions if you're SMG, because Crew is just getting rolled over again. They're not able to hold the site. They get overwhelmed by SMG's aggression. That 5-man hit towards A proved to be too much.
Yep, 4v3. This is going to be a hard retake. Yeah. I mean, we still have nades, no smokes, no paranoia. It's going to be a lot of walking up together, but Crew getting the trade on Alexi.
1 enemy remaining.
What? How does that happen? She's gonna get both. Okay. Of course she's gonna get both. I mean, when you're feeling it, you're feeling it. And when things are going your way, like they are for SMGs, it seems like nothing goes wrong. 2 couple kills there at the end that she never even saw. Yeah. SMG on map point. This will be over very soon.
It looks like nothing is standing in the way between SMG and winning this map. Not even a concrete wall.
Yeah, nothing. I did. That was very nicely done.
But yeah, again, a really great execute from SMG. Crew trying their hardest to hold on to what is left, but dropping, unfortunately. This is looking really rough now. 12-1. Both teams buying, of course, seeing what we have in stock. We have a judge on Inari, which I love to see. So hopefully a super fast hit towards C. And super fast it is. Inari's on site, but Shai's already with the first kill. Absolutely denying that. Lexi immediately trading that out. And now the site is theirs. SMG planning the spike.
What else do they have to work with here? We've seen that Bucky a couple of times. Michaela has it. Just now rotating over to the site. Once again, they've done such a good job, SMG have of playing off. You've got Shirazi, who's really back in spawn at this point, making sure that there's no late flank or anything like that. And there's so much for Crew to get through here if they want to keep this map up, if they want to prolong Lotus. But can they pull it off? Alexi will fall, and it seems like they're converting things, so Ivy's going to have to do this on her own. Feeling some of the pressure, feeling herself getting surrounded. Time is of the essence. Oh my goodness, Khalid is going to get it. That was so close. I thought she was going to do it.
My God, and if anyone could have done it, it is Kohibi. I mean, she's been playing crazy this game, and so far, my gosh. Crew, they're back. They're back. That's going to feel so refreshing to win that round and absolutely shut down SMG's fast take, because at the end of the day, shutting that down means that they're not going to be able to go as fast anymore with as much confidence and ready for these retakes, even though they're man down. And SMG almost closing this round out, but Crew, Khalida, the most stable, the most reliable on the team, showing us why she can clutch it out.
I mean, desperately needed. And now an opportunity for them to put on another, given the gun advantage that they have. SMG with just Sheriffs, and a classic for Kamiyu. Certainly not what you're wanting to do here. And, you know, honestly, for Crew, the approach does feel a little similar to what SMG was doing to them. Maybe not to the same degree, maybe not to the same extremity, but they have not just fought for A main control, they've taken the space too.
Yep, full A main control, and that's going to be so much information. We have our Killjoy set up on site already, so a lot of delay coming in, but maybe this information should be used a lot faster, Crew, with a rotate over towards that C site. But they're going to get the flash and going to get the info that Viper's there, so it's going to be delayed for a lot longer than they thought.
There.
You've got the nade seize combo, the paranoia. They've done a decent job of drawing rotations. If their intent was to manipulate things, they've done so. But no, it seems like they do want to NC after all. Alexi and Inari pushing forward into the smoke. And you can look at how concerned they are. Look at how far back they're playing. They know that there's something up here. They know that there are antics that are waiting on the other side.
Yep, and those 2 kills, 3 kills going really well for Crew. They were so patient. They knew to wait for the rotates. And this is looking like a lot more confident, a lot more stronger Crew. Shirazi with a nice shot onto Romy, but it's not enough because Crew just showing that they can play this defensive side really, really well. I mean, they had KJ playing on that C site, and she delayed for so long that her team was able to rotate, and she punished them for trying to push into spawn. I mean, that's a best case scenario for when you're playing retake.
For sure, for sure. You really get everything you could possibly ask for. So Crew get on to their third. SMG now with weapons with a massive runway. If they want to close this thing out, they're going to have an abundance of opportunities to do so.
Yep, the fade online for Alexi as well as Khalida with her cabbages. So we'll see what funky strat they're trying to do. It's looking like there's going to be a lot towards A, and this is going to be a war zone because both these teams are trying to fight for the same main control.
That's exactly what they're going to do. You're absolutely right. You see the paranoia out. Try to clear some space. You do have Rami, who's tucked just on the other side of the wall. Nothing really to give the position away. They're going to fight on the other side of it, off of the swing, off of the flash, and Inari's there to greet. 2 kills come through. Nightfall used. It's just Kinnear who's playing, and she's going to get chased down by the Prowler. Has to run away. Tuck tail, give the space back up, and SMG gladly fill in behind it.
Spike planted.
They've gotten it down to a 3v2. We've seen what feels like far too many 2v4s this tournament. This would be another if Crew can somehow pull this off. They have a lot to do. Shies has 5 HP. I can talk about living a borrowed life. There's just nothing here. But they're going to do their damnedest. Kinnear's the first to fall, and of course, it's the most fragile that's left. Shies gets dropped, 13-3, absolute dominance in favor of SMG. Not concerned about the fact that they're facing elimination, not concerned that they only ran 1 duelist. The results are the same.
I mean, the crazy part about SMG is it doesn't matter who is playing what role, who is playing duelist. All of them can play duelist, and Mary can play sentinel. They all performed, and they all did so well.
1-0 lead in favor of SMG. Elimination on the line for Crew. Bind on the other side. We'll see you guys when we come back.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey guys, I'm here right now with Colbat of Team SMG. That was a very dominant first map. I'm wondering how you guys spent your day off.
Crying.
Crying? I'm pretty sure that is not true.
I think we just took some time to refocus our headspace, like I mentioned before, and then went through the vault, took a bit of rest, had really good dinner, and then just came back and played our game.
So you guys are very, very refreshed indeed. Thanks for your time, and we'll see if Team SMG can close this one out.
I mean, that must be the secret of having a great performance on Lotus. You're delighted right now. I'm joined by Baby Bay and Sapphire here. Can anybody get more than 3 rounds against them on this map? They got to start banning it. This is obscene.
Yeah, their Lotus is obnoxious. And like, yeah, no 4 duelist comp, but they played it like there was 5. I mean, like, come on, man. And just even the layers to the map, like, we're not even getting to see most of their strats, I feel like, because they're just dominating off of just headshots. But when we do see it, especially that round that you went over with the double trap play, I mean, that is just some...
Las sensaciones con el equipo contra LG fueron muy buenas. Se sienten muy bien, finalmente se dieron los resultados que buscábamos y mañana va a ser mejor. Tengo técnicas de respiro que trabajé con el psicólogo, entonces eso me ayudó a calmar mucho en el pause del OT. También hablar con mis compañeras, hablar con mi coach y mi analista. El equipo, las personas que conforman el equipo y el ambiente de trabajo.
For just a moment, now clear. 1v2. 1. See me lose so weak. Khalid at 13 HP just on the other side of the door, and that's a gutsy call because that nano didn't land, but it doesn't matter, the kill does.
Bueno, yo creo que las palabras que definen a mi equipo es la resiliencia y la voluntad de cada uno. Obvio que sí, porque nuestro equipo se conforma en LATAM y Brasil es muy destacado por la agresividad del equipo, de los equipos en realidad.
Sorry guys, Baby Bay got too excited about Team Schmieg and he ran off to try and copy their strat book. You trying to go steal it?
I was trying to speedrun the series, you know what I mean?
Yeah?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of touch and spawn, a lot of, you know, running it down, yeah.
Standard schmeeging stuff, standard schmeeging stuff. But yeah, we heard that from Kalita too. They want to be resilient. They want to keep going. They did that already yesterday, Heather. You know, they got their first international win. They're one map down. It is not the end of the world.
No, definitely not. They're going on a map where while they didn't win it the other day, they had a really, really nice comeback and showed so much potential. So I think they're going to feel good here.
Yeah, and do you know who feels good? Me, because I'm doing very well in the bingo right now. If we take a look at this, I believe, Heather, you were on the board from the outset with a hand heart.
I think so, yeah. I think we've got that covered. So we do have our walkout hearts. And I believe I have another one too from the walkout. I have 5+ desk plushies.
Oh,
so
you got 2 for 1.
You got 2 for 1.
You got 2 for
So,
1.
yeah.
Okay, I think we can cross that off for you. So Heather's just missing the Yoru, the Jet, Knives, Ace, and the 1v3 clutch.
And I'm missing everything. Every single one of them. There was no Jet played on this map, which is, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, just to show
and I don't
you
think
guys.
we're going to get Jet in the next map either.
Yeah, just to show you guys how well we're doing. So Heather got this bottom row covered. She's got these two. And I've got a pop-up. And I think that entire map could, you know, constitute as a pop-up.
I think so. That's fair.
Yeah. And Dre's doing terribly.
Yeah, I'm doing terribly, but we also did see the crowd cheering for both teams. I'm fairly certain. We saw the energy that the Brazilian crowd likes to give to SMG, and you know they have to be rooting for Crew as well, especially because they have a Brazilian player on their team. So
yeah,
I did see that today, and I'm sure we're going to see more of it.
And you were really banking on Fluorescent, to be fair, to cover the majority of yours.
Yeah.
So
I'm definitely
that's later
banking
today.
on Fluorescent to go crazy.
You're waiting to for your bingo to come true a little bit later, yeah? Yeah?
What?
Well, anyway, let's talk about the next map because Lotus is down. We do have a bind coming up now. And again, I think you said, Sapphire, when we saw the map Victos, you were surprised that Crew wanted to go for bind.
Yeah, I was surprised just because SMG has been so good on it as well. And it's the map that they frankly destroyed G2 on. They're incredibly aggressive, just as we saw on Lotus. That being said, it's still a map that Crew has shown potential on too. Again, they had a really close match against BBL. They were down by a significant amount and they had a really, really nice T side there. So I think they're going to make a good comeback here. It's a map they're going to feel somewhat comfortable on.
Yeah, and Crew is actually insane on bind. Their first loss on bind was to G2, and you would argue that they probably should have that too in overtime because that last one so close. 1 HP. The bomb timer is going down. It was crazy. But also SMG looked absolutely ridiculous against G2. Sorry, I meant to say that Crew looked insane against BBL. But the problem is when BBL played against Crew, they were taking advantage of their defense side by running them down, doing really aggressive plays. And I think that if Crew can figure out their defense and go over it and like have better answers for early aggression in rounds, I think they can actually win this map.
I mean, the question is always, can they just deal with SMG, with all of their aggression, all of their aim as well? And speaking of the aim, Alexi is actually currently in the aim lab shoot-around. No wonder she is popping off. If she's aim labbing and aim training every single day as well, baby, I know you love a headshot percentage stat.
Yeah, and I actually believe in aim training. I aim train every day, and I feel like there's no harm to it. And, you know, this team needs to just keep doing what they're doing, keep staying online, keep aimbotting every shot they take, and that transfers over into pistol rounds especially. Pistol rounds are a lot about individual skill, a little bit of RNG, but not so much utility because you don't have the most money in the game, so.
Oh, I actually love that she's warming up too on bind because that's actually what we saw from the team on this map. They were incredibly aggressive out of the hookah, getting a lot of control on both sides of the map, and it worked out really well for them.
Yeah, it did indeed. But also, Alexi is someone that, Sapphire, you look to as one of the players that could potentially even nab an MVP if she's able to take it all the way to the finals?
I think so. She's far exceeding expectations and has been that pivotal player for the team to win them that series yesterday.
What do you think, babe? You agree? Are you on the Alexi hype train?
Yeah, I think Alexi's actually insane. She's already popping off now, but you know who was actually dominating this map is
all of them.
Wait, I forget. Energy. Why I didn't want to pronounce her name wrong, so I had to double check. But yeah, Enery has been absolutely dominating this last map, looking way better than yesterday, and it seems like she really got her mental together.
It's the Petra effect. It's like you get Petra hands of defeat.
The best, you become the best. And that's what she's looking like right now.
That's a quote. That's a quote, ladies and gentlemen. But for now, let's hear what Coach Fricks had to say ahead of map 2.
I'm here right now with Fricks of Crew. Fricks, what do you tell your team in order for them to reset mentally, especially after a tough first map loss like that?
I told the girls that we need to adapt faster, we need to play aggressive, and we need to find our way to play in the chaos that is created.
Thank you very much for your time. Let's see if Crew can bounce back.
I mean, they have to bounce back. They do not have a choice, because if they don't bounce back on Bind, Sapphire, they will be eliminated from this tournament, albeit they've had a better result than last year, but they're aiming for higher finishes.
Yeah, of course. And we heard the crowd get excited for them when they started to pick up rounds. Like, they want to still stay in this tournament. They want to prove not just are they the best team in LATAM, but they can compete with the best.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, they definitely don't want to go out like this. Not here. Not right now, you know. Having a 13-3 loss on that last map, that's a brutal way to lose. And they, once again, didn't get any momentum going into this next map, and that's what I'm worried about. Now, the good thing is they do get to start on that attacking side, and they can set the pace, but at the same time, with how SMG played against G2 with their defense aggression, this might be a repeat of Lotus, because we saw how that defense aggression was conditioning future plays in the halves and everything like that.
Yeah, we're gonna see. Just imagine the players are backed up all the way to attacker spawn and have to wait back there because of the aggression. Yeah, I mean, SMG just does such a wonderful job of like conditioning their players so that they have to plan for everything. And so Crew, while Khalida said they want to play 3 times as aggressive, that certainly was not the case. SMG didn't even give them that opportunity to do so.
I do want to look towards the veteran players, though, because we did mention, you know, when G2 were struggling against SMG on the brink of a possible defeat on Split, we were looking at players like Petra, like Mimi, the veterans that have been doing this years and years. You have some of those on Crew, Sapphire. You have those players that can pull them out of a bad spot.
Kinnear is as OG as they come. She's been competing on LANs for as long as I can remember, and so these are the players that you need to step up, as well as players like Romy. They need to lead the players, get them in a better mindset. Like, it's not over yet. You still have 2 more maps. That was the other team's maps. It off and focus on what you do best.
Yeah, and to be fair, this attacking side of Bind was the side in which Crew did start making comeback in that series against BBL, and they looked really, really good on it, and even so. And they actually did a good job of punishing the aggression of BBL on this map, so I think that they can emulate that against Team SMG, and they need to do that.
Yeah, and what we saw from Crew yesterday is like they really good at the second round as well as the bonus round. In this first map, they were only able to get at that in the second half, and that's great. They started that very, very small comeback, but we need that from them out of the gate. They're really good on thrifties. They're really good on pistol rounds. They're going to need that on Bind to push it to map 3.
Well, the thing is, though, SMG, they are very, very confident, and let's hear from their IGL co-Hybe on just how confident they are in this matchup.
G2 was like the previous champions, and they played really well, but also we were like in a bad mental state, so we weren't really prepared for it, but we will do better in the future. I kind of feel a bit sad, but I guess it was a learning lesson for us, so it's all good. Like, we learned a lot from it, so I'm grateful for that, and we're gonna work harder. Yeah, I feel the biggest takeaway is to just be calm. Even when you're losing, you have to be calm, you have to do your job, and just trust all of your teammates, and everything will be fine.
The Viper has her orb to deny the B main push. Like, there's just so much against her right now. They're playing this crossfire, peek off me in spawn.
They're both so weak. They're both so weak. That's the first to fall. The second does too.
We really are like a family because we do everything together and we do trust each other. We are really close together outside of the game. So I feel just don't look at it as it's the last game if you lose. Like it's not the lower bracket, but just play the game as how you will in the scrim and in the tournament. Like just try your best and everything will be okay.
I mean, Kahibi, she does everything. She IGLs. She sometimes even trash talks, apparently. But also, she also coaches. She is a player coach. She comes out with a lot of the ideas. She's kind of doing every single job she possibly can on the team, which I think makes it incredibly impressive when her individual performance doesn't suffer.
Yeah, I love like how deep her strat book is in that case. Like, can you just think of it? Like she's dreaming up these strats probably every day, not just as the in-game IGL, but also like as the team's coach. And so along with Cobalt, like they've cooked up something like really unique on this team.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure to have being like a player coach, but if it works and when it does work and you see it's working, it feels really good at the same time. It feels really rewarding. So the fact that they're actually just dominating in this fashion right now and honestly taking world champions to a map 3, it's got to mean a lot for the likes of an IGL like this who's also able to put up numbers.
Yeah, the thing is, it's not over. We have seen teams that win map 1, they are in a great spot, and then things don't go their way. They start to crumble because, Baby Bay, you have to keep mentally resilient throughout the entire series, not just for one map.
Yeah, exactly, and we saw that with Crew almost losing a set to EDG yesterday. Thank God they won in overtime. But if you're not on top of your game, even if you're up a map or whatever, there is a chance you're gonna get upset and you're gonna lose. That's something Shopify has done really well is Effie's has ingrained into their players, like, hey, like I know we won the first map, I don't care what the score was, play like it's 0-0 and like you're 0-0 in the series as well. Just do your thing. Yeah,
and you know, just watching the team here, like it looks like they went away, they're coming back. I saw some smiles there from Shies. Like I think they're in the zone. You know, Kinnear is laughing again. So, you know, hopefully they just chalk this up of like, hey, we're just not gonna win that one. Like GG go next and let's close it out of the next 2.
Yeah, and let's talk about their comps as well, because we've seen both of them play Bind already. It's Crew that's gonna go on the Fade Raise for this map, and SMG coming out with a Chamber. So how much does that change, you know, their playstyle, their game plan of what we've seen already?
Yeah, so the benefit of having the Fade Raise comp, the double initiator comp, is that your sight hits on attack, and we saw it against BBL, they are so strong when the utility is all flooding in and it's correct. It's really hard to play these aggro spots against this comp because of the multiple dogs that they have, the scan, the flash, and this is really good against the chamber that Team SMG has been playing because you're able to not get picked off early. You have an answer for almost every angle to take.
Well, let's take a look at the Prime Gaming agent select now and see if we are going to get, you know, those discrepancies of the chamber on the side of SMG and then the Raze Fade Sapphire. It's the same comps.
Yeah, it's the same comps. This is what we expected. This is where both teams played quite well on it the last couple of days. So, you know, what I'm interested here is obviously we saw SMG play very, very aggressive. So I imagine even on defense, they're going to be using Raze on an area and a Sky to make aggressive plays. And on the other side of the map, you're probably going to see the same from Chamber as well, and then you can quickly TP back.
And my question is how is SMG going to deal with the slow playstyle and all the utility that Crew has? Or are they just going to peek everything, like peek the showers angle every single round and just dominate G2? Or dominate Crew how they dominated G2?
Yeah.
And is Crew going to be aware of the flanks coming out of SMG?
I can't wait. I cannot wait to find out and send this back into game with your casters, Doug and Athena. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Incy. Yeah, Athena, the benefit is she doesn't have to wait. She says she can't wait. Good news. You don't have to. We're getting back into the action. Again, the second map, elimination on the line. We talked a lot about comps. Wait, give me your thoughts on this chamber. What do you think?
I mean, I really agree with what Baby Bay said on the desk, where the double initiators is going to be like a slow-paced, bait-out stuff play style, whereas SMG has this chamber, this aggressive and take lines sort of play style, where you have to play for those picks, especially against these initiator comps. But I think it'll be easier for SMG to bait out the util that Crew has on their side, because chamber walking up, TPing off, that's so much stuff that they can use in order to bait. So I think both these teams right now looking pretty balanced, and I think picking comps that suit their playstyle the most.
Yeah. We'll see how it plays out. A quiet start for the attacking side, who are still trying to somehow mentally recover from the shellacking that took place on Lotus. Perhaps a new map, change of scenery could be what they need. Off of the flash, the satchel forward out from Michaela, and they're going to funnel in right behind it. But SMG have members in the smokes. They're all here on site. They're going to be able to take this fight. Kahibi's able to get the first. Still causing problems. You got this flank that's coming in from spawn. Yeah, you got some of the site, but you've lost everything else. Fortunately for them, the TP is going to allow them to flip the map, head over towards B, but it's a foot race.
Yeah, 2v4, so hard against this double flank that's already coming in. 2 players on either side, but we do see a battle. 2v2 within that spawn area. Crew versus SMG.
Just the smoke keeping these duos apart. As it dissipates, the gunfire erupts, and it goes tit for tat in favor of Crew. Numbers their way. However, Shies is left alone, 57 HP, and yeah, you dealt with the 2 that were in your lap. You have to deal with the other 2 that are on the flank. Alexi's left alone. She's got to win the fight, and she does. That was way too close for comfort.
I mean, what an explosive round. That was so back and forth. Both these teams doing so well in the amount of space that they had. Crew actually a lot faster and thinking on their feet with how they want to play the round. I mean, taking back site, pushing through with that util, and then pushing through spawn. They knew they had to capitalize on numbers. It was really, really well played. But unfortunately, Alexi is there to just end that round for them and get the defuse. Both teams looking really promising so far on Bind. And now we actually have Inari playing with that judge. And this is what I'm excited about, because I love the judge on Inari. And she's going to be holding that towards short. But 4 players of Crew outside of long. Kunir gets 1.
An excellent start. Alexi no longer around. You still have Kahibi, who's around to cause some problems with the Headhunter bullets. 3 left. You see the dog trampling forward, trying to apply some pressure onto that chamber. Kahibi taking a little bit of a step back, expecting the aggression. That shot lands right between the eyes.
My gosh, a clear confidence on Kahibi to take that peek. And now this double senti hold towards B. It is going to delay for so long, to the point where these players have to come up with a really good plan on Crew in order to execute. They don't have the eye. They still have a flashes. No more dogs. But they do have all 3 smokes, so a full execute here would be good enough. They're just holding, chilling, making sure that maybe they rotate, maybe they try to get some info, but no. Double senti holding the site down.
2 kills found for the duelist.
There.
And they're going to have full access of B, and this time it's a bit of a different story here. They do have a Stinger, or excuse me, a Spectre and a Bulldog to fight back with. But the tale of the tournament has been these 2v4s, and maybe SMG can do it again. They've got the satchels, they've got a nade, you've got so many things to deal with. Inari getting the first, Michaela 4 on the round as they tie us up early.
That second round win being so huge for Crew. This is already a momentum turner for this team, because now whatever happened in last map seems to be gone from their heads. This execute looking great. SMG not taking the time to figure out how they want to play the double sentis on site. They wanted to play for site, but they didn't have any more gas left on that Viper, and the chamber actually giving up the line, just taking jiggle peeks. That's not how you want to be playing, especially against Sheriffs, and especially against Michaela just exploding with her Spectre.
Just pistols for the defensive side. A little bit of thinking twice on who that orb is going to go towards. Was an Airy who walks away with the resource, and Shy's feeling some of that pressure. Again, very reminiscent of what we saw in Lotus. A lot of denial of space early, a lot of taking that away is SMG, not just in the space, but they're farming the shower orbs too.
Yeah, for sure. Those orbs are so important. We normally see SMG fighting for double extremities in most of these maps that they're playing. But again, they're only kind of setting up for that showers and trusting their double sentis to hold down the site, the chamber and the Viper on B. Still kind of SMG style, but I understand that, like with these Sheriffs, that they're only trying to take those fights in certain areas.
Right, right. And so with that, a bit of a step back. See if SMG, they want to flood through Telly and take this fight, if they want to quickly flood via the flank, or how they want to do this. They are sending 2 on the flank, leaving 1 player on site. Kahibi is able to get 1. 2 sheriffs left for the defense. And they're dealing with the flank Ramias, or at least attempting to, as Shirazi's going to fall on the site. The few resources that they had are crumbling all around them. Crew should get this second round.
Spike planted.
Yep, the drawback of Chamber on defense is not being able to hold a sight on and execute unless you're just going for frag. And as we can see, Crew already spotted that out and took that advantage of those in these last 2 rounds. I wonder if they're going to switch things up and try to get an operator online for SMG. But again, they don't have that much money. They're not going to be able to do it just yet, but they're one off the tour de force for Chamber.
And I wonder, with some of the success that they've had in getting Showers control and getting that orb, I wonder if we're going to see something early to get that over to her, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Instead, opting to take an aggressive line towards a short. Never mind. I've lied to you. I've lied to you, good people. I've been trolled. I've been baited. That does seem to be the play. They're sending 3 towards Showers to get that. Meanwhile, Crew playing very pacey towards B.
Go get him.
Naturally, it was an Aerie who got the orb. Either way, no tour de force online yet. Crew have done a really good job of getting up until this point in the map, right? They take long, they grab the orb, and then they freeze here. This time, what do they choose to do? They've got the dog pushing forward, the showstopper, and the prowler. Everything let out the kennel. Michaela pushing forward, just looking, guessing, trying to see if she can land a shot with the showstopper. Not gonna flash on the other side. What on earth was that? Oh, I'd pay to see that again. The orbital strike, but it's not really going to matter. They're able to heal up, they're able to take the space, and now they're going to fill in on the vacancy that's been left.
Yeah, this is going to be a fast flood off those 2 kills. Really great round. Kohaib and Kamiu just cleaning up Kunir and Michaela, and Romy left in that hookah spot, but it is a firing squad, but she can get 2. Really good guns down at least, I mean, coming in. But yeah, like you said, they do a really good job of taking this long control, but so far it has only been long control that they've taken. Right. And again, we do have this Chamber with this tour de force up, so maybe kind of using it. But look at these kills. Alexi, so clean, just holding her ground, standing her ground, and this flood off those 2 kills. Super, super important. And now, you know, the downfall as well with this comp for SMG side is they can't get info as much. So Crew is abusing that because they know that as soon as they stop and they freeze, kind of what you mentioned earlier, that the way that SMG has to retake info is a dog or a flash. And they haven't been using that towards long. And now the fight towards Showers, and Neri getting 1 shy with the instant trade.
Your fear.
2 shots of the tour de force have been used. Neither of them have landed. Make that a 3rd. We'll try to keep tabs on that. All this build-up for that ult, we didn't even get a kill. That's crazy.
Hey, we got ulted by that earlier.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
And now they're grouping up towards long, and this is exactly what I was talking about. I mean, we have the Sky spotting in hookah. This is fine, because if they take the site and they keep this hookah control, it is not fine, because the Seekers are actually going to come, and they're going to know that this Sky is alone in hookah, and crunching this from long is going to be so hard to hold.
Alexi has the fight on her own, and that's the thing. Khalida had no more flashes. Used the first just to get closer into it. Didn't have anything else to fight with, so hookah stays controlled. They have Seekers of their own. Kahaibi still looking for some value with that ult, and they're in their spawn. Now, are they going to go all the way through? Oh my gosh, they're going to go all the way through. The smoke dissipates. Kahaibi right on their heels, puts one in between the eyes on Arami, tries to get onto the second, cannot. And it's Alexi, who was the hero in hookah, somehow through all of that, got ahead of the play! The Red Bull clutch for Alexi.
That was a crazy round. I mean, Crew, they knew there was only 1 in hookah, but still sped up way too fast. Kalita, if she just waited a couple more seconds for her team to get out on site and help her, it would have been perfect. But either way, Alexi, the true hero, the true star of this round, even after that hookah kill, instantly rotating towards A and just being so ahead of what the other team is doing. I think this is a round that might potentially get SMG into the heads of Crew, because that is a hard one to lose.
Oh, for sure. You could tell they had such little idea of what was going on. They were running through pipes, knives out.
Yeah.
Right? Just genuinely no idea of where they could have been. You see the op invested for the defense. Hello, the judge has arrived. Shirazi is down. Bit of spam into the smoke, see if we can find another one for free. Keep an eye on this flank though. And Aries so far advanced right now with the showstopper. So Crew don't really have the luxury or the benefit of playing off. They kind of have to try to play on site here and see if they can maintain this aggression, this onslaught that's coming from the defensive side. But Shies is going to give a lot of that space up short. And this should be really free for an Aerie. Look at how far up she's crept. The orbital strike is going to funnel him out of lamps. They're just going to hold on to this. Kamiyu's got, Kamiyu just narrowly missing getting it to half. Alexi is going to get one. An Aerie and Alexi still alive. Rami dancing around. An Aerie's going to fall too.
What a wild round. I mean, that was so back and forth. Kamiyu just peeking and getting kills of her own, not even scared, not even waiting for teammates util, but played so well by Crew, just sitting in that smoke, being patient, waiting for the tap, and then after that, just absolutely playing amazingly. And of course, this judge, you guys know me and the judge. I love this. Roby's so patient. The crossfire between the Fade and the Viper to end the round so beautifully. That was great. And I love to see this talk. Oh my God, Shies is fired up.
Pop off, sis.
A trap in hookah, 3 towards hookah. This is so much information for Crew right away. They know that there's 3. They heard the sky flash. Chamber, they used the TP, and Kamiyu trying to get one of her own, pushing up into showers, but Shies is just holding that from way, way back.
A little bit of concern from Crew on where they choose to go. Great response out from Khalida. Kahabi maybe getting a little too cheeky. They do have Rami's pit, so if they can get forward, if they can get out onto the site, they invest the pit, and then we're going to get a little bit more of the chaos that we saw in the previous round. But that did seem to be something that worked out. It was a strength, if you will, of Crew's. This almost feels like deja vu. Shirazi ahead of it, landing it, and that's a spike! She gets a second! I mean, they might still be able to stabilize this. They're gonna get the pin down from Rami. They're gonna flip the map, actually. So there goes that pit. They have been able to upgrade some weapons. Kamiyu has, an area is not, but she does still have that showstopper. One satchel to work with and a nade. Michaela weak, Rami not. And they're splitting. They're dividing the resources. One's gone into elbow, and Rami's playing so far back, maybe for a spit if there's a lineup for it, but it's just one. Is that really how you want to play this out? That nade went towards Octagon. That's going to connect.
One enemy remaining.
And there's really nothing she can do. Rami's got to be really fast on this. Kamiyu's got half, and she's going to get both. The Red Bull clutch for Crew.
My gosh. What a round, Crew. That was looking kind of scary. I mean, SMG with those sheriffs getting 3 kills. Those were so, so clean. But Crew, the really fast reactions. The Viper ult, that was kind of crazy, but I love the reactions going back towards me. Romy splitting up with her teammate. That's always a little bit scary. But when you get the timing right, that's exactly what happens. You end up with that Red Bull clutch from Romy. That was absolutely wonderful. And now they are starting the round with that orbital strike on Brim.
Another cheeky pop-off too. You saw it on the screens. Crew feeling it with the lead. And much like you said a couple of rounds ago, it feels like Lotus is just, I mean, it's a distant memory at this point for the gals and Crew. They seem much more comfortable. They seem much more stable. Of course, as I say that, Alexi, that's okay. Is she gonna get out?
Yeah.
Just barely. 16 HP. And the spike is down long.
Yeah, that was such a good long control. They had so much util. I mean, it's really interesting that they're splitting up initiators in order to take so much space. They're setting up the raise and they're setting up the sky, but it just wasn't enough util because they had a trap set up towards long, which is something you should have expected at this point from Crew because they've been taking long almost every single round, and the one time they took showers, they ended up going back towards that B site.
It does seem like through all of that, they are going to be able to still maintain control of the spike. There was concern for a moment, but Kinnear scoops it back up. Still has one smoke to play with. Don't really have any of Rami's controller utility they can work with, the orb or the wall or anything like that. So it's just this one smoke. If they pop on this, that's all they have. They're contacting. Really no other option. The smokes are just a half a second late from Kamiyu. She's going to fall. And with 10 seconds, they've got full site control. The thing they don't have is Octagon here. This can be very pacey out from SMG, should they choose to pounce. Alexi weak, the first spot, had taken a quick bite out of Kunir, the jump out of the window. Oh my goodness, she was still stunned. Rami's getting a second. This is gonna be another vintage numbers deficit situation that they're somehow gonna pull out of a hat. Kahibi getting onto the first, starting to try to crunch on elbow. That's exactly what they do. Shirazi gets 2 and SMG get the round.
Oh my god. Both teams just flipping this round constantly in their favor. I mean, again, taking back that long control and just walking up and contacting in. Such a good play from Crew. They knew that the other team had no information. They didn't have that long control. They gave it up. They're either playing retake or pushed up somewhere else. And then we had the 2 players in that hookah. The fast flood, the fast retake could have been so good. But instead, it went so back and forth. I mean, thank God for these players in spawn, and thank God for the good timing of flanking that elbow and getting the kill onto Michaela, because that was super important. If they didn't get that elbow kill, that was going to be a really rough retake for them.
I mean, low-key, I don't think they're winning the round.
Yeah.
Right? If they don't get that kill, you're absolutely right. And that's the fun thing about when we see at the biggest stage of the year, it is something that's small, right? That can dictate the success or the failure of a round, the ability to, at the right time, in the right moment, pouncing at the one kill that really just alleviates everything. When it comes to a situation like that, it's a lot of fun. SMG on a quick timeout here.
Yeah, I mean, for both these teams, it's looking really back and forth. I think Crew getting 4 rounds on attack, this is their map pick, right? So I'm expecting them to be more explosive and try to get at least 5, 6, or 7 rounds. I know that's kind of the name of the game, but especially when it's your map pick, you need to be 100% certain on your defense that you're ready. And again, SMG, they have that chamber. They have that ability to bait out your util on that defense side. So they should be a lot more explosive, or at least be able to be a lot more explosive with this double initiator comp.
Yeah, sure. Has not been their approach up until this point. We'll see if that changes in this round. Tied at 4 apiece. You've got the showstopper for Michaela and a judge in hand, so keep a close eye on that. She's shown proficiency with the weapon on more than one occasion. Quick flash, up close and personal, not finding anything. Michaela has gotten up to the box. The Haunt not spotting anything as the smokes go down. There's the satchel, there's the ult. The dog paving the way, and Michaela, no way. That was not the intended path, but it worked out. The flashback sight, this is such a miserable spot to be in, but Shirazi finding some comfort, finding some room to breathe. With the pit in hand, they're gonna try to fight back and take elbow. Or excuse me, lamps, and it is going to work. Shies falls, the judge finding value, and how much more will it find as they have to push her. Surely they have to push her. The thing is, they know it's there.
I mean, the spike isn't even planted. They're just delayed for so long. Crew, you need to do something in that point. I mean, the first kill was so beautiful. The flash of the smoke, I mean, that would have been perfect if as a team they decided to take the space. But instead, they took so long to get that spike down. They took so long to get into any positions. They gave so much time for SMG to come back. I mean, look at this. Beautiful kill, but just letting Aneri get these kills, that is not what you want at all. You're setting up for crossfires before you even have the spike down. Like, that was just so hard for Crew. They put themselves in a rough position that round.
Absolutely, and honestly, the rough position of that previous round has bled into this. You see the buy for them isn't great. It's just a Spectre for Michaela. You see the waterfall effects of what has taken place. They're still in this, though. They're just down 1 round. And this does not look like it's going to be a fast one.
Yep, just walking up into these places. I think contacting is a good call from Crew on this round, especially with these weapons that they have. I mean, trying to get those picks, trying not to set off a trap that potentially SMG has had, because they've been really good with these traps towards on and towards showers. So seeing how it's playing out, they're going to get a little bit of info, but they do not know that the whole team is already set up in this hookah area. Romy actually getting a really good lurk in towards U-Haul.
The insertion so far up. What does that do to rotations, though? Is that enough to manipulate? It's really hard. No, Alexi goes exploring. Alexi finds 2. Shirazi alleviating pressure on the opposite side of the map as well. SMG, they don't take the bait. They don't quickly move off of the one bit of info that they've seen, and that results in a Prime Gaming flawless.
Yeah, I mean, again, Alexi's so quick with her reactions. Like, we hear the flash hit the people long, and instead of pushing down and trying to get any sort of fight, she just retakes it because she walks right in. And again, crew not ready for the regression. I mean, that kind of retaking space is so important on this map for SMG, especially without the double initiator comp. It's just Sky with info, and instead of getting info with her flash and her dog and re-clearing hookah with a dog, Alexi was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna re-clear with my body. Like, I don't care, I'm feeling confident.
That's like a hard don't try that at home type thing.
I'll try that at home.
Pit right off the bat. They've got the trip in there too. They just flashed down B long. I mean, SMG are playing this defensive side so well. She's gonna get bullied off of the pit though. There to greet, there to receive as the clip runs dry, so does her health. Kahibi playing close, the Prowler giving the position away, a spam through to try to deny the plan as she's now decayed, she's seized, can't hear a dang thing. Somehow stays alive, and we continue to see this game of cat and mouse on the flanks. They knew that she was there. And that's actually gonna force Alexi back.
Yep, crew again setting up into these crossfires, waiting patiently before they get the spike down. They're waiting to get some sort of clear on site, but they're letting these players all walk up, but it doesn't matter because Shaq gets the kill onto Camu, and that triggers the rest of the execute for crew.
4v2 left on the round. Kinnear's gonna commit to the spike. It's just Alexi and Kahibi that remain. No ults, nothing like that. A little bit of utility. One of them just used. Unfortunately, on Kahibi as well. But off of that, they push forward. Carefully, you have a really nice setup out from crew in this post plant. Kahibi has to venture forward. If you take care of Khalida, you're going to have to deal with the sucker punch on the other side. No way she finds that timing. It works out, though, as Shies and Khalida keep them both back. Crew still sticking around, still in this fight.
Yep, freezing the round and forcing SMG to get their info with their bodies. This is exactly what I was talking about, where if Sky is not there to get that information, the only other way is by fighting and getting the mechanical 1v1s on your opponent. And it unfortunately did not work out for that round. Camille walked up so far, and Shy's holding that lamps, holding that U-Haul with a beautiful crossfire. That was a really well-played round from crew, freezing and ball. Do anything, and now they're gonna restart this round and re-go into it with that slow pace. They're heading towards hookah, trying to get that hookah control, but SM round all the way up short A.
Can they close this out in the last round of the half? Oh, the shoulder spotted, the shot delivered. Kinnear no longer around, is gonna have to wait to play things out.
I've got your trail.
I was wondering when they were gonna drop the Seekers. Khalida choosing to do so there. Kahibi with patience. Michaela satcheling forward. Oh, she's just on the other side. That's a tip of the spear as well. Spike's still in hand, and Ari ultimately falls. Finally, and they have a deep flash. That's the spike. You've got to be really careful here if you want to take that fight. Slowing down just enough, as it seemed like both guys just stared at each other for a second, surprised. It's like, hey, hang on, how the heck are you here? But they dropped the pit. Spike still not planted. Finally picked back up. Gonna have to navigate through all this green goo to have a shot at this. Kahibi pushing forward. That's the pit. It's going to force the plant to delay for a second longer. Alexi's going to clean that up. A 7-5 half in favor of SMG.
I mean, crew, they were surrounded. They had players in long. They had players reflanking towards hookah. They had players coming from spawn. That was almost an impossible round for them to win. SMG playing it so wonderfully. I was talking about how long it was taking for them to get the operator online on Kahibi, but there's exactly kind of the power that they need because they got that aggressive line. They got the aggressive, and really good help from Alexi in order to get Kahibi to fall back.
It's been an excellent first. She's going to throw it down to an interview taking place in the crowd. Away.
Hi, Ginny here, and we're joined with Lori as well as Starma. So thank you so much, guys. How does it feel to be experiencing it from the crowd's perspective?
It it's been really fun. Everyone's so supportive and loud, and it's like, I don't know, it's such a fun experience. Just being a fan today. This is my first time ever experiencing like a VALORANT event or any esports event really, so it's a good experience.
Okay, a very great week of first, and I'm gonna unfortunately have to ask you a little bit more of a difficult question, and that is in regards to what happened yesterday. So do you maybe want to give us a little bit of a breakdown there?
On our loss? There's nothing like too in-depth that I can say. We played how we wanted to as a team, and we just ended up losing as a team. It was, I would say, a better showing than how we played against SMG, and I'm a little bit more proud of my performance, and I'm just happy that I had the time to experience on stage and with this amazing Brazilian crowd, and it was a great time, so I appreciate all the fans, everyone here.
Anything particular, though, that you would like to say to the crowd or the fans as well?
I love you guys. You guys are the best. I hope we can come back here one year.
All right, well, we'll see. Thank you so much for that. Lori, you said it was very much a first experience for you here in the crowd, being on LAN. What has been the biggest takeaway?
Everyone's so nice, so supportive, and it's just so fun. Like I want to keep like interacting with the fans and just watching the games, supporting my friends, and it'll be good.
Well, thank you so much for that. We're going to be heading back over to the casters, and that was live from the crowd.
From a couple of different personalities in the community, give their perspective on what's kind of gone on for them, and then even this crowd, the energy in here has been so much fun today, Athena.
Yeah, I mean, I also love to see players still coming back to the arena, even though, I mean, unfortunately they did lose, but they're still here to support and watch, and we love that energy, and we love players that come back into it. And now the pistol round finally live. We have Frenzy on an area. We know she's a beast with this. She loves using that gun, but we're gonna have the hookah setup actually from Crew, which might combat the plays that SMG is trying to make here. They need to use some sort of Roomba or some sort of dog in order to get this space, because this is a nice crossfire waiting to happen.
Will they use anything? It's not going to be the dog. That's going up long. There's the Roomba. The nade's going to push them off. The angle, the discipline there is gorgeous. Understanding you had some pressure alleviated on one side. Still the due diligence to check the other. Do they pop from here? No, they're going to take a step back. I mean, if Crew are fast on this, they might catch. No, they almost had a window to catch Kamiyu retreating, but doesn't turn out to be the case. Wait, see if anyone's going to push up short. And that is, of course, where SMG is headed. The spike in tow, that flash. Going to get some info, but Michaela, patient, disciplined with it. And any semblance that we were talking about before is momentarily forgotten. Ultimately, though, they do have some space. With the spike,
30
they've crept up
left.
this far. Map here, they don't have to commit to this. Off of the tap, they flash, they take the fight on the other side of the smoke. SMG still up on this for now. Rami's so weak. Just a sliver of health remains. Kinnear not much better off, really, but they commit to this. They decide they want to lean into the numbers that they have and the positioning that they've acquired. Get the spike down, and they're going to play off this. Shirazi has, but that's all it is for now. Kamiyu healing the pressure. The first falls, the second will as well. A 3K for Kamiyu and the pistol for SMG.
Wow. Crew actually playing that round so well. Just losing those 1v1s at the end. They actually walk re-cleared long, and with that information, instantly sped up to rotate towards A. They had so many players on site ready to retake, but they did not take the space that they needed to. They had such good timing too. I mean, I was just begging for this guy in the smoke to hold that flash and just pop out, and everyone flood into sight. But unfortunately, it wasn't quick enough because SMG ended up setting up really good crossfires, getting Kamiyu into a spot where she wasn't blinded by the flash, and they played that really, really well from SMG as well.
Gonna try to go fast on this one. 4 pushing quietly. And surely you've heard the satchel and the dog. Yeah, the fight's gonna ensue out in Sand. The benefit for them though is, I mean, they've gotten B. I wonder, do they stay here? Do they decide to push through spawn and go towards A? They want to commit to this. They're gonna get Alexi to get the spike down. Aneri wanting to find a free one quietly, and surely she does. But we've seen a lot of judge kills this tournament.
I love judges. That is great. And now we need to see them flipping that side because they know that there were players in Hookah originally. We have Aneri playing close to the judge. Again, a really good way to get your team to peek off you, because if you get that first kill, absolutely stunning. She goes for more, but Shies is ready with the trade.
That Guardian proving to be problematic. But how much more bite is left in that? I mean, Michaela's so weak here. Unlucky. We saw that.
One enemy remaining.
That pays off in another kill, but Shies falls. Michaela's left alone. No attempt to grab the Guardian and stay alive or anything like that. Just going to die to the spike. Move on to the next round.
Yeah, flipping that site, such a good call from SMG. Crew showing their cards early. They managed to get that first blood on the round, but not much they could have done because they stuck to that hookah space. They didn't have time to regain any long control or regain that much map control towards the site, because Inari just set up right in that corner, ready to deny anything else from happening. Re-clearing that hookah super fast. SMG again, super confident, and I love to see this from them.
Watch and learn. 4-round lead. Now Crew with guns to fight back. Light armor for all of the members of the defensive side. That vintage Viper wall going through the teleporter, causing some problems. You imagine there's going to be a dog too as well to confirm that there are players playing back towards showers, but actually it seems like Khalid is holding on to it for now. And Kinnear gets a kill. They tried coming fast out of showers. Crew's already here though. I mean, they have 3 members who are playing up in pipes and heaven. They're going to have Romy, who's going to be coming in on the late flank. And honestly, Athena, the more I look at this, the more I'm concerned is as SMG continues to get into these post-point positions, they're all tight, they're very aggressive, given that they have a Spectre, given that they have a Sheriff, that could be problematic, but Alexi falls to the nade, no less. They're gonna have to take his fight into the judge. There it is, and Ari gets a kill, but it traded right back. Have they bought enough time? Kamyu had nothing really to do there. Crew take the site back.
Yeah, with the loss of numbers on SMG's side, it was really a question of, are they going to push and get some space and try to capitalize and regain those numbers? But instead they decided to just sit down, which sucks because they have so much util on the Crew side for a retake. They are so ready. But then again, that was just a bonus round, and we're finally going to see the first gun round of this half. And now just in this replay, Romy with a beautiful first kill, walking up, getting the Lamps kill for that team. Just such a good retake, especially with the long flank. It was just overall really well played from Crew. They were not scared that they had those bonus guns.
Keep a close eye on the ults. It does look like Kamyu's 1 point away from having that online. Shy's also in a similar position. And a late Viper wall going up. Bairami just dropped it towards B. But there's no real aggression out from Crew. They're gonna prowler through spot 1. And that's all it is, but Crew patient with it. Choosing not to move. That's a ton of info.
They just got so much info from that dog through the Prowler through TP and the dog through long. Now they know that they're definitely going to be looking like they're taking out long. Again, they can TP at any point in time, but Michaela picking off Inari so early, that's definitely a sign that they were trying to set up for some sort of B hit. Stuck in Octagon. This is looking so rough for SMG already. This slow playstyle really doesn't suit them in this.
No way. What was the cue? How do they know? I mean, just so persistent. Now, this actually alleviates a lot of pressure. You're able to take one off of the site. If you do commit to B, you imagine you're going to have some sort of a numbers advantage. And off of that, they pop the flash. Khalid has gone unchecked, though. Has a flash of her own. Feeling some of the pressure. Michaela playing in the smoke. Now the rotations are coming through. This has been very slow for SMG. They might be burning too much time here as they try to go take the fight back side into elbow. All members of SMG fall. That was a massive blunder.
Yeah, that was such a confusing round again. Earlier, I was talking about how with this double initiator comp, Chamber needs to be beating this util out, but instead they're letting them use the util, letting them get all the information in the world. They knew for sure it was going to be a B hit. I mean, they dogged all the way down long. They prowlered through the TP. They saw everything that was going to be happening on the SMG side, and SMG still opted to commit to that B hit. kind of questionable. They need to be either way, way faster or way, way smarter with how they're playing the defaults on this map. I mean, you have to bait this util. It's definitely necessary because it's just like, again, they got so much info so fast that SMG couldn't even do anything about it.
Right,
I mean, the best thing they could have done is TP, and I think that's fair, but they didn't have any info on the other side of the map.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like they were running a 4-1 where they had one person holding showers so that you know, okay, we can abort, we can, you know, call an audible and head towards A if need be. That wasn't an option. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just overall looking rough. I mean, if they are trying to do these defaults, they need to be able to have that push-pull scenario where they're pushing towards one side, pressuring, farming orbs, having someone else lurk, having someone else hold, and being able to go put pressure on different sides of the map. Because again, they're playing against 2 Prowlers, a dog, 2 flashes, an eye. It's almost impossible to get around this round without pushing fast or baiting out this util, or just, it's so hard. I mean, SMG, they're looking like they're gonna switch something up after this tactical pause. They do have just a hero Vandal on Kohibi, but opting to go with Sheriffs and Pistols for the rest.
Is that going to be enough? No real presence at all towards short early on. Now the Prowler getting cleared out by nothing but a Classic, concealing anything else that might be back behind there. It is a Vandal and the Sheriffs that you mentioned, but it was just the Classic that was fired. Is that going to be enough to lull them into a false sense of security as they've contacted so far up? She has no idea. There's no way she knows. She got past the Prowler. Freaking the Nightfall, and that's going to give everything away. Plant committed, the nade will buy time. It'll dissuade any sort of push. But if you attempt a crunch, this is really bold too. Goes through teleporter, drops the Seekers. Do they flood? Or are they just gonna wait on the other side of the dam?
My God, Khalida giving a gun up to Camille. That is not what you want. You need to be way more patient, putting that pressure. The ult, the brim ult, they need to delay for so much longer. But again, they just finally tapped the bomb. The delay so good, but Camille actually getting picked off, even though she still had mollies and Jaime and Neri left in a 2v1. Make that a 1v1. Gunir.
70 HP. She's got to go fast. She's got to go so freaking fast. And Neri's there to greet her. SMG up to 10.
Crew just giving up so much space on the map. For what reason?
Yeah.
For what reason? They are on pistols. They were so far back, and they were not ready for that aggression again. Once SMG gets map space, they take that space, they push through backside, they get the pick. They didn't even need to get a pick. They just played it so well because they knew that they had that Brim ult. They had Brim Molly. They had Raze on site ready to delay. And as long as they delayed for so long, they knew that the round was secure. So again, really well played from SMG. I don't even think that they were planning that round in a way that they were trying to delay for that long. I think they're trying to play for picks with that contacting up.
Agreed.
Crew, again, just gave them so much space to work with.
Yeah. I mean, it was really opportunistic. I think, again, to go back to the kill that Khalida gave back in showers, allowing the upgrade of a weapon and alleviating some of that pressure, I think was massive. So they invest a pretty considerable amount in that, too. You think they got the Seekers once they hit through teleporter and everything that came along with that, though. So it wasn't even just that they lost the round. It was a pretty notable investment.
Yeah, it was expensive for sure. I mean, Khalida TPing with those Seekers, it looked so good until she decided to peek by herself. She knows the Seekers were going towards showers. She knew that there was at least another player ready to trade whatever frag that she was trying to go for, but she gave up a weapon, and ultimately that kind of speed and missed timing that she had just running into showers right away before making her team put a lot of pressure lost them such a huge part of map control.
On the other side of the timeout, Crew decide that they want to drop 4 of their members A.
Blinded.
And this is with guns too. This isn't like a cheeky, oh my gosh, they've guessed correctly. Aneri didn't see him or knew, but decided to fight the fight in front of her instead. Alexi's able to get past it. Michaela with the counter showstopper. And through that, I mean, ridiculous cacophony of utility at the beginning of the round, things settle into a 3v3.
Yeah, equalized for sure. I mean, that was crazy. And Neri, unfortunately, just missing Khalida. But unfortunately, Khalida didn't manage to get any of those kills. That was so weird. Such a weird round. But again, the Raze versus Raze, that ended up working perfectly. And now SMG speeding up into a B hit because they knew, they saw the 3 players towards A.
Yep.
And how they're going to play this is super important because they don't have any mollies. They don't have that much post plant. All they have to work with is flashes. And I think that playing on, pushing towards elbow, that's definitely the right call because they need the space.
If they can get these kills, if they can swing at the right time, this will be secure. Kahibi's there on the first. Where's the counter punch? Where's the sucker punch? There it is from Shirazi. A little bit delayed, a little labored, but it ultimately comes through. Kinnear flashed up, can't see a damn thing. SMG get to 11, Crew on potential last breath here.
That was really well played from SMG with those 3 players. They tried to hit A, they really tried it, but the Crew set up towards showers and one towards that short countered everything. And oh, Sky actually running just through the Viper wall. That's how she got away, but the rockets trading each other. That was so messy to watch. There was so much happening on my screen, and I'm sure everyone was confused. But again, SMG just regrouping towards that B. That was so good, and they played it so well too. They knew they couldn't play off. They just pushed. It was a little shaky because they didn't peek off the chamber, but still overall well played.
Well, Crew have done their diligence in making sure that there's nobody B. They push down Sand, they push down Long, they know that that spot is safe, and so off of that and feeling some of the pressure A, they send through to Teleporter. But oh my goodness, she was looking the wrong way. What the heck was that?
Down A.
They dropped the orbital strike, and SMG is already up in pipes. They're in their spawn. Shies managed to grab a weapon and get a kill for it. A 3v3, the only rifle in the hands of the Fade. Those Sheriff shots just not connecting, just not on the mark. Now Khalid is left alone. That's not going to have a difference either. SMG series point. Crew should be able to buy something here.
Match point.
They're down to their very last round.
Yeah, I mean, super rough for Crew. They do have this Viper's Pit. They can definitely get a lot of map control and force SMG to push and try to use as much util as they can because they do have limited amounts. But pushing all the way through into their spawn, that was, again, just unfortunately the wrong gamble from Crew, like you said. And now we're starting to see SMG speed up the pace on how we normally would see them play, and I think it's working out great for them. So wondering if this is the round that they decide to speed it up, or they know that the other team is going to use that Viper Pit towards some of the short, somewhere in hookah, somewhere long, somewhere to just get some sort of free map control, because this is what Crew desperately needs.
And for SMG, I mean, I want to go back to the point you were just making, because it does seem like the pace is accelerated in these last couple of rounds. Perhaps it's smelling blood in the water, right? Realizing that you've got them exactly where you want them, and it's just going to take one final punch to knock them out. Both literally and figuratively. I mean, this is an excellent position for SMG to be in.
Yeah, for sure. They're definitely, they swung the momentum their way, and this is why I was talking about Crew earlier, how this is their map pick, but they definitely needed more rounds on that attack to kind of get the momentum in their way. And now this defense not looking too hot, because the 2 initiators, yes, they're great at info, yes, they're great at holding, at delaying, but at the same time, they don't have that senti to just be a nuisance on the defense side. So now we do see SMG grouping up towards that long B. We have the Viper as well towards hookah, not even planning to insert themselves into any sort of lurking position, just holding. But Crew is all in hookah, Doug.
I do like how they're doing this. I really like this defensive setup. I like how Rami's playing to be able to impact both sides of the map with her pit and then the wall. The problem is there's no one there to keep that wall in check. So they've gotten past the wall, they've gotten out onto the site, and they realize, yeah, there's a little bit that you're going to have to alleviate in hookah. But SMG just disrespect the setup entirely.
Seek them out. My ult's ready.
My gosh, I mean, crunching towards that hookah. They don't even need the hookah space. They know they don't need this. They're just playing for themselves, holding that long because it's such an important space to play from with the Brim Molly. But they're finally getting countered. Michaela with the instant kill on Camille. Camille needed to stay alive with her Molly there.
And Alexi's now trying to do a bit of the same. You'd see a quick step back, but you're set up into a one and done. Just you're gonna get checked. Khalida does get one. An Airy playing backside, Michaela pushing forward. It's just those 2, unaware of where the other member was, but it all falls onto an Airy. Can she land the shot onto Michaela? Yes, she can. SMG survive.
What an explosive way to end that game. I mean, a Neri clutching it out. That was so well played by SMG. Super back back and forth. All of these rounds were somewhat close, actually, because they were so back and forth. Each round getting trades and trades and trades. That just shows how good the teamwork on both of these teams are. But again, after an amazing dominant performance in that first map, SMG ending on top, this is kind of what I was predicting, and this is why I made them my dark horse.
I mean, yeah, you invested at the right time when the stocks were low, and they're freaking going to the moon.
I'm rich.
Right now, yeah, you're making a killing off of this. It's been so much fun to watch this SMG squad continue to develop and to show, I think, a lot of different sides, a lot of different facets to their gameplay and their approach. You know, they've shown, I think it was Neri that we saw at the very beginning. She was like showing to the camera she was just going to hold W.
Yeah.
We saw that.
We did see
saw
that.
some of that. We also saw the very calculated, very technical, very methodical approach to the macro game. SMG, I mean, they're the real deal.
I think the biggest thing that SMG brings to this table is how fast their reactions and protocols are.
Yeah.
Like as soon as they know that something is happening, if they don't have numbers advantage, if they think they're getting flanked, if they they have an answer for everything.
Right.
And Kohabi is just so fast to call these as well. We talked about hive mind mentality, and I'm going to keep bringing that up every time I talk about SMG because they are so collected and together in these decisions. I mean, it is something that is like an IGL's dream, that you just like call something and everyone knows what to do.
Right,
like,
and it happens on the fly.
Right away.
And that takes a lot of trust. And well, we have to, I mean, we've got to remind you good people at home, when you're like, was it 35-0?
Yeah.
Domestically, and you come onto the international stage, you win your first series, that deserves you, right? That earns you a little bit of trust. And they continue to lean into it. Yeah, they took a loss. That's how they find themselves in the lower bracket, but this SMG squad does not seem to be taking a step back on that whatsoever, and we have to say goodbye to Crew. You see a final bow before the fans here in the studio, but SMG was plenty to smile about.
Yeah, I mean, taking that loss, they took it like champs because obviously they learned from the mistakes. They learned how to keep their mentality up, and they showed us that they're not out of it just because they ruined the streak. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there are a lot of teams who crumble behind that. We're going to throw it down to Yinsu and the rest of the desk to break down that series. It was a good one.
Yeah, it was a good one indeed, Doug and Athena. Yes, unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to Crew.
Thank you.
They fell to some of the crazy plays of SMG. I've got one to show you guys right here in the Verizon high-speed moment. There's a few we could have picked for this, but Baby Bay, this round was a really, really crazy round, and the timing of them winning this as well.
Yeah, the eco round against the team that has the best eco rounds in the tournament, and the 1v1 that it came down to with the insane headshot from Eneru was just absolutely crazy. Look at this. Eneri, sorry. And she was just on point. And like the casters were saying, she was running it down the whole time. A little bit too much, though. I'm not going to lie. She's getting punished a little bit. But nevertheless, there was signs of life early on in that game from Crew, and I did like the way they were playing, especially their post-plants.
Yeah, it was really neck and neck. Obviously, like, Crew should walk away still feeling good about that series. I think there's a lot of good performances from the team, especially Shy's had a really pop-off moment there. We saw her doing some trash talk. So, you know, despite the loss here, obviously they're going to walk away with they're still having that first international win.
Yeah, it is an improvement, and who knows, Safa, next year they come back, they get another. That's how you do it, right? You got to learn something from every time you come to these tournaments.
Yeah, of course. And, you know, you're looking at LATAM as a whole, and they continue to dominate that region. And so, like, right now, I'd say that, you know, there's still a lock as you look ahead for the future, and they're going to take this experience and learn from it.
The thing is, though, SMG, they live to see another day, and they are looking scary in that lower bracket. It's time to send it down to the stage. Dexina is standing by with Eneri for the Verizon post-match interview.
Salve, salve, galera! Barulho, tô aqui no palco com o Eneri depois dessa vitória importantíssima e vamos trocar uma ideia. Eu já quero começar perguntando para ela sobre a Lotus, né? Mais uma vez elas venceram de 13-3, de novo foi muito dominante. Eu quero saber dela o que ela acha que elas estão tão boas nesse mapa. So, first of all, Eneri, congrats for this huge win, it's super important. I want to talk about the first map, Lotus, because yet again you win another 13-3, another dominant victory. What do you think that makes you so good in this map?
I think we have a great fundamental in Lotus. I think we really like 3-side maps because we do well with rotations and stuff, and I think that's our biggest strength, I think. Yeah, so that's why we really enjoy Lotus, and I think it's also my favorite map because I'm playing Race there, so yeah.
Ela falou que acha que tem os fundamentos da Lotus muito bom, que elas gostam muito de jogar esses mapas, né, 3 lados e tudo mais, também que é o mapa preferido dela, porque ela joga de Raze, então é isso que faz elas tão boas aí na Lotus. E a minha segunda pergunta é para saber se ela esperava uma série tão clean assim para cima da Cru, com poucas dificuldades, né, porque que ela acha que a série foi desse jeito. And my second question, Bind was a little bit tricky, but the series was clean for you. Did you expect a clean series against Cru?
To be honest, I never really had any expectations, but to be honest, I feel like it would have been like a clean 0 over Cru, I think, yeah.
Ela falou que não tinha muita expectativa, assim, mas para ser honesta, assim, esperava que vencesse de 2-0 para cima da Cru. E agora eu quero falar do próximo jogo, porque elas vão enfrentar a vencedora de Liquid contra a BBL. E eu quero saber dela quem ela quer enfrentar, se quer enfrentar a torcida da casa, né, e tudo mais. So your next match will be against the winner of Team Liquid or BBL. Who do you want to face it?
To be honest, I really want to face against BBL. I think they're a really strong team. I always watch their games at home, so I'm really excited to go up against them on stage. And yeah, I really want to go against BBL, I think.
Aí, ela falou que, pra ser honesta, quer enfrentar a BBL, que sempre quis enfrentar elas e tudo mais, então espera enfrentar a BBL no dia de amanhã. É isso. Thank you so much, and congrats and good luck tomorrow. É isso, valeu demais, tamo junto.
When people think about esports, what's the first thing that comes to mind?
Players, obviously, but there's so much more.
With the launch of the MasterCard Gamer Academy, we're providing 10 people who are passionate about League of Legends or Valorant and want to pursue a career in esports with the chance to learn what it takes. What it takes to manage a team.
Can we wrap this up? We need to scream.
What it takes to produce content. Cut. Okay, yep. Okay, action. What it takes to write, direct, and produce award-winning content. And of course, what it takes to pull off some of the largest events like the League of Legends World Championship or Valorant Champions. In partnership with MasterCard, we've created a priceless experience. The chance to fly to Seoul, Berlin, and more, and take immersive courses on esports, business, content, and everything in between. Taught by the very best. Think you have what it takes? Here's how to apply.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Vemos vocês nos julgando com ironia. Ouvimos os seus comentários maldosos pelas nossas costas. Alguns de vocês precisam acreditar que nasceram superiores a nós. Não vamos convencê-los de nada, mas vamos mostrar a vocês. Vamos quebrar todos esses limites impostos por vocês.
3 jogadoras, ela pega a primeira, pega a segunda, bate!
Nós vamos ultrapassá-los e sairemos do outro lado mais fortes do que nunca.
Both teams have had their ups and downs this entire year, and they do not want their journeys to end here. But this is elimination. Crew, they've avoided elimination already, but for Team SMG, they just lost, so they got to dig a little bit deeper.
Are you expecting his position up in ledge? The first falls, the second does too. An upgrade of the weapon as Shirazi continues to farm.
Oh my.
4 on the round.
That's the second 4K in a row for Shirazi.
Crew understanding they're going to have to fight into some of this aggression, and Kamiyu lights up the kill feed. She's on the board, 3 kills on the round.
Crew so obviously not ready for this aggressive SMG that we're seeing, and this is the SMG that we saw on the first day that we really, really liked.
It's just Kinnear left on site. That's going to be a lot to hold on her own. Rami playing over there. Kinnear getting the first, not able to get the second, but there she was. Almost had the shot. 13-3 absolute dominance in favor of SMG. Not concerned about the fact that they're facing elimination. Not concerned that they only ran 1 duelist. The results are the same. They've got the satchels, they've got a nade. You've got so many things to deal with. And Eric getting the first. Michaela 4 on the round as they tie us up early. Is that enough to manipulate things really hard? No, Alexi goes exploring. Alexi finds 2. Shirazi alleviating pressure on the opposite side of the map as well. And that results in a prime game of Flawless.
Yeah. So good, but Kamiyu actually getting picked off, even though she still had Molly's and Kohabi. Neri left in a 2v1, make that a 1v1.
70 HP, she's got to go fast. She's got to go so freaking fast. And an Aries there to greet her. SMG survive.
That was so well played by SMG. Super back and forth. All of these rounds were somewhat close, but again, after an amazing dominant performance in that first map, SMG ending on top.
Welcome back to day 4 of Game Changers Championship 2023 and our lower bracket matchup between Hometown Heroes Team Liquid and BBL. Surprise! It is I, Mika Fabs, on the desk this time with Baby Bay and Sapphire. You know, a lot of people say, oh, hey, thanks for having me here. I'm the one who says, hey, thanks for having me here, guys.
Yeah, it's awesome. And this is your first time on here, right? This is sick.
Yes. Oh, it's nice. I love what you've done with the place.
Yeah, this was all us. This is all me and her.
Yeah, good job, guys. Good job. But I am super excited because it is going to be Team Liquid versus BBL. And Team Liquid, they avoided elimination and won in front of the hometown crowd on the backs of so many. Georgina, 4K, Sapphire. It was amazing. She is like the gatekeeper, I feel like, for Team Liquid on every single match they have.
Right, it's insane. Obviously, people always talk about Daiki and Bastarda, but Georgina popped off yesterday. There were, I think, 4 4Ks throughout the series. There's so many like insane headshots, nice transfers, and not only like are those pivotal for helping the team win the rounds, but like her pop-ups, her energy, her excitement got not just her team going, but the crowd going, and all of Brazil is behind Team Liquid.
That's exactly what I was going to say. As a player, when you get those 4Ks, it just gets you amped up, and it feeds into every single one of your teammates, and it just brings this energy that they honestly needed, especially here at the home crowd.
Speaking of which, you know, that seems to be like the thing with Team Liquid. They were playing with a different sort of fire yesterday. I know that the map was like quite close, but it didn't feel that way. It felt like it was like, you know, there was this amazing momentum that the team had, right? And you saw it in all of the players. Daiki, for example, had such an amazing game yesterday. We cannot stop talking about this girl because she is definitely one of these players that we love to look out for, especially since, you know, we saw how, like, you know, all of the IGLs in this in this tournament right now have been popping off and have been, like, you know, have this experience behind them. But Daiki is like, she has the home crowd behind her too.
She's incredible. I am such a big fan of this player, and she is so young too. Like, her career is just getting started, and she's already one of, if not the best IGLs in one of the strongest regions in Game Changers, leading her team on this hopeful lower bracket run.
She's an amazing firecracker, and I have been waiting for this moment, you guys. All week, people have been throwing to me outside, and now it's my turn. Let's send it over to Janiro, who is standing by with Daiki.
Hi, Daiki. Hey, how's it going? How are you doing? How are you feeling today?
Really good, really confident.
All right, so the confidence was showing yesterday. You guys came out in full force. It was a little bit of a slower start to the tournament. So how are you looking to keep that momentum going? Because the crowd absolutely loved it.
We just try to keep the confidence, and I think it will be all good. So that's it. I will not do something different. Just keep confidence, and that's it.
That's it.
Really confident.
Thank you so much. Good luck out there. Back to you guys.
Oh, well, I think if they keep that kind of confidence, they have nothing to worry about, Baby Bay. I mean,
Yeah.
look at this. They have such creative fans. They have all of the support out there.
Yeah, and just straight to the point, huh? 2XO versus EG. Just serious about it, you know what I mean? And this is what I like to see. They have a goal in mind, and they want to take this run all the way through to the finals.
Yeah, it's amazing too. I love that Daiki, by the way. She seems to be a kind of like an inspirational IGL.
Yeah.
I actually saw her earlier, you know, as the team rolled in. She was feeling good, and I was asking, you know, yesterday was so crazy. Were there any crazy calls that you were calling out? Because like we mentioned earlier, the energy was different, and she was saying how two particular rounds stood out to her. There was that one round on Ascent, and I believe it was round 8. We might see it later on, but where she just basically decided to bait herself so that Bastardo could get that nice kill. And looking back at that, she actually does that. She sets up her team for the best possible scenario, Sapphire.
Yeah, she's definitely a team player, and that's that round where she literally is just tanking the Killjoy ult because she has so much faith in her player Bastardo to help her win the round. But yeah, she's always looking out for the team, sacrificing herself for the betterment of the players.
Yeah.
And the craziest thing about this is she's still dropping bombs while she's doing that. She's top fragging in the server. She has the most assists, and she's IGLing and setting up her team. It's just like crazy to see this out of an IGL.
Yeah, exactly. I think she had like a number of, I can't remember the exact number, but a number of Sky assists as
Yeah,
well.
like 20 plus in that map. It was absurd.
Exactly. She is crazy. And not to mention, you know, okay, we mentioned how like Daiki is an amazing IGL, and she's like an emotional leader too. She really like ramps up the rest of her team. Vanya, though, who she will be up against, this is such a good head-to-head IGL matchup, by the way, because Vanya is also somebody who goes above and beyond for her team because she's also such a diverse player, and it literally comes out in her playstyle, Sapphire, whether it's like clutch, entry, or just holding a site.
Yeah, Vanya really can do it all, as well as just being this incredible leader, like always keeps her composure too. You can tell she never necessarily gets frustrated. She's actually very cold, you know, just very like low-key mediocre, like doesn't show any like hints either way how she's feeling. But yeah, you know, as we saw in those stats there, like Vanya's just a little behind where we think she could be, but we know what we saw from online play. She is one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, and we were also hyped to see BBL take on Shopify Rebellion, right? And they only got, unfortunately, 7 rounds, Baby Bay. 7 rounds total. What do they need to do to come back?
Yeah, that was brutal. And I mean, listen, they're no stranger to playing with difficulties all year. They had ups and downs this entire time, so I'm not counting them out by any means. But I do think that's this momentum that Liquid has, coming off of a win and especially playing from the home crowd, I think this is going to be a really, really tough test for BBL, and we are going to need to see the Vanya that we saw online throughout the year, because during this whole tournament, she's had moments of greatness, but she's not quite taking over how she has.
Not to mention, BBL here, we've been wondering as well how they would perform on LAN, right? This is their first big international event, and I was chatting with Felipa earlier, and she mentioned that there's a lot of things that they're adjusting to, things like even the crowd is a factor, right? It's their first international LAN event, and it just feels like since the very beginning, BBL has drawn the shortest straw here, and there's just a series of unfortunate events that's been following them around.
Yeah, they've had some tough matchups here, especially on what you'd maybe call like the home field advantage when you play on Ascent. It's always called the Turkish Ascent and the Turkish Jet. We usually expect a great performance from the team on that, as well as Haven, but that's not where they found success so far in this tournament. So obviously, they have so much experience there. We know they play those maps very well. They play them very aggressive, intelligently, so hopefully we're seeing more of that today.
Yeah, I think it's just a big factor of this is a major LAN, and this is a lot of pressure that gets put onto you. And let's not forget that they have players that are being sick. They're not all together, and they're used to being an entire unit, an entire squad who's always with one another. So I think that does play a factor into how they're performing and kind of like throwing them off their game a little bit.
And as a matter of fact, we have Felipa over here. So let's send it back to Janiro and get a quick word from BBL's Felipa.
Hi, Felipa. Thank you so much for taking the time and joining me. We're going to have to address the elephant in the room here. You guys have spoken so many times about how you're a family, you go through so much together. You're here going through this LAN experience together. However, you're here all by yourself, so what is your motivation to just keep going, keep fighting?
At least they're together in the room, 4 of them. I'm going to be alone, I know, and the audience belongs to the enemy team, I know. It's going to be like, I'm going to be under pressure for sure, but it's another challenge for me, and we're going to see, like, I'm going to deal with it somehow.
I believe in you. Thank you so much for your time, and good luck out there.
You just got a feel for her, right? She will be the lone player on that stage, Sapphire, and it just feels like against a home crowd as well.
That's it's just brutal. I've done that. I've played against home crowd teams in enemy territory before, but I had my teammates with me, You're out there all on your own, but she is like, she has a good mindset. Like every time we hear her speak, like she's very positive and not getting too down on herself. So, Felipa, despite not being the IGL, is going to have to be a leader here for the team.
Yeah, you could tell she's very strong-minded, but this is something that I hope never happens to me ever.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what I would do if I'm the only player on that stage against all 5 of Team Liquid at their home crowd. I just feel like I would I don't know, I'd be lost. I'd be like, wow, what is going on? And not even with my teammates, I can't look at anybody. Who do I dab up?
We heard the crowd too, right? We heard the crowd. We heard how insane they are, and it can be so intimidating. This is their first LAN again, and Felipa has to deal with all of this. I feel so stressed for her right now. But I did get a chat with her earlier today, right? And she actually just said, well, this is what we have to do. We're gonna do it. And it's like massive respect to that, because that's competition, right? You have to do what you have to do. And she did mention that, like, hey, it might be a little bit better because now you have 4 on the other side and they're playing together. So it's kind of like she's the one in isolation in a way.
Honestly, that's an argument you could have too, and we've seen it for the last couple of years of where when players have to play in isolation, sometimes they play even better because like you get a little more of that comfort level. You don't have the cameras, the lights, the crowd, and so maybe the other side you have 4 players in that situation. Maybe they'll be better in their comfort zone, especially because they have played so well online.
Yeah, it's funny because now the player that's isolated is Felipa, and it's like, wow, how did we get here? Like, this is so crazy that this is the scenario, but you can't do anything about it. You just got to roll with the punches and really do your best, and this is a big moment for her to continue being that anchor and to continue stepping up for her team, because I mean, I'm sure her team knows that like this is something that is going to be hard on her for sure.
And I know that the spotlight is literally right now on Felipa, but we have to talk about the other players on BBL as well. Ava, for example, has been such a great player. She's one of my favorites because she seems to be one of these players, Sapphire, where it's like a 3K or a 4K per round just isn't news to her.
It's not at all. I am also a huge fan of Ava now. Obviously, coming into this event, Vanya and Wen's got a lot of attention, but Ava has been a rock for this player. When you look at the stats for the tournament, like she is at the top of nearly every single category. Like you said, so many multi-kill rounds as well, and just always seeking out aggressive plays for her team.
Yeah, she had some incredible flicks, by the way, Baby Bay. On this stage, she has enormous potential.
Eva's been crazy this entire series, this entire tournament, honestly. And she was really kind of the only signs of life, even in the other series that they played against Shopify, which was kind of hard because they didn't win a lot of rounds. But she has some of the best clutches that I think I've seen. She was owning in against Crew the first day that they played, and she's going to need to step up big further in this tournament and keep winning those 1v1s and really, you know, change those rounds around.
Definitely. There's a lot of very interesting sort of like matchups that we have here in this series, right? And again, these are two teams that I didn't think would be up for elimination today. This could have easily have been our grand finals. And so it's absolutely crazy that we're seeing this right now. I think that, you know, for example, you have Daiki versus Vanya, and then you have Ava on the other side, and then you have somebody like Bastarda. It's very exciting indeed. But Daiki and Team Liquid are making a second international run here in São Paulo, and Ender sat down with the IGL for a look back at what this experience means to her.
I saw that you were often speaking with players from other teams. So is there anyone you're excited to see come back now to Brazil this time?
I love Mel, and I talk a lot with Mel last year, and even before the Game Changers Championship. And the two girls, it's very special to me. They are very kind, and I love to see them come back here. And now in my home ground, it's very, very special.
I saw when you went to when you went to Berlin, you got to see Snow with the team. I was showing you the clip from earlier. How fun was that for you, I guess, to go to a new city and experience that?
A gente tinha acabado de perder e tava sendo um momento bem difícil pra gente. Eu particularmente tava abalada, e quando a gente viu a neve, eu acho que a gente conseguiu esquecer um pouco desse sentimento ruim que a gente estava sentindo, e a gente conseguiu aproveitar, e eu acho que é por causa disso que a neve em si traz uma memória, uma tranquilidade, uma paz para dentro de mim.
So overall, we were in a position that we just had lost, and like perhaps that's one of the reasons that Snow for me like got to have this like special meaning that brings me like a tranquility, because after all, we had a chance to like just forget about that moment and just enjoy as a group like that moment that we were all sharing of like seeing the snow like together, and we just like got to be like in a very like joyful moment.
Amazing. Well, best of luck to you in the tournament, and thanks for taking the time.
Thank you.
That is so beautiful. I've never seen snow.
You've never seen snow?
I've never seen snow.
Are you serious?
Legit. I've never seen snow. I saw
possible?
like ice, so I don't count it. It was like melting already. So like, yeah, but I've never seen snow. Maybe that will have the same effect on me.
Honestly, it's not that great, but it was great for them clearly. And I mean, honestly, seeing something for the first time like snow, it can be very beautiful. And I mean, that's why it got their mind off of, you know, losing like they did. And that's awesome that they're able to take something out of such a down situation, because we're all competitive, like especially like me and you know, we've competed tons and tons of times before. When you lose, it is the worst feeling ever. And you're like, wow, like I wish I could just do it again. You're thinking about all the rounds you messed up, or things you could have called differently and stuff like that, shots you could have hit. And to just get your mind off of that and, you know, have a positive outcome from a loss is just a good way to move forward as a team and a human.
That is so beautiful. I am so inspired right now. You know, I gotta go and experience something new for the first time. This is
check out some snow.
Let's check out some snow right after doing this. This is my first thing for the day. And before we jump into our maps, I think that right now everybody's expecting possibly an Ascent, possibly a Haven over here. I don't think these teams are probably going to stray too much from what they already know, especially since we saw that BBL, they have a very strong, steady, and stable map pool. They don't tend to do anything out there.
Yeah, exactly. It's a map. Those maps are ones that, again, they are known for historically. Some of them have been winning it for the last like 6-7 months. I don't expect many surprises here as we look at the map, Vito.
Yeah, I'm expecting, potentially maybe a Haven and Ascent. Very, very strong for BBL unless there are bans coming in there. Same for Liquid though, although I do know that they do have a bind in there and they do have a very strong split as well, BBB.
Yeah, I think in general in this matchup, what I realized was I think BBL might be a little bit behind with some of the comps that they run on these maps, and I think it'll come back to haunt them later on in this tournament, or even just now in this tournament. And we saw that against Shopify, right? We saw the Haven comp that BBL was running just get dismantled by the double controller. And I'm pretty sure Team Liquid is a pretty ahead of the meta. Like, they run these new comps. A lot of these comps that are played, especially the double controller comps, were originated from Brazilian teams. So I think they're going to have the advantage overall in the series with comps on almost any map they play. Obviously, Ascent is a map that's very standard and it's very strong for BBL, and BBL is going to look to reclaim their throne as the kings of Ascent if that map goes through, because the performance they had against Shopify, that was really lackluster.
Yeah, they're definitely looking for redemption. But first, let's hear from what Sapphire and I were talking about earlier, one of definitely the gatekeepers of Team Liquid. Let's hear from Team Liquid's Georgina and learn what it's like to have the hometown hero buff on stage.
Eu acho que foi muito mental da nossa parte, eu acho que a nossa confiança estava muito acima da delas e a nossa GL é muito diff. Eu tô muito feliz, tô muito confiante, deu um boost na gente e a gente vai conseguir mostrar porque que a gente veio. Eu acho que eu deixo as minhas meninas muito tranquilas no bomb que eu tô e eu acho que eu dou confiança pra elas de que se eu tiver no clutch eu vou ganhar.
Still smokes for Georgina, and it's going to be a stick here for Bizarro. Only one player has the potential to spam. Oh no. And Thea's on the swing. Scary Shark, where is she? It's all Georgina!
É muito gostoso a gente entrar e ter a torcida inteira gritando pra gente, mas na hora que a gente coloca o fone e coloca o intro, é só a gente o jogo. E também é muito gostoso quando a gente tira o fone e a gente escuta toda a torcida torcendo pela gente, gritando. Tem uma frase certinha que eles gritam que é: eu sou brasileiro. E eles cantaram isso pra gente no final e foi muito gostoso. Eu quero agradecer muito a torcida de vocês, muito rap de vocês e continue confiando a gente, que a gente ainda tem muito pra mostrar.
Oh, I always wondered what they were saying, or I always wondered what it meant. Thanks for that, Georgina. But yeah, that hometown crowd buff, particularly here in Brazil, is insane because like that crowd. I mean, I was doing interviews there, right? You really cannot hear yourself.
Yeah, the crowd has been absolutely insane, and I said this earlier on the analyst desk. But like when I was there, the energy was so crazy, and you know what I mean, like. Thankfully, like, it wasn't a Brazilian team that was playing when I was watching, and they were cheering for everybody. But now that it's a Brazilian team, they're going to cheer for Brazil. And poor Felipa, again, I gotta go back to this, but she's gonna be hearing all these chants, and I don't think she's gonna be getting any praise at all. I just feel so bad still.
I am so stressed for her. I have to reiterate. I feel so stressed for her, but as we mentioned earlier, she is definitely gonna take it like a champ indeed. And even if she has to stand alone there to represent her team, she will do just that. So it is now time to dive into the map vetoes, so let's send it over to our coaches.
So, okay, we're starting map selection process for BBL versus TL. This is a match for the lower bracket, round 2. BBL has the higher seed and starts choosing funds to be Team A or Team B.
Team B.
Team B, okay. So Team Liquid will be Team A. TL starts banning a map.
Ban Breezy.
Breeze, okay. Ban for BBL.
Ban Bind.
Bind. First pick for TL.
Pick Ascent.
Ascent. Side on Ascent for BBL.
Defense.
Defense. Map pick for BBL.
Haven.
Haven. Side on Haven for TL.
Attack.
Attack. Second sets of bans. TL starts banning a map. You have Lotus, Sunset, and Split.
Ban Sunset.
Sunset. Last ban for BBL, you have Lotus or Split?
Ban Lotus.
Lotus, okay. So Split is the decider, side on Split for TL.
Ataque.
Attack. Okay, that's it. Good luck, have fun.
A matchup you wouldn't believe is in the lower bracket, an elimination match at that. As we said earlier, this could have been our grand final, and Baby Bay Sapphire, we are seeing this here right now as our elimination match for this day. What is going on here?
And like Liquid picking Ascent into BBL, they're choosing to play Ascent against BBL. Trying to make a statement for sure. What do you think, Sapphire?
I mean, it's a bold choice. They did take down EG on that pretty comfortably, and maybe they looked at what happened with BBL against Shopify, losing 3-13 on Turkish Ascent, and said, you know what? If Shopify can do it, we can too.
It's just so crazy here because these maps that we have here, I would say like all of them, both these teams perform admirably on all of them, right? So right now, I'm not, just based on the maps, I'm not exactly sure which way this is going to go, but again, you see the crowd that you have in front of your screens right now, and you just have to say that that emotional sort of like uplifting buff that they have for Team Liquid, that's definitely going to play into this series right now.
Yeah, you gotta think so, but at the same time, like, it can also be a debuff in the sense of like, you don't want to disappoint that crowd, and you don't want to be the one that loses to just one player on stage.
Exactly, and right now, as you're seeing with our Prime Gaming Agent Select, it looks like we're not seeing any surprises. We're all keeping it safe here, and it is a mirror matchup.
Yeah, pretty standard across the board, but the good thing to note here is that BBL gets to start on defense, and I think that this is like prime, this is what you want on a set. You usually always want to start defense because it's so hard as an attacker when you're just getting in here. No one's warmed up yet fully. We don't know for sure, but usually when you first start off, you're not that warmed up. It's kind of hard to get stuff going on that map and string rounds together, you know?
Yeah, and then on Team Liquid's side, like, no surprises here, but Daiki is a big impact player on that Sova, taking a ton of mid control.
The maps have been picked, the agents are locked in, so let's get this started and send it over to your casters for this one. It's Mimi and Ender.
Thanks very much to Mika and the Des. We may be in Brazil. This may be the stage that is home for Team Liquid. But Christy, we are starting where BBL is comfortable. The Turkish map, Ascent, a map that defined their year, and it's their chance to stay alive here in São Paulo.
A map that they have always dominated. And also, they're playing with just Felipe out there, 1 versus 5 on the stage. The rest of the team from the back rooms, but that's where they dominated Europe from. Not on a land like Team Liquid here in Brazil. Brazil. It is going to be a battle to the death here on Ascent.
It absolutely will. It's Turkey versus Brazil, two of the most passionate communities we have here in Valorant. Two teams that you could have seen in the final, but only one of them can continue in São Paulo.
To see one drop out so early, an absolute shocker. But we'll see what the teams have in store for us now. BBL starting out on the defense, but they look to attack you very early. Alkia will go flying at you aggressively, and it's going to be a battle over Cat.
One of the fastest teams in the tournament, no matter the side, and Alkia will make first contact, has to push away. The paranoia good by Vanya, but Alkia's gone, and the trade is there out of Bastarda, so A-site open for business as long as they can contend with Felipa, and she's going to get overwhelmed here, just jumping and diving around the corner. It's Daiki and maybe going a bit too far, because Felipa finds two somehow, but Bastarda is back in control, and it's only Wenz who's going to try and get ahead of this one. Will swing out on towards Heaven, recover a Sheriff, and find this 1v2.
Spike planted.
19 HP on Bastarda. Wenz has a turret to deal with, 2 players behind Generator.
Can she find a fight? No. Issa takes her down, and Team Liquid start with the pistol.
I mean, what a start, right? Battle of the Jets, get ready for it all map long. Bastarda kicking it off with the 3K on the entry, takes down the opposition in Alkia, and that's gonna be a really important point of focus, I think, throughout this map, is the battle over tree. BBL like to get very aggressive down catwalk, not just with an operator peeking out or taking a fight, but Alkia too will just go running up catwalk and looking for fights nonstop.
Both these teams will do that at times. Team Liquid is also one who loves to get proactive, test you, especially when they're on that defense. So these early engagements, expect them to be really the make or break of this series.
Yeah, it's all about those early ego fights. TL fighting on both sides of the map, BBL running you down already with that early tile smoke from BBL, threatening that they took a lot of mid space. This is going to bait out the drone from Team Liquid, which won't actually run into anything, because during all of that, while BBL feint a little pressure in mid, they're stacking 3 players very back deep on that B site.
But Team Liquid might head this way still. You see Daiki starting to re-clear space in B main.
The first player they're going to run into is Alkia. After that, there's double flashbangs from backside on Felipa. And that'll be very unexpected for Team Liquid to run into here. If Alkia can get one, that would be a huge boon, but no, Bastarda takes her down with ease.
She's so good on these entries. Door will be closed, and now it's a question of how much can get done from these 2 players in the back lines, and they'll both get spotted off by that knife. Molly to isolate them further, and Team Liquid just taking their time. Bizarra will contend with the first, and they've made sure to stay in control of this one. Not a player dropped, as that spike will come down, and Wenz can get a little bit of damage. It's only 1.
Yeah, I mean, that'll mean knives for Bastarda in round 3, which is a big, big win for Team Liquid. And while, look, they do love to take those ego fights. You've seen how crisp their aim is. This team's utility is impeccable. Daiki scouting with the Sova is absolutely on point, was dominating on both the Sky and the Sova yesterday, but also there, Bizarra using the knife to make sure they realize 2 players in backside, and those 2 flashes are not going to mean anything.
Team Liquid have already shown excellent prep throughout this tournament. You would expect them to be ready for the fast-paced aggression that BBL always shows on Ascent.
Team Liquid coming into this round, just one off of those knives for Bastarda. Looking like they want to play into B main to pick that one up early. Unlike that, and you have a real chance to win this round, but it's a trap play set up from BBL. Wenz gets the kill off the paranoia, and they can retreat, fall back. No knives for TL.
Yeah, beautifully done. They know how close Bastarda is to that ultimate, and they make sure they shut it down.
And you've got to be ready for this as Team Liquid, because BBL have more plays at round start than any other team on Ascent, and it gets aggressive, it gets fast. You're going to see bloodbaths in the first 10 seconds of almost every round.
So now, Team Liquid trying to find a second option. They'll explore towards mid with that alarm bot being taken down. They open up possibilities to split into B, but with no one in main, we're just exploring for a pick and actually look to finish this one back towards A.
Yeah, they want to lean back into Georgina. She has the Guardian over in main and has a paranoia too to send into tree.
That she does. Vanya smoked off on this Lion, but she has an angle up above. However, no one will walk into her line of fire, so it falls instead to the Jet on site. Alkia, 1 kill found. Dash procs, but not ready in time. And Georgina continuing what we saw from her yesterday.
How good was she yesterday? 2 bullets for the 3K. Here again, getting onto the site. Down in number still. And only a Spectre on Bizarra, but watch the flank from Wenz. She has a chance to bust this round down.
Felipa going a little too far, a little too early. And now look at Georgina. She's ready for this one. Spots out Wenz. The player in heaven has a fight of their own, and Georgina Our target is Wens. If that Killjoy is trapped in main, there's no way BBL can make this round happen, especially as Vanya falls. There's only one left, and while the Guardian can't find the shot, was it enough? Bizarre in the 1v1 time, working in her favor, and the movement is perfection.
That is not the way BBL wanted to start Ascent. A true bonus for Team Liquid, even down, losing Bastarda at the start of the round. It's a 4 versus 5, but Georgina jumping into the site with the teleport, and then the Guardian play from her. She is finding so many heads. It's so impressive.
It's funny because you look at this match and you expect BBL to be the team whose individual plays, whose clutches keep them in it. But from what we've seen from Team Liquid thus far, they have that exact same star power, especially with the new additions into the team this year. Players like Georgina have just been electric.
This isn't even seeing them over on defense. I think that's where they were especially shining yesterday. Quick breather, though, for BBL and Team Liquid both, as we have a bit of a technical pause to work ourselves on through. Reminder that 4 of those BBL players are playing from a quarantine room in this, so it's just a different game, I think, when you can see or not see the player sitting next to you, Felipe, out on that stage. They're going to have to dig exceptionally deep in today's game and in the series as well to find that motivation, especially when things go tough.
And it's just a quick tech pause here for gear on the stage. It's already being worked on. And I mean, we talk about where these players are set up, but the stage is where Team Liquid is comfortable. It's the exact same seats that they qualified the championship from.
Team Liquid as well. I mean, just looking around the stands too. Standing ovations, of course, but we also saw that so many of their families are just in the audience today. Georgina, Daiki, the family coming out in force here to support their girls.
Yeah, it really is that family affair, right? Because normally when you look at these international competitions, for Brazil, it's pretty much a 10-hour flight, no matter where you're going. Even in VCT Americas, Brazil flying away, having to compete in another country. But this is their event. This is really, I think, the best chance, the best opportunity for Team Liquid to lift a trophy that they have been after for so long in Game Changers. Remember, this is the same core that was like Game Landers Purple right at the very beginning of Valorant and Game Changers. Daiki and Bastarda as a duo have been at this for literal years.
Yeah, the grind for them has been absolutely nonstop. A heartbreaker to not even make it to the finals last year in Berlin. And then when you look at, you know, other areas of VCT, right, Loud dropping at the final hurdle during lock-in. Now they have the chance to make that full lower bracket run and bring that trophy home.
And when we talk about how invested in Valorant both the Brazilian and Turkish scenes are, you also have to remember that we have never seen a full Brazilian or full Turkish team lift a trophy. Sure, Alpier's done it, but in Game Changers here, it has not happened. So getting to have that first opportunity for really either of these regions, but especially for Brazil in São Paulo, would be massive.
Yeah, it would be amazing to see here. I think also for BBL, that was amazing for them to win out EMEA as that full-on roster.
And it was really living up to what we knew they could do. They started the year with a new roster, upsetting the Queens. G2 came home and they got beaten. But then BBL couldn't win a Game Changers. They couldn't close it out, and it takes until the very last one of the year. They win it, and they make it here to São Paulo.
It was so weird because you saw the promise of this roster initially, right? With those big wins you say, but then faltering in the finals of stage 1, not even making it back in stage number 2. But it was so impressive the run they went on in stage 3, and they do have to live back up to that, but it's not going to be easy, right? You know, Shopify Rebellion, of course, incredible competition to knock them down to this stage, but that's what you're sort of going up against. Both these teams looking at either a potential rematch versus G2 goes, and again, Shopify Rebellion even past this. This is the first step of a very long road.
And remember what it's going to take. It is literally playing every single day from here on out. And that's already been the case for these players, right?
Yeah.
They've already been on that road.
So they played yesterday, best of 3. They play a best of 3 today. Let's assume you keep on winning. That's 2 BO3s tomorrow, and then a BO5 final up against a G2 or a Shopify.
A ridiculous amount of
Good
Valorant.
luck. I would be exhausted.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just what you have to do. Remember as well, for BBL, we were watching some of their content. It is so far to come to play here. For some of their players, it was their first time leaving Turkey, going international, right?
Yeah, Alki was literally saying that she had never been to an airport before.
Yeah,
and then
never
she's hopping
even
on.
stepped foot on a plane. First flight, 14 hours.
Yeah,
I did that
you
same
just
flight to
did
get
that
here.
flight.
Wasn't fun.
Did you have a layover? Like, what's the?
It's direct.
Okay, direct all the way, but 14 hours. I don't know. That's a lot of VODs you can watch to prepare.
True. Also, for such young players, right? Being away from home for that long in an unfamiliar place, playing on a new stage in front of a crowd, it's all so unfamiliar. Really, preparing to play on LAN in a completely foreign place is a new skill that is BBL has to develop right now in just these few days.
It's a shock to the senses, and you would say that, hey, the best thing for them is that they've been playing together all year, right? Playing out of the same house, just watching them as well, the support of the fans at home. You would see watch parties of their games throughout GC, throughout the year. I'm sure there's thousands of fans back home cheering them on.
Hey, but the synergy is ridiculous for BBL because of that. These girls have all been living together for the last year in the same house, hanging out each and every day, practicing, preparing. Like, that's what it takes to go into a situation like this and thrive. You need that relationship.
And yet now they're not in the same room, and that's tough.
That's brutal.
That is tough. They're going to work on through that. The tech pause is over, though. We're back into game. Doesn't look like BBL want to get aggro super quick, and just to catch you up to speed, it is 5 Sheriffs. The Sheriffs are deadly, though, Mimi.
They are. We have seen BBL steal rounds like this before. But into the site goes Team Liquid, and Bizera starts for the opener. Wens finds a kill in the swing. Heaven is good to at least trade even. Now it comes back to a retake.
Pretty far off for BBL to farm up those orbs, whereas Team Liquid just one off. Actually, but Bizera gets that with the spike. It's a big deal for them. Team Liquid are going to look to chain this into another round. And one thing to keep in mind whenever you watch a BBL game is they are heavy armor enthusiasts. You know, when they have a chance to go for a full buy, they go for it. And what it means for them is they don't get to chain together successive buy rounds. When you go for the light armor, that really bolsters your economy up so you can buy 3-4 times in a row, even after consecutive round losses. That is not the case for BBL. So this upcoming round 5 is a swing round. Lose this, and the round after that, you also can't get a purchase.
And what a start to this map that Bastarda has had. She's had a great tournament already, but for the one Chilean member of this Brazilian team who has really been here since the beginning, getting that confidence up, which we've talked about being so important in this head-to-head, is great to see.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, just looking at things too, once we get over to the other side, Bastarda's operator was absolutely on point.
She ripped EG apart.
Her entries as well. That's the thing is Bastarda has such great support, I think, from her backline too. Daiki and Bizera cannot be underappreciated when it comes to that utility to set her up.
Okay, tack timeout now for BBL Queens. It's a rough start to this map. This is their chance to rust the fall.
Yeah, right now I'm doing mostly ultimate economy map because look, you lost one real rifle round.
True.
And just looking at ultimates here, you have the null command coming in from Bizera. You're one off for Wens and Felipa. I think that's going to be a big deal for BBL and for both teams, is playing Extremity and playing the main control this round to look for ult orbs.
On the other side, though, Team Liquid have their own null command in this round, can just nullify getting those ult orbs if they just pound a fast hit with it.
Yeah, that's the thing too, is BBL don't really, on defense, it's really hard to go out on Ascent and farm orbs because they're both so extended.
Yeah.
So it is a big advantage, even though BBL are close. More likely you see those ults come online in a retake situation.
This is going to be a big swing round, though, for BBL to get their feet under them. And they're set up for something aggressive in mid. Might be a bit of a shark attack with that paranoia coming through B main, a flash over the top.
Yeah, that's what it looks like to me, that paranoia to push all the players into Alkia. This is what BBL are known for, exploding right off the rip at you.
And Team Liquid is right in the crosshair. 4 players in B main. Blind is through there. Push back. Here comes Alkia. Up and over the top, finds one, but it's only one. Her teammates, though, are successful, and now they can pull back with a player advantage.
Felipa could look for more. She's posted down bottom mid, and at the same time, got that kill at top mid, right? So now there's not that lurk. You have Wens that's pushing out of A main. These two players are completely trapped from TL.
And they have absolutely no map control to work with. Every single inch they have to re-clear, and they're even suspicious of BBL still hunkering down in B main.
Feels like Team Liquid almost forgot a bit of the prep coming in against BBL. They are so known for this in the EMEA circuit. And coming out of a timeout, you better be prepared for that main fight. We'll see, though, because Bizera and Issa are going to be looking to farm for a couple of shots here. Take those passive lines, though. Ava not really getting anything. Is just going to swing off of Vanya's contact. There she is, and she's so good with it.
Double for Eva, and BBL find themselves on the board. And crucially, they don't have to use any of the big ults in that round, so they have stuff to keep this momentum going.
It's those opening gambits BBL will continue to look for, but
what happens when you go for opening gambits as well, if Team Liquid are postured over on the A side, they just have a site pretty much for free. You've wasted a lot of utility, so it is a little bit flippy in that sense.
And if you remember yesterday, TL's biggest key to success was their fast adaptation. Daiki as a leader is really good at finding that answer quickly.
I mean, just look at the difference here. Stepping out of that lane so the paranoia won't hit them. It's that three-pronged anti-shark attack approach, which BBL are just running back. This time, though, they can just take that down, but Issa is waiting. This is exactly what they needed to adapt.
That adaptation, it's so instantaneous. One round loss, and Team Liquid regain control.
BBL also lost a little bit on the map. No mid-control for themselves. That's what it looks like Alki and Vanya want to group up to play for. At the same time, teleporting across into A main to break the crossfire, get the orb into Daiki's hands. She's just 2 off now.
And she'll drone into this A site. It's a good setup for BBL too here, but look, it's all a fake. Spike's going the other way.
Nobody's home on that B site. Alkia might be able to get over to market and take a shot, but Bastarda's going to dive on in there, close the door. She's not looking at it though, and Alkia gets a big kill to supplement the retake.
And look who's in back site, Vanya. She's always so good for this team, but she just eats the flash.
Georgina.
And is taken down. This is a huge position now. 2 players coming close through CT. BBL clears it. That is a massive frag for Gwen Stefan.
BBL have to, oh no, they have to be able to break this. Zara sends out that fragment.
And that's not enough. You need another piece of utility, and nothing is to come. So everyone forced into the very back lines, but Daiki, huge spot here in main. Alkia's just not looking. She had to run out of the lockdown, and the punishment is there. TL, excellent conversion on the post plant.
Even heating up a few of those critical ultimates from BBL. It's the exact adaptation. BBL run the same exact play, but TL are ready for it this time. And look at it, once again, money not in a good state for BBL. They will be able to work around this because of those knives. But it's just swing round after swing round from them, whereas Team Liquid are going to be able to buy out for the rest of the half.
Team Liquid always spends a portion of their year boot camping over in Europe. They're exposed to a lot of different styles of play. For BBL, this is their first time away from home, and finding a team who adapts like Team Liquid, it's going to keep them on their toes.
Look at this, Alkia going straight up cat. This is a classic, and the paranoia means you can't see anything but close range. Oh no, Bastarda, Bazera both get openers. BBL crumble.
Oh no, the play's falling apart. Same story as last round. BBL suffering from a deficit of players off the rip, and it's desperation. I was going to try and take a fight in mid, but Issa is there to control it, not for long. Vanya, that's a big frag to find.
No flashes available to try and escape from that tree smoke,
Look how
though.
far Bastarda is. She
no.
might have taken this one a bridge too far, because Vanya has taken her down, and somehow BBL are now back into this round 3v3.
2 players off in main, and a smoke for Vanya means they can isolate Bazera back in hell.
Oh, and Bazera's just going to get spammed. That is a great drone. The leader is doing everything right now.
2 shock darts on Daiki, paranoia on Georgina. Once this smoke drops, they're going to fight back in.
First tap, here comes that paranoia. But no one's fighting forward. Smoke is now down. They have to get Vanya off that spike. She's holding it all the way through. Vanya just holds a button, and BBL wins the round.
Simple as that. Another day at the office there. Shout out to Wenz on the nano swarm. There was a very deep nano, so it made it really hard to fully swing into the angle and see the spike. The timing on the smoke dropping was good, but that nano was another layer that TL were not ready for.
The start of that round, again, was 2 players dying on the set play. That's the resiliency that BBL has.
This early dive is a signature of BBL. Surprising it did not work, but there you have it. Vanya finding that kill and then off the ping. I think in the post plant, Team Liquid might need to be a little bit more together. They've been
Here
separated,
they go again.
Good lord.
So fast out of BBL. Same shark attack we saw before, this time with a soul vault. I'm not sure if that tag
Look
connected.
at Wine. Wenz is in 1 and looking for the fight.
Whoa, could have been something more. Only 1 kill picked on up. I don't know how Team Liquid keep on dodging each and every one of these bullets. They're looking like Keanu Reeves out there.
Living in the Matrix. There's not a chance to breathe for BBL. No reset, no nothing. They're looking for the fight, and 2 players on the flank.
This is the next punch from BBL. And Daiki, does she have the timing? Smoke forward. Daiki has a shorty, and she spots out Vanya, but doesn't win it. Vanya keeps getting away with magic. But look at Issa. She's still here. Will get mated out, but she has space to play with, and no one is looking at her on BBL. Felipe looks away at just the wrong moment. And it's even out in a 1v2. Both players tucked towards hell. A double setup should be improbable to break, and well, she can get the first. Georgina's got the trade.
I'd like to invite you all to never discount a single player versus 2, 3, 4 on the other team. Both teams are incredibly stacked with late round clutch players with the dirtiest aimers we've got here. There's always a moment, but this time around, the trade is good enough from Georgina through that wall.
Just a reminder, BBL's actually playing on defense right now.
Yeah, you might be shocked. And I
certainly was.
It's never gonna slow down because it's another A main rip here. This time, high flash, Paranoia also going down.
Here they go again, and you see Team Liquid is ready to absorb that aggression.
Yeah, here's though where things become a little bit of a problem because you overinvest into A. Team Liquid aren't actually snapping into B so quickly. Right now it's just Wens here, but Vanya will soon arrive, and as the stack comes in, it makes this gamble not so bad for BBL.
No, it doesn't. 3 players posted up. Team Liquid taking their sweet time on committing. Actually gonna cancel.
They want the reset. Honestly, catching BBL off their toes, because you'd imagine BBL are either sprinting through on the flank, but Georgina knows that A main push hasn't fully come in yet. So now, as TL, you're imagining BBL are kind of ping-ponging between the two sites. They think they guessed wrong on A, so they come B, but then there's no B hit. So what are they doing?
And this is just a Team Liquid classic. They love calling these rounds where they early take space, super aggressive, force you to go crazy with your rotations, and just pause for like 40 seconds.
And TL have done nothing, right? Like, they can relax, take a deep breath. BBL are freaking out the entire time. Georgina, if she finds an opener over here, BBL, their ankles will be snapped.
She's just waltzing out onto the site. Let's see if that pulls rotations. You see the Jet is leaving already. This should give an opportunity to get into B. Ult committed. There's player position in logs, but the shots aren't landing for Wens. And now Vanya has only a classic to try and deal with Bastarda, and she's able to do that.
Spike gets into the site, but the two teammates are nowhere to be found. Daiki has to do something, and Ava gets a critical kill.
Look at where
10 seconds, there's no time.
She's nowhere near Bizarra, and she needs to get the spike down right here, right now. Flash there to support, swing out from Bizarra. She needs to win both sides, and Vanya just has to live. She runs for the hills and runs away with a round.
What a chaotic round. No plan to even come in at the end, and the problem there comes from Team Liquid expediting that push without smokes coming in. Because Georgina goes into that engagement on the other side of the map with Ava, there's no CT smoke, there's no market smoke, so players are flooding out from BBL on that retake. And while TL traded out most of them, they're too isolated. That Sove ult keeps Daiki so far away from the rest of the team. It was a 3-on-4 entry at TL faltering.
Big MasterCard thrifty there for BBL. After a very difficult start to this half. Finally, a moment of pause. BBL not going for any shenanigans early, just taking some control in A main.
A lot of mid control. It's Team Liquid's chance to switch the pace and blitz on into market. Way faster than anything we've seen from them so far.
They've broken this alarm bot pretty often with shock darts, with pressure, but they've never entrenched someone pizza.
But freeze. Team Liquid. There's no rush. They take the space, they love to fight for early space, and then they can poke, they can prod, they can look for the knives, but Ava gets the kill to give BBL the advantage.
So where do they go now? The rest of these players don't have the best of weaponry. They have to clear out A main. If they just go straight through Catwalk, it's a death trap. Paranoia in. Here comes the push from the tree room. There's no smoke to block this one off just yet, so they run straight into Vanya. She misses out on one, but should have done enough because Alkia still is in main. But look at the
going
diversion.
heaven. Iza's looking for a kill. There's 45 seconds. If they can kill these two players in spawn, it changes everything.
This is a big fight to win. And Eva's just not looking. Wens will run. She'll have to hide. If she can get to B, if she can beat them out, she has a chance to win this round.
She's just frozen in market here. Maybe even wrapping back to B main. Where do the other two teammates choose to go? It'll be all three. They're full retaking through main. We've switched from sides completely, Mimi.
Post-spike for Team Liquid. Bizarra is wounded, but they are committing the lockdown.
They're pushing.
Isa thinks she can win this. And she whiffs out. Bizarra only has 5 health. So many players up against her, but she finds 2. Bizarra! Surely there's not a shot of this. And there isn't. Philippa saves the day.
I just don't believe it. There is always a chance in the late rounds. These two teams are so similar in so many ways. The raw talent between the 10 players you see on your screen right now, incredible. The clutch factor at the end of rounds, the superstar duelist power, even the monstrous fragging IGLs. Off to a slow start today, but Vanya and Daiki are just absolute shooting machines. And they've got the brains to back it up too.
She got that so damn close. Huh. But it's not a moment today for Team Liquid. They do still have guns. They have a null command. The pace is staying high. Everyone primed up in B main. Here comes that ult. And Vistarta, you know she's gonna follow. Dash up and over into the site. Both players will hunker down in the backlines, and Vanya look to join, but now has to cancel that one on out, so it's only two. Eva and Wentz is executed. Eva, can she do something more? Finds one kill already and is trying to dance her way into another opportunity. But he's
Georgina's up in A heaven. She's on A every single round. Vanya will take her down, but it's a 2-on-3 for the retake, and Daiki's prowling in main.
They'll enter the site. Alkia makes a sound.
Daiki.
Does Daiki activate? She has the perfect angle, and Alkia is gone. Vanya in a 1v2, but she's won these before. But this time, Issa blindsides her. So Team Liquid, they take some of their own pace, and they claim their 7th.
Yes, they do. I mean, Georgina is feeling the energy. You can see some of these crazy lurks through A. That round, the ultimate just sending her into heaven. While BBL are trying to initiate a retake, you just lose track of what's happening on a map when things are happening so fast. The communication, how quickly you have to say, you know, where is that Omen? Do we know where she is? We don't turn around. It's full-on chaos. And that is where Georgina thrives.
Last round of the half. And the buy ain't great for BBL. But it's the same play again. Alkia just runs it down catwalk.
And now the rest of Team Liquid, they've got a blitz in tape. There's still 2 players waiting for it. Georgina gets the opener. Quick to fall to Eva.
Eva on the site, still alive in this one. Her drone spotted. That wide swing is disgusting. How does she get 3? And how's Vanya here? She's ran all the way around the world to isolate Issa in main. The spike is so far from home.
Vanya was right in the wind tunnel behind Alkia all the way through catwalk as well. Eva, unbreakable on the defense.
And Issa time to play with.
Recalling my bot.
The second that Issa sees Eva, Vanya is going to turn around this corner on her. She will have to spin on a dime.
It has to be perfect. Issa spots the first, takes her down. Is she ready for the second? Not in time. Vanya wins the last round of the half for BBL.
They'll always make you hold your breath for it, though. 5-7, it is tight, and BBL fought back after losing the pistol, losing the anti-bonus against Team Liquid. It is going to be close throughout the rest of this game, but now it is Team Liquid's chance on defense. The operator will come into play, and we just get another look at the defense of Eva, how strong she's been. She'll try to carry that into the second half as well.
Great moments from both these sides. I think that pace delivery even beyond what we expected from these two teams. But it's definitely anyone's game here on Ascent as we send it down to the halftime with Kazuki on stage with Georgina's family.
Fala pessoal, tudo bem? Estou aqui com a família da Georgina. Eles que estão acompanhando pela primeira vez o jogo presencialmente. Vou perguntar como eles estão se sentindo. Hi everyone, I'm here with Georgina's family and I'm going to ask them how they are feeling seeing their daughter playing the first time here in the international stage. Como vocês estão se sentindo com relação a Georgina jogar pela primeira vez?
Olha, a experiência é ímpar, não é? E nós viemos aqui do Pará, mas viemos para buscar a vitória.
The experience is impar. We came from really far away, but it's incredible seeing they here. E eu vou perguntar para a mãe da Georgina como que ela, para deixar uma mensagem para a Georgina, para ela ver depois do game. So I'm gonna ask Georgina's mother to say a message for them to watch after the game. So, o que você quer dizer para a Georgina para ela ver depois do jogo?
Loura, olha, nós te amamos muito, 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 temos muito orgulho de ti, viu? Um beijo no teu coração.
Georgina, we love you so much. We're really proud of you. We love you so much. We want to see you soon. Thank you.
Georgina maybe channeling some of that love on the stage. She's been having a ridiculous tournament thus far.
Yeah, she's certainly loving it out there. I don't know if on the other side, BBL are loving running into Georgina's crossfire.
I don't think so.
But they are very good. Also, hello to Killjoy out there.
From Valorant.
From Valorant. Gotta love that.
Let's talk about this second half, though. How does this crazy pace for BBL transfer to the attack?
Honestly, they play more aggressively on defense than they do on attack. Don't get me wrong, there will be a lot of very fast set plays, but sometimes they just let Alkia go off and do her own thing. Like they'll do 4 players going through A main while Alkia sprints down Cat, almost like she did on defense.
Yeah.
Except she'll just solo take into tree, maybe have a paranoia or something like that to help her out. You'll see a little bit less combined play with Alkia and the rest of her team than you would see from a Bastarda with the perfect util setup of Team Liquid.
It seems like the win condition then is shutting down Alkia in these solo plays.
It really is. If you can win out in that opening fight, which often Alkia will just go ahead and take 50-50s, it can swing back in your favor.
Well, here we go. Second half pistol round and BBL set up to take mid.
Shadows traveling. Smoke over onto Cap, but there's a gnarly crossfire here with the turret that'll also engage it.
Do they activate the trap here? Isa has to follow up off the paranoia, but Felipa was never blind. And she takes her down instead. Bizarro from the other side just trying to Zorg into mid, and it's not working out. BBL have advantage.
Yeah, BBL gonna run back into Cap, but these 2 players from Team Liquid will be here quickly. Bastarda has a Sheriff in hand. She's gonna look to fish out from heaven.
Georgina on the wide angle, isolates a fight, but can't get it done. Alkia on the trades, and BBL with a pistol.
Alkia to turn it back in BBL's favor. It looked like Team Liquid snapped a little bit too quickly on that crossfire because they wanted to go for the paranoia play, but so many players are still all the way down near bench area in mid, so they dodged away from the paranoia, swung back into the line. It wasn't as clean as Team Liquid would have liked to see. This is what I'm talking about. You shouldn't be able to have players not being hit by that paranoia. Team Liquid will refresh that going into future rounds, but looks like for now it's just going to be a full-on ace attack for Isa, left completely on her own here.
And they didn't guess right. BBL will take this one very fast into the B site.
No stall or anything to even keep it contained here. It's really for Team Liquid. I'm wondering, I think they may have enough money to get a glass off or something later on. Eyes on this round though. Triple flank coming in from Team Liquid through main, but BBL are playing so far forward. Look at that, they're fighting back into main.
I'm watching Alkia. How many pips can she get here towards that Blade Storm? It's going to be Felipa instead, harvesting up some of these eco frags as they push all the way through and punish Team Liquid's flank.
Please, I'd love some ult orbs. Please, just funnel them into me. Wens just wants anything on this, and she'll see a shoulder. Creep on up. It's all part of the bait. There's someone to her right. Taiki is able to get that kill, but if anything, you could go ahead and play for exits here and remove it. That's why all of BBL are avoiding B main going into spawn, where there are still 2 players set up.
A ping pong back and forth, but it is, of course, only classics. No damage really going to come out of this one. BBL keep their guns, at least for the most part.
Lost 1 gun.
Yeah, 2.
That's
or 1.
Just
sorry.
1. That was the same gun that TL lost. So it only counts as 1 at the end of the day.
Out.
That's simple math.
Quick math
for you right there. Daiki's got the Odin though. Do you remember what Daiki did with the Odin yesterday?
A lot.
She killed a lot of people.
Yes.
It was alarming. And it was in B main as well. That wall as thin as paper. She had a lot of different angles she was working with on that one, that's for sure. What I'm almost more interested in is how aggressive Bastarda is going to look. What I'm seeing right now is her wanting to challenge top mid early, and I know BBL want to fight back.
Start smoked off, and she'll just concede the angle. So it's fast upcat. This is kind of what you were talking about with Alkia really quickly taking space. The dart is now landed, but look at the reaction from Team Liquid. They'll go into A main instead. But here's Bastarda. I mean, they're just fighting straight into her. But Bastarda is ready. She's gotten used to the pace. Here comes the pivot. We're going back to B. 2 players will entrench on the site to anchor, and Isa is up first. Fully blind, though. The Odin queued up. The dart not finding anything. Another flash connecting, but Isa finding shots. And Daiki lighting up the feed too. They have shut this down.
I think Isa just barely dodged away from the flash on that, and she
destroyed Team Liquid. Good play from them on the anti-bonus versus BBL, and that's what we were expecting to see from BBL, right? Abandon Alkia to go do her own thing. It's a feint so they can go into B, but Team Liquid didn't bite on it at all. Their prep has been good coming into this tournament and coming into BBL, and if they stick to that, they're going to be very confident in this matchup.
A Prime Gaming flawless. Nothing better you could hope for on your anti-bonus. Bastarda again contesting mid.
I mean, if people keep smoking bottom mid, she's going to say that's a good trade for her. Does she step out of this with the drone, though? Because it clears right in front. No, just going to tuck over into bench. BBL waiting for a sign of early aggression out of that jet, but it hasn't come just yet.
Look at Isa. Really risky position here. She might get punished. Shots whiffing out. Wen stakes her down, and now Daiki has just an Odin to be her friend on the site, and Alki is just up and over the top. Poor Daiki didn't stand a chance.
Good shot from Bastarda to equalize somewhat, but really clearing B main is going to be tough. I think it's a great call from Bastarda to push into mid, break that turret, pull the attention of one of those two players in main. But two in main is almost impossible to disrupt.
All eyes on Bastarda. 3 flashes to support her in this round. She needs something now. She needs something clean, and Philippa won't give an opportunity. Nade into that corner will push the KO out, but Philippa wins the fight. Still, Team Liquid have found opportunities, and they've evened this one out. Paranoia into the backlines. Alkia pushes forward. She has a massive position as Georgina's just going for a crazy teleport that doesn't work out.
It slips away at the end, but it's so close. Vanya stays alive with one. You'll see, though, the entire round starts with our Killjoy stepping in front of her turret in B main, taking the fight. TL will fight BBL. They are not afraid. Neither of these teams is ready to respect the other. They want to take the fight. They think they're better, and if they lose, they don't say that was a misplay or anything. They say, I should have won that, and I'm going to win it again the next time.
Each round, we get deeper into this one. You expect one of these teams to concede, but they both refuse. We're into the next round already. And it's BBL holding back, waiting for this knife in A main.
Now we'll keep you updated on the action here as BBL take full control of main. There's an ult back into spawn that spots out 2 players. BBL, they're going to try to sprint in here.
Bizarra into the smoke. 1 kill found. Eva, great trade from her. Georgina, her cancel ult takes her into heaven. The revive is through, but Bastarda cuts down 2. And now Isa from heaven will do some more. Spikes on the floor. And it's Vanya alone in a 1 versus 2.
Spike still trapped over in main. She doesn't care about it. She doesn't want it. She's going to keep pushing for the kills.
Both on the other side of the smoke.
That's a judge waiting for inside of it as well.
Look at this play. She is wrapping all the way back around the world to get the spike.
She's got 45 seconds to make that. I believe Daiki heard those footsteps. Look at that reposition.
Oh,
coming
maybe
back.
she didn't. She thinks it could be a re-wrap through, and you see that Team Liquid condensing the map. No, now Daiki knows. Now Daiki hears. But there's still time to go. B, is she going to make this into a foot race?
The Vanya World Tour.
30 seconds left.
Who's faster?
From Istanbul to São Paulo and now over to the B site.
She's ahead of the game. A post plan is just what Vanya needs to win a round like this.
She doesn't lose those.
So how does she approach it?
She will get aggressive. She will
always
step
does.
forward at you. Yeah. Usually you'd see this player go into spawn, but she has so much time to work with. She goes into market. There's
nasty angle.
There's an alarm bot that stops her going any further.
And she finds Daiki, but the trade is there. Team Liquid dodge a bullet.
I'm going to need someone to do the math. How many rounds were won with just a single player surviving by both of these two teams?
Too many to count.
Too many to count. It's an absolute nail-biter. TL just barely throughout this game have held on to that edge. BBL always trailing just slightly, always just fighting for it. And they almost pull it back together. It's just Isa with a very clean shot at range. If Vanya had been perfect on that first shot and not had to track that first player through the wall to secure that kill, that would have been the difference.
And what a big round that is, because that is BBL's economy reset now.
Broken completely. They go for heavy armor round after round. Every round is a swing round. Rounds are more important for BBL to win than they are for Team Liquid.
And Team Liquid, they have the tools to keep on winning. Lockdown available, and already some early damage onto Alkia.
My ult's ready.
Knives gonna get popped off that surely though. And then usually with those knives, Alkia loves to go for split hits through mid. Whether that's tempting her way into tree or blitzing all the way up into market. Sometimes even spawn is on the table for her, but I think market on her eyes for now. Oh, never mind. It'll be the fake into tree, of course, while the rest of the team gears up for the B hit, a classic BBL.
She always keeps him guessing. And she's been spotted. Oh, but that is just perfect crosshair placement. 1 for 1 is more than you could ask. But look at Team Liquid, they're not baited by this.
BBL also not going back into A, instead setting up for a split into B.
There's still an alarm bot. And there's that drone. Team Liquid are now aware of what is going on, and Bizarra is on her way. Smoke up, that allows the cross, but Team Liquid only have 1 player on site.
Bastarda's all the way in BBL spawn. Time is ticking, and she's gonna have a chance to stab them in the back and mid.
BBL have to go quickly if they want to avoid this flank, because Bastarda has the line. Philippa cannot go through market, but is that where she wants to go? The timing gets weird, and Philippa escapes a flash up and over the top. Bizarra into the site. Eva will try her best, but cannot find a kill, and Daiki has the spike on the ground. Eva 1v3. The shots aren't there. That's the 10th round for Team Liquid.
Team Liquid will hear the fans. 4 or 5 of BBL will not. And they're gonna have to battle back here. This is the most important round of the game for BBL. It comes after Alkia almost finds an opener over into tree. And BBL will decide to call a timeout going into this next one.
They're second of the game.
Last player standing.
They have a lot of adversity ahead of them. 4 ultimates, everything but that null command available for Team Liquid. Their economy blossoming. This is Team Liquid's map to win, and this really is the last chance for BBL to stay innocent.
I mean, the things that BBL have to be concerned about, it's less their own game plan here, and it's not getting caught out by opening traps. When Knives and Hunter's Fury are up, A main is terrifying. Those tight lanes, very, very spooky from a combo play. Even if you go for a mid-market split, if that Sova is set up in tree, that Hunter's Fury can come at almost a perpendicular angle on you and tear you apart. It is really hard to craft your way through a round like this.
And well, surprisingly, this isn't the map pick of BBL. Ascent is always the one where you expect them to feel at home. This seems like their way into the series, but thus far Team Liquid has come prepared.
And Team Liquid haven't even had to bother with giving Bastarda an up. She's just been shooting people, and that's been completely fine. They haven't even been challenged enough to need to have that happen.
With the pace at which BBL plays, the rifle works just fine.
Looks like we're still at a pause for just a moment with BBL sitting in spawn. We'll update you as soon as we get a chance to. But it does give these players a little bit more time to think about what they are really going to have in store. A lot of times you'll see like the classic Killjoy play is you play an A retake setup when you have that lockdown as an option. So I actually like that Team Liquid aren't really changing their default setup whatsoever.
Feels like BBL would be the team to shut down a retake setup like that. They absolutely love pushing through tree, going up towards heaven. They're so variable in what space they'll take in these post plants.
I've got an issue. I've got an update for you. It is a headset issue with one of our players. Looks like they're on stage. So we'll get that sorted as soon as possible. You better believe both players are going to be feeling the pressure, although actually maybe not. Alkia looks relaxed right there.
Big chillin'.
Monster chilling. And you can really tell as soon as the chair starts to recline on back.
What angle does it switch over? Like past like 70 degrees?
I get really concerned when it goes down to 180 degrees. Because at that point, it's a whole journey to get back
That's just
up
a
there.
bed.
You're out of the zone. It is a complete bed. But BBL still awake in this one, you might say.
They are. Keeping us awake.
Keeping us awake. Still a long day to come. Another series after this one. Maybe the most hotly anticipated series we have in the tournament, how that's going. Shopify and G2 goes in.
And whichever team loses that, they have a scary lower bracket ahead of them. It could be SMG or it could be one of these two teams who have all been standout at GCC thus far.
Now's about the time where I think it is fair, while we have lost the attack timeout, I don't believe our coaches can talk to us. I think this is anecdote time.
Okay.
Let's tell some silly stories.
I love some stories.
Let's learn about the teams. Let's learn about the players. What you got for me, Mimi?
Well, let's talk about Palestra. You know, coach of Team Liquid. He's been with these girls since pretty much the beginning, before even this rebuild.
Pretty smart dude.
Yeah, and you know what? When everyone's walking up on stage together, it's always the coach walking up in front, and all the players following behind. You know, like a line of little ducklings, right?
Yeah, and he's always holding a duck when he comes out with him too.
A goose even.
A goose, a silly stuffed goose.
And we
you might
talked
call
to
it.
him. And the players call him Mother Goose, actually.
Mother Goose.
Yes, and because of that, they gave him a little gift, which of course was a goose of his own, the one that he carries.
It was.
At every walkout.
And they even gave him a name too. It's Ponzo. I love on the other side as well.
And Ponzo, what does that mean in Portuguese? Neither of ours that good.
Duck goose. Goose duck.
Goose duck? Something
One
like
of
that.
those. I'm not an expert.
And there he is,
by any
getting
means.
involved
There
in
we
the
go.
timeout.
Even got a little necklace going on there.
Looking spiffy with the bow tie as
Real
well.
spiffy. But now the real challenge would be if we could make a little pivot over to the other side, because BBL have some support of their own.
They do.
Have you seen the happy sad octopus that you can flip inside out? They've got in their hands. Yeah, that's Bunchuck. And a big help to the team, especially when the going gets tough here, down 10-8.
That's a head-to-head that I'm really worried about in this match.
Who do you think wins? Because honestly, the actual size of their two stuffed animals, the goose is larger, but in a real-world situation, the goose is floating on the top of the water. An octopus underneath, that's got to be GG for the goose.
It's got to be.
That's a BG, as a matter of fact. You don't even see it coming.
Octopi are scary.
Octopi are
Not every
scary.
day you can say octopi.
That's really not, especially not in Valorant.
No.
Although, aren't there some
Omen
theories?
like an octopus or something? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure Omen is just like a dark cloud with a lot of
Everyone
I know
knows
teenage
the lore
angst
well,
that he needs to
crying right
get
now.
out of his system.
Vanya really putting that angst. Isn't it crazy that she's the IGL team? She's always the smokes player. Yet somehow, in a world where duelists get all the attention.
In a world where duelists get all the attention.
This world. She's the player that everyone thinks about when they think PBL. Oh,
she's the player.
Hold on, we've got a game ahead of us. No.
I thought we were gonna get a little rock, paper, scissors. You know what? If you've been watching the walkouts throughout this tournament, you would have seen the rock, paper, scissors games when they're doing the walkouts. Some people just don't know how to play. Like, they just go rock immediately. There's no wind up.
I've noticed in different countries, sometimes the rock, paper, scissors meta is different. Like, it'll be like 1, 2, 3, shoot, or rock, paper, scissors, shoot, or...
Are you a rock, paper, scissors and you go on scissors?
No, rock, paper, scissors,
Because I'm a go on scissors kind of guy. That's the
California
meta.
education system is
Yeah,
very
what can I
wrong.
say?
But thankfully, we're back into the real game, Valorant. To update you, it is a very important round. 4 ultimates for Team Liquid, BBL out of their timeout, trying to break this momentum.
It's also a game of rock, paper, scissors, and BBL are coming in on the attack with the giant rock. 5 players into B main, teleporting across to break that crossfire. And a counter Hunter is Fury out of Dyke. She's killing everybody.
How many tags did she get with that? 3, but can't follow it up for a kill. Locked down into the site, but look how far ahead Alkia is, and they are just being destroyed. TL pick off 2 wins. Thankfully, for BBL has found the trade, and they've now found the B site.
Team Liquid solid on that defense. The site is now open. They're leaving Wenz over into B main. Wenz will be the difference in this round. If she can fish for something out of here, get 1, get 2, BBL are right back into it.
But she's smoked off. It's going to be so difficult to get out.
They're fighting up on lane here. No flash to work with. They're going to have to peek out of the smoke and take the fight.
When do they find their timing? When does Team Liquid activate? When do they spring this trap? Out goes Georgina, and she falls immediately. Here comes that swing from main. Eva needs to go massive here, and she's already found one. It's a lockdown ticking, and it's Issa denying.
11 HP. Issa stays alive. That will be 11 for Team Liquid.
The most important round of the game, and it goes to TL.
Issa lets him know as well.
She knows how important it was.
BBL's backs are broken off of that. 11-8 for Team Liquid. They're gonna have rifles and light armor. But BBL, they narrowly tried to make it back in. It was lost at the end.
But what really could be killer is that ult economy. Team Liquid still have this KO null command, still have a way to make it back into sight. If last round was a chance for BBL to win cleanly, this is the one to stay alive.
The op
is here for Bastarda, and it comes with aggressive A main fight. These two players fainting, there's nothing behind us. They'll take this fight even if BBL beat them. Bastarda will be there with her perfect op.
Remember, she hasn't had to show the operator yet this half.
BBL aren't ready for it, and they're gonna come down into Cat straight into her. The first line, she's taking that fight.
TP forward. And Bastarda is taken down. Doesn't even get a shot off with the operator. Bizarra somehow still alive. She'll pop her null command to try and defend this A site. But look where these players are. Everyone's in A main now, vacating all the way around the world for Georgina. And she actually has an angle onto Eva. This is unbelievable. If her teammate can bait Eva in, she can find the line, but she jumps down at just the wrong moment.
She
and
falls
Eva
off.
kills Bizarra.
And now 3 players on site for BBL. Georgina teleporting forward. She's gonna try and find that drone. Eva
What a
falls.
play. Massive moment from Georgina. But can they win the round off of it? Because Philippa has still found a shot. It's even again. 2 versus 2. Don't real tag Philippa, but Alkia's done enough. Or has she? Nike's still alive! It's the Odin in her hand! And that is her gun! The 19-year-old leader with another clutch. Map point Team Liquid.
Daiki leads by example. Daiki leads from the front. And Daiki have taken Team Liquid all the way. Bastarda fell as a perfect flash on this entry, but in the chaos of it all, Georgina finding one. And here Daiki playing off of her own dart. How many times have you seen that? Her utility perfect, her gunplay somehow even better. Daiki does it all.
And that's heartbreak for BBL. They go back to what works. Speed. Their pace, it has been high this whole map. And they'll keep it going towards the A site, but they can't commit just yet. They're stalled out.
Yeah, 4 players get hit by the knife on that one. They're gonna fall back, and who do they fall back into? Bastarda. The operator gone, but she's bottom mid, ready to take this fight.
They'll circumvent Bastarda. Back towards B instead. Wentz. Big trouble. She's fallen. Now this forces them to commit towards B. Or to go back through mid to try and clear something out. There's not many options though.
BBL think going B is way too readable at this point. There's no drone, so it's really hard to fake a hit over onto this side.
But what do they have to re-clear space? There's still players in A main.
They can't step into mid. If they do, Bastarda's there. It'll be a really strange fake over onto B. They'll call in smokes from Vanya. That faints 1 player. Sova Jet can show that paints 3 over towards B, but it's actually 2 stacking into A.
Look at Issa's angle though. She knows that no one can be out onto the site yet. She's keeping these players on A, and they are activating so early. No one's committed through. The re-clear is their team. Liquid knows. And they're ready on this site. Great paranoia. Forces Philippa away, a nade as well. They are stalled out yet again.
20
Last
seconds.
chance for BBL to make something of this map. Georgina again swings from Dice, finds one. She's got 3 in the round, and Alkia, she's got nothing. Team Liquid, 13-8, take map number 1.
Team Liquid had the guts to pick a set up against BBL Queens. Match the Turkish team on Ascent, and they look damn good there.
And the thing is today, it's new players stepping up. That map was about Bizarra, about Issa having standout matches. Team Liquid is proving why they committed to the remake of this team at the beginning of the year. Why this new talent from Brazil is so damn good. That's the first map of the series, but BBL, I'm sure they've got more in the tank, because Haven's coming up after this.
When you play an actual ranked game, it's 50 minutes, but how much are you actually shooting? With Aim Labs, you can compete in over 1,000 tasks that will prepare you for any scenario in any game. For the new ranked season, you play, you get points, you can compare yourself to your friends. With Aim Labs' new one-to-one Valorant maps, you get instant feedback on how to get better crosshair placement, better peak efficiency. You can also instantly modify existing tasks with Discovery. Get started today by downloading Aim Labs for free and join millions of other satisfied players.
Thank you so much. We're joined here with Halestra, so welcome back, guys. I'm gonna have to ask you a question because the momentum is so heavily in your favor right now. You're one map away to going up against SMG, one map away from top 4. What's the morale like right now?
Just stay focused. We didn't win the BO3 right now, so they are peaking right now, so we should just keep the focus, keep the calmness, and we should do good on Haven. We like to play Raven. It's a good matchup for us, so just keep the momentum.
All right, thank you so much for your time. Good luck out there.
That's right. They may have taken ascent, but the coach says you have to stay focused. It is not the end of the BO3 just yet. They still have Haven, but that ascent map was quite impressive for Team Liquid. I mean, Baby Bay, we were talking about how, you know, the aggression on attack, for example, and how BBL is matching that, but also this incredible teamwork that was coming out of Team Liquid.
Yeah, and they really left no corners unchecked, and like they're following all the steps on these hits. Like this was beautiful. Like you take the B site, you know that there's an omen backside B, but you're waiting for the flash before you peek. And it's just like simple things like this. They're clearing all the boxes and playing really good fundamental Valorant and playing off of each other well.
Yeah, that's definitely a Daiki-led team with checking all those protocols there. It was great to see and gave him a good bump going into the second half.
Speaking of like, Daiki calls, I think like, these amazing sort of like on the fly adjustments. Like for example, we did see Georgina with an excellent TP that suddenly like, threw everything off guard in this round, I believe, Sapphire?
Yeah, this was huge. So TPing back to attacker spawn, this was such a pivotal play right here. And while Daiki eventually will get kind of the highlight moment, this is really what sealed it for them, because I believe the Eva still had the drone as well, which would cause a distraction, obviously, when the defense is trying to retake. But that TP there to quickly get that frag was pivotal to allow Daiki to close it out and get those final 2 frags.
It's those micro plays that like really make the difference here. And Team Liquid knew that. We do also have to point out that Isa has been having an amazing game. And I just love how like every single time there's a Team Liquid match, it's always like, okay, Daiki is the queen this round, and now it's Bastard, and now it's Georgina, and now Isa has her moment, baby babe.
Yeah, and Isa was dominating the 1v1 game. Like not only was she on the top of the leaderboard, but how many 1v1s did she win that like were very, very important rounds? Like it just made them get in the lead even further, and their economy was able to flourish from it. And she was at the same time breaking the economy of BBL.
Yeah, and speaking of BBL, actually, let's hear what Meseka has to say ahead of Map 2.
We're joined here by Meseka as well as Rebecca for the translation. Thank you so much for doing that. So it's no fear that it's not been the strongest or the easiest tournament for you guys coming into this. Haven coming up next. A lot of hope in terms of it being your map pick. Can we expect anything special? You got something cooked up?
Buraya geldiğinizden beri çok kolay geçmiyor turnuva ama şimdi Haven sizin map pickiniz. Özel bir şey hazırladınız mı bizim için?
Evet, yani buraya geldiğimizden beri yaşadığımız sıkıntılardan dolayı normalde alışık olduğumuz oyunu gösteremiyoruz ama Heaven'da göstermeyi umuyoruz. Dün de Heaven seçmiştik. Benzer bir oyun olacak. Rakibin oyunu benzer olmaya çalışacağını biliyoruz. Evet, özel olarak çalıştık. Umuyorum bu sefer sahneye yansıtacağız.
Yeah, we haven't been able to show what we got since we came here, but yeah, we definitely have something special planned for you guys on Haven, and we will show you what we got.
All right, thank you so much. I'm looking forward to it. Good luck out there.
You gotta love the fighting words of BBL, and you heard the crowd as well. They do have people on their side, which is really, really inspiring, right? Especially since, as we were talking about earlier, Baby Bay, the odds seem to just be against this team, but they're standing strong.
Yeah, and honestly, that last map was not that bad. It was pretty close. I actually think, like I said, if those 1v1s went the other way and they went to BBL, maybe BBL is the winner of that Ascent map. But going into Haven, I don't know what we're gonna see. Like that could be like such a surprise that the BBL coach was talking about, and he was looking a little frustrated in those player camps from that first map. But it's gonna be an uphill battle, I think, especially against Liquid's comp, and they like to run the double controller just like Shopify did, and we saw what that did.
Yeah, and I think what we did see a lot of great things were those set defensive plays from the team, and that's historically what the team has done as well on Haven. So, as the coach said, there might be some of those new things, some of those surprises, and they're gonna want to play aggressive. They again, those worked for them. We just need to see more of those set plays.
Which, by the way, like that entire defensive Ascent, it felt like the first like 7 rounds, BBL was like running it down, going for these like cheeky flash pop, flash jet dash plays, but like they were kind of working, but like also getting shut down. And I feel like Liquid like had a good read on where to speed up when they made those aggressive plays.
Yeah, it's like the idea was there,
yeah.
But it's just when it came down to execution, Liquid was just like, they were just on point every single time. They knew how to anticipate BBL as well, even though they were going for those unusual plays. So I'm really interested to see what's going to happen here on Haven. We did hear Coach Meseka earlier saying how they do have something special planned.
Yeah.
And I have to say that Vanya was playing out of her mind. She was really carrying the team. We did see that, like, I believe it was Isa on the MVP and Vanya was on the other side, and we did point her out as one of those players that really comes through for her team.
Yeah, exactly. Vanya is the superstar that we've been talking about for a year now. Since Series 1, she kind of put the team on her back, and it's this IGLing controller, like, legend. So we need to see what we saw in the first half, but even more of it, like guide this team. Obviously, they only have one player on stage, but it's doable. We've seen it from Vanya before.
It's such an emotional series. And speaking of emotion, we did see that halftime interview too with like the parents of Daiki, I believe, and how they were so proud to have her on stage. And it was just such a heartwarming moment. And you know, you can see that the emotional support is definitely there for Team Liquid, right? And it's just like this balance for both of these two teams, right? Both of them are fighting for so much.
Yeah, and I think Daiki started off really slow in that first map on Ascent, but she slowly started to get back into the game and crawling higher and higher, getting that 1v2 at the end. I think maybe there was a little bit of pressure. She really wants to impress her parents because they're here watching and stuff, but I think now that's all gone and she's going to start popping off too. And I'm really excited to see the head-to-head now with her and Vanya, because Vanya did play really well that map. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough, but she was looking solid.
Gotta love it, right? This clutch is for you, Dad.
Yeah.
You know, this ace is for you, Mom. It's just so heartwarming to see, of course. And, you know, for BBL, again, there's a lot that's going on. And right now, as we are about to head into Haven, I'm really, really interested to see how these two teams will play. As you mentioned, if Daiki is like snowballing right now, I cannot wait to see her on Haven. The second map, and Team Liquid definitely looking like they are hungry to close out this series. I believe we're just about to jump into Agent Select right now, but as in a few moments. But I don't know, any predictions here we have, Sapphire?
Yeah, I wouldn't expect any surprises necessarily. I think, you know, we do expect like Daiki on the Sky, which we talked about yesterday. How many incredible assists she had. It was something like 25 assists. So that's one of the biggest things I expect. And then the other team, on the other side, BBL usually runs, I believe, a double initiator here.
And right now, you know, Baby Bay, we are seeing right now our Prime Gaming Agent Select, which will be up in just a few moments. For the side of BBL, I'm wondering if this, you know, this little tease that they have, that they were saying, would be something. Okay, so we're not getting any strict surprises here on site. So it might be something, perhaps a new strategy that they're implementing here on Haven.
Yeah, and it's just like I've been saying, like this Breach comp going up against this double controller comp, it's so hard to get good value out of your Breach. But maybe they did some homework after their last match and they found some cracks in the strats that this double controller can do, because the double controller is so good at delaying. It's so good at feinting aggression, especially on the attacking side. Where are you going to be? Are you going to be behind that Viper wall? Are you hitting B now? And we saw specifically in that series against Shopify, once this comp gets a plant on B, it is almost impossible to retake against.
Elimination is on the line, so let's see if we can get a map 3 and send it back to your casters. Here's Mimi and Ender.
Thanks very much to Mika and the desk. Yes, this is the last chance for the EMEA 1 seed. BBL made their mark by beating G2, by winning a finals in Europe, but now they're here in Brazil trying to survive.
You can't lose now. Lose now and the year is over for BBL. Win for Team Liquid advances them to another stage in the lower bracket. BBL, this is their map pick we're going to be running into, and we're going to see them play for mid-control consistently. They love to attack, just like we saw back on Ascent, and they're going to get in your face fast.
Aoki has been spotted. Can she get away in time? Dash to Bunny, but she's kind of stuck in this position. Felipa has utility to try and get her out, but can she even get anything from this corner? Bastarda just dives straight into her face and takes her down. Team Liquid hit the pause button.
Bastarda just running full blast into the shockwave right there. Doesn't even matter. But the round refreshes. Team Liquid much more patient. Felipa goes for the angle. BBL just starts shooting.
Oh no, that was a big opportunity. Loss for BBL. And Team Liquid here. We've seen this all series. Find their advantage, slow things down.
Bit of a feint over into A with that Sky Flash. Team Liquid just gonna leave Bizarra as an embed here. She has the chance to move into A. If she hears footsteps rotating out of short, she can bring Team Liquid back onto this side of the map. And TL can just pop out of their own smoke here, pick this one up, and try to isolate those two players back flat.
But it's a great position for BBL, and a better stun. Counter flash through Felipa for one, but she is so low on HP. Great smoke. That's Vanya across the map supporting.
Yeah, Bizarra hears those rotates out. Site belongs to her. Turd even clears back
stuck
site.
around.
Yeah.
On this C site, Bastarda is still there to cause trouble.
Placing sentry.
Oh, has to slip past this turret before it comes back to her.
So she's now a late backstab, but the retake will come before Bastarda activates. Dart forward. Eva takes a lot of damage. But everyone is here now from BBL. Keep your eyes on this flank. That'll develop soon. Here comes the retake. Philippe first in and down 2, but Bizarra is traded. Now Team Liquid have farther back positions. They're waiting for the flank to come through. They have to buy time. Flash through. Vanya off the spike. Bastarda, flank activated, but it is only one, and that might not be enough. Georgina in the 1v2. Smoke fading. 2 on the other side. Finds both shots! How the hell did she do that?
Georgina's just different. What?
I didn't even see both heads.
I don't know. Is it the Brazil buff? Is it the crowd buff? Is it the family buff? Is Georgina just buff?
She might be. That is one of the most ludicrous transfers I have ever seen.
What do the coaches think? Oh, stoic, you'd imagine. Unbelievable. I mean, she's completely stuck here.
How?
That is lightning fast.
She can't believe it either.
Unreal. The Red Bull clutch out of Georgina. Absolute perfection. BBL trying to get fast, doing a little bit of an A walk up half of that, but that has got to be such a sting.
BBL fight A lobby. They get you with the classic. But the rest of Team Liquid is there to keep it under control.
More and more challenges continue to approach. I mean, these classics are doing some serious work here.
How is this a 1v2?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, do you expect that Wenz has embedded in short? Can she kill one player while the plant is going down?
Low. Oh, she has a freebie. There's no way BBL reply like this. 1v1. Needs perfection with the classic Bizarra swinging, and the movement is better. Almost.
Don't let these single players distract you. Don't let the 2 rounds distract you from the fact that every round is a nail biter.
And that was the story of Ascent. 1 or 2 of those clutches going a different way, and BBL could be up right now.
But that's the difference, right? Georgina wins out in her clutch at the very end. BBL gets so close. Wenz has an insane reposition, but it slips right there. Gets the first, can't transition into the second. Now, Team Liquid, it's a punishing round 2, right? They only have 1 single rifle going into this one. We'll see what Bastarda can do with it. And when we look at how BBL like to play this defense half, you're going to see it play out very different to a lot of other teams, especially with this comp. Alkia does not play A often. She loves to step out into mid, even with the operator out of garage doors, out of B, or even play that plat line over on C.
Bastarda, oh, taken down. Only 1 rifle, but it's gone. And now BBL have some good control of this one. They have B surrounded. Spike will be planted, but that aftershock actually stops Daiki just at the last moment. And they're actually fighting towards C Link, but it's a great crossfire out of BBL, and it's Bizarra, already spotted out in the open, and she only has a Sheriff. No shot.
So with the prep Team Liquid have done, which clearly they have, you saw it back on Ascent, baiting out a lot of the aggression. I want to see what their solution is to how maneuverable Alkia can get on this jet. I think that you can actually fight for A short space really easily, even without investing a lot of utility. A lot of the times, Filippo will be holding on to the fault line instead of just using that off the rip, and you can walk up behind your Viper wall, just get alert going.
BBL have a mid-fight ready.
You got to be ready for this aggression. BBL come at you fast, so consistently.
4 players. Ready to go. Team Liquid have plenty to receive. Bastarda is in a sea of utility, but she stays safe within the cove of her smoke. But look how Vanya has gotten so far forward. It was only 1. Team Liquid win the brawl.
And that is Team Liquid playing perfectly. I mean, you have a couple players getting hit, but Bastarda stalls out time like you say. But then there's in window and also outside of grass, players playing off the line so they're not hit by the fault line. So they're not hit by the paranoia. Those are the ones that are getting the kill.
Eva goes hunting, and she shoot away.
Playing Team Liquid must be the most annoying thing in the world. They destroy you in your opening gambit, and then they don't move. They just wait for you to beat yourselves by walking into their crosshair.
And it works more than it doesn't.
That's because it's the right way to play. Team Liquid are such a well-drilled team, such a well-oiled machine. They fully clear the site, make sure there's nobody playing those close corridors. That's an easy plant for them. Probably a save for BBL.
Thorough is the easy way to describe this squad. And BBL, well, they'll go for a bit of damage at least.
It's funny because Team Liquid will take the ego fight at the start of round, usually a lot tighter in the late round. 2v3 now.
They're going to go for it. Wenz has walked out onto B. But she's spotted by the turret and so isolated from her teammate.
Drone saw everybody over there.
They know the setup. Can they find the shots? No. Eva missing out, Wenz down, and that's the round over. Eva would rather save this weapon, but now comes the question of which she'll be allowed to, and she is.
Now as for the ult game, matters a lot. Bizarra just one off of the lockdown for Killjoy. And if BBL are not finding success with their mid gambits, how do they call a half of Valorant? Right, if Team Liquid are ready for it every single time, do they start getting more passive? Do they start leaning into a lobby control, which is not usually part of their playbook? We'll have to see, because this next round, it is just the one rifle Ava survived.
Finally, we see Alkia over towards A, but she's the only player there. And you can see the power of this Viper already. The wall can be a low wall over towards C. It can help you get A lobby. The mollies can cut off angles, or Alkia can cut off heads.
Yeah.
Didn't think she'd go for that alone.
Alkia was saying, give me the rifle, give me the rifle. Ava, give me the rifle. Runs over to A for the last second kill.
It's BBL. You always have to expect aggression like that.
Now BBL, when they actually hold this A site, that's where they've run into some trouble domestically. They love to play back site. That puts them in prime position for things like the paranoia, but
brutal timing.
Alkia going out. She's got to be a hero in a round like this with the soul rifle, but gets cut down, and a 1-for-1 trade doesn't feel good enough to come away with the round win.
Vanya wants that gun.
Oh my.
Or she wants to teleport forward.
Oh my.
What is this? Ridiculous. And it won't work today.
One enemy remaining.
Worth the shot. Might as well.
She tries it often.
Spike planted.
Loves that corner.
Look, she saw all those Georgina teleports. She's like,
oh, here's one.
Bit.
It works.
It always works.
Another round for Georgina.
I do like that you point out that close corridor, because that is an area that BBL love to play on that A site. Again, I think a lot of teams will look to get more proactive, fighting for short, fighting for long control. BBL are more content to either flood out or just bundle up on site, take their ones.
How do you think that like bunker style works versus this Viper comp? Because they just have so much utility to clear corners like that. Those extra 2 mollies from the Viper are so helpful.
It depends how diligent TL are being, because I think a lot of times that molly won't end up being used in that corner. You can get away with it. One of the things that they don't have to worry about is the fault line, which destroys the short corner. It hits default usually, and that's a problem. But because you are playing against those double smokes, it's going to be that on the paranoia line. So a little bit easier to avoid. You can see it coming, dodge out, run back into the line, especially after the changes that make it move so much slower than it previously did. So I don't think it'll be as punishing as we've seen versus the default standard comp that they're running themselves.
It's been a tough start for the Queens. Down 4-1 here, but it's their first timeout. And they have tools in this round. Rolling Thunder online for Felipa. Do we get to see another one of those proactive plays?
I almost want to say they don't look aggressive with the Rolling Thunder this round. They've done it a couple of times out of mid. You remember pistol round, their buy round as well. They got aggro and TL punished them for it.
Every time.
So what do? Do they save it for a retake? I almost like that angle.
They love playing a retake anyways.
They really do, but Alkia doesn't have an operator, so won't be able to hold a more passive line top B, something like this. Instead, going to be switching it up. What an interesting setup. Alkia over here with Wenz. That is not normal.
Maybe just trying to take a fight
They
towards
just
short,
want this
dip
trap
away.
play, yeah. That is so uncharacteristic. Alkia tucking into a tight corridor. No one will expect her to be waiting here, and TL are zooming on in with the spike.
In heaven, Georgina, what a call to make. Seekers, though, will clear this close corner. The trap play activated. It's Wenz instead going huge. Now the molly's into play. Alkia needs to get out, and she succeeds at that goal.
They saw this player down long as well. Vanya scouted it out with the ultimate. So they fight back into short. Alkia is there for the kill. The gambit play completely broken. Bizarra, the sole survivor.
A beautiful reclear. And look at the spike.
Yeah.
Stuck out just on the lip of heaven. Bizarra would need to go for quite a walk to recover that one.
Note to self, don't take the spike when you omen ult into heaven.
I thought we would have learned that one with Leviathan. I guess it works for them.
No, yeah, you know, it works at the end. Maybe it's all part of making a little bit of a crispier play, but there you have it. The little trap play ends up working for BBL. It was hard to see exactly what happened, because we were so focused on the Omen ulting up into heaven. But Alkia waiting in that corner, you never clear that, right? When you are, literally Wenz is intentionally showing herself on that fight, right? She's seen up there. You have a turret up there too. Why would Alkia be tucked away? Surely Alkia is fighting out into mid. No, that's a great little layer that BBL had coming out of the timeout.
And it's such a change from what we've seen. We're at that first map where it's always that proactivity.
We're back to the normal,
Okay.
We're running into mid.
Mid-fight.
Rolling
Here we go
Thunder,
again.
question mark?
Groundhog Day in mid. Vanya, Paranoia. They duck away.
Oh, they're
BBL
walking.
is walking very
Oh my.
slow.
This is not expected.
Alarm bot will keep him at bay though. They cannot get past that lit of window and Bastarda
But Mimi,
is
they
caught.
can. They just simply can. Vanya will kill everyone. They're up into window, and now do they back away?
Yep.
BBL usually will just keep that W key going, but now with the numbers advantage, they know everything is riding on this game right now, their whole year.
I forgot the BBL just does not care. They are so confident in every moment. Double lockdown onto A.
A pre-take ultimate, and the entire rest of the team is flanking.
Is that a quadruple flank that we are seeing?
I'm counting up to 4, yes.
And look at these players trapped. 2 detained from that defender lockdown. Now they can activate. Here comes the Rolling Thunder. It is from the flank. It is the players in long getting caught.
Great stall from
Georgina,
Georgina.
another opportunity. Teleports into the off angle. Flash keeps him at bay yet again. BBL, can they get through this one? Can they even escape from main? Because TL are holding this strong. The whole fight is centered on long. And Vanya's got 3 in the round. Issa is alone to hold. And BBL find success.
Fantastic shot to kick off the round from Vanya, and the mid-rounding impeccable, calling for that pre-take ultimate. Usually you'd want to flood out with that. Instead, trying to take that fight. All the players of Team Liquid are pushed back in to the extremity of that ult. The BBL take it slow. They don't get flustered by the utility coming on out of Georgina. Vanya still in front of that engagement throughout. That is what you expect. That is what you need out of BBL's leader.
Team Liquid's economy on the ropes here.
Look at C-Long. We've got a fault line, maybe a Paranoia, and Alkia going quick.
Paranoia is through. Alkia is there. But they'll dip away.
Alkia almost went a little bit too far in front, a little bit too quick. Player was able to dodge away. Do they walk back out into mid? They're going to walk back out into mid and look to break this Killjoy turret. BBL realize if they can break this Killjoy turret, it paralyzes Team Liquid. Team Liquid are not getting proactive in the early rounds. It means they don't have control over space in mid. So once that info tool is down, there's a giant question mark in the center of the map, and it forces Team Liquid to act.
And remember the big picture, BBL, they always put a priority on that mid control. Finding success there means that they can have stacked sites like the one we see on this C site.
Felipa's fault line comes back up in 2 seconds. And then if you try to run out into C, it's not looking good for you, especially with this crossfire.
Where's Team Liquid heading though? They entrench Bastarda, they go back towards A. We saw this on Ascent.
We saw it on the pistol round. Team Liquid love to leave Bastarda on her own, and they're gonna come back into her. But BBL have not flinched, Mimi.
Haven't budged. 3 players still holding on C.
Vanya goes back into the jump peak. She's gonna see someone very soon, and the fault line's gonna cut them all.
This position is so big for Alkia. She cuts off the jet of Bastarda.
25 seconds.
Where do they go now?
They're going into mid. Issa has this space.
But the alarm bot, she's spotted already. But can she wrap around the world? Can she find Wenz? Because look at Wenz's angle. She's ahead of the Viper. She's calling this is safe. Coming to B, and it's all a trap. She's blinded though. Great Paranoia, very thorough from Team Liquid. They have the spike down. Felipa's gonna try and flood in. They want to fight for this one. Daiki gets it down. Bizarra alone. She's found a kill already. 1v1. Where is Bizarra gone? That's the question in Eva's head. Tap on the spike. Only 65 HP. She knows it's not half.
Ice cold.
Eva has to hold this. She has to at least get half, and Bizarra knows the timing is there on the swing and through the wall. Bizarra's got it.
Bizarra hardly bats an eye. She gave the time for a full stick. She said, nah, you're gonna want to take the fight. and she just plays on that edge perfectly. It starts out with a great setup from BBL. It looks almost unbeatable, especially once Wen's tucked up in that corner. But the paranoia almost accidentally hits her, trying to flood out and blind C-Link. And Bizarra in the clutch. These players are just unbeatable in clutch time.
The late round synergy as well has been wild. Op up for Alkia. She's walking down C-Long. That means her teammates can go towards A.
Alkia doesn't believe in the A site. That's up to the rest of BBL. Drone spots out the Jet on the other side. How much damage gets done? No. Shanks it right into the front of the wall.
And the Omen teleports away. BBL 3 on A site.
But with the space Alkia has, they're able to stack into A, and they're fighting forward. They're re-clearing space into short. And the trade won't be here instantly. Now Team Liquid spacing looking a bit stronger.
They know this is going to be an A hit. That forward C line allows it.
The short fight and this mid lurk is what matters. There's no utility on the B site, so it's possible for Bizarra to creep on in.
Here comes the re-clear. Flash over the top. BBL back into long. Bastarda tucks tail and gets forward, in fact. What a call from her. 2 angles to fight from. But it's Eva instead. She actually picks off 2, and that regains control for BBL.
Wen's
Team
on the
Liquid,
flank.
they're making another call, but look at this Killjoy. She's gotten ahead.
But they heard it. They heard that. They have the call coming in, so Daiki clears it out. The communication from Bizarra is perfect. Bizarra now onto the B site. The spike will come back to her.
Here comes Alkia into C-Link, gets a tag on Bizarra, but Bizarra lives. Same pivot. We're into B. Viper's Pit post plant.
Spike planted.
The op completely isolated. Seekers pose a problem, but Ava finds an opener from A-Link.
Still the pit is up. And Bizarra has a wild angle, 1-4-1. Eva's on for the ace, but Ace is on for the clutch. And it's Philippa instead. Spins around, wins the round.
Finally, it goes BBL's way at the bitter end. Just barely. Philippa also recovering the operator.
How many 1v1s went the way of Team Liquid? How many clutches? Finally, Philippa has hers. That's what they needed.
It's a constant coin flip at the end. These players are so good. And honestly, I thought this call was enough. With the space gathered in mid from Bizarra, the knowledge of the flank incoming, and then rotating back into her, I thought that was going to do it. But no, at the end, it is Ava to open up with the 4K. Absolutely fantastic.
Timeout for Team Liquid. This seems like the first time this series we've seen them on the back foot.
What are they thinking in this one? They're not aware of the C walk-up with the operator last round. They can imagine the op was on C because of how the round ended up playing out. I also believe that Bizarra was using one of her own mollies to break the Killjoy alarm bot on B. That's how she was able to get up there in the first place. And something they can maybe fight for again. If they don't think the op is playing on B or looking outside of Garage, they could look to, challenge for some space early on. Now that BBL's pivot was to actually stack over towards A with players other than the Jet. Something tells me Alki is a Garage Doors kind of player this round.
She loves going for those early fights. And she wins them a lot of the time.
Really, the question is, do they give a paranoia for her or something, or does she just go back over to the C site? Because she wasn't seen over there. No real harm in doing that. As a matter of fact, BBL's set up maybe to put together a little bit of a trap to try and punish this lurk. I think BBL are aware of what Bizarra did. Maybe not precisely in the last round. Money not great, that's for sure for TL.
But it has been 2 rounds in a row where Bizarra has been the cancel option that has either won or almost won the round for TL.
Yeah, TL just going to scale up behind the wall. They can bring it down and take that fight into short.
Renz is going on a walk here. Tucks into the close corner, plays off her own turret contact, and there's a stun to hell. Great setup by BBL.
That's kind of nasty right there.
Love that call at the timeout. You can always expect them to have a trap ready.
Yeah, especially just farming up some of those orbs. Philippa, Ava, the 2 players you really want to get cooking here on the eco.
Hi, Ava.
That's exactly what you want. Just one off now.
One enemy
And now that Hunter's Fury active for round 11.
She doesn't really need this last kill.
Yeah, that would be a little bit greedy, so donate it over to Philippa. We'll pretend. If she had the chance, she was definitely going to shoot that.
Give her the benefit of the doubt. Prom game and flawless. Finally a round for BBL that is not just one, but clean.
I actually really like the tempo shift from BBL. Well, now they've got the operator in hand, it's been a lot more of like trap ideas around the Killjoy and Bleach utility. I almost think that this is where I'd like to see them get quicker and, you know, chuck the operator over towards Wenz. Put that in her hands, get Alkia zooming on up there when you wouldn't expect that, but maybe looking to save that for the next round. Instead, Alkia, for the first time ever, looking down short. She might just tank out the wall on short because they know about the walk-up from the last round.
Nano Swarm keeps her at bay for the moment. A stack towards B from BBL.
BBL with the hard read on this one. If this op sees a player, that'll push all those players over into this B site.
And TL is making noise in mid. But do they want to go B or garage? You go into garage and well, Vanya's waiting. She's gonna have to teleport away, and this primes her teammates to wrap all the way around and punish Bizarra, but Bizarra unpunishable, it would appear. She finds two, Volker troubles, and Philippa reigns in the shot just in the nick of time.
Look at the A site though, Georgina is getting active. Long was left open, and Alkia thinks she's held this down. How far does Georgina want to go?
Remember that op in short.
Yeah, walk back into short. If she clears this op before the fight comes in, she has to go now, but she doesn't give it to her team. The shot misses.
Alkia's in trouble. Georgina has gotten so far, and she's holding this angle. Takes her down. Rolling Thunder available for Philippa. They can flood back in. Here comes the ult.
30 seconds
and here
left.
goes Vanya.
Georgina stalls, and the teleport comes in. A fully blinded Vanya. Georgina gets that.
Spike planted.
70 HP. And a 1v3. Team Liquid have every angle held. And Philippa, well, she can spin around quick. She can't find Bastarda.
Last round in the half.
Tooth and nail. But really, it's Georgina taking that aggressive step up into A. The timing was there. Alkia had a shot. That whiff could end up haunting her. That one not coming in. Because after all of this mid-fight, that was the difference, right? Are we able to flush out that operator that was posted into A, that solo presence? Not that time around. So, we head into the next round, the final round out of the half. This is the tempo change for BBL. Alkia is going to step out into mid. We're going to fight very early on once again.
Hunter's Fury a part of the play this time, and Georgina needs a tag. She'll be able to get out of
Alkia.
that one, but she's so far up. They never expect Alkia in their spawn. One kill found, she'll try and dash away, but Bastarda is there with the trade. And it resets into a 4v4.
Echoes of Fnatic with the Hunter's Fury, and Alkia zooming up into window.
Where does TL go now? They have a player entrenched down short.
If they ever have to rotate back into C, it's over with how far up Wenz is. They need to win out. They need to deal with Ava.
And Eva wants info. She'll swing towards long.
She wants blood.
Finds one. Can't get the shot in time, but now this player in short might be activated.
She's going to go back into short. Vanya sticks the ultimate into spawn. She has a potential flank on the way, but up and over and down. Ava gets the opener.
Can she get more? Blinded off the line, a dart to work with, but she just wants to stay alive. In the corner, she somehow finds another. The miracle they needed, but Team Liquid is back. Daiki got too far forward. Here comes that flank.
Vanya is up here quickly. Daiki has a flash to try and scout behind them.
But does she check the right side? Clears towards long, cautious of this, but is the timing there? No. Vanya for the first. Georgina on the other side. She's walking towards spawn. She's isolated the fight. Picks right. And an ult available. Can she get out in time?
She's out.
To long she goes. Wenz is sticking. She's holding. And Georgina is shooting. Another moment for her.
Georgina simply cannot lose in the Red Bull clutch, topping the charts with 15 kills.
And in front of her home crowd, with her parents here in attendance, she just keeps winning.
The plot armor of Team Liquid after falling to the lower bracket, and in every single moment in the late round, it is Georgina. The 1 versus 2 there, the reposition, and going for the peak. Wenz could have been there with the rifle. She didn't care, blows a kiss of death into the face of BBL.
We've seen that many times. Team Liquid up 7-5 as we head to the analyst desk.
And the score is now 7-5 in favor of Team Liquid, and there were a lot of great moments. The atmosphere, I think, of the game has also changed quite a bit. BBL is definitely striking back, but for Team Liquid, this is looking really good, especially since Georgina seems to be popping off, and it is time right now for our Hyper X reflex moment, and we have to give this one, Sapphire, to Georgina.
Yeah, this was insane. So she was able to get this plant while Bastard is on the other side, kind of lurking C and gets a master flank, and we thought, okay, maybe the flank is going to come through. No, it fell apart, but Georgina holds strong, and that transfer is nuts. That just set the tone for
She can't believe it either.
She can't even believe it. It's wild. So that set the tone for the rest of the map, and she was doing so many things, and we just saw that her to close it out too with another insane round.
Yeah, she was popping off, and she's definitely having a crazy map. But some bright sides from BBL is they did actually change their game plan. They had a lot of KJ towards A, sorry, whereas in the previous series versus Shopify, they had KJ towards A. So I think they figured out, like, hey, if we put this KJ on this side of the map, we can shut down this Viper wall aggression. We can do traps off of it. We saw the breach stun off the turret. We saw the short setup that they had with the three stack, and it was just beautiful. And I like the way that they were playing aggressive. They weren't scared of these fights, and the Jet was floating a lot.
Yeah, that's what Jet does.
Yeah.
But yeah, the atmosphere is definitely different from BBL, right? They are ready to take this aggression to Team Liquid. So let's see how the second half will fall as we get it underway. Back over to our casters.
BBL fighting for survival here at GCC in the second half of Haven.
It is a long road ahead for BBL to win out here in the second half. To win on a map 3, and after that, 2 BO3s awaiting tomorrow, BO5 on Championship Day. BBL working their way up into B, but this aggressive wall from Team Liquid, lots of stall on hand.
The alarm bot will activate it, but it's broken, and Alkia is past. Does she go too far? No. Patience from the Jet.
Crazy how far Alkia's gotten up into the site here. Isa's here, though, and takes them down. Team Liquid are flooding onto the site, and BBL simply aren't ready for it. It's ring around the Rosie, and they're going over into C. Link C is open.
They've got the site. They'll have the plant, but look at Team Liquid. They have a pinch into Garage. Georgina has been working her way around, and I think she might have just spotted a bit of Eva. She'll retreat.
Team Liquid still have this wall to play with. Wen's playing behind it for now in the post plant. It's going to be that fight back site that means everything for BBL.
They can pop through this smoke with the Sky Flash. How many will it catch? Or is it the dog instead? He's ready on it. Does she see them both? Spots one, the second unknown. They work their way out from Garage. Eva spotted, but finds a shot. It is perfection from these BDL members. The HP doesn't matter. They're all low, but they only hit heads. A critical pistol round for the Turkish squad.
How good has Eva been today? My word, even at the end on Ascent, she was always the one in those 1v3s, 1v4s that brought it down to the 1v1 at the end. 15 kills matching Georgina on the other side. It's actually scary how good of a match these players, these teams are to one another.
And now the biggest question as we develop into this half is how does BBL deal with this Viper comp?
Yeah, that's it, right? When you're playing the exec comp versus the stall comp, you need to be able to either prove you can overwhelm on those site hits and beat out that flood utility, or you have to bait out utility early on.
If there was a team to just overwhelm, though, it would be BBL.
You overwhelm the pistols, that's for sure.
Yeah. They're straight into the C site. And, okay, bit of a lucky shot for Alkia, but she'll take that one home. Still, Team Liquid dealing damage. You see, even in this eco round, the Viper wall still lets them get these really, really tricky to deal with angles when anchoring a site.
The line is real blurry between luck and game sense on that, as it often is. Alkia gets the 3K.
Bit of both.
Bit of both. And it's dead even. I actually can't believe it. I wonder, I would love to see a buy from BBL. I know it's a bit risky, but they could go, I mean, they're the heavy armor team. They would never give up their chance for a bonus on this one. So it will just be pistols.
Still, they have a few SMGs, a Bulldog to work with in this round.
And Team Liquid throwing the forward Viper wall once again. So, well, this does give you the stall on B, more forward Garage as well. Less useful for Flood retaking onto C. They're not really playing with it. BBL just getting shot out of the window from Bizarra.
Beautiful start. Georgina fully re-clears garage. They head towards B on the side of BBL, but this dog very well timed. They know no one's in yet, and BBL themselves gonna find a new option.
Not much scouting utility left for Team Liquid, and that's when things start to get spooky. Alarm bot is down. At least they have the turret, but that volley will come in to try and shred the toes away from Timmy. He's out of there.
So turret gone. They can finish towards C now. With this deep wall, it threatens someone walking up close, but once they're past it, C site's wide open.
Because Team Liquid only have the Sky Flash for info, that's why they're grouping together. They're playing buddy system. They don't want to hand over rifles. They have the forward line on A with the Jet. And now they step out into mid. They see nobody's home. The C hit is definitely underway.
It'll be a set retake. But BBL want an advantage. Eva into the smoke towards garage.
Georgina will go for the flank, the re-clear in for BBL.
Here comes Paranoia. Bizarra to hold. Great work from her. Isolates the angle onto one, and Wens somehow still wins that with the Spectre, and they're gonna get away with this one too. Back into the site.
Wait for Georgina though, all the way down long while they flood into the site. Bizarra finds 3, the kills are there. It's a 4K for Bizarra. Wens the sole survivor, and Daiki finishes the job.
A clean retake from Team Liquid. I love how they take their time in that round. They're excellent at it, even when they're under pressure, even when they're in a big game like this. Daiki will always take her time. And that's great against a team like BBL who gets so proactive in these mid-rounds.
Exactly, that's the difference in how these teams call. BBL will continue to look to seek you out, hunt you, fight you over and over again. Team Liquid will play the numbers game, will play buddy system, will strangle you out of rounds once they have an advantage. Now get ready. A lobby is about to get explosive here at round start.
Is Bastarda going to fight down short? She's with Georgina. Paranoia is ready, but Georgina's gone. And where's Bastarda? She was always tucked further back. Can't trade her teammate.
BBL freezing now, taking a play out of Team Liquid's book and walking back into mid, expecting the pull of that kill, making the B player fall off, but there's 2 players double stall waiting for TL.
But there's no killjoy mollies, so they do have the site. Bizarra tries to flood in and loses her life. That's a critical member. Issa gonna try and take her own chance at doing it alone. And she's not gonna really find success either just yet. Daiki has at least gotten something for them.
This round's a bit cooked for Team Liquid.
A 2v4, both players spotted.
Wens held the flank for so long, they're not worried about anything going down. Buddy system for BBL. Fault line to continue to stall away, eat up seconds from the clock.
The pivot works. BBL forced Team Liquid to save.
Very nicely done. BBL had a bit of a util combo to blow up short there. Ava's dart lands, pings out Georgina, and off of that, Philippa. A lot of times you'd see the breach just instantly use the stun down long to make sure someone can't post on that line. This time though, Philippa holding on to that off the dart contact, slams that down, makes that opening duel very easy for Alkia to win. And that's what BBL need, right? You know in the gunfights, it's always slightly advantaged, right? They're always happy to go into that. Nothing's truly a 50-50. But against TL, when you're matched blow for blow, shot for shot, that's the utility has to be there, and great to see from BBL in that round.
The question for BBL is always, how can they harness the skill, the raw potential these players have? Can they make the right calls on top of it?
I mean, you see the way they play. Potentially the most individually skilled roster, not just in EMEA, but everywhere. They shoot so well. It's been adding layers to the strategic game, adding depth in the mid-rounding for them. That's been the challenge. That's what we're starting to see.
Team Liquid's got it too, though. With Daiki lost on the other side, Georgina might go for something of her own.
I think that was just counter spam through the window of mid. Georgina needs to look for something. BBL are holding for it.
And this is what happens when you let BBL just take duels. When you walk into them in the mid-round, when you give them those opportunities, they will pick you apart.
Contacting into BBL is a death sentence. And yet when you lose players, that's almost what you need to do. You need to take risks, and that's what we're seeing. Bastarda is on deep on the flank, coming in very quickly, but her teammates are falling before she can really get into position to matter.
Wens.
Oh, hello.
That info.
Spike planted.
Does Bastarda shoot? No.
She wants to go as far back as she can so she can get a second on sight, and she can!
Beautiful shots by Bastarda. She is so precise, and now suddenly this is winnable, but not for long. Alkia takes down one. Issa's whiffing her shots. and she knows it's over. Eva on the hunt,
Death is cold.
and she succeeds.
The crispiness. A bit disturbing at times there with Bastarda on the flank. But BBL put together a fantastic round. Again, you don't want to walk into them. And what is this buy for Team Liquid now? No, it's actually just going to be a half. Could have had a hero rifle if they wanted. Bastarda, 2 orbs off of the knives, not nearly quick enough to make that one count.
Spike planted.
And it looks like a bit of a highlight reel for Bastarda, but again, BBL were so clean at the start, winning all those opening engagements that you can afford to have a minor slip up. Bastarda definitely slipped the net on that one, was very quick on the flank.
Pause here for Team Liquid. I think a big priority has to be put on not giving away these opening duels, because their comp thrives when they're playing on the site, when their stall utility can shut down these hard executes, when they force BBL to fight into them.
It's a difficult balance to find, because you're absolutely right. You want to play back, you want to stall as much as you can. You also need to show some threat so that BBL can't easily scale up forward onto the site. So I think they've done that now, right? You've shown that you're willing to fight early. BBL are going to respect that. Now tempo change, play a little bit deeper. Maybe they get funky on the pistol round. That's definitely an option. But locking down those tight chokes and using your utility to stall out as BBL are trying that exec, that's exactly the right mindset.
BBL getting really close to some critical ultimates. This round, a big priority is going to be farming those up, building those tools to get momentum.
And I want to see Team Liquid, if they're going to put together something in the mid-round here. This rounds, usually you see either you're all bunkering down on a site together, or maybe you're doing some kind of blitz play at the start. Mid-round is where you can punish teams even with the rifles on those reclears. Might not be possible if BBL expedite things and you use this dog very early seeing too, but that's going to be bad information. They see the Killjoy and the Jet. That tells you no lurk, no entry, or both lurk and entry are there. That hints that maybe 5 players are on the way. BBL faking it over towards C.
Teleport stopped.
Ult into the backlines of C is cancelled. Suspicions now arising when they see that drone. Hits forthcoming, and yeah, there was no chance for Issa to get out of that corner. BBL doesn't even have to commit off this, but with the players in garage now, they'll take their chance. Bastarda finds one, but the trade is instant out of BBL, and they know that more players are lurking on this site. Alkia just updrafting above, breaking the crosshairs.
Right here.
And taking the frags.
Spike planted.
Avy gets the spike plant as well. Just a Spectre. Maybe some rifles to be picked up on back site, but the way BBL is set up with 2 down long, utility as well, and Wens to punish out from garage.
Gun here.
I hate to say it can't happen, but it can't happen.
Surely not.
You have to walk at them. That's the only way you get something done.
And she's spotted. Swing is instant. Felipe takes care of it. BBL. Double digits here on Haven.
Really having a bit of a second life here in the second half. But now, the next layer, the next challenge, Bastarda, operator in hand. And I think she might get aggressive with that outside of B, maybe into mid. Catch BBL before they can set up for a fight. That's what you want to do.
By her standards, it has been a rough game from Bastarda thus far.
In her defense, Bazera's been stealing all the glory.
That's true.
Bazera's been finding all the openers somehow on Killjoy, and Georgina's been closing out every single round. But you're right. Bastarda, not the same. She's actually looking to take that window fight from way deep back on B. But that means she won't see the walk-up from Wens' Killjoy. You only see into window. You don't see into the walk through mid. And BBL, if they take garage control, they can use that Rolling Thunder out into sight. Now they know someone's back plat. It's a really tough position to play versus the breach. You get stunned up, you get flushed out with utility. Omen about the only agent that can do it with the teleport to dodge in and around.
The Viper Wall this time allows to flood back into C, but the priority's on Bastarda. Here's where that op comes online, and she's completely blinded. Finds nothing off her shot, will re-aggress, and she's blind again. Forced to dash away. Issa wanted to flood in to help her Jet, but she's down. Thankfully for TL. There's a trade, and they're already onto the site. Bastarda pop blades into this one. That is damn confident out of her.
Not a second wasted for Team Liquid on the retake with the Rolling Thunder.
It's into the site. Do they push off of it? BBL need to get ahead of this lockdown, need to make the play, and Daiki gets to. Wens alone, the spike on the other side, a lockdown in her face. And there's no world she can get this done. Bastarda's got the line, and Team Liquid, they've got another round.
That is ridiculous. I mean, BBL, perfect utility on the entry. Don't have to worry about the jet up whatsoever. But Team Liquid are instantly coming through smokes. One player drops, it doesn't stop them in their tracks. Georgina is there for the trade immediately. The rest of the players coming out of A-Link too. We'll see it again in this replay because you don't have a moment to breathe. The second the spike is planted, you're getting swarmed on both sides.
Their reactions are just so fast. Team's been together a long time. They're good in these moments. But look towards C. This round might be fast again from BBL.
Yeah, there's a tall up again for Bastarda. Second contact, as a matter of fact, takes Alkia's head off and looks for more.
She's gonna get stunned. She has to dash away. Can she stick around for more? Can she take this risk? She wants to. Bastarda needs to. But Wins just decimates her. Somehow wins that fight over the operator. And now BBL have an advantaged post plant.
In the post plant too, ults on the Sova and on the Killjoy, they can all fall to long. The smokes aren't even going to be there. Isa's smoke is so deep here on long.
You should run. Team Liquid have to go fast because they are facing so much stall. I mean, a lockdown already committed. Daiki is going to try and hold this one halfway. And she cannot get it done. BBL swing together. And Isa recovers the up.
Get on out of dodge. Vanya's on the hunt though. Waiting for it. There would be enough money to buy an operator in the next round. Daiki is a very wealthy individual for Team Liquid. So the hunt doesn't mean everything from BBL, but that does take BBL up to 11.
And that's a huge round to find.
I mean, you think about the fights they won getting in there. First, knocking down Georgina. Yes, they lost Alkia. The trade was there. It was a clever little setup, the high-low, with the late swing from the operator from Team Liquid. But Wens taking out Bastarda, just going straight into the backside. That was not supported with utility. She just took that fight. Didn't ask for any support. She didn't need it. And that's the BBL that took down all of the EMEA. That's the BBL that didn't even need to take a beat. Now they do, because they want to close this half out flawlessly.
This is the round where they can break Team Liquid. They win here, the money's on the rocks, there's no more ults or hops for that very last round of the game.
BBL have to have a read coming in from this one. The start off came online a little bit later here. They haven't had to deal with it too many rounds thus far. But they just saw that C look. They've seen a lot of this forward C wall. I think finishing C is really good for BBL against this wall. Love to see them maybe challenge for A short, push players off, and then maybe move back into a C later in the round.
And with this stall comp, a lot of the time, Team Liquid is trying to play on site to defend, but BBL's executes are just so perfect. The coordination between Eva and Felipa with their utility has been on point.
I think when Team Liquid have been playing deliberately on the site, that's when they've been getting flushed out with the utility, especially without the more passive deep wall on that C site. What they need to do is play almost inside the smokes BBL are going to throw down, and once you see the fault line, the paranoia, you swing back in, like that C hit when they're coming back in quickly.
We've seen other teams, like Shopify, execute those flood retakes so well with this comp. Can Team Liquid do it here?
That's exactly the way to do it. Eva was looking for a tag. If you get it, you know the Hunter's Fury is coming to follow. What a default!
Are they going to go for this? Alkia wants to dive in. Hunter's Fury, paranoia, it actually catches Bizarra. And here's a shorty from Isa. Takes care of Alkia in the spam. It deals damage, but it doesn't find a kill. BBL go back, but look at this Killjoy.
And look at the Jet too. Bastarda is going to meet them all in spawn. 3 players running into that operator. And that's 1 now for Bastarda. She falls back. Wentz has to find something, and she does.
That is such a big kill. BBL, second pivot of the round. They go into B.
B is now open. All 3 players grouped from BBL. You can't say the same for Team Liquid. BBL, no. There's 2 players in C-Link, and the operator is isolated in A. You can't walk into the op, so they move towards C.
Pause. Team Liquid take their time on this retake, but they walk straight into Felipa.
Last player standing.
And Isa's down 2. Bastarda only has an op to work with. This was the rounds they needed to keep them in haven. But it is slipping through Bastarda's fingers, and she knows it. Map point, BBL. They are not done in Brazil yet.
No, No, they're not. Looking to hunt down that off. That cannot be recovered. Bastarda needs to take down these players. And look, if she holds on to this off, they're very much in the game, but Vanya delivers the final blow. That is a big kill to close out as the spike goes down. It's not just that there's no operator. There's a bulldog, there's a judge. It's not perfect for TL.
And what a call to make from BBL. Committing directly into that Viper's pit, punishing the players there, and then showing us some impeccable mid-round decision making.
Yeah, Vanya and Felipa from backside on B, moving into ceiling, so good. But now, look at that, Bastarda, rifle in hand, no op. She wants to go quickly up into window. She has the pitch so fast onto BBL.
BBL set up for a take into A. They're getting stalled by the dog. The Jet is waiting too, but Wentz just walks into her, and Bastarda has a critical kill.
BBL feel a bit trapped now. That alarm bot not meaning anything for them. There's no way to re-clear back behind them. It would be very difficult. Vanya might use the ultimate to do it, as a matter of fact.
That's info in mid.
To try and clear window and underneath. Very peculiar.
They used the drone up short, but it spots nothing.
So 3 players from Team Liquid, they're expecting the hit to come in. But Daiki has a flash cycle. If she uses that soon, they may be able to rotate back over towards C in time.
Remember that judge from Bizarra. It has been waiting this entire round in garage.
Where's she going? Where's she going?
She lost her opportunity. Falls back to a deeper angle. She's gonna get stunned. She needs something here. They've dashed past her. Which fight does she take? What does she find? Only one. Felipa trades. She has been so damn good this map, and she keeps it going.
The round will be decided by Daiki and Bastarda on the flank.
It's coming quickly, but they are holding.
Brazilian's best duo. What can they find? They see the sign of Felipa. That's one.
How much more? Vanya in the backlines. Bladestorm popped for Bastarda. She's up and over the top. Spots nothing. Next flash for Daiki. That'll be the go sign for this execute. Issa pressuring from the other side, but Eva stepping up, finds one. It's all on her. And this has been her map. This has been her moment to keep her team alive, to avoid that moment.
And TL are not done yet. Issa takes it up to 10. Wins in the 1v1 on just barely a sliver of health.
They're in it yet.
I don't know how many times I can say it, but every round is like this. These two teams are so evenly matched. I mean, watch the replay. Look at that. Bastarda barely sees any of Wen's, but it's enough for the kill. And there you have it, the tracking coming around the corner. Ava, sure, she's been fantastic, but BBL have been asking so much of her today.
Here. 2 more for Team Liquid to try and take overtime.
Damage.
That's good.
Microwave setup on this B site. Haven't seen that in a while.
Look at Bastarda, she's just waltzed her way down. See, 2 rounds in a row, she's just taking a walk and finding a frag. That is her stage. She will not let it go.
The second you look away, you're punished. I'm daydreaming, I don't see it. BBL are daydreaming, they don't see it.
It's so fast. Retake setup on A.
But BBL, they don't take the moment there. Maybe they heard the footsteps. If they did, they think it could be a bait. Either way, just waiting to group up here with the breach ult. Don't imagine they'll use it here in the 3-on-5 unless they can find a couple of openers, unless it guarantees them the round win.
Daiki's only job is information. But rotates will be far away. BBL will be able to get a post plant if they can get past Daiki. And they can't for now. The leader finds one. She's just gonna keep fighting. Maybe a little too far. Fine.
Yeah, that's getting a little bit much. The Bastarda's gotten up into heaven now. Switches over to the Vandal.
Spike planted.
Felipa has to get aggressive out of short. Has to find something to open it up here.
Here comes the retake. Paranoia. But they're stalled. The ult finds him, but long is clear, and Philippa goes down. Wen's in hell. Her HP is low, and Bastarda is there. She had a slow start to this game, but she is stepping up. She does not want to see split.
She just goes blitzing down long, gets that opener. And after that, when Team Liquid are allowed to take a breath, they do not lose in those situations. Really good shots coming from Bastarda from Heaven as well there.
So it's overtime or split. Round 24. BBL cannot afford to let this slip.
The crowd are on their feet here in São Paulo. Team Liquid's families cheering them on in the audience. Most of BBL not even here on the stage, and yet they have a chance for map number 3. BBL fighting for A control. Smoke down long, creeping up behind it. They haven't activated quickly off of this ever, but with the Rolling Thunder they could.
Bastarda breaks the turret in mid and dips away. BBL have that Rolling Thunder still.
Even so. Oh no, Wenz falls in mid. Another huge opener for Bastarda. She's awake.
The last 3 rounds, it has all been Bastarda. Can they complete the run? Can they make it to overtime? Alki up and over the top. Bladestorm whipping out. Issa is massive for that kill. And now this orb is important to keep the players on site alive because she's avoided the ultimate. Bazera isn't stunned. Bazera is fighting. And she's got 2. Last one standing. Philippa is down. Team Liquid are in overtime.
A perfect hold there from Team Liquid. Staying their ground and taking us the distance. It's a Prime Gaming flawless round for them. And it comes off the back of BBL saving the Rolling Thunder. They didn't use it in the initial hit. Alkia could not get that opener. And it looked like it was completely BBL's game, right? They're up 12-9. No, round after round, TL bite back. They battle through. But while we just got a breather, don't forget BBL's pace. They go quick, they go fast, and they're going down C-long at round start.
No one is here to receive them.
Actually walking it this time, looking for a deeper play. Another layer in the playbook.
And to pull it out in overtime, how far does she walk?
I don't think she stops. I think she keeps on going here. There's no alarm bot, there's no turret.
And they're heading her way. Alkia has an opportunity, and Issa, surely she's not aware. Surely she doesn't win that fight.
She does, Mimi. She does it all. Wen's on the other side, trades out in mid. Spike spotted in mid, but Bastarda takes it back. 4-on-3 now for TL as they split into C.
But it is Vanya, the IGL, the smoker, the star player. She's teleporting long. Paranoia, she's gonna fight for more. Can she get it? 1 kill already. Vanya goes for another. She'll double dip. She'll find another chance, and she will take it.
Freeze. 5 players alive. BBL completely isolated. Team Liquid need to hunt down for a kill, but they don't. They stick the plant, and BBL group 2 players along.
Taiki has a drone. Eva instead clearing the space, and Team Liquid want to fight through spawn. Philippa on the line, and she is down. That is another massive moment from Georgina. Can they close the round?
Last player standing.
Eva takes care of Bazera. It's only Georgina. Has to make magic again, and she's spotted, she's spamming, and she is dead. BBL, another map point.
The map has just been a battle between Ava and Georgina.
Switching sides. Match point.
Back and forth between the two. To close it out, that's what BBL needed, but Vanya, can you believe what she did outside Garage? The Paranoia looking to fight back into it. You'll see Philippa's fault line too, coming in. The assist on that. BBL are playing so well together. But they struggled to close in regulation. Team Liquid, Bastarda woke up. Bastarda back on top with 22 kills.
Vanya was ready for aggression in mid. They have that space. But look at this clearance from Team Liquid. They already have a ton of space towards A.
Both Jets just want to keep going on missions, want to look for those kills. BBL are not committed yet though. Spike picked back up from Philippa. Orb secured down long. Late round, we could see a Rolling Thunder, and Issa is ready. They've seen this so many times. That Molly put down on the turret, she's ready to break it this time, so the information stays up from Team Liquid.
She defends it well.
The problem is their forward-seeking info is gone. They used the dog very early.
Are they headed back into Bastarda?
She's gotta run.
But there's a drone. They're thorough.
That's why you always save the drone for those mid-round A reclears. Bastarda's still holding the line.
Does she go again?
Yes.
She's got the dash.
It's not even a question, Mimi.
She's always going for more. She's always looking for an opportunity.
And you say the same from Daiki, too, creeping down short. BBL don't want to deal with any of that. They expect the rotations, but they're heading back in to the stall on B.
And look who's here. Well, it's the entire team of Team Liquid. And Issa has more mollies on top of that. Next direction. BDL never broke that turret. They're going to get stalled out, and Georgina is going to cut them down. Paranoia through. Another found. Georgina keeps it going. And Wenzy's cut off towards long. Sure, Philippa can find something, but she's wounded. She'll waltz her way into the back lines. Issa finds one, but she's taken down. Wenz taken by the flank. We go again.
One more time. These teams playing so fast, so loose. BBL Queens take the timeout. We'll see it here. I mean, Bastarda continually looking for those fights. This Garage hold. Garage has been both a problem for both teams now. The Omen's really locking it down. And I think what we've seen, actually on BBL's side of attack, is they have slowed things down a little bit. They'll look for early kills, but then in the dead time, Team Liquid are seizing a ton of space. Once they have information, they're re-clearing. So even though the flank doesn't secure the kill at the end of that last round, you can see Bastarda trying to take A space. Once players leave, Daiki doing the same thing. It is those flanks that are creating so much chaos in these rounds and making it so hard for the IGLs to keep everything under wraps. The rounds are getting away from the IGLs. It is coming down to individuals recognizing when and where players can be on the map and just winning out in their ones.
After 26 rounds of play, how do you come up with something new, something to surprise, something to finally close out this game?
It's crazy, because in round 25, BBL did. It was the quiet walk down C long, and then looking to activate off of Paranoia late. In the 27th round, it might just be good, honest, old-fashioned Valorant. It's A lobby control, something we've never seen them do with the Jet.
But it's BBL versus TL. You know both teams will fight. They're gonna put everything into this. 5-on-4, an all-out brawl. Who's gonna win it? BBL ahead of the mollies in short. Alkia, the first one up. Paranoia is good, but Issa is somehow better. Vanya, teleporting behind him. Vanya! That's absurd! But it's not enough. TL still in this one, still fighting. Eva trades, and now Bizarra on the scene as well.
It all comes down to Wenz. Issa waiting for her teammate to join her. Does this alarm bot go off? No, it's activated at the last possible second.
And look at what they do. They'll flip the map, plant for spawn.
Spike planted.
Bizarra just got the lockdown activated as well. That's gonna come down early. 3 mollies between the two of them. The stall is ridiculous.
Insult to injury. What can Wenz do? She's got to run back towards long, and Issa's so aware. Just has to buy time. Let the mollies do their job. Let the time get the better, but one didn't hit. Wenz manages to stick it for a little longer than expected, but damage now done. She'll swing into the turret, and Bizarra will take her down. Team Liquid, they have control of this game somehow, some way. After fighting their way into overtime, after pushing it to another, they have their chance to close. They have their chance to send BBL home.
Team Liquid haven't led since the start of the second half. And even with BBL throwing another layer into these openers of the round, they keep composed and they take it. Now Team Liquid, their idea to stack heavy in mid, that heavy stall on B again to make sure those late round B finishes can't happen. That puts so much pressure on BBL in their previous attacking round.
BBL back to the basics. They want to split C, but look at this double setup in Garage.
It's a trap in Garage, and if you go B, there's not just the mollies, the Jets there too. Daiki scouts out A lobby, doesn't see anything. TL primed themselves, they're ready for a fight here in mid, and Bastarda creeps out to break the turret and put pressure on the backs of BBL.
4 in long. It'll be a late flank through Garage. But they're still stalled here. Issa's molly is not far enough ahead, so the dash comes through. Issa has to stay alive. She's been massive in this overtime, and she will continue that trend. Line's good, Alkia trays, but Georgina has arrived. Only 2 for BBL, and it's Vanya alone. There is no way she can live.
Defenders win.
Team Liquid, this is their home. The lower bracket is their place. They keep the run going.
Team Liquid ignite the crowd in São Paulo. A hard-fought series, a hard-fought game to bring it back in overtime.
They keep getting away with miracles. They had no business winning that map.
There's no way, right? Bazera, Bastarda, Georgina, the clutches are unreal.
How do they keep pulling it off?
I mean, they're gonna have to keep doing it. It's 2 BO3s tomorrow. It's a BO6 and then a BO5. Day after day after day. There's not anything harder than that.
But if there was a team to do it, it would be Team Liquid.
Commiserations, of course, on the other side for BBL, the #1 seed out of EMEA, shocking the region with their win. Fighting through adversity here as well. 4 of their players could not be on stage today. You know they wish that they could be there to support each other in person, but they couldn't. Still, they put up one of the most impressive fights I have seen here round after round, Mimi.
The closest game of the tournament, surely. 1 or 2 clutches going the other way, and they could have been alive, but it's Team Liquid instead. They can't lose in front of this crowd. In front of their families.
No. That's the best part. All the families coming out in support here today for them. You could see it even when they got knocked down in that second half. Every single round that they are turning back in their favor. Just every single person in the crowd standing up, cheering them on.
Well, an absolutely ludicrous series that we just witnessed, but it's Team Liquid on the trail for a lower bracket run. To discuss more, we have the analyst desk standing by.
That was just an emotional roller coaster. I mean, you couldn't really, those last few rounds, those were like, and you just couldn't tell. But Liquid, their comeback here, you know, in those few crucial rounds, baby, it was just so intense.
Yeah, I was screaming from my seat. I'm over here like, no, throw the molly on the bomb, put the molly on the bomb. I was saying a bunch of different crazy things, and I was like, dude, I can't even imagine being the coaches right now on both sides. It must have been an unbelievable experience and a lot of stress, because we were stressed out up here.
Oh man, we were freaking out. There were so many incredible like reads from the IGLs, from the teams, not over-rotating, and then players like Bazera, Bastarda, everyone had their epic moments and turned it up when it mattered the most. What an incredible win from TL in front of their home crowd.
And it's not just the side of Team Liquid. BBL, I feel, really put up a really good fight here. You saw that there was a lot more confidence from them as well, and you know, you saw that like, you know, they were able to really give the, you know, when they primed up that they had something prepared for Haven. I feel like they really did deliver. Unfortunately, this means that we will have to say goodbye to BBL, and it's heartbreaking, especially considering how much they've worked and, you know, just what they've had to deal with so far.
Yeah, this was a very tough tournament for them with a lot of their players getting sick, but you know, nevertheless, they played phenomenal on Haven. I'm not gonna lie.
For now, let's send it down to the stage for a Verizon post-match interview.
Here with Bastarda after amazing win. E Bastarda, de cara já quero falar que hoje foi o melhor jogo de vocês. Como é que foi esse trabalho? Era só o processo mesmo? Né? Era natural chegar nesse nível que a gente conhece de vocês? So first of all, that's the best game, in my opinion, of you guys. What happened? What's the process? Tell us about it.
Nosso jogo sempre ha sido o mesmo, só que a gente no começo contra eles começamos um pouco nervosas, daí a gente teve uma conversa para acalmar as paixões. Então, agora a gente está colocando nosso jogo em prática e é isso. Tipo,
Estávamos muito, como fala, bunda mole.
Como é que eu vou traduzir isso? Anyway, she said they were really nervous in the beginning, the debut of the championship, but they talked a lot just to calm the nerves and play what they know how to play. E nesse jogo, né, toda hora tem um mapa tranquilinho e um mapa mais pegado. Então fala pra gente como é que foi essa Ascent, escolha de vocês, que não estava sendo a escolha, e essa Raven que já foi zona de conforto, agora é um pouco mais pegada. So last match, there was an easy map and another map harder, and again, you guys had a tough one. And what happened that you picked Ascent, and what happened in Haven?
A gente piqueou Ascent porque é um mapa que a gente está treinando ultimamente, que não era nosso melhor mapa antes, e se está dando bem nos treinos. A gente picou basicamente porque é um mapa que se está dando bem na gente. E Haven está sendo um pouco mais difícil, pero todavía se puede. Y contra BBL fue súper difícil porque no podíamos leerlas, estaban como todo el rato trocando setup, pero al final era Daiki dijo, falou, vou falar português, desculpa, comecei a falar espanhol do nada. A Daiki falou, mano, põe marcha nas minas aí, estamos jogando o jogo delas. E aí a gente começou, eu comecei a avançar mais, comecei a ter mais confiança, a dar os primeiros abates, então é isso.
Ascent used to be a not very good mapper from us, but we got having good result in Scream, so we decided to pick it. And Haven, we are having a tough time to read BBL. They're changing the setups all the time, but then Dyke told me to be more aggressive, then I was more aggressive, and then we won. E agora falar do próximo adversário, SMG, tão embaçadas, tá difícil. Como é que tá a expectativa aí? Que de mirinha também elas estão muito bem, já tá com a leitura em dia, como é que tá essa preparação?
A gente vai continuar treinando, a gente não tem muito tempo porque o jogo vai ser amanhã e provavelmente se a gente ganha já pega logo o perdedor do jogo de agora. Então a gente vai jogar nosso jogo e é isso, tipo, ansiosa por jogar contra elas porque são muito boas e a gente vai dar nosso melhor para ganhar delas.
I asked her what does she expect from SMG tomorrow, and she said they are really good, but they are focused only on their play, and then I'm gonna watch this next game and prepare for tomorrow. Muito obrigado, Bastardinha. Amassa amanhã. É isso, a Bastarda.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Wanna hold this moment tight, stay close to the light, never say goodbye to this time, cause it feels so right, feels so right, feels so right.
If I need things to grow, I try. Which of us is turning keys? Either way, you know.
A matchup you wouldn't believe is in the lower bracket. This could have been our grand final, and we are seeing this right now as our elimination match for this day. What is going on here?
Team Liquid just taking their time. Bizarra will contend with the first, and they've made sure to stay in control of this one. Not a player dropped.
Really giving anything is just going to swing off of Vanya's contact. There she is, and she's so good with it.
Another flash connecting, but Isa finding shots, and Daiki lighting up the feed too. They have shut this down. Team Liquid, 13-8, take map number 1. Smoke fading, 2 on the other side, finds both shots! How the hell did she do that?
Gina, though, all the way down long while they flood into the site. Bizarra finds 3. The kills are there. It's a 4K for Bizarra, and Daiki finishes the job.
BBL doesn't even have to commit off this. The trade is instant. They know that more players are lurking on this site. BBL, double digits here on Haven. Bizarra isn't stunned. Bizarra is fighting, and she's got 2. Last one standing. Felipa is down. Team Liquid, this is their home. The lower bracket is their place. They keep the run going.
It's upper bracket final o'clock between defending champs G2 Gozen and revenge-hungry Shopify Rebellion. Welcome back to Game Changers Championship 2023. A year in the making, a year of waiting, and maybe this could even be a little preview of the finals that are to come. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined on the desk with Kukuka, and our very special guest today, Bazooka. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you very much. It's my pleasure. I'm very happy to be here.
Okay, what are you thinking of the tournament so far? Any surprises? Any dark horses that are making a run that you didn't expect?
I mean, Team Liquid just won, so I'm happy from my scene, from my country. It was a pretty tough match, but the whole tournament's amazing so far.
I think we just need to keep bringing in guests, because we have Murias, now we have you, and Team Liquid is doing better. So, just saying.
You guys are helping out. But you know what? We couldn't actually have written a better story. So Mel is back to right the wrongs of last year. Looking at this clip specifically from the Game Changers promos, just to have a little bit of an insight on what she's thinking.
I have a lot of regrets about last year's Game Changers. There's so many moments I wish could have gone differently. I made a lot of mistakes. This year, my confidence comes from within. My team and the people I care about think I've learned from my mistakes. This year, it's Mel against the world.
Mel against the world, Kukuka.
I'm not mad at it. I mean, I kind of hate the amount of pressure that she puts on herself. But listen, many people is the way that they work. She feels like last year it should have been different, and probably most people were to think that way. That Cloud9 Wide was going to be, the winner of the tournament, and actually doing it in a fashion that maybe we're seeing this year from Shopify Rebellion. Maybe all of that pressure actually was worth something.
Yeah, exactly. We're also looking at what happened last year, as you already touched upon. Cloud9 White was coming in as the favorite. But you know what, Bazooka? G2 goes and happened, and it feels like there's a rematch that we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, this match is gonna be crazy. I'm very excited to see it, and the way that Mel evolved from last year to this year, the new EGL she became, and how she turned herself into that big leader from North American scene. It's just amazing.
You know what else is really amazing, Kuka, is the map scores that we've been seeing from
out.
Shopify Rebellion, because they're testing if we can actually count to 10.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah, definitely. So if we keep going on this track, of course, we're seeing what happened against EDG, and then the day after, so yesterday against BBL, 13-1, 13-2, 13-3, 13-4. So according to this and the script that they themselves are writing, today it should be a 13-5 and 13-6.
Yeah.
So at least,
Makes sense.
So it's very complicated, because when we sit here and we're trying to do a recap of all of the things that surprised us and what we can expect about teams, and for Shopify, it's so complicated because they've been so dominant. We can only have good words for them. We cannot be like, oh yeah, but this one, maybe they got a little bit too comfortable. I mean, it's a 13-2. Of course, they were very comfortable. If they're out to make a very small mistake, you cannot really account for it.
Yeah, and Shopify has been doing incredibly well, but just to hear from what they're feeling in terms of the upcoming match, let's send it over to Insu, who's ready with Sarah.
Arrived here in the arena, and I got Sarah here to have a quick word. Now, it feels like nobody could beat you, or let alone get more than 5 rounds against you right now. Why do you think you guys have been so dominant?
Honestly, I think a lot of it is Effie's. He's such an experienced player, and he's been incredible the whole time we've had him. I'm really, really grateful for him. But also Mel, she's been calling incredibly. Really just my team. They're all amazing.
Well, the fans are very excited to see you guys play. Good luck today, and I hope your domination continues.
Domination from Shopify has been incredible, to say the least. I mean, this entirety of the year already. And then in all aspects, there is no denying the fact that their snowballing off of the pistol rounds bazooka has just been so scary for any team that's going to be going up against them.
Yeah, the win rate that they have on pistol rounds and the way they're approaching those rounds are just amazing. We can see they have a plan for every pistol round they're playing, sometimes even having one side retake and just making a bait play on their side. And they were just having the perfect reads, the perfect reactions. And when you win the pistol round, it can just snowball a lot for your team, because you're going to be farming a lot of orbs for your mates. You're going to be farming money for the future rounds. And the way the pistol rounds are played right now in VALORANT, Shopify is just dominating.
And even more important, yesterday, for example, against BBL, on that last map, they weren't able to get that pistol round, but they were never letting them convert that second round. So, of course, it's not only worrying about your economy, but also the rival's economy.
Yeah, that's something to keep on your toes for sure, especially when we're looking at their pistol rounds. And as you already mentioned, a lot of prep goes into those, but also a lot of preps in general in the rounds that we've seen from them. But as much as it's the players, we've heard it time and time again, Kuka, we've heard it in every single interview. Effies, thank you so much for doing what you've done for Shopify.
I think it's so important, and I think that it's definitely one of the reasons why they're performing so good. I love that people are getting to understand this. All the growth that we are seeing in the team also comes from the staff, and I think that Effies is doing a brilliant job. And if we put it face to face and head to head against Carcas, that has been with G2 for 2 years now, definitely Carcas was the one having this effect last year, and it was bringing us a lot of surprises, and it's probably behind some of the bigger changes that we have seen in G2. So I think this is one of the most important head-to-heads that we're seeing today.
Yeah, definitely, and they're gonna have a big problem today, because we're gonna pick against Shopify. They are just dominating against every adversary in every map.
Yeah, but for example, right, on the same level, we have seen that they've come very well prepared. How are you going to prepare against a G2 that is changing everything for this tournament? I think that this is the two biggest brains going up against each other.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely something to pick apart a little later on, because I think as well something that we're really looking forward to is the rematch. Last time around, Mel played against Mimi, but this time Mimi is also going to be on the IGL. So this is really scary to see.
Yeah, it's of course it's crazy. This is, I believe, just the stats from this tournament, but it's lovely to see that Mimi's still up there. Of course, the KDA for Mel is out of this world, but it's also very important. Like, for example, she's never going to be the one going for that first duel, and she's aware of everything that she's trying to put into work. So it's different profiles, but definitely another very important head-to-head for today.
And something that's important as well is, like, when her team is killing, she doesn't have a role there.
Exactly.
Like, she's gonna be the GL, she's gonna be giving the calls for the team, but she's gonna be the one less in the clutch, because there are no clutches in the game. The game's so far in the front, you know.
What exactly makes Mel such a good IGL? What do you think is going on that has allowed her to, as you mentioned already, take up all this information and then be able to relay that to the team and set them up for success?
I think that the experience she got last year is definitely something that helps her out, because sometimes you may not even have the best idea for the round, but if you give this call for your team with confidence and showing them how to do it during the round and just be able to adapt during the game, that's what's win you matches. That's what wins you tournaments.
I mean, I think it's also a little bit that she's a perfectionist, and I think she's humble in that sense. You know, sometimes this pressure that she puts on herself that we can see, she's also very honest about it. She's like, I want to be the best. I know that if I work, I have the people around me that is going to help me get to this position. And from knowing her personally, I think that she is, you know, grateful to have the people that she has around, and she feels good about the improvements that she's made.
Yeah, improvements that have definitely been made, but I think as well as we already touched upon a little bit, when it comes to G2, improvements have been made and changes have been made. So ahead of this matchup, let's head back down to Yinsu, who's standing by with G2 Roxy.
G2 goes and they're here for to look for their second back-to-back final. But Roxy, your story was very different last year when you were here. You are no stranger to Mel and Alexis. They actually knocked you out in Berlin. So how do you plan to get your revenge today?
I mean, this year's going to be different because obviously they have a different team and I'm also in a different team, completely different two environment. And this year we prepared very differently. We prepared very much better. So, and I hope it will just show on the server.
Oh, I can't wait to see it. Good luck today.
Thank you.
3.
Different team, different prep, same thing for Shopify Rebellion. That's something that we have to keep in mind and something we already touched upon a little bit when it comes to continuously having to prep for something that you don't really know what they're going to be throwing at you.
Yeah, exactly. I think that, as we're saying, it's so important that probably this is the match that we're going to be seeing in the finals. And I think that people want to see it twice because, of course, when we talk about the preparation, is okay, but this is not just, you know, there's not only one round. There's a chance that, you know, you get hungry for more.
Absolutely, and that revenge arc just keep coming back. But coming into this event as well, I don't think anyone really expected to see Petra and a Fluorescent Jet duel, especially considering here, Bazooka, that Petra's Jet debut was literally 2 days ago. But I mean, here we are, looking at these numbers, it's crazy to say the least.
Yeah, there's one specific round that comes to my mind about Petra, the Sheriff round on Haven, the Pistol round. That round was just amazing.
This is pretty.
And she was just... She was just wrecking everyone. She was just playing freely in the map and doing whatever she wanted to do.
Yeah, and of course, like, the stats are going to be different between the two of them because, of course, you know, Petra has at least lost a game, Fluorescent has lost 10 rounds.
Yeah,
you know,
wow.
it's going to be very, very difficult. But we need to understand why is Petra on that Jet. It's not only about the roll swap, it's also about the versatility that having someone going on that operator, on that different duelist, is going to bring you from within the game. And she is willing to take all those risks. And the same way that we can speak for Mel in the case of Shopify Rebellion, we can say for Petra that she has done anything and everything that has been in her power to be useful to the team.
And, you know, useful is an understatement. I think she's been extraordinarily and a great addition in terms of that role swap. And, you know, we're sitting here and we're super hype about Petra and we're talking like, oh my god, this has been going incredible. But I really wonder what the atmosphere sounds like within G2 when they see some of these plays pop up. And I'm pretty sure you guys at home are wondering the same. So we have a G2 open mic, so let's tune in. And this was against Team Liquid in a Sony and Zone open mic.
Tô. Desci. Settling. Deixa eu pegar. Ô, Bastarda, volta lá pra A e redominar. Joga em dupla com a Isabelle lá, vamos ficar safe.
Tá, esse é a cachoeira.
See above it?
She can cross, I think. I'm not sure. She has no
I'm
fuel
watching
right
here.
now. Yeah.
They have raised ults. No.
That.
I stand. I'm going A, I'm going A. I can rotate. I will rotate.
No more, no more, no more.
Okay, I stay. I'm not going. Tem no bomb, no bomb.
Vai do bomb.
One on B, guys.
One can be for you.
Yeah, go. She's out, she's out. Could be out, could be out. Not out, Sarah. Okay. Take it again, take it again.
Eles param mais a gente daí. Acho que não vai dar pra jogar aqui.
Uma cara lá atrás, vou tentar pegar uma kill.
Tá. Pera.
Não dá nada, Viper.
Abri a esquerda, peguei. Tá, não consigo passar, Daik. Não deu pra passar. Tá sozinha, Daik. Tá, tá com veneno aqui, não deu pra passar. Esmacar só a cachoeira. Vou passar agora, vem, Jô.
I'm leaving sight, I'm giving.
Vamos, 1, 2. Cachoeira, tem um. Tá. Molei CT. Mesma cor. Tá.
Tem fechado.
Você tem after, Jô?
Tenho bang
eu tenho puxão.
Cura pra você. Dá a cara pra mim?
Dou. Eu vou jogar bomba com você, vida. Não tem nada.
Tenho bang em 5.
Tá, banga uma que a gente abre CT depois.
Tá, eu tenho bang em 2.
Tá, faz tempo pra mim, tá? Pro puxão. Eu vou ter smoke. Tô virando sua direita, Daik.
Vira.
Vai.
Homem tá lá.
Homem e Viper CT. Virei. Eu dei CT. Default.
Ching. One sand. And water. 2 bomb e cachoeira. Water, that's sand. Right side, top. 6. 120. Yes! Woo! That was not close, right? No,
no.
We're chilling. Good job, guys.
Nah, not even close, right? Absolutely not. But you know what? One consistent factor, though, that we can see from G2 is that they will always try and throw a spanner into work. So this then, to me, brings the question, in regards to preparation for that map veto, how would you approach it?
Yeah, that's a very tough situation for them because G2 have big bind and they lost their pick on the game against SMG. And they have already picked Sunset against Liquid, and Sunset's a map that Shopify just destroyed the enemy team. So what we're gonna pick, I'm gonna pick a map from Shopify that I don't have any information about.
Yeah, everything's going to be a little bit of a wild pick, but I think that it follows, you know, what G2 has been doing during the tournament. Is like, I buy Bind, and then I pick Sunset out of the blue with all of these changes, and now I'm going to pick Bind. I think that they're playing into that surprise factor that they're going to need today.
Yeah, and with that, we have the coaches ready who are finally going to solve this riddle for us. So let's head over to the map selection to see exactly where this revenge arc will be taking place.
Okay, so we're starting map selection process. This is upper finals. This is a coin toss. The coin toss is considering alphabetical order on the teams. So G2 is heads and SR is tails. Okay, so again, the front of it is heads, the back of it is tails. So it's tails. So SR starts choosing if wants to be Team A or Team B.
We pick Team B.
SR Team B. G2 Team A. So G2 starts banning a map.
We ban Haven.
Haven, ban for SR.
We ban Split.
Split. Map pick for G2.
Pick Breeze.
Breeze, side on Breeze for SR.
We pick Attack.
Attack, okay. Map pick for SR.
We pick Ascent.
Ascent, okay. Side on Ascent for G2.
Defense.
Defense. Next set of bans is G2 starts. Bind Lotus or Sunset.
Ban Lotus.
Lotus. Less ban for SR. You have Bind or Sunset.
Ban Bind.
Sorry?
Ban Bind.
Ban, sorry?
Bind.
Bind, okay, bind. So the decider is Sunset, side on Sunset for G2.
Defense.
Defense, okay, that's it. Good luck, have fun.
Breeze, Ascent, and Sunset. The battle is set. I mean, first one?
Hear me out.
All right,
History
I'm listening.
is always in the making with these teams, but for them, this match is actually way more personal than that, just because of what happened last year. Now, G2 going on the chase for that Breeze, it's unreal. As you're saying, the first of the tournament, we were talking about literally every single team preferring Sunset over Breeze. We have the chance of seeing both of them in this best of three.
I like it. I like it very much. You should pick because neither of teams have information about Breeze on each other. So it's all gonna be on now about how they're gonna adapt about G2 plan. Because if you should pick Breeze, they have a plan for that.
Yeah, exactly. And when we're talking about, you know, the plans that you're mentioning, we do know that for G2 it has been a long time. They did play in Red Bull against Heretics. It was a 13-0, so let's just forget about that.
It was a warm-up.
Of course, it was a warm-up. And also this role swap hadn't happened yet. So surprises that we can expect from that team. And of course, it's been a year since they played it last time, let's say, especially in Game Changers. Now, obviously, for Shopify, the idea is very different. And I think we might see some surprises in the picks.
Interesting. When we're looking at the agents specifically for Breeze, that's kind of what I want to start up on, because we've seen Petra on the Raze, we've seen her on the Jet. Are we expecting more traditional? Are we expecting? Do you think we're gonna get
listen,
Yoru?
I'm seeing this bingo card that was the baby paint left here, and it says Yoru pick, and I don't know why.
I know you want to win the bingo, but Bazooka, is it realistic here?
I mean, there's some ways you can make your works on Breeze, but the main thing is about what you're gonna leave behind. Because okay, I'm gonna leave my Jet behind for the Yoru. Like the dash is very strong. The way, like even Petra playing Jet, the amount of rounds she was able to just close up the map and just have the team making the rotation for the other side while she was strong on one side to get information really further away. That's something that just Jet can do. Yoru can do that easily.
Yeah, exactly. And we also need to think about the more supportive roles. Like, what is going to happen with the smokes? Do we expect some Harbor, Viper, Omen? There's so many things that you can still play on this Breeze, and that I think will be very determinant.
Yeah, and with the power vested in me, with Prime Gaming, Agent Select, we're going to be having a look indeed. And very identical comps coming through from both of these teams.
It had been a year.
Yeah, nothing changes. History repeats itself here.
I mean, Cypher is a bit different, you know, a little bit stronger. I think I like it.
Yeah, that's the default comp on Breeze since last Champions before the changes on the map. And the big difference here is that like now the Cypher can use both triple wires for himself if you want to defend a B side, for example. And that's where it makes KO even more important.
Well, it's the rematch that we have waited for a whole year to see. The redemption arc for Shopify Rebellion starts here, but so does the battle for G2 to hold on to their crown. Vancilli and Potter, you two ready?
We are definitely ready for the rematch of the year indeed. Now we have Shopify versus, you know, G2, and this is also a series that they faced off against each other last year.
Yeah.
So we're seeing Breeze again, we're seeing Ascent again. So I feel like for both of these teams, Potter, they just want to get that revenge no matter what.
Yeah, I think that's a good point because, like you say, both squads are very familiar. The compositions coming out is that old school comp, right? Before those Breeze map changes came in as well. So both squads absolutely have a good idea of what this game plan is going to be. And I want to touch on what Bazooka mentioned about these Cypher trips. The fact that Cypher can now be a lot more just greedy.
Yeah.
You don't have to be that info sentinel. You can go for frags, absolutely. So looking straight at these two anchors, but Shopify, they're not slowing down. They've got full mid control here.
Going for kills are actually Shopify Rebellion. Looking for a mid to be split. The walls are coming out from Mel. Playing as this Viper, but the crossfire is just too good for G2 to start. Beautiful to allow Noya to finally stop the bleeding a bit. The spike's down out of the open though.
It is. Mimi's got a deep line, and that's a beautiful shot. A lot of damage onto the back of Sarah here. It's gonna have to come down to Noya. Sarah does have a recon dart. Hopefully is gonna be able to use it as some sort of crosshair displacement to tee up Noya here, but
Last player standing.
Nice opportunity, nice attempt. Sarah's pretty much pinned right there. Noya had to make the move towards spawn. Missing that fight earlier on versus Glance, but now they're just going across the arches, and Noya's able to win that fight. 2 versus 1, and you see Noya already pivoting towards this A site.
yeah, she's gonna beat the defenders at that A, but on this crossing, as she's passing that yellow, Kale's gonna get that line, so
30 seconds
oh, this
left.
is fast. G2 are reacting quick.
Knife was out, managed to escape for a bit, but as soon as she crosses on the other side of Orange though, Mimi starts things off for G2.
Such aggressive moves coming out here for Shopify, and I get it, right? You saw that Mel holding on to that Viper wand, using it at the last minute as soon as they got that connector control. So that base split, it looked good, but G2, their crossfire, I mean, this little emo spot is just such a strong position when you have a Cypher back site. G2 just playing those crossfires very well, and it's a nice shot.
Yeah, from a camera to a bait and switch, tucking tight within that area. It's kind of looking like Sunset in that new little cubby that comes in towards that B site. But for this round, when you have a lower buy for Shopify Rebellion, they invested into a Marshall. Noya's already pushing up towards the arches and lands a nice shot there onto Petra. Surprisingly, that missed, but that's a great opportunity for Shopify Rebellion to start their eco.
Yeah, you can't afford to be missing those. Great punish. And even Fluorescent has a Marshall on her back. Trying to find these long-range jewels. Just trying to pop off some damage.
Everyone is just winning behind her. But it's
Not
Mimi
scoped.
towards the top of the door. ADS is down with the Guardian. And that makes Shopify Rebellion throw a little bit of a utility. But once again, trying to leverage Noya on the lurk. Isolating the 1v1 long range, but Roxy is just waiting towards the back of the pillar. So no opportunities here for Shopify Rebellion to really try to gain some map control. So they're all still staying grouped. They have to walk again and not give their positions away.
Yeah, trying to catch some sort of timing here, get lucky, but G2 are playing this well, keeping those long ranges as much as possible, keeping those deep lines to really maximize on these weaponries.
30 seconds left.
Slicing the A site. 3 players going to face off Orange to the back of the site. Finally, it swings out, and a great opportunity to capitalize for Shopify Rebellion. 20 seconds left on the clock, moving towards the back of the pyramids, and safely will plant the spike because of the wall coming back up from Mel.
Yeah, look at how much utility both these players have.
Spike
Mel can
planted.
quickly set up in a post, use her wall to be able to recharge that gas and maybe make it back into A main here.
Started off already.
Screen down.
Lance just looking to maybe do some recon, throwing it towards the back of the site. Roxy's also closing in.
Yeah, and they weren't able to actually plant for A main, so Shopify decided to fight.
Ball's down, beautiful flash, 1 for 1, but Roxy turns
remaining.
around. And that could have been a great round for Shopify, but Roxy continues to be really good in the clutch. And G2, close, but they still get the second round.
No cigar, fans, no cigar. But you're right, it was so close. It came down to that sound cue of the flash. You saw Shopify, Mel, she started staring into the wall. She wanted that flashbang to come through, but just the timings are insane. As soon as she turns around, Cypher's already in her face. But what an eco coming out here for Shopify, just working the map, and Noya has just been so deadly every single day, almost looking like she's better than the last, which is crazy to say out loud, but beautiful opening for Noya, but a good response here for G2.
And a good start for Shopify Rebellion. Look at the bonus run that G2 has to work with. Only that Bulldog that Roxy had on that previous round. Even a recon dart this time around, spotting 2 as the rest of G2 are only with Sheriffs. First contact, won by Mel. Easily done. Roxy has to fall back.
Yeah, a little bit late on that fallback. You saw that dart getting so much value for Shopify, so much information, and they're not slowing down. The aggression is on. They know they had the advantage.
Utility's so great. One player still stuck towards the doors while the rest are pushing in. Hat's now being thrown out. There's that creep up, the rotate from maybe stopped by Sarah. The advantage is for SR. A 4, make that a 3 versus 1. As Sarah's the last one remaining. I like that her name is Sarah 2 for G2, so let's keep it like that, because we are having a Sarah versus Sarah in this matchup.
It would have been awesome if the spelling was with an H and without. Be like Sarah H against Sarah A. But, oh, we have Sarah 2, though.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That'll work. That'll
Cool
work.
with that.
And Sarah 2 just got spotted there by the recon dart. So trying to chase after the kill against Sarah. She loses the mirror match.
Yeah, Sarah is better than Sarah 2. The OG, the original, some would say. But yeah, a great response coming out here for Shopify. Yeah, it was G2's bonus. You saw that they were only holding on to those Sheriffs. Now we've got the operator in Petra's hands. They got caught last time with that dart flash combo coming out for Shopify, so expect G2 to do something about that dart, but they absolutely want to set up Petra here to find some sort of opening, and you can see KO is right on her heels. They're looking for a quick mid opening here.
Flash to counter back, depending on what utility is being thrown. There's a dash already activated, but Sarah was looking back towards the spawn. She was expecting for a flash to come out from the defender's side, and that actually she got caught for that. And now Shopify Rebellion are going to have less to work with when they want to execute within this B site. Recon dart being super important here.
Yeah, Shopify have been getting caught out on this line of sight, so they're completely aware of that.
Grounded.
Oh, what a huge pick for Petra.
They're really rotating her across the map. So the first pick there towards the double doors goes back towards the nest. A second one through. So now Shopify Rebellion learning as the rounds continue to dwindle throughout this first half that they have to keep an eye out for this offer.
Yeah, and you can see that Noya can't really take any more space because of how wide open that mid is. Mel's still holding on to this wall, and that sort of lack of information usually would keep the defenders guessing, but the fact that they're down so many numbers, they can maintain that strong side and maintain those numbers towards here at A. Shopify, they've got to find a pick here, guys.
30 seconds left.
When this wall comes up, probably the defender's one's going to come up as well. Utility still stops them. Noya still waiting for the late lurk. The off is out. The third one within the round for Petra. In her role as this Jet, has been picking up the pace and working this agent quite well. As the walls come down with 13 seconds left. Unfortunately, no ground gained for Shopify Rebellion. As even it turns out to be a prime gaming flawless for G2 early in this half.
Yeah, and I'm glad you mentioned Petra because, you know, we were so shocked on that first day when she did bust out this duelist role and that operator. But man, ever since, she's been warming up into it. That one round where she just ride or die dove in to break that Killjoy ultimate for her entire team. That's sort of a sacrifice that you're willing to do for your teammates. It absolutely comes back around and scratches your own back. So Petra being fantastic, finding those opening kills, and she's completely ruined Shopify's money. I mean, they're going to be able to get a couple Guardians and a couple upgraded pistols, but not the full buy that they were certainly looking for here.
We got some traps being laid out within the site. Shot, big flash. Petra's forced to fall back, but out in the open. Fluorescent's the one that's able to get the pick. Roxy still holding within around the cages. Couldn't get that kill onto her opponent as Alexis comes in for the trade. Advantage for Shopify Rebellion as they move in and are still waiting for a plant. They are in a position to do it, but they just push out early. Now the pit's going to confirm the spike going down.
Let's see if Sarah too sniffs out Sarah, but no, Sarah's in such a ratty little angle below that window.
Spike planted.
Was such a broken buy.
Got the information though on Mimi, who throws a fragment within, right at the feet of Mel. That does a lot of damage through.
Player standing.
Sarah, still playing towards the long B. Nice swing out from Alexis in the end from the pit. A trade-off here. You talked about a Laura buy. It's not a thrifty, but it was good enough to do that damage, take the site, and get the round for Shopify.
Absolutely. Absolutely good enough for sure. Definitely satisfied if you're with that one. I mean, this flash coming out here, it was just insane. I didn't even hear it coming at all, and I don't think Petra did either, so I think it was just one of those chunked it over the wall, and Alexis absolutely catches Petra there, and that's just a freebie. A freebie for Shopify to get that site open. Hunter's Fury now here for Sarah as well on the attack side.
Flashbang.
4 on the other end for G2. An opportunity to fight right back and really break the economy from Shopify Rebellion once again, who are slowly leading towards his B-side. Petra winning just behind, gets the first pick, but Fluorescent moves in for that trade. Now the Hunter's Fury trying to ping some players. Couldn't connect into anything towards the A side, but the commitment towards B is there, and Roxy's just once again having to hold the site on B by herself. Cages are now finally down. An opportunity for Shopify to move in, and they're creeping around the site. They're trying to close into Roxy. Beautiful recon dart coming through, though. That's going to allow the glance to come out with the Hunter's Fury. There's that wraparound towards the back of the pillar as Roxy's going to fall, but not until Glance also gets a Hunter's Fury kill onto Noya. A 3 versus 3, Plant goes down, and finally the rotate comes in.
And Mimi is on that flank. She's got full kit, full utility on her back, but Sarah is just in a better angle. Completely wipes out Mimi and just down to Glance and Sarah now. Gotta find some picks. That's good information, but Shopify, look how they're reacting. They're responding. Just gonna fall back and just waste time.
Both of them were spotted there towards the arches, and Sarah continues to be the one watching the flanks, watching the rotations. I mean, if you're looking in these post-plan situations here, Potter, we've always mentioned Sarah from Shopify Rebellion, those picks that she's getting on these aggressive flanks coming out from G2 quite early.
Yeah, and this was a good response coming out here for G2 because the other Sarah, well, really Glance, really made it right in the nick of time. You saw that drone coming out. She got the tag, provided that Hunter's Fury, and that really opened up the field for Roxy. Unfortunately, she didn't get that line for the window, gets taken out, and that's just how fast that B site falls. Once your Cypher location is found and known, I mean, it's up to Petra and it's up to the attackers to really fumble and collapse on him, and that's kind of what happened to Roxy there.
Lots of aggression for G2 this time around. You heard the blade storms coming out from Petra, and they want to once again re-aggress towards the control of elbow. Look at the jiggles coming out from Noya, though. It's getting pinged out. She hasn't really seen opponents yet, but she does have support all the way back from spawn. Players ADSing on the side of Shopify, and they also get the first blood. But there is that support coming through. Nice dagger from Petra on the top of the wall. Is going to land it right onto Mel, which gives G2 the advantage.
Yeah, and Sarah's gonna use all the information that her teammates just gave over to her. That Cypher ult definitely puts a crux in her plan. Now she's gonna stop, and Petra's gonna go try to sniff her out and find her, but 3 players on the flank here. The fact that Sarah and Floor are pushing into spawn and really flipping the map once again here is...
It should have been good. It should have been good because it was planted for a spawn, but Petra once again aware of this push. Null Command now coming out on the attack for Alexis, not allowing Utility to come through, but she falls unfortunately, so it's up to Fluorescent. Star player. Players are low on HP, but gets instantly traded off there by Roxy as Glance falls, and G2 with the lower buy answers right back in. I think this is a great testament to what we're going to see this whole series.
Yeah.
A back and forth, potentially a 3 series, but no matter what, we'll see the MasterCard Thrifty.
Exactly, just swinging right back. And I like how it started. All 4 members of G2 really congregated towards these B tunnels, and look at Petra. As soon as Mimi gets that contact, as soon as the red dots start popping up on that mini-map, she updrafts and gets herself a freebie. That sort of synergy is beautiful, and of course it's Roxy to just close things out for G2. You mentioned it, Vans. She's, I mean, ever since her birthday, she's had like this weird buff where she just doesn't lose clutches.
Yeah, in today's world, they kind of like to celebrate the birthday week.
Yeah.
So Roxy continues to prove that she is a pivotal pillar pretty much for G2 on the site anchor holds and also on these retakes. But this time around, you saw that the Thrifty came out for G2, but Shopify still has money to work with. So an all-out for Fluorescent. They're looking for the mid-control once again.
That's a good tag coming out here for Glance. Not only that, she was able to spot like 3 or 4 bodies in mid as well. So G2 have a really good idea of what Shopify are going to try to do into this round. Floor has knives, Vans. Knives and a sniper rifle in her hand. This
so
sort
does
of
Petra.
combo. Yeah. I mean, this is going to be...
No daggers, but the op is good. Unfortunately, it does not connect onto Fluorescent, but it connects onto Mel, so that's no wall right now for Shopify for their site take.
That's gonna hurt. That's definitely gonna hurt. They do still have Noya's single cage, but actually she just used it to block off that mid line of sight, and that's a good trade at least for Sarah. That was everything.
Sarah too is putting the Viper, the snake bite right on the ground just to slow down SR's attempt to capitalize on that trade to try to push towards the A site, and now it stops. The Molly is gone. The utility is being pushed in, and Glance is holding by the staircase. Spotted right now by Sarah, who now inches forward, back towards the rail, in front of Orange. Fluorescent is there just to bait out the kill. But the spike once again falls with 17 seconds left on the clock. It's now picked up by Fluorescent. They're going to play just on the outside of the Viper's pit, maybe trying to push in and try to get the pick. And we're jumping across. Sarah running out of bullets, but still just good enough to get the pick off the Sarah. 5 seconds left on the clock. The right click classic. And now the tap on the spike. Petra's there out in the open. Fluorescent was just trying to get that spike down for a chance to win. But G2, they get it in the end.
What a response coming out here for Sarah. And that, she was clenched that entire time. The fact that she drops that Viper's pit as Sarah is hunting her down around that crab pillar. But what a beautiful opening once again here for Petra. She's just, again, been warming up, and she's not missing any of these shots.
One enemy remaining.
Completely controlling that connector, and man, you feel for Shopify there. They did everything they could. Sarah was trying to get that aggro while Floor was jumping around with the classic, trying to get that spike down, but G2, they're responding well, using the stopping power. You saw Sarah too, busting out those mollies, using that orb, and again, just using that stopping power to waste Shopify's time. They only had like 3 seconds left in that round before they could even tap the spike.
Yeah, speaking of timeout, or time rather, it's a timeout called by Shopify Rebellion, and I do want to emphasize on what you were just talking about from Sarah too, with the utility she's using towards the A site. Roxy's also doing the same thing towards B. So they have great players and great agents to do that stalling and stopping power if the one at the forefront, being Mimi at the doorway or Petra, wherever she's opping, if they fall, The other two anchoring the sides are doing so good to hold it back.
They are. And this round, after this timeout, you know Mel and Effys are cooking up an insane strat. But on the other side, G2, Mimi, she's got the exact counter for Floor. You can expect Mimi to be holding on to that knife and also ready to pop this ultimate as soon as they get contact or as soon as Fluorescent tries to take any ground with those knives. So we'll see how those clever plays come out, because we've seen these mind games before in moments just like this.
They're investing Fluorescent with a Vandal first. So if they get the pick, that's definitely the juggle utility and a nice help. And they're just looking for that pressure towards the A side. There's that updraft. It catches her in the air. The Flamestar comes out, and Roxy has a beautiful kill trip to stop the plans of what Shopify had towards this B site. Null command now coming out too, just to not allow Shopify to get any utility in the B site to trade. They have to fall back.
What a counter. What a counter coming out here for G2. Didn't even get to shoot a single bullet is Fluorescent before she gets taken out. And all three members of Shopify, they have no choice but to just stay grouped. Sarah has a drone, so maybe she can drop that Guardian over to her teammate, try to find an entry tag, and punish. But look, 3 defenders still on this B site for G2.
And even that Vandal's far out of reach, just at the entrance of that B site. That's what the strongest weapon they invested in right now, so they have to count on Sarah trying to get the entry. There's a knife that's going to stop the utility for a bit. Beautiful wall bang to start things off for Shopify Rebellion. That now initiates Shopify Rebellion's push towards the site. All 3 of them towards the ladder. Nice headshot of the Sheriff from Alexis, evening up the tally. Glasses turning around the corner, drops the spike carrier, and also Mel on a spray transfer. And it's up to Sarah once again with the Guardian. Still inching towards the back of the site. Sarah, too's just around the corner, jump spots her. And now it's the lineup for 2. Almost there, but Petra with the reaction trades it off. But there was a chance there for Shopify to bring it back.
There was, until Glance showed up. I mean, I thought for sure Shopify did enough there. Alexis Deagle just whipping out, getting that one tap, but Glance shows up and she says she's had enough. Wipes out the 2, and even the timing in this ring around the rosy sequence that happened between Sarah 2 and Sarah 1 there was incredible. But yeah, G2, you can see why they wanted to pick this map coming into this series as the first.
And that's the first time they ran into that trap that was placed by Roxy. So still, Shopify Rebellion, all they have to do is continue to try to learn how G2 is currently playing. So really, on the tip of their toes every single time G2 has full control, especially with the first blood that Petra just got into Fluorescent.
Yeah, these first bloods are really making Mel's job difficult and all of Shopify's job difficult. You know, that flash dart combo that we saw just a few rounds ago that was able to get those pings, maybe Shopify resort back to that, but Petra has had free reign on this map so far.
And that flash was so nice. Sarah wasn't ready for that one. Mimi just swings out the door and gets the pick. Mel on the other end. Time has been wasted enough for the wall to come down. Sarah 2 just around the corner. And they can't take her down. It's just Noya once again by herself. Can't really activate her lurks because her teammates are falling down towards the take of this A site. It's a full roster against her. Mimi's just waiting there, greeting her, and a second Prime Gaming Flawless comes in for G2.
Yeah, the Viper, Sarah 2, as you mentioned, just playing that role to perfection right now. Dancing around that crab pillar, not giving Shopify any fair fights.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, we always commend Floor, we commend the individual prowess on this Shopify side, but if your opponents aren't giving you the kind of duels and the kind of shots that you want or that you're used to, definitely going to take you a little bit longer to warm up into this and figure out exactly how you want to approach the next few rounds.
And as we're calling the masterclass calling from Mel yesterday when they played against BBL, you got to give it to Mimi this time around too. She's really putting the players at the right place, where for Shopify Rebellion, once again, they're trying to have something with a lower buy, using their duelists at the forefront, trying to get a pick with this Guardian. But we're pushing just right out.
Yeah, and I like what they're doing here. You saw that Noya is being a little bit more aggro towards this B main. It looks like she's trying to find the Cypher trips, not gonna let Floor run into that trap again here. But they've already been taken out. I mean, it's Petra again. Just on those deep lines, finding whatever picks she wants here.
There was an owl drone that got a ping. The op shot missed from Petra. Reloading her bullet as Sarah catches her, but there's still Glance there to support. Alexis trying to come right out to support as well, but she's low on HP.
Spike down B.
And unfortunately, it just leaves Mel by her lonesome on a 4 versus 1. Nice ADS on the first one. The information's already there. The spike's out in the open. Saving grace as his wall is up, still in her favor. She could potentially still isolate the 1v1 there. Just got pinged out though by a recon dart, and she has to give it the sight. But an opportunity for a backstab.
Opportunity indeed, but G2, after they don't see anyone for a few seconds, that sort of spidey sense should start tingling, but Mel, only 4 bullets, fans.
Yeah, I mean, they were waiting for it the whole time. After realizing that the time has ticked down, oh, okay, she's got to have gone out of sight at that point. So they're looking back towards the elbow, look back towards the B main, and it's an easy pick in the end. And for a map here that G2 picking on Breeze was looking to be some sort of a comfort zone for Shopify Rebellion as well, but they are still in school. They're learning pretty much how G2 is currently playing round after round.
Writing those notes furiously right now as Effie's in the back room.
They're in attention.
Yeah, trying to figure that one out, but this is it.
That goes there.
Great ultimate on the board here for Sarah on the attack side, and
This is a nice spot.
it looks like they're going for that same play that they did the last time Sarah had ult. She's gonna drone out A main as they take mid.
First change of pace. Fluorescence already initiated within the site. Aldro coming out towards the A main, trying to get the pick on the top there on the North Bridge. He got the tag onto Sarah too, and a shoot will fall finally from Fluorescent, pushing forward with the assist from the Hunter's Fury. Noya finally has an opportunity to activate her lurk, gets the pick off onto Petra on the rotate, but Mimi is still alive at this doorway.
Yeah, and she's looking, she's hunting. That drone just spotted Mel, and the spike is on her back as well here. She's trying to recharge her gas so she can cross, but Mimi's not gonna let it.
Thankfully, though, their neural thefts thrown out by Noya. So they have the information on a 3, and as Mimi's trying to jump away, Sarah is waiting right there, just by the railing. Recon dart to clear towards the back of their orange, allowing Noya to pick up the spike. 48 seconds left on the clock, still plenty of time to work with here, and for them to just inch slowly, group back together for Shopify and get a plant. But it's a safe plant here. You can't really play it towards the outside A main. Counter neural theft out from Roxy, ADSing right away, and Sarah swings right out. Lance is now solo. Shock darts coming out towards the pyramid. Light damage onto Noya. They're just looking for the first contact, which will be Fluorescent, as Glance is walking forward. First pick onto Sarah. Noya then is coming right out. So beautiful discipline for Shopify Rebellion. They stop the bleeding at 8-4.
Yeah, and a huge way to do it as well. And hey, all it took was a drone tag, a Hunter's Fury, and a Fluorescent to get that entry. Not that hard, but G2 had a response consistently. But finally, Sarah gets tagged, and finally, Shopify are able to get a post-plant round on the board.
Enemy remaining.
Without you seeing lots of rounds coming through here for G2. Taking great control of the defense. We'll see if Shopify Rebellion could answer back. So with that, let's head down to the stage where Ba is standing with a former pro player, Isla.
E aí, gente bonita, eu tô aqui junto com a Isla e olha, ela que é um nome super conhecido do Game Changers brasileiro, a gente vai falar tanto em inglês quanto em português, fechado? Hey everyone, I'm here with Isla. She's a really well-known name around our Brazilian Game Changers. And now we're going to talk a little bit about the match. So I can see that you're using, yeah, of course, Liquid. But right now we have G2 and Shopify Rebellion. Are you rooting for someone?
Well, I kind of have a crush on someone, so yeah. I am. Let's go, G2. No, I'm just kidding, but if she's down, I'm down too.
Ok. Gente, eu perguntei pra ela, né, se ela tá torcendo pra alguém, afinal de contas ela tá trajada de Team Liquid, mas ela trouxe aqui uma torcida específica pra Roxy. Falou que é a crush dela e já tá oferecendo até beijo, né, Isla?
Tamo aqui?
Yeah, of course. Well, do you want to say something else?
Keep calm, do the L.
Oh, okay. That's perfect. Ok, yeah, let's do the L. Ela disse pra fazer o L, então é isso, meus amores. É com vocês. See ya!
Thank you very much, Ba. And indeed, now we have a chance to have G2 take the helm. I mean, they've been controlling the defensive half with the positioning from Petra, on the op. But this time, with the way that they're playing, I feel like they're going to set the pace too on the attack. Shopify Rebellion, they have to try to react and try to fight back quickly here.
Yeah. But I think that's the key word, fans, is the react portion of it, right? We're swapping sides, and now Fluorescent is going to have a little bit of breathing room. I usually say swapping to attack, you get to control the pace, but Breeze, it's just a funky map. You don't have a lot of options on the attack side. I mean, especially with the changes in halls, especially with the changes in mid, this is an Opper's playground on the defense. We just saw that for Petra. So I'm expecting the exact same thing as we swap sides here for Fluorescent, and we got to highlight Noya. She's been that raid boss for the past 2 series, so now this is her time to shine on those defenses.
It almost looks like she's the one at the point, already walking down towards the middle behind the pillar. Spraying through the poison orb as the rest of G2 are just rolling forward towards the A site. Trying to answer back. Roxy now is playing the responsibility of what Noya was doing. Now on the backstep, though, it works out for Shopify. Snakebite does get the kill onto Fluorescent. Oh, a nice dink out from Petra onto Mel, too. But lower are the HP of Shopify Rebellion as the action slows down. And look at that rotate going all the way back towards the B for the plant is Mimi.
Mimi, she's going so fast over there. She's going to meet up with Petra. She knows the entire site is clear. But Sarah, too, getting picked there, that's going to hurt.
That trip just got broken. And they still need to find out where Petra's currently hiding for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, and Shopify, because they're so low, they're all sticking together. That knife catching only one player, that's going to confuse Petra.
And all they got to do is just hold back, wait for the other angles. Petra gets a nice first pick there from the archers all the way towards Noya. Now the knife being thrown, they spot the player towards the back of the site, especially with that recon dart. So it's a 2 versus 2, but again, the health advantage is coming out for G2.
remaining.
Petra's still playing around the pillar. And unfortunately here, the shots are not hitting for Sarah, and G2, they get the second pistol.
And that looked easy, that looked clean, but the beginning of it could have been a disaster. I mean, I don't know how Noya's shots, I think she shot like 24 ghost bullets through that mid. None of them landed. It's just unlucky, especially because that choke point is so narrow and so small. And look at Petra here, just wiping out Mel there on the stairs with a beautiful gush as well. So dominant coming out here for Petra.
They are definitely hyping each other up there just behind their positions, supporting each other too throughout this lead that they're currently holding against Shopify Rebellion. G2, understanding the lower buy that we have for Shopify Rebellion, has a very passive setup. 3 of them all the way back towards the spawn. 1 trying to find information towards the shop, but the camera's watching mid. For Shopify Rebellion though, they want a gamble stack. They have 4 players within this A site. A solo play towards B that watches up towards the nest and front B.
And I really like what Petra's doing right now. She's holding and maintaining that line of sight deep on that B, trying to catch anyone that tries to early rotate to help their A site players. You saw that G2, they wasted a drone towards there to get even more information, but because Petra saw no one, they're all regrouping back with her.
Shopify Rebellion are trying to push forward. The trip is going to spot the 2 players rotating across, at least one of them being Sarah, but she's supported by Mel. Noya just got suppressed. Marshall shot missed, and unfortunately the other shots do not connect either.
Petra is such a beast. Such a beast. She noticed that her teammate was right on her heels, so even though she missed, she just wide swings to get and tee up her teammate. Beautiful mechanics coming out here for G2.
G2 can't even get anywhere. They can't even get through the tunnel. Trying to open up the B main at least, but there's 2 players on the high-low. That's Glance and Roxy. It becomes 2 easy Bulldog kills, putting Glance halfway through a Hunter's Fury as they take the lead 10-4. This is going to start hurting Shopify Rebellion in the long run.
It is, and especially because Shopify weren't able to secure that pistol, the money is all sorts of whack. That operator I talked about in Fluorescent's hands, it's delayed. It's going to be majorly delayed. Only with half armor now. At least, though, this is where Shopify, on paper, should be able to stop the bleeding, with or without an operator.
Yeah, and with that Prime Gaming Flawless for G2, it's going to be a very comfortable bonus round that they're pulling into this one, too. Within the next, if they lose this one here, the money is going to be really good to buy weapons against the rifles that Shopify Rebellion should have. But we'll get there when we get there. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. It starts off with G2. 4 players on the mid control. Roxy pushing up towards the elbow. And 1 playing towards the top of the nest. It is Sarah. Already used some utility. Don't have too much left to try to get info on middle.
Yeah, and you saw Floor started off at mid, but was bullied off the angle, now repositioning towards this B. And she's just hoping that G2 rendezvous and regroup and re-hit towards back this B, but G2 are feeling comfortable. They have a lot of control.
That definitely could be an idea.
The ping's coming out for Nest here.
So trying to inch towards that. Keep Noya in the corner towards that ladder, and jumping up is Sarah too, trying to take the control, just trying to fight against that Cypher towards that B site. But nonetheless, if this forces the push out towards B main, Fluorescent's there, but instead, G2 are moving towards A.
Good response, good utility coming out here for Alexis, trying to buy time, trying to create some kills for Mel.
That double flashes and works out for 2 kills from Mel. Alexis there for the support right after. The high-low and the top of that a crossfire is good. Now the rotate comes across for Shopify. Roxy and Mimi pushing up towards the bridge. But the cavalry was already rotated across from that B towards the A site. Mimi stuck in a clutch situation only with the Guardian. Hit by a camera, forced to break it, allowing Noya to just push through and get the easy kill. And that was a great hold that we just saw there on the A site.
Beautiful, beautiful ping-ponging coming out here from Mel and Alexis. Alexis knew that the jig was up. She knew they saw where that molly came from, so she just wanted to be a distraction, and that completely tees everything up for Mel, and that's the beauty of teamwork for sure. And I even like that retake protocol coming out here for Shopify. Noya never opened her cam. You know, Noya's body was towards that B, but she left her cam back at that Crab's pillar. And as that spike is getting planted, that's when she pops it. Clever stuff, and that's exactly what you need if you're Shopify. You've got a lot of rounds to build up back into the second half.
We just mentioned that Prime Gaming Flawless, so the money was still really good for G2 from their bonus, allowing a knock to come out early this time around, and I don't think Shopify were ready for that. Fluorescent falls right away, a flash to allow Mel to peek out. Petra wasn't affected by it, but their shot still missed. Now a snakebite forces her to push forward. Sarah's now getting lurked by Roxy. Alexis trying to trade it off, and it works out at least. But it opens up now the A site. They've pulled everybody from the outside site to middle, and an opportunity for them to push out towards this A main.
Yeah, and even though that Cypher ultimate comes up, as it does, Sarah's going to drop her Viper's wall. It's going to allow G2 to safely cross, because it's just Mel here. No flashes, and she's blind.
Flashes came out right after, at least for the attack. That was Mimi throwing that through. Mel looks like she was expecting for that wall to stay up the whole time and instantly got caught off. Shopify still want to try to go for this. Alexis and Noya, the last 2 remaining, trying to push forward. Not making any noise here for G2. Mimi's hearing a bit. Al Jones coming on the attack to support. And while Alexis was looking towards the air to try to break the drone, Mimi swings out for the kill. Noya, now the last player remaining, the off peeks out, it misses, but it gives an opportunity for the wraparound out from Mimi. But Noya's ready for it, but couldn't win that duel, and G2 are showing a very one-sided map to start things off on Breeze.
They are, they really are, but Shopify are kind of playing G2's game as well. You know, how many times we talked about Fluorescent not finding those openings, but Petra, because she's on the defense, finding those openings, but she swapped sides, and again, it's Petra finding another opening. And this time it's on the back of Fluorescent, but that was just an easy frag that she gave up to Petra. Just wide swinging mid, no flashes, no nothing, no utility. And Petra will take those all day. You know, that's exactly what she's hoping for. So for Shopify's side, you know, we need to see a little bit more of those layers that we've been seeing this whole week.
That's right. And right now, for the second time out, the last remaining for Shopify Rebellion, there's definitely no thumbs up coming out from Mephies. It's time for them to work things out again, where he's calling these timeouts where the economy is not always the best for Shopify. So maybe all the eggs in the basket on some sort of a forced buy, or if not, trying to figure out if you lose this forced buy, what could be the plan to try to fight back within the next. And it seems to be probably the first option.
Yeah.
What can you do here, now knowing how G2's been taking his mid-control?
Yeah, it has to be the first round, or rather your first option that you gave, right? You're down too many rounds, and you've got to start inching forward on that comeback right now in this next one. So expect a full investment coming into this. Not close to any ultimates, and I mean, Petra, she's gonna maintain and hold on to that operator, because why not? She's got the knives. She's been finding openings every single round. And this time she's gonna do that anti-eco, sticking and trying to find a pick on a lazy rotator towards that B site.
So there's a little bit of last-second pivot coming out from Shopify Rebellion. The idea looked like they were going to stack towards this B site with this force buy that they have, but it goes back to a default position. And same thing for G2. It's default, starting things off with 3 players looking out from cannon towards the front B main or a push towards elbow. Or they're just hoping to see a peek coming out from Shopify Rebellion that Petra could punish from the window.
Alexis just waiting for a sound cue to try to not allow Glance any space with that drone. Just wants to have a response.
Yeah,
I think Shopify, you know what, fans? I think if they were to come A, Shopify would just full on fight as they came out. But unlucky for Shopify, strong side is A, but most of the members, all of the members of G2 are planning their B exec here.
Yeah, it looked like they were just trying to get a play off the camera.
Yeah.
But from this B site, what do you really have? It's Fluorescent with a Vandal. Some trap kills being set up, at least from Noyo on the other end, in case Mimi wants to pick up an orb and go for the ult. But instead it's Petra that initiates the entry at 1 HP remaining. Fluorescent holding towards the back of the site. Nice shot from Sarah come through. The wall bank does not connect from Fluorescent, but does get that second one though onto Sarah too. Mimi pushing towards the back of the site, but Fluorescent still holds the angle towards the ladder. And what a hold from Fluorescent, allowing the rotate to come back from Shopify Rebellion, leaving Roxy alone, picking up the op. And here we're about to see potentially a 2-1 swing or a contact out from Fluorescent once again. But that spike is down with 20 seconds left, out in the open for Shopify to cover it up towards that ladder. And you can see now with the time dwindling down, they want to save the op.
Yeah, smart call for Roxy, especially with how successful Petra has been with it. A weird entry pathing, I gotta say, for G2. I'm not sure if Petra mistimed that or if she wanted to updraft first, then dash, but you saw that she dashed, then updrafted, and there was no smoke, and that flash didn't help her, and that was just a free kill for Fluorescent. So a bit of a luck for SR side, at least, that G2 fumbled, and a round just kind of falls into Shopify's lap here, but hey, you can't be perfect, and if you want to start mounting that comeback, you take those if you're Shopify.
We'll definitely take those. But it's not over yet for the amount of pressure that they're going to get Shopify Rebellion this time around against G2. We got 4 ults available now for the attacking side of G2. The op's still out for Petra, who's looking to look for that mid-control pick. Knife being thrown out to find information, and with that orb being thrown towards the door, this is G2 looking for control towards middle. SR doing the same thing, though.
Yeah, you know, I like it. They didn't get spotted at all the last time around, and it seems to be some sort of weird, funky trap play that they have and have confidence on. So just barely spotted.
Fluorescent once again jiggling out towards the tunnel. Does get the contact onto one player and just wants to fall back and watch the main, while the responsibility is now going to be on Sarah by Berlin.
Yeah, G2 are doing such a good job with this misdirection. Just showing a body in mid and keeping Shopify guessing. Did anyone cross? Did anyone not?
The same setup is to try to counter once again that null command that's now available for Mimi.
Look at Roxy.
Aldron's looking through, and Roxy's pushed up all the way towards Berlin, catches Sarah off guard, and throws a null command, and no time he comes out from Fluorescent. Now she swings out towards the ladder, but Sarah's there for the pick. Roxy's still holding it out, finally gets pinged out and shot by Alexis through the cage. Close range there with the shorty. Nori gets picked off the rotate from Petra. And things are looking good for G2 on the pulse plan, even a setup for a Honda's Fury if they wanted to. Actually, Glance is just holding towards the pillar. She already has players around her to watch Crossfire, watch any type of pushes out from Shopify. It's going to get difficult here once again. Alexis meeting up with Mel, both of them by the tunnel. Glance still holding the angle by the pillar. A shot miss, but that's a perfect bait here for Glance, who doesn't get the kill onto Mel, though. Underhand flash now being thrown, wasting down the clock. Alexis still has a full kit. I'll continue on that KO. But unfortunately couldn't use any of it. Petra is waiting there with the op shot. Melon answers right back. Nice flick there onto Mimi, but there's no time left. Sarah has a distance, and she's not going to be able to pick up the op either from Fluorescent within the next round. And G2 is going to be a map point on the first series.
What a round coming out here for G2. I mean, the whole time, the way they were dissecting this map, I was paranoid and I see the whole mini-map, right? So it's just the fact that Roxy was able to just rat her way past this half wall, somehow, some way make it and find an opening without getting spotted. That is tough if you're Shopify, but the moves coming out here for G2, and you know, that wasn't all just Roxy, right? You saw the drone coming out of B main. The rest of G2 are really trying to get that aggro onto themselves to allow those gaps for Roxy. So great plays coming out here for G2. And another kind of broken buy for Shopify, which has kind of been the story of their defense half so far.
Oh, the Aldrone Fresno was trying to get the timing out, also with a flash assist from Alexis, but Mimi was right there. And they were playing so close that Fresno wasn't ready. Never affected by the flash were the players out from G2 as they pull up early here in the potentially the last round of this map.
Yeah, and you can see how committed Alexis is to this play. It's because the Viper's pit, she's trusting that Mel's gonna be able to hold down the fort over towards that B. Got a flash in hand, so this is where Shopify make their stand. Alexis cannot let it be known that she's there in this spot.
They'll have to come down to the players in the back of the site to try to break that recon guard. The flash blinds Alexis. 100 Furies coming out from Blands, does get the ping onto Sarah, but does not get the connection onto Mimi. As you talk about Alexis' position, unfortunately couldn't get the pick off, so she gets dropped. The rotate coming out, the lurk for Proxy, a 1v1 in that area, but we're still holding our ground on the A site for Shopify Rebellion. Petra back with the Blade Storm to answer onto 2 of her own.
30 seconds
And it's
left.
up to the IGL of Shopify Rebellion to try to clutch a 3 versus 1. Trying to get a spot on the top of that wall. Unfortunately, couldn't see anybody. Petra's just holding the angle, looking at the doorway. As soon as she walks up here, especially with the wall just being thrown, the jig is really up here. And Petra, all she has to do is to wait for Mel to pop up. As she walks up, the up shot misses. An opportunity to capitalize on a couple of kills. Trying to look back to see if Petra's going to re-swing on the other angle. But she does it instead, and G2, a dominant first map in their favor as they take it 13-6 on Breeze.
Dominant indeed. And you know, we saw a little bit of everything in this first map. Just like in this last round, as Mel is inching forward towards mid, Glance could have absolutely wiped her out, but she falls back, right? And that's kind of the difference that I'm seeing in this first map, at least, that G2 are not giving Shopify those duels. They are not giving them the kind of frags they want. They're falling back and they're using each other.
And G2 definitely showing that they're cooking stuff up here, that they cook stuff up on Breeze. Let's see if they can versus Shopify on Ascent. And that's coming up after the break.
We all go up. We all go up. Freeing all of my people out of hell. Blame it on the coke, on the smoke, and the scale. Trying to lock us up, but you always gonna fail. We don't want the damn dreams that I know you trying to sell. Put a spell on my hitters, then you tell on my hitters. We've been working for free, no pay, no figures. Run the whole city with the soles of our feet. Rose from the concrete, been far from the weak. So we gotta stay high. In the air, put your hands to the sky. Feel the vibe if you're feeling alive. Flow ozone, stone cold Steve Austin. And we gotta get free. Never scared, I'm ready for enemy. Black Beetle, I'm ready to let it be. Set up my energy, I am the royal we. Yeah. We all go up. Yeah. We go up, 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 we go up, yeah. We go up, 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 we go up, yeah. We go up, 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 we go. We all go up. We all go up. We all go up. We all go up.
What a fantastic start for G2 Goes, and I'm joined now by their coach, Carcass. Carcass, you've been with Petra for a very long time. She can do everything. She IGL, she was great. Where did this op come from? Is she learning this from you, from Ranked? How is she doing so well out there?
I mean, yeah, like we were scrimming a lot. Like we scrimmed in the past 4 or 5 weeks, over, like much over than 100 scrims. And yeah, like we had to do that much to actually prep her for the duelist role. And yeah, she was also opping back in the other game that she played. So like she had some experience, you know, and stuff. And like she was always eager to go and play the op role. And now she has a chance on this big stage.
Yeah, she's been doing great. Hopefully you guys bring home the 2-0. Good luck.
Not only is this loss for Shopify Rebellion losing more rounds in one game than they did in the entirety of the event, it's also the first time that they've lost, the 5th map that they've lost so far this year. So when we said that G2 was going to be their test, we weren't joking.
I mean, I think that everybody expected a great match for today, but the display that we have just seen on Breeze has been from a different world. Also, the fact that Carcass is saying that they played over 100 scrims over the past 4 weeks, we were wondering what G2 was going to do with that little time. You know, you have a couple of maps. We already thought that it was enough and it was a lot if you want to change roles and, you know, breathe in a different air. But this, the performance that we just saw in Petra, a Shopify without answers, as you're saying, of course, very different to what we have been seeing during the entire year, but especially in this tournament, is night and day.
Yeah, we highlighted Petra as well coming into this, and that's specifically up against Floor, because Floor has been just doing so incredible. We saw it on day 1, 400 ACS, but it felt like, unfortunately, this time around, Petra was really the one that came out on top, and that work is paying off.
Yeah, and she started the game getting so many first kills. She was getting so much space, getting her team such a comfort zone for them. And when Shopify Rebellion started playing faster, trying to make a B push, they even won a round there. The next round, Petra had already changed her game style. She started playing more fallback from the side, and she was just not just...
But having the same effect. Getting that same first kill, being exactly where in the position where you don't want her to be if you're Shopify Rebellion, she was there time and time again. And even when it got to the attack, right? Many times we see that the Jet is going to pick up the operator on the attack, but most likely it's going to be to solve a problem or an issue that you're encountering somewhere in the map. If you're not being lucky entering into sites, or if someone is being very aggressive and you want to have that easy first pick, Petra anticipated that need because they knew, okay, if we were in this situation, we would do this. So I'm going to just, you know, use the operator. And the moment that Fluorescence goes up onto mid, she's out.
Definitely.
Beautiful.
She was MVP for this first map. There's no doubt about it. The way she was adapting, the way she was pushing her team up. And Shopify Rebellion was doing a lot of mistakes that we didn't saw them doing in matches in this tournament. So it's maybe overconfident.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, who wouldn't be a little bit overconfident after the performances that you've been having? We were talking about the test, and probably, you know, the first one, it was EDG. The second one, it was the whole situation with BBL. Now they knew what they were going to be up against. But of course, we were talking about not giving them any clues. And definitely Breeze was perfect for that. Now, moving on into what is going to be coming next, Ascent has to be very, very different. But just think about this, right? If you're very confident that Floor is going to be different on Petra, you go into Ascent. I know that the other day we saw brilliant things and the way that they understand the macro of the game and how to use every single piece of utility to their advantage and how to understand where they have those advantages. For Shopify Rebellion, it's beautiful, it's perfect. But right now, this G2 that we're seeing is not going to make it easy at all.
Yeah, I think it's a little refresher as well in terms of what we were discussing earlier and what we've seen last year when it comes to Breeze being the map that was also won by G2. We said that this was going to be personal, and it genuinely does feel like it. Another thing that was highlighted particularly here, and something you've already touched upon yourself, Bazooka, was the fact that when we're looking at Mel, she put a lot of pressure on herself to be the best, and you said it, we've seen some mistakes right now from Shopify that we haven't actually seen before. So when it comes to that IGL position, when it comes to that coaching position, what are you expecting them to change heading into that second map?
I think Shopify was a little tunnel vision. during the first half, especially when they were playing T side. They were focusing so much on the B side. They were trying to get on top of mid. There was even a round where Forrest had operator to contact Petra on B side, but Forrest wasn't even the first one to open that. I think it was Mel who opened first and died. So they were a little tunnel vision in some aspects. Didn't explore A at all. It was just in the last round where they started making a fast push on A. They won the round. So
I would love to know actually if, you know, because we've been so surprised by this breeze, and I would love if we could ask them, did you expect them to make this move? Did you expect them to, you know, maybe because as we say, G2 has been banning different things, but did you expect them to go and pick Breeze as the first map? Because it's a wild card, but definitely an effective one.
Yeah, definitely would love to pick Effie's Braid and see what they're thinking coming into that next map. But thankfully we have Yinsu who's doing just that. So let's head over and see what they have to say.
Map 1, it didn't go to the way of Shopify Rebellion, but I'm joined by their coach, Effie's now. That was your first map defeat in this entire tournament. What do you think went wrong, and how do you fix that going on to the next one?
I think they were just well prepared for it. We didn't expect them to op so much, and both pistols gave them a lot of money. So every round was like kind of defeat, and we never got the ball rolling. So I think it's just next map. I think we just got to keep our heads up and like reset. It was their map pick, and we're pretty confident on Ascent.
I mean, if there's anyone that can get back into this, it's you guys. So good luck, and I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, the pistol rounds, really interesting ones to touch upon because we already mentioned it a little bit in terms of when it came to the pistols, the only rounds they've ever lost were to BBL, but they never lost a second round. This was the first time that they actually did so, and yes, it gets that economy rolling, it gets the ball rolling, the confidence rolling, so heading into the next map, pistols is where it's potentially at.
I mean, of course, I think it's going to be important, especially for the mental of the team. I think that, especially what you just mentioned, Bazooka, about having that tunnel vision and not being able to find solutions to those problems, you want to feel like in the zone with your team. Okay, we lost that map. It's okay. Eyes on us. Whatever. Now let's focus on our map pick, on the plan that we 100% knew that we were going to be executing today.
yeah, and it's Ascent, so two jets against each other.
Yes.
So
I mean, there's going to. They said they didn't expect that much up, but I mean, in Ascent, what else are you going to expect? Well,
we are gonna see a lot of new fights between Petra and Forrest.
It does feel like the tone has been set with the amount of opping that we've seen from Petra. It also feels like when we're looking at the dynamic from G2, Roxy stepping up again, it wasn't as much as a one-person show.
And I really like what Effie said in the interview, because he was saying about like just forget about the first map, and that's what they need to do. And we can even see Mel was laughing there. They need to keep calm. They need to stay playing the game. They need to just focus on themselves right now.
When it comes to staying calm in these situations, because again, it's the first loss for them in a while, right? What are we expecting that goes on? Potentially like a coach speech?
Yeah, it's about the leadership of the team. Sometimes the leadership can come from the coach, sometimes it can come from the EGL. It depends on the team, but yeah, usually the coach, even if the psychologist, some teams have, really helps in those moments.
Right. With Ascent coming up next as well, I think we've already touched upon a little bit when it comes to this jet. You said that you're expecting it. With G2 being so comfortable throwing these curveballs, do you think we can maybe see something a little crazy?
Nah, not for today. I think they shouldn't change the comp so much or doing anything crazy.
They will be changing the roles, right? Because Ascent is still a map that we have not seen from this new G2. And they were talking, Karkas was mentioning all the scrims that they have played and you know how they have been training Petra. That, of course, has experience from the past and definitely the worst game. But coming into this one, we have a couple of questions because we can assume, you know, that Rox is going to be staying in the Killjoy. Is Glance going to be, you know, staying in that Omen, probably on the Sova. She also has a lot of experience with that, and probably just Mimi on the Killjoy. In the KO. Is what we can expect. And Petra's just vibing right now. I understand that she's so happy after the performance that she's just had.
Yeah, I mean, I can totally understand it. I think coming into this against Floor, one of the duelists that we've highlighted time and time again, and then you're new to this role and you're immediately showing up and kind of giving them a run for their ACS.
Yeah, and something that's really interesting about this map as well is that like G2 banned Ascent on the second ban on their match against SMG, so it's definitely not a match they feel overconfident on it.
Do we think that potentially they banned it against SMG because it was something that they didn't want to show? Because they've been bringing up some maps that we've never seen before.
That could be interesting.
Right? Just like a five-head strategy. They're playing chess and we're just playing checkers.
Definitely, that's definitely something to keep in mind. But I mean, if Petra can repeat the performance she had on this
Yeah.
match about the first kills, and Ascent is a really good map for Jet because
Absolutely.
You can get some mid picks. You can even like be closing out the B side, playing aggressive in garage while your team rotates to the A side and make a lot of baits there.
Yeah, and with Prime Gaming Agent Select ready, we can once again comfortably say that is going to be a mirror matchup. We've seen that last time already, so nothing new here.
No, I am looking at the. I wanted to say a Sarah duo, but we're going to get the Sarah versus Glance. I think that especially having players like Daiki that have found so much impact from just a Sova on this map, I think that it's actually not going to be that much about the head-to-head into the duelist, but how well they're set up.
All right, this is the revenge that Shopify has been looking for, but G2, they're only one map away to heading to the grand finals. Can they do it in a clean 2-0? Let's find out with our casters, Van Silly and Potter.
Thank you so much, Janiro. And yes, the second map is underway in this series, and I do want to agree with what Bazooka was saying. A lot of tunnel vision from G2, or should I say from Shopify Rebellion, on how they're trying to play the attack on the previous map of Breeze. Now they take the attack on Ascent, and we're hoping not to see that same tunnel vision of its mid-control.
Yeah, exactly. And as we swap over even to the defense side, talking about the money that Effie's mentioned, you know, we talked about it on Breeze. If they lose pistol, they've got to be proactive with that money and start planning for it. You know, on that first gun round, Fluorescent maybe buys a little less, asks somebody else to start saving for the op. Things of this nature so that you can get that operator in your strongest player's hands ASAP. So expecting to see a little bit of an adjustment on how they handle their money here. But we're going to it.
Yeah,
that attack, that middle.
Exactly. If not, it would be G2 winning pistol, and they're getting the op out early, right? Another obstacle for Shopify Rebellion starting out on the attack, and it's been a pain point that Effie's has mentioned playing against G2 on that first map. And if that's going to be the case, I mean, Petra had 7 first bloods on that first map. I think she went like 21-7 or something. And you saw how they were really moving her on different positions around the map. And especially on a map like Ascent, it plays very similarly to Breeze. So if you're going to have to keep guessing where Petra is going to be positioned, are they going to try to make turret on B main? Is she going to try to go for an early pick from middle on the way all the way towards the top of middle? And you have a composition, though, that's very, of course, default on Ascent that could really flush out the positioning where the Opera could be. But this is still going to be the biggest responsibility for both Mel and Mimi, as we always talk about everything being centered on this map.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm looking straight at both of the Sovas, right? That is the exact immediate response to whatever operator is there. Any sort of tag, and all of a sudden you absolutely neuter the Jet in the round. So looking for those combos. I mean, we know Shopify have the layers. We know they have all the prep ready to go. So looking for those combos of flash, dart, maybe flash drones. You know, we've been seeing a lot of really, really beautiful timings with the opening kills as players are really aggressive with whatever space that drone gets. So really simple answers, I think, is all Shopify needs to focus on, and we know they know how to do that.
And the simplest thing is when you're getting all that information, as you've mentioned from the Sovas, what Kakuka was mentioning on the desk, is also making sure that you just win your duels, right? Because if Shopify Rebellion are able to get those openers, are able to work that defense that G2 is trying to pull, that once again is going to give that opportunity for Noya to activate on these lurks, to activate on the responsibility that she has to really even cut these rotations coming out from their opponents. She's done a great job when Shopify Rebellion had the opportunity to break that defense on one extremity of the map. But that only happened once or twice on that previous map of Breeze. So you want a little bit more coming out of this. And we're being chilling right now.
We are. I mean, Sarah's got the memo. We just got the memo. We are being chilling right now.
Yep.
Looks like Mimi also got the memo. I hope Shopify got the memo as well.
If anything, to see how comfortable Sarah 2 at this point now as we have this face-to-face is positioned in the chair. That was another big question mark that came through when we're looking at these G2 lineup within this VCT Game Changers Championship here in São Paulo. She has big shoes to fill, not necessarily in Mary's role because that role is now given to Petra, but just her in general. How is she going to perform on the stage? And she's done that perfectly right now. And G2, when it came into this event, so many fans kind of like doubted G2 going into the event too. Everybody thought it was going to be BBL because BBL just had a strong online event for GC and EMEA, the GC number 3. But you're looking back at this, I mean, look at where BBL is at right now, and look at how dominant G2's been looking. So the amount of time, the amount of prep that they had within their hands for this roster of G2, they came out swinging just like Berlin last year.
They really, really did. And want to highlight a little bit more on Sarah being that newcomer on the G2 squad. As you say, big shoes to fill for her. And she, let's be honest, she's on a role that's just not as sexy. It's just not a sexy role on a controller. And you saw kind of those motions on Breeze, right? She's just got to keep throwing jiggles towards that crab pillar. But hey, playing to your role and playing to those fundamentals gets you W rounds on the board. So Sarah played it well. She constantly leaned back onto her utility and knew exactly what stopping power and what her win conditions were. So it's exactly what you said, man. That prep, I mean, when all of your players really fully understand whatever happens in their reactions to know exactly how they need to respond to get that win, that's a beautiful thing.
It is a beautiful thing, but while we wait and apologize and thank you for your patience here, chat, we're actually currently investigating what the technical issue should be. So while we wait, let's check in with G2's Petra about the win over Team SMG and the team's mindset heading into today.
That feels great. They are a very good opponent, so it's super satisfying to beat them. Yeah, after map 1 we got a booty slap. The coach was telling us this is unacceptable how we play, and he was super right. He said good things which helped us, as you could tell. We were playing better, and even the last map we got like the confidence back and the power back, and we were like, okay, no time for slacking, no time for mistakes. This is gonna be our game. We're gonna dominate.
Roxy actually getting caught off guard. She knows that
you
she's
should know.
flanking. Camille, turn around!
I don't know how she ended up getting a kill. She should have known. Either way, Petra with 4, the ace on the cards, and what a debut this would be. You know that they're trying to serve it up for. Oh, she's trying to steal the kill. That's cold, but the ace delivers again.
Yeah, I think, of course, everyone has the same goals. Everyone wants to be the best. But for the expectations for this year, people don't have us in the top 3 list. Like, if you look at all the predictions, we are the underdogs once again, like last year. And look at us again this year. It feels like we're gonna repeat last year. I don't know if we're gonna win, but we're definitely gonna try our very hard best.
And you definitely see there at the end of that video that Petra was all smiles. And even before we went into the video, she's all smiles on the stage with, looks like an audio issue that we currently have right now that we're trying to resolve. And just before going into the video, she had the hand warmers just by her lips, just doing a little duck. So, I mean, these players are still chilling. You're looking on the other end, what's going on from the camp of Shopify Rebellion. I mean, they're still looking at game phase pretty much, right? They're not tossing things around. It's almost looking at maybe we're going to have a highlight reel of, you know, the fun that you had between Mimi and Petra. Remember that rap last year?
I did.
That was kind of sweet.
And it kind of looks like Petra's searching. She's definitely searching and hunting, seeing who her next victim is gonna be. But yeah, I'm not sure.
There it is.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, the victims could be anybody right now from how Petra's been currently playing, because when you're looking at what we just mentioned, 7 first bloods on that previous map of Breeze, and she was landing against anybody. And it's not only against Fluorescent the responsibility that, you know, that Petra has right now for G2, it's also on how they're really working that setup that you currently have on a defense for G2. You remember, Roxy had great trap kills that she set up towards that B site that really just caught Fluorescent, not allowing these dashes to really gain that space for Shopify Rebellion, which is actually quite intriguing because when you're looking at that playstyle, again, I want to mention the Shopify Rebellion versus BBL yesterday on this very map of Ascent. They kind of gave that mid open for BBL, and then when they were trying to execute within the map, you're playing towards the limit of where the jet dash could be, and you're shutting everybody down. But the difference that you're currently seeing on that first map for G2 is that you're actually placing trap kills, not allowing the space to even be gained in the first place. And on the attack, Roxy has had some great lurks right now for the team for G2. So now there's a lot of things, if you're looking at Effie's during the break probably between these maps with what he's going to have to discuss with Mel, it's just so much. It's like a checklist of, oh, wait, how do we go and stop the yacht from Petra? How do we stop the lurk coming out from another player? There's just too much going around.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, I think we have a quick listen in that you guys get to see exactly what these communications look like. So let's throw it over to that.
I got a smile on my face. Save your tears to be
It's beautiful.
I'm usually a karaoke guy, but I'm not sure what song that is. And hopefully, maybe if Yinsu's watching, if Yakuzko's watching, or Heather's watching. Is that Taylor Swift? I have no idea. But we're definitely having a good time. And as we're asking, if I'm trying to figure out if it's a Taylor Swift song, actually Kakuko's on the desk. So I'm just going to toss it back to the analyst desk so they can let me know.
Can you concur?
Can we?
I know the song.
I don't.
I know the song. I don't know the name of the song, but I've heard it on TikTok. I'm not gonna sing it because I'm terrible.
No, you should go for it.
No, because I need a drink before I sing in karaoke. And everybody knows
you can
that.
have some Red Bull.
No.
But anyways, this tournament though, there's been full of surprises. We got the karaoke, but we're gonna also see whether or not the analysts can predict the future and play a game of agree to disagree. Now, if you take a closer look, we have these prompts. It's agree or disagree. Now, if you really don't understand, green with a thumbs up, that means that you actually do agree. Okay, that's a good thing. If you have a disagree with a thumbs down, that means you disagree.
Disagreeing is also good.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
They're
it can
just
also
different,
be a good thing.
Okay, but none of them is better than the other one.
One of them's got to be quirky. Anyways, so I'm gonna read out the statement. You both can put up whether you agree or whether you disagree. Explain exactly why you think what you do, and then we're ahead from there. So, first one being G2 Gozen will defend their title. I already know what you're gonna do.
Oh.
That's a mild take, and you agree. Wait.
Agree. Just agree. Not strong.
Can we?
Okay. You know what? I agree with you on that one. I'm just gonna go. I think I was too impressed by what's happening with the whole Petra situation, with the whole Alpine situation, and but I'm going to give the agree, and that is a mild take.
That's
I'm
a mild take. No bias at all, right? It's just, I mean, listen, they've been doing incredibly well on map 1, so interested to see on map 2. What has swayed you towards the EMEA side?
I think the way G2 was playing Breeze, I felt they were more prepared for this map. And that was something that watching the last games from Shopify, I really thought that Shopify was getting, with all the 7 maps pool in this tournament, very strong. And it doesn't look like so. Like, it doesn't make them weak. It doesn't make them not going further in the tournament, but I just expected 7 maps.
I think that maybe just because of the result that we've just seen on Breeze, now we're wondering if this is a nightmare for the Shopify Rebellion fans, or if everything that happened before those 4 maps that we have seen were just a very beautiful dream.
I mean, we're gonna have to wait and see, especially I think what we already touched upon, the fact that this is basically like sitting an exam without studying. Now, I know some people do that and they get away with it, but you don't even know what you're studying for, what the exam is. You've never seen the map, so that does make it a little bit more difficult. But we still have a couple more points to go through. So the second one being that there is going to be a team that will win 13-0.
I'm gonna go disagree.
You guys have, why are you agreeing?
Strongly.
I mean, I understand what you say strongly. So here's the thing, Jenny, if you ask me this question at the beginning of the tournament, I could give you an agree. But so far into the tournament, where we literally have a top 6 already to 5, 6.
Top 4.
Yeah, top 4, right?
Absolutely.
We're in that position already.
We are, yeah.
Exactly. I think we're too deep into the competition for that to happen. It would be crazy.
I mean, I don't even know which team is going to win the tournament. How can I say someone's going to 13-0 someone else? Like, those teams are so close. They're so good. So it's really hard to have a 13-0 this tournament. Impossible.
Well, F in the chat then for the bingo card, because 13-0 wasn't that bingo card, so that's out the window. Next, coming up, North America will not be in the grand finals. Ayo, who wrote this?
Yeah,
I want to have a chat with you.
Don't give me that look.
I'm thinking.
What do you think you're thinking?
Will not be?
I'm gonna go disagree.
I disagree as well.
I think that this is probably this is also, by disagreeing with this is also a mild take, because everybody expects Shopify Rebellion to just go on another revenge run now for the lower bracket and just give us a rematch of what we're witnessing right
lower
now.
bracket?
I mean, it's a very short lower bracket.
So you think that they're gonna lose today?
I mean, yeah, if things keep going like this.
Yes, sneaking in.
I mean,
those little predictions.
I
hear you.
I mean, I need to go with statistics. So they are playing the upper final, so there's a really big chance they go to the grand final.
Yeah.
So I need to stick to that.
Technically, they're already in one final, so does that make this statement?
I call them semi-finals, because to me the upper final is the grand final. You know, like
the grand of the grandest finals.
Claro.
I is confusion. Either way, another one coming your way is Team SMG is going to pick 4 duelists again. This was an oopsie But like, disagree, yeah. I'm gonna agree with you, but I really thought there was gonna be like a little bit of spice on the desk.
I mean, I think that the statements were not very. The statements were very easy.
Statements were very. Okay, I'm gonna throw one in myself.
Okay.
It's not on the prompter. It's not there. Okay, this is me. Mel lifts whatever all of us lift +1.
I think you underestimate how much I lift.
How much do you lift?
Like around 0.
Oh, there we go. What do you think?
I mean, go for it.
I don't know. I mean, she definitely looks scary, even if she doesn't. You know that if people always have this conception that when you go in a fight, it's not about who's bigger or who looks like he's gonna win. It's about who's the most insane.
Okay, you mean the most
She can be really
intelligent.
crazy.
Right? Okay, well, the most intelligent. We're gonna go with whoever is the most intelligent. Down to the technique, right? Fighting is a sport too. Just like Valorant. We're gonna take a little break and we'll be back. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Show you these tech issues and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much for your patience, everybody. It looks like the tech issue has been resolved, so we will be going within this second map of Ascent. If you just tune in right now, though, the first map was won by G2 13-6, which is the same scoreline as last year when they faced off against each other. So will we see the same thing on Ascent now? Well, The prayer is up for us to find out.
No deja vu this time around, Vans. No deja vu. I'm calling it right now. Noya, that turret should give her a lot of info. Took a few more bullets than Petra wanted to take that out, and a quick response for Shopify. Immediately trying to poke and prod towards this cat.
Dash through from Fluorescent, low on HP already at halfway, trying to break the timing of the dart, which allows Glance to swing out for the first kill, and Petra, well, she desactivated the lurk that came out from Noya. So an early 2-player advantage for G2, looking to fight back towards the spawn. Sarah trying to put the matter into her own hands to answer back against Mimi, where Glance now rotates from the garden. Once again, a buddy system that continues from Petra and Sarah on mid.
Yeah, and Mel, she's gonna try to capitalize off all the ground that she has, and both her teammates are gonna try to meet back up with her at short. Now, depending on what kind of timing Mel gets here, could all of a sudden turn everything around here for Shopify.
Great spot towards the window. Turret just got thrown up.
30 seconds
Now the
left.
jig is up here. Sarah's gonna get spotted by the turret. That might actually not allow for Mel to get into position here, but she runs away, so that could be a bait from the sound. Mel gets the ding up to Roxy, tries to swing right out, gets that first shot, but then couldn't capitalize on the second one at the Roxy. Pushing up towards the heavens. It's a crossfire set up, push through, a 2 versus 1. More damage being done now onto Roxy. Shock dart to fall back into play to post plan for a jump on Rebellion. Underhand flash being thrown, full blind is Petra. Moving out now with the dash activated. Recon dart being thrown onto the attack, trying to slowing them down. Dash coming across towards the generator, and both players of Shopify Rebellion playing towards the hell, and they get the piss around that Effie's wanted.
Mid-rounding S-tier calls coming out here for Mel, because that response for G2 was too strong. They had every I dotted and every T crossed there. I mean, they just had a full control. Shopify weren't able to find those openings, and how many times do we see a shock, or rather a recon, completely stop an entire rush? Fluorescent dashed into that short A, trying to find that quick opening, but that one little recon completely ruined all her plans there. Luckily, Shopify are able to actually stabilize. Oh, 5 members, that's a classic. Jesus.
A firing range, a firing squad. The better weapons come out on top.
Look at that, look at Shopify's health. Those classics did so much work, man. That is a W round. If you're G2, you're feeling good. You're right now in FaceTime talking amongst each other.
Yeah.
How much damage did you do?
Yeah.
How much damage did you do?
Or
okay,
Mel
let's
would
do
go,
the math.
what are you doing?
But that's a beautiful play for G2. Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
I don't think for G2 they're expecting so many players to come out.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Of course not.
Which now, it's time to get back into serious business though, because G2 has the weapons. Already Agent Suppress as a knife was thrown on by Mimi, spotting 3 to start things off, but that's pretty standard. So you're working the map now. The bonus round for Shopify Rebellion, you talked about the damage that was done by the classics, but the weapons are still pretty decent. Look at this push out towards mid.
They want these long-range duels. Mimi knows she's got the better weaponry, and Petra's right there on her heels to back her up.
And I said it was a jump spot by Alexis. So that forces Petra back. Here's the Guardian shots coming out from Fluorescent. Mimi trying to just support her teammate by looking out towards the B link. And that stops actually any type of pressure from Shopify. They want to re-pivot towards the A site, and Noya's not even lurking.
She's not right now, but Mimi, you've mentioned that utility has a molly still on her back pocket. That knife was huge. The drone didn't get anything, not a tag, hardly any information, and Petra's so aggressive.
Alexis runs right back with the Sheriff to trade it off, so that's upgraded weapons. That's going to be 2 Vandals. That's going to be upgraded now for Shopify Rebellion. Pushing up towards the trees, still trying to pinch towards this A site. Shot that was missed. Hunter's Fury somehow from Sarah already coming out, trying to get these pings through, and it does land onto Mimi, so that opens up the A site. There's only Sarah too towards the back. Back at the dice, shooting her own teammates. There's just so much going on right now. She gets dropped, unfortunately. Now the action resumes as the spike is letting get planted for A main.
And Sarah's got to hold her back, holding the long lines. The comms coming through. That glance is barely just limping across.
Player standing.
Talked about the responsibility from Sarah, which leaves Alexis in an easier 1v1 to dink through the wall. Roxy's down to 51, and Alexis drops her as Roxy's trying to get the jump down from heaven. And that's Shopify winning the bonus.
What a response. What a way to do it. And I feel for Petra. You know, she was responding to all that info that Mimi got with that knife. She thought that they would still be congregated outside towards that A main, but gets caught off guard. Only goes 1 for 1 in that top mid on the wrong side of the map. And that's just not good enough, especially on a bonus. So Shopify, good response once again. And once they feel like they have enough control, the comms come through and they're decisive when they hit.
It does some damage. A sheriff through the wall. Mel's low on HP. There's attacks that keep through from Sarah, but for the rest of Shopify, they don't care. They want to dash across. Nice bucket kill, but there's just a death ball from Shopify Rebellion coming through towards his B site. Cloudburst trying to open up the area, closing that gap where Glass is solo towards the back of the site. Paranoia blinds her. Alexis is watching her rotate as Mimi gets dropped, leaving out 2 players remaining. Another dispatch by Alexis against Sarah, and unfortunately just leaves Petra with this Marshall that they picked up, trying to play on the long range, and the Owl drone already spotted her.
Just gonna try to collect some exits if she can here. That's a good one-way. It's a lot of wasted money, I'm not gonna lie.
And it's just trying to get a pick off with that Marshall. 4 unanswered rounds now by Shopify Rebellion. They're really coming back from this break, from the second map. They want to prove a point. This is now their map pick. And it may be looking to be the series that they wanted. The map pick was kind of looking in the favor of Shopify Rebellion when we had a chance to talk to Effies through the hallways. It's like, oh, I'm surprised G2 picked up Breeze. We wanted to pick it. Thankfully, they didn't.
Yeah.
And now they have a chance to fight back on Ascent.
Yeah. Certainly not a lot of tunnel visioning. At least here, Mel is constantly switching it up and switching up exactly how she wants to approach. This time, that is an early ultimate from Alexis. She really wants to waste time from G2 here.
They're trying to TP through the smoke from Mel. I don't know if I got canceled right away, though. That's going to get hurt, so the rotate's going to come instantly back towards the A site. Mimi just got spotted, and she's down on low HP. That gives an opportunity now for Shopify to get the plant in an open site.
Yeah, they should be able to comfortably set up in a post here, and all of Shopify, they have a good spread. Alexis has all of short.
It'll be a 5-on-5 retake. Alchon does not get any information yet. Recon Dart was available, or still available for Glance. So an opportunity for them to flood in very soon when the smoke's about to dissipate. Whoa, Fluorescent just gets a wall bang with no assist. And then coming through, Mimi's trying to fight right back, but holding towards the generator. Roxy with the op on the defense, a 2 versus 2. And the flank coming across from Alexis, back through the window. Sarah's low on HP, trying to get the shrouded step within the smoke. And a tap on that spike. I mean, they're closing in. Both 2 players are there. And Mel runs in, and they get the team ace on top of that. And this is looking really good as Shopify, they take the attack.
They do. And they're completely controlling the pace right now. You know you're controlling it when you just are able to use 1 KO ultimate, a single smoke, and you're able to sell a pretty good fake there. So good stuff here for Shopify. They're able to have G2 rotate just enough. You know, I think it was just that Omen all solo alone in that A site. Sarah, sure, she had the paranoia, but no backup to arrive. And I mentioned Alexis in that pre-round leading up to it. She didn't even have to go into that A site with her squad. She was constantly coming in for that pinch, and that's how these rounds have looked dominant. In those posts, Shopify is not just sitting back and waiting. We've had those window flanks into that heaven, I think at least 2 times now in this half.
Yeah, they definitely brought out a lot more strats than they did here on Breeze. And as you've mentioned, as Bazooka's mentioned, there's no tunnel visioning done so far, and we haven't really seen Shopify Rebellion going for a rifle versus rifle gun round towards B. I mean, they've got the opportunity to take control of everything. We've seen entries towards the A main, control towards the cat. All different angles and entrances was actually contested by Shopify and won every single time.
Yeah. Right now, G2, they've got the answers right in front of them, though. They're going to be able to start changing it up a little bit, perhaps going to that full A retake setup. Yesterday, we saw some really incredible big IQ plays where they just gave up the site, ran down mid, and completely flipped the map. So once that KJ ult is in tow, a lot of options open up for the defenders.
It's down, guns up, get deadly.
And such a passive play by Noya, staying in range of this turret at the beginning of the round, just expecting some sort of aggressive push coming out from G2, knowing that the economy is not the best. They know the Blade Storm's available for Petra. So they're just being a little bit cautious at the beginning here.
Yeah, Mel was just completely ready for that Sova ult play to come through on A main.
Standing ahead.
Here's that dart. A little early for G2.
And an early paranoia on top of that.
Yeah. If you're Shopify right now, you're pretty satisfied with being able to bluff all that noise.
And with all that utility and the knife not getting information, you're like, oh, maybe we could go back into this. There's almost no utility left here for G2 to hold the A side, but G2 has ults.
So many mind games. Noya just got the sound cue, just was alerted that she was successful in finding out that alarm bot. And the hit is on as that drone gets A main control. The tag, it hit. Oh, it didn't hit.
Fluorescent's closing in, though, no matter what. There's a big flash, and Fluorescent gets the first blood within a round. On the top of the heaven, easily traded off as Glance falls. Instantly, all the defenders fall towards the A site. Mimi trying to close the gap, trying to catch Fluorescent as she's closing the door. Jumps away, and that might be the call for the last few players to save.
Yeah, they got to back up. Those toes were too fast. Mimi unable to find what she was looking for, and Roxy is just barely limping. So, want to save that Odin. Shopify, they don't have enough funds or enough confidence right now to go hunting. Well, they do have a lot of funds, actually. As I say that, Noya, the raid boss, she's on the way.
And she heard a few of it. And the turret was down too, so she doesn't want to let players know that she was actually still in range, still trying to lurk towards this B link. But unfortunately, it's the turret on the defense that spots her. Still crossing over to clear the corner. She gets picked off. Alexis trying to chase forward for that pick. But it seems as though the two players will be able to save their weapons after all.
Yeah, Mimi barely surviving there. Sarah almost caught her at the end, but luckily for them, G2 able to actually hold on to those two weapons. And this was a very, very nice round for Shopify. We talked about the map control, and we always talk about Ascent is all about that mid-rounding. That early A main control, then Noya throwing that Molotov towards that middle, taking care of that alarm bot, one by one, dissecting this map. And now an Odin on the attack side still.
Yeah, because they heard the Odin earlier on from Brox in the previous round, but let's cut noise here. Let's focus on the action.
Good entry.
A quick push coming in towards that B site. Hunter's Fury coming out on top of that on the attack, but Mimi's holding towards the market. The Odin answers right back, though. 30 HP moving within the site. Going to be difficult because Sarah's 2 still within the site. Spike is now down. It's up to Sarah now looking to clutch.
She meets back up with her teammate. The power in numbers. 1 versus 2. Sarah knows where the spike is, and she actually does have a drone as well, still.
I have the spike.
But both members of G2 being so close together here.
And even a dart in 4 seconds. This is going to be difficult. She's trying to peek out towards the spawn. It's an Odin waiting. And Roxy had the tighter angle, and G2 is finally able to score back here on the first half.
Yeah, off the backs of some heroic moves coming out. And you love it. I mean, if you're KO, that is your signature move, right? Right-click, come out of that market smoke and get a multi-kill. And that's exactly how Mimi does it here. Off her teammates' contact near that stairs lane area. But yeah, Mimi coming through right when her team needs her most. And that smoke B main as well. Got to give a shout out and some love over to Sarah too. Controllers don't get enough of it. Came down right in the nick of time to tee up Mimi for those frags as well. Operator finally out to play for Petra. She takes care of that turret, but the jig is up. SR, they've heard the op now. Last map, you mentioned it, Vans. Petra was so mobile. Now that the jig is up, we'll see exactly what she decides to do, but she feels like she has so much control. She wants to maintain that long line.
But look at G2. Because of that op, everybody's running back towards the tree. A re-peek out from Noyan, and rare op miss. That pulls some defenders back towards the market, giving an opportunity for G2 to move within this A site. But Glad still gets the pick with the Vandal. A Paranoia being thrown from the back of the A site. Counter Paranoia to allow SR to try to move in. As the Hunter Series coming out on the defense, though, players are dropping down from Shopify Rebellion. Fluorescent and Mel having to win this round against 4 players of G2.
And Fluorescent has a really good idea that there is a defender down here in Hell, just kind of waiting and biding her time, needs this smoke to disappear, but Petra is hot on her heels, high-low crossfire for G2.
Now just trying to run the clock down to give a chance here for Mimi and for Glance to rotate back from the tree. Crouching under, just trying to pick up the spike.
30 seconds left.
Maybe get a tap so the double swing could come out and she could capitalize on one. There's that first jiggle. And they're playing the discipline on their end. One way now being thrown. Flash also on top of that. Catches across. There was an opportunity, but Mimi got the swing. And G2 get 2 in a row now.
Beautiful stuff, and that was quite the response. We talked about G2's ultimates being online. Roxy has that Killjoy ultimate in tow, but Roxy was in the A site with an Odin on her back. Shopify for sure read the round thinking that they were going to be playing that A retake, going to be playing to those win conditions, but these sorts of misdirections, when you start playing these mind games on the defense, that's what makes this game so fun, and Roxy absolutely is rewarded with that Odin spray down.
Roxy doing a good job on a defense towards the A site. Will do it again with this Odin back towards the generator. And Sarah's still playing the same position towards Hell with the Paranoia. So that could be something here that Shopify Rebellion could start reading as they're looking for this 3-2 split on A.
Yeah, Mimi's so aggressive right now. She knows that the dart is down. She wanted to find a scrim timing, but Fluorescent is just aware. Completely punishes out Mimi. That ultimate pop down from Noya. Now this ultimate towards A, it doesn't give much. Both defenders at A side are feeling pretty comfortable, but that second pick from Fluorescent is going to put a nail in the coffin.
They don't know that Petra's lurking and flanking with the operator, so it comes down to these two players towards the back of the site. Now confirmed, Paranoia thrown in the back of the site, Flash being thrown, both players blinded within, and a little recon dart allows for them to swing to get the pick. And you wanted that little shot dart Legolas pick.
I did. Petra decides to tuck tail and leave. If she's able to survive with this operator, G2 will have another healthy purchase in the next. But Shopify, now this is one of those tricky rounds, Vance. When you look at the money like this, it's tough to go hunting because you have so many rounds left in the half and you want to build up that bank, but I think sending Alexis or, yeah, send Alexis. She's close to her ult.
Yeah. And I also agree here that, you know, Shopify Rebellion, maybe if they don't want to go for the hunt against the operator, it's fine because G2 haven't had the same value of this op on Petra like they did on Breeze before. They're doing a good job for Shopify Rebellion to really try to spot her early.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's those protocols and it's those layers we talk about, those flash darts, the drone, things like this. Ascent is one of those maps that everyone is just comfortable on at this point. So Petra not finding those 7 first bloods that she did in map 1, but as it should be. Shopify are going through those protocols. And we'll see where Petra starts off the round here. We talked about those ultimates. Roxy still has hers in tow. Now with Mimi's ultimate, that KO ultimate, that is almost now a complete checkmate in those post-plant scenarios. They cannot break Roxy's ult. So an interesting protocol should come out, some sort of sequence for G2 in this one.
And G2 still trying to gamble out on a position where they could put this operator, posting now Petro to look up towards the middle, and that's a deeper smoke. That keeps both players stuck in there, and with the dart coming towards the arches, they're trying to go for the surprise swing. But unfortunately, it's another miss coming out from Petra, but Mimi's still holding within this. There's an opportunity here if they were trying to walk through the smoke for Shopify that they can get these picks. Aldrone to Aldrone. They're not going to capitalize on this for G2, though, as the Paranoia also pushes Glance back.
So much utility being traded towards the short A here. Mimi still hanging around in mid, but that's a beautiful trade here for Alexis. And the whole time, Noya's just been biding her time in B tunnel, listening. How many defenders are towards this B? She feels pretty comfortable that there's only that one. Process elimination coming through, and now all of Shopify are regrouping.
Huge. The knife actually hit Roxy, so she can't use any of that utility. That forces out an early TP from Sarah, and it cancels out towards the A site. So Shopify are pushing through. Just walking to play the content. Now running across Petra's just trying to get through her own Cloudburst, but Mel was already close towards the spawn. So Roxy's still stuck. No opportunities here to run into a lockdown, but she's playing all the way towards the back. SR pushing towards the spawn, and this is an opener. Both of them falling towards the spawn, and Sarah too in Glance. Well, that's an open A site now for a plan.
What a response. What a response. Just one by one, figuring out exactly how Shopify want to approach it. They knew only one was in sight. Quickly pivoting, taking that challenge in spawn. And these are the kind of audibles that we were used to seeing from Shopify. A bit of a slower start, sure, on map 1, but here so far, Shopify are showing us exactly what we witnessed earlier this week. And for G2, we've been talking about it, a bit of a slower pace start here. Petra's not finding those openings with that op and missing a couple of shots, sure. I like what Mimi tried to do, though. I think the fact that Sarah's changing up those recon darts in mid. Last time it was towards that M1 on top of the arches. This time it did a double bounce and landed above Market. So you saw Mimi tracking it and trying to figure out which mid dart it was going to be, unable to hit it. So that ruins Petra's trying to opening timings on those op kills. So great stuff for Shopify.
And although there's unfortunate misses coming out from Petra, they're still putting her at the right spots. She's had opportunities to really get these first picks. We saw a couple of rounds ago that B main push. That previous round that we just saw, that before the smoke came through, she almost got that pick walking out towards the B link. But now we're really seeing that Shopify Rebellion, even seeing where Petra's at, they're not afraid of fighting forward against where the position op is.
Yeah, and G2 are going with the same setup once again. Roxy with that KJ ultimate in tow, now towards this B, Judge in hand. Fast opening for A main control for G2. It seems like both squads, either it's A main or short A, they're just changing and exchanging util. Paranoia after paranoia, drone for drone, dart for dart.
And when you're looking at this round here, it was Roxy that was able to save her weapon that previous one. She's going to give that Vandal away for Petra, and she's going to play a Judge right in front of B main. So it's a turret Judge contact where SR is currently running into.
Last time she got a double with that Odin. This time, ult in play still.
We'll take those. That's kind of like a free life when you're bringing out the null command for Alexis, but she still gets the pick there. So that allows Royston to dash in, close the door, and for Shopify Rebellion to move within the B site. And there's an alarm bot watching that flank for now. It's going to get shown. It's going to get shot on top of that when she throws a volley on the ground. So that's Noya finding all that information. Paranoia thrown from the marquee out from the defenders to not come in contact against Noya, who falls within the site. So all of Shopify now tunneled and pinned within this B site retake.
Yeah, they all got kind of corralled here, all 5 members, but so many bullets being spammed. The weaponry for G2 is lower, but that's a huge pick.
The duels are in their favor until now. Sarah playing towards the dice, getting more damage onto Glance. Mimi with the Sheriff moving down towards the staircase. A flash for the triple swing down towards the site. And it's Glance that gets 2! And now only 2 left now for Shopify Rebellion towards the back of that site. Glance only has their classics. Mel's holding the back of the site. Mimi then answers back, but no matter what, there was not going to be any time. But you're going to like the damage that you've done, at least this time around against Shopify. But they're still up 9-2.
Still up, still dominant, at least in the scoreline department. Petra, at least coming into this last round of the first half, is going to be able to bring that operator back in her hands. And it looks like she was running towards that A. Most of the time so far, she's been towards mid and towards this B main. This time, we'll see how much success she's able to get on the other side of things. And Roxy, I feel you, girl. That Judge completely deceived you there.
And it feels like I always want to talk about the ult here from Roxy for the whole first half. Hadn't had an opportunity to really use it. That's why you're seeing her playing more passively this time, but a pick coming out from Fluorescent. A kill off to Sarah, a push down towards the link. Noya with the op, could not connect onto the kill, but that's information for players rotating back from G2 out towards the tree. Fluorescent with a second one within a round for Shopify Rebellion as they move within the A site. They'll get the plant for long. Hunter's Fury out for the defense, no pings. Lockdown also being used immediately, and finally we get the pick at the Fluorescent, but not until she gets 3 kills within the round. They know exactly where Glance is at because of the Hunter's Fury, who's now moving up towards the A heaven. But she's up against 3 players. Post plan is looking really good here for Shopify. All grouped up here towards the tree. They want to play the trade game no matter what, and to play the long range here from the A site. And it works out for Sarah with the kill. That's 10-2 for Shopify.
Yeah, beautiful stuff, clean. I mean, that was exactly what you want if you're Shopify entering into that short A. You saw that ultimate finally coming out to play here for Roxy, but it was a little too late. I mean, every response coming out for Shopify, they were ready for it.
Well, it seems there was a lot less tunnel vision coming out from Shopify Rebellion. I'm pretty sure Bazooka is going to like to talk about that, so let's toss it back to the desk.
To further break down the importance of those pistol rounds, we already heard Effie say that that's what they need for that momentum. So please do take it away and let us see why exactly they were able to come out on top.
Sure. It looked like a really different team from the first map, and this pistol round was showing me something that I was kind of not understanding what was happening, because right now we have this Sova here preparing to do a spot on mid. This is what I was thinking at the time. But when we see the round, what's gonna happen here is that the spot is gonna bounce on the wall and go all the way to the A site. This spot was supposed to have Florissant using it to try to have one kill through her smoke, and that was just like a really good play from Rebellion, but they just couldn't capitalize on it. As soon as the round goes, they keep putting pressure on mid, trying to have some contact on B, trying to get some kills. But the player that they left, the Omen here, playing lurking A, was the key for them to be able to push to the A side and just get all the space they had to take for the rotation back. So right now they have all the space to go back to A. And that's what won them the round. So it was a round that was really tough, and the Sova Dart, the spot just amazed me. It was amazing. I have never seen it before. I was so happy seeing it. It was like, oh, they're gonna spot me. Like, do they need it? And then I saw it bouncing. I was, man.
Yeah, we were surprised on the desk, but that's it from us from this halftime. We're gonna be heading back to casters.
Much pistol round is underway, and that was awesome here. Fluorescent getting the first blood. Cloud bursts up towards the air at the arches. Picture answers right back, though. They want to fight towards the mid.
No bullets!
2 versus 2. The right click comes through. Everybody just dropping guns all over the place. And Glance is now at 13 HP against Mel.
Barely limping. Mel thinks it's a full commit towards A. She's running and she's booking it. Glance still has to guess. Both players trying to figure out where each of them are going to end up. They're so far from each other. Mel, she can't really afford to just sit idle.
While we wait here for her looking through, I gotta say Bazooka was so happy about that recon dart. We'll probably see it in MIBR games next year in the VCTs. But Glance now having a little bit of map control. The extra paranoia has been added onto Mel, trying to figure out where her opponent could be. So Mel has no idea. Now she's peeking out the timing on this. Oh yeah, that's a shot right there. Executed. Pistol, the second one for Shopify, where it didn't work for them in the first map. We're definitely seeing the dominance now from them in the second one.
Yeah, that almost looked like an agreement, like during that halftime. They're like, y'all want to fight in mid or what? Y'all want to meet up? Because it seems like all 10 members had an absolute showdown in mid, but
3 of them reloading.
Yeah, it was just ridiculous, ridiculous stuff. And of course, it's Mel, the IGL, over on the Shopify side to close things out. Now these anti-ecos, we haven't had the craziest anti-ecos so far, but this one's gonna be a little bit different.
Oh yeah.
G2, they've invested because they have to. That scoreline is just way too one-sided. They don't want to give match point to Shopify. That blind doesn't catch Mel, the one-way.
Easily done. 2 kills coming through. They're just trying to set up for an execution towards the A side and Shopify Rebellion. They didn't care. Playing aggressively towards the outside of the A main, leaving now Mimi and Sarah alone, only with a Guardian now picked up and a Sheriff. It works out, but then Sarah's on the top with an Ares to put Shopify Rebellion at map point.
Beautiful stuff for Shopify. Taking the fight right to G2's lap, coming out on top of those trades. Neither team close to the ults. I mean, we are fresh into this first half. And this buy is so funky.
Yeah.
Last round, way too many people died on the defenses. Judge still in Noya's back pocket.
I'd like to say that we're even fresh into the map and we haven't had a chance to really digest it. It's been really one-sided and fast. Shopify Rebellion has been aggressive on the attack, and we're aggressive on the defense on that pistol. And it kind of want to look like they're doing the same. We already have, you mentioned that Judge, pushed up all the way towards the B main, but the execution, the attempt here from G2 towards the tree, it's a 9 so far by Alexis and Mel. Finally, we open things up for G2. A paranoia, a smoke being thrown. Mel got caught with that smoke within her hands, almost got that kill there onto Sarah. Actually didn't even hit her at all.
Yeah, definitely not good enough on your A defenses. G2 thunderfooted it. They W-keyed from top mid all the way down short A, giving all the sound cues that Shopify would need to respond there. But that just aggression on land certainly catches you off guard. There we go. There's the door.
Noya's trying to count how many right clicks it takes to break the door, so we'll know it in future rounds.
We got it.
Don't ask me. You're asking me to count live on air again? No, Potter. But now she gets spotted here by the generator. This is going to give an opportunity for G2 to play the crossfire, the contact. Shock dart still going on the top, preemptively thrown. Noya though does get the first pick. An opportunity to get the second one there, but no clutch is coming through now. As G2 finally, with the second force buy that they have, they get the round.
Yeah, but those are the kinds of rounds that gives me hope always, right? I mean, imagine she gets that one kill, that second kill rather, at that arch. She just saw that shock dart flying in the air. So as that process of elimination comes through, possibilities of that clutch getting closer and closer. But it's certainly been a one-sided affair, Vans. That one will buy some time for G2 to maybe gain some momentum in the second half, especially with the buy that Shopify have. But Noya, she's still happy with this judge.
And Shopify were trying to add a lot of pressure here with the A side push. You mentioned that, Judge, trying to funnel the players in that area. Alarm bot now gets broken, and looks like Shopify Rebellion. They're holding on to rotate right away as G2. They were looking for that 3-2 split, but the paranoia thrown by Mel might throw even Shopify for a loop, because now Noya has to try to push out, and Roxy punishes her.
And you saw Noya starting to get a little nervous. She didn't know if the attackers made it up mid yet or not. Her teammates had zero information, so she decides, hey, before I get pinched, let me make my move and be main. But gets wiped out, and G2, good pressure towards that mid.
Larissa with the Sheriff. Larissa with the Sheriff. That's the second one. Blake's activated. Does not connect up to the third, but has done enough damage to allow Shopify Rebellion an opportunity on the Thrifty. 3 players now. Guardian picked up towards the middle, and it's up to Glance and Mimi on the post plant.
Yeah, Mimi is pushing up towards heaven. She has to. She wants to gain some ground. This drone should give a lot of information.
Counter knife though. You know that Glance is in the corner, and Glance, the only thing she could do is now start falling back. Owl drone on top of that to get more.
I love that Mimi tucked. She tucked and she let the drone pass, but this smoke allows Shopify to cross this line of sight.
Dart to dart, underhand flash, and that dart allows the pick on from Glance onto Sarah. Now up to Mimi. The Vandal almost swinging onto the second one. It's not going to work out. Alexis with the Sheriff gets the kill, the defuse, and Shopify Rebellion get a dominant second map, winning 13-3.
It makes sense. It all makes sense. I mean, especially with how this map was going so far, for Shopify to finish it in that manner, that's pretty much what we saw this entire map. From first half to this second was just dominance from Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it was, as you mentioned, maybe between the maps, it just had some sort of like talk within each other to say, hey, let's just meet up each other on Sunset, and that's going to happen after the break.
It feels like we're back to square one. Only one map left to decide which team is going to be heading into that grand final. But before we do so, we got to break down Ascent, because you know what? Coming into this, Bazooka, you said on that first map that we've seen from the side of Shopify Rebellion, there were mistakes that we've never seen them make before. But this time around, I mean, when I say they came out swinging, I feel like that's a little bit of an understatement.
I mean, it's the same team that played the Breeze. We saw it today. Like, it looked like a totally different team.
Absolutely.
On adaptions, like team adaptions, and even individually rounds. There were some rounds were behind. Even on the bonus round, the 2-0 round, there was a huge thing going on. There about getting the Chaos Knife on them. They lost all information, they lost the position, the opportunity to just push an A, and it was everything wrong for them, and they just were able to get some kills.
Another detail that we could see just in the screen is also those first kills, right? It was 9-7 across all 16 rounds. So that means that in 4 of them, G2 were unable to convert that 5-4 situation. And most of the times it was because in Shopify's plan, it was also a possibility that the refrag was going to be there. They were always playing in pairs. And as you're saying, is a lot more comfortable. They definitely knew exactly what they wanted to execute on in this Ascent. And, you know, if they want to take this serious, they definitely need to do it on Sunset.
Yeah, there's one map left, and I think something to highlight here is the fact that coming into this, we've very much talked a lot about the duelists. The duelists always get a lot of love, but I also want to look at more of the support players and how well they've been doing. Specifically, when we've been looking at Sarah and Alexis, their utility has really set up the rest of the team of success. I mean, you were absolutely going crazy over that Sova Dart, but you know, cannot take away from the KO either.
Yeah, and something I'm gonna point out as well is like the draft for this map.
Yeah.
Okay. G2 choose Breeze.
Yes.
They wrecked Shopify on Breeze.
Yes.
Shopify choose Ascent. They wrecked G2 on Ascent. And now we have a decider. So it's a neutral map. So now it's the moment where they need to show themselves.
And it's so important to talk about also how neutral that is going to be. I think that Sarah and Alexis probably are going under the radar a little bit, because I know that everybody was, you know, very looking forward to seeing how Flora is going to do on that international stage. Definitely Mel coming back. But I think that these are two players, especially Alexis. I loved her last year. So seeing that she's keeping up that level and the impact that she can have in the game, definitely shout out to those initiators. But going back to that conversation that we were having about the maps, we were talking about G2 being the surprise, changing everything every single day. Now, with this map that we just witnessed, they have played all the 7 maps in the map pool in the competition. So now, this Sunset is the first time that they're going to be playing a map once. So all that preparation, all that phase of surprise that they wanted to bring is, let's say, over, right? Because come on, it was a month and a half. It wasn't more, was it? I don't even know how they managed to do all of those things in such little time.
100 scrims in 5 weeks. I'm not good at math, so I'm not gonna try it. But that's a lot of games that they had to play every single day.
Yeah, exactly. So now when we're talking about the preparation and coming ready into the tournament, I think that probably Shopify is going to have the upper hand here.
Yeah, and Shopify showed a really good Sunset against EDG.
Yeah.
This start of the tournament. So it's a map where, similar to Ascent, where they showed comfortable before. So maybe Breeze is a map they just don't like it. They just don't
probably didn't expect it.
Yeah. It's not only the fact that
Ascent, who's going to ban Ascent? Who's going to ban Ascent? So obviously, I can understand that they did not expect the Breeze.
Yeah, definitely.
It's not just the fact that they showed a really good Sunset against EDG Kuka, it's also the fact that when we saw them play against BBL, one thing that surprised us the most was how much homework and how many counter strats they had ready on the fly. Yeah. So going back to your point where they've already seen Sunset from G2, I can only expect greatness.
Yeah, also, but you need to think about how you're going to feel inside the server. I understand, and we've discussed how probably BBL's situation is a little bit different. Come on, Filippo was playing alone on stage today. Like, there are so many excuses that we can make for them. For G2, you know that they want it just as much as you do, and this is going to be a fight of the equals. And by the way, talking about that mental, the fact that they were in a 12-2 situation, and Petra was celebrating every single kill like it was the first one, you know, this is the G2 that needs to be there, especially for right now, who we're seeing on the screen for Sarah, you know, just coming in to this big stage, you know, being part of the team for a long time. She needs to feel that even when they lose, They can still have fun. They can still, you know, celebrate the small wins.
Yeah, and that's also something that at the end of the day we've heard during a lot of the interviews here at Game Changers Championship, Bazooka, was the fact that confidence and mentality has always been something that coaches, players continuously go to and mention that they are some of the biggest and most leading factors in closing out these games. So looking at G2 Gozen right now and how unfortunately this map went for them, a 13-3 loss, it's not easy to digest.
No, it's not easy at all to face a match like this after those kind of situations happening. But at the same time, G2 is a very experienced team.
Yeah.
They have some great leaderships in the team. Even in the work of their staff, of the coach, the psychologist, everyone behind. Right now, it's the moment where they just need to talk and just restart, just like Shopify Rebellion did in the last map.
Yeah,
they were able to restart the mindset, how they were thinking, how they were approaching the game, and that's now that G2 turn to do it. But the momentum is very important during a series like that as well. So the momentum now is with North America.
Yeah, when we're talking about the momentum is swinging heavily in favor of Shopify Rebellion. And it also means that, you know, they're feeling it. We've seen some of their player reaction cameras, Kakuka, and they were just not just in the zone, but they were having fun. And you said it yourself, that's one of the most important factors here.
Oh yeah, exactly. I was kind of surprised because I feel like we still haven't seen the Mel that we saw last year just going crazy at their opponents. But this is a Mel that probably doesn't need that anymore. And also, again, the situation is like, just imagine that you're playing against BBL and there's only like 3 players on the other side.
Yeah,
you're not gonna scream at them.
Yeah, that's not gonna feel great.
But seriously, I think that this match is so important for them. Because of the resemblance that it has with last year, and it shows the progression and in the careers of all of these players. So I think that today there's something different at stake.
Yeah, it's not just the fact that you're winning a spot in the grand final. What's at stake is your pride. You're showing them that the last year that we've had, they've been working hard on bettering themselves in every aspect possible. We've seen it from the side of G2 Gozen with 100 scrims played in 5 weeks. Is that realistic even?
I mean, if you play 100 scrim in 1 month, you need to drop a lot of VOD reveals, strats, time with your team. So it must have been really hard for them to actually understand how to adapt the strats and also get a lot of game time. But at the other side as well, like G2 is on fire. They're playing very good individually. They do have some bad games. It happens to everyone. But right now, if they can put the work they did on Breeze, on Sunset now, individually, getting the shots, especially Petra getting the first kills, that's something that they're getting a lot of games, a lot of scrims, a lot of practice helps a lot.
Yeah, especially when we're looking at G2 and how much practice they've put into this. I think definitely something to look forward to, and Mimi coming out on top as well in that new role of an IGL. When we're comparing her this time around to Mel and how her performance has been, I think Mel has really excelled at some of these mid-round calls that we've seen, especially on Ascent. But Mimi is still always a building block, something that G2 goes and can fall back on when things aren't going that well.
But we also have to say that, you know, she has to face this defeat, this map defeat, a little bit different than the other day, because this wasn't a close defeat. This wasn't, you know, something that went wrong. Maybe, you know, you lose track of the economy just because of some rounds that you misinvest or you don't save the guns or whatever, you know, some mistakes that you make. Here, you got stopped and you have to deal with it mentally. And now Mimi has to prove that she has learned in this month and a little bit how to actually have that mental capability. We also know that she's with the rest of her teammates and they're not new to the situation. But, you know, it definitely is going to be a different test for her.
Yeah, but also coming with that, G2 Gozen is no stranger to a loss. I mean, Series 3 for EMEA might not have gone their way. They didn't come out on top. Yes, the first team to qualify based off of their successes during Series 1 and Series 2. When we're looking at Shopify Rebellion themselves, they have had an incredible year. We can't take away from that. We said it last time that the first map this time around, Breeze, was the first 1 out of 5 maps. Well, not the first, the last 1 out of 5 maps that they've lost. So for them potentially dealing with that loss, we had a lot of questions about it, but it proven that they can bounce back. But can they keep that momentum, and can they potentially not get a little too overconfident?
Yeah, definitely. And Sunset is a map where both teams had already played. so they're gonna study each other. But it's also a very new map to the map pool.
Totally.
So there's ton of space for everyone to even change comps, try different strats, and try to make things different.
Yeah, and the other day when we were seeing G2 Ghost playing against Liquid, I remember a lot of the proactivity that they were having round after round. And just because it is a new map and it is a new opponent and all of these things are converging together, you can allow yourself to do that. And it was actually giving them a lot of freedom, you know, sending Mimi with someone else onto mid, you know, just supporting Petra into getting into those positions to have that kind of impact. I don't think that Shopify is the kind of team that is going to allow you to do that, because they're not only going to be prepared, they're always going to be responding to that.
And when we're looking at the responses from both of these teams, they have been phenomenal. So at the end of the day, that also throws a lot of questions in. How is the next map going to be approached? Because when we had an interview earlier with Effie's, he did mention that they're looking at securing those pistol rounds. And that's exactly what they've done. And they were able to build the momentum off of that. They're able to snowball it. But from G2 Gozen, are we expecting them to have the exact same strategy?
I mean, they need to change the strategies. They need to change everything, because I'm 100% sure they were studied. The other team knows everything they like to do on the map. They know their tendencies, what kind of game plan they have. So they do need to change a lot of things, and that's where it holds a lot of the EGL on Mel and Mini about adapting and going on the flow with the game. Because every different map you play, you may play the same map 100 times.
Yeah.
Every time it's gonna feel a different flow.
And a different flow. I mean, the flow of the bracket this time around is also something to be looking at, because really highlighting that whoever wins this matchup between G2 Gozen and Shopify Rebellion will be the first team to qualify for the grand final here at Champions Game Changers 2023. The loser is going to have to drop to the lower bracket, and they're going to be up against the winner of Team Liquid or SMG, which means that, you know, you don't get that one day off where you can just sit back, relax, and watch what the rest are doing.
This is my favorite event of the year, and I cannot believe that there's only 2 days left already. You know,
Time flies when you're having fun.
Right now, as we're looking at Shopify and G2 Gozen, now they have secured that minimum 3rd position. But let's be honest, none of these teams, none of these wonderful second seeds for their respective regions want to have that 3rd title. They want to be the winners. Now, if you do it from the upper bracket, you're failing yourself. It means that you've overcome things like we're witnessing today. But I think that there's also some, you know, I would like for whomever loses today to actually win in the final.
Okay, so you want that lower bracket
love revenge.
Yeah. I mean, this entire game this time around is
not going to
about
be very
revenge.
cold. It's not going to be served very cold. It's just going to be a couple of days away, but I love revenge.
It's going to be pretty warm considering the weather here in Brazil. But looking at Revenge Arc specifically from Shopify Rebellion so far, they have been phenomenal. Not just in the couple first games that we've seen, but also that mental ability to bounce back onto that second map after a 13-6 loss and come out swinging. And seeing the discipline as well that this roster have going into the final map, going into Sunset, I am actually worried for G2 Gozen here, Bazooka.
Yeah, and the composition that both teams brought in the first Sunset they played, they're pretty different. Shopify Rebellion was playing with Breach, Omen, Fade. They had a really strong opportunity to get control fast in the map, play A, play B, or even split mid through market and using Breach Thunder. That's very strong. While G2 was used to play with Viper and no Breach, so their idea is to deny information instead of just like gaining really fast formation. So G2, when they attack, they need to play slowly than Shopify. Shopify Rebellion has more brute force composition to just go whatever they want.
Well, that's not been the case. We've actually so far only seen 2 mirror compositions. So with the Prime Gaming Agent Select ready, it's going to be really interesting to see whether or not they stick to, I don't want to say what we're used from them, but at least what we've seen from them in the past and how they'll be able to make these different compositions work and interact with each other. Whenever that does pop up, I think, there we go. It was,
no surprises.
Okay, no surprises, no. So at least we don't get another mirror comp here.
Okay. And now it's a lot about the game plan for this map.
Yeah,
It's a lot of
exactly. And if you're G2 and you were watching the other day when Shopify was playing against EDG, if I'm not mistaken, there's not much that you can take out of that game because everything was working their way, and you know that if that is just the easy way for them. So if it gets complicated, you're not going to be able to find the response. So I think that we're going to go into this one with both of the teams very focused in making the other team trying to fall into their game. I know that we say it a lot, but whomever gets it first is going to get the win.
Interesting strategy to be looking forward to, especially considering the fact that so far, Shopify Rebellion has been the best team at forcing others into playing their playstyle.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, right now Shopify Rebellion starting attacking this last map, right? If I'm not wrong, they're starting attack. And the main thing about having the breach on attack and forcing them to play on their side, it's about fast pushes, just going fast.
It's time for our final map of the series. The Revenge Arc is so close, but so is G2's opportunity to hold on to their crown. Let's head over to the final game of today with Vansili and Potter.
Thank you, Janiro, Kakuka, and Bazooka. Going right into it, the third and final map between these two powerhouse teams, G2 and SR. As Shopify Rebellion starts off on the attack against G2's defense, we already see a setup right now of the attack for Shopify, adding a lot of pressure towards this A main, Potter, this B main.
Yeah, all 4 members grouped, just leaving Cypher all alone on the other side. And Bazooka mentioned it, Shopify, they've got an explosive composition here. We've already witnessed it before. Alexis on this breach is looking to tee up Fluorescent on those deep lines. I love this move from G2. If Shopify watched G2's last match, they'll know that they did this in their exact timings. But Petra's getting so deep.
Sarah's running around the corner.
Oh, the timing!
Yeah, had a knife out, wasn't expecting that. That will initiate Shopify Rebellion rushing within the A site. Wall coming up on the defensive side. Trap kill set up as well from Roxy just towards the link. But all of Shopify Rebellion are moving towards the elbow. One way now being set up. The legs are being split. Roxy lands that first shot. There's no vision coming out from Shopify Rebellion towards this A side hit. And unfortunately, they're getting dispatched. Huge advantage now for G2. As the defenders that were flanking across have also moved within the A site.
Not a single piece of utility left on Alexis or Mel. They've just got to hit headshots, and Mel gets taken out. And Alexis just eats that paranoia as well. What a beautiful setup coming through here for G2. Roxy played that round to perfection, absolutely utilizing that one way. But the timing in which Glance refreshed her own smoke right after that cage was beautiful as well. G2, I mean, Bazooka mentioned it, right? There's going to be stark differences in their approaches to this map. One fast-paced, one not.
You see those last kills. Yeah, Roxy was, again, a good anchor for this A-side hold, just like she did on B on Breeze before. A great start for G2. You see the confidence coming out from the coach, and a prime giving flawless on top of that for G2 to really build the economy once again very early. But now at the same time when we're looking at this, though, we have a chance to talk about this composition, the stark differences, but I also want to focus on the role switches from both Fluorescent and from Petra. Right, so while we have this tech pulse, let's talk about Petra and G2. When they're playing against Team Liquid, they've seen enough footage right now for Shopify Rebellion because that game went to overtime. What did G2 do a lot on the defense? Controlling and attacking towards the A main. But this time around G2, they're working out towards the middle on that pistol round. So there is slight differences that G2 was like, okay, these things kind of worked against X Team versus Team Liquid. We could switch things around. And we've also seen how Shopify Rebellion kind of played their side too of Sunset. There's ways to counteract that.
Yeah, there definitely are. And, you know, those differences between Breach and a Viper, certainly you're going to feel a lot more of it when you swap sides on the attack. But the defenses is very general. You talked about that A main. Both squads are going to be ride or dying for A main control. For G2 side, they're going to be able to do weird combos like Viper's Molly with Petra's nade, Paint Shell to do even more damage. Glance with her paranoia out, ready to blind that short little lane as her teammate gets contact. Things like this, a lot of interesting trap setups as Roxy is the lone anchor on the other side. So I think both teams are absolutely going to be contesting this A main. That's what happened.
She glanced down and noticed that the water was spilling, so Glance has to pick that up. But
Glance got it.
There we go. and now, again, looking back at the roles, Petro, she had a slower start as well against Team Liquid on the very first time that we saw her play a duelist on Raze. So hopefully this is going to be a little bit more. We've gone through a 3-map series this time around, and there's an opportunity now that she's warmed up, and we'll see a better performance from Petra right here. And thank you for your patience. We're going back within the game. And Shopify Rebellion, with this full classic, the dog's going to spot them, and the jig is up. The attempt to try to flood within the B site has been denied by that utility.
And Noya is just trying to bide her time. Both players just spotting each other, deciding to fall on back. The only investments coming out here for Shopify's side is that one lone sheriff on the back of Fluorescent. And because the rechargeables, because of this fault line coming up, and Sarah's haunt, there's some combos that Shopify can do to find Fluorescent something here.
At least Fluorescent found the orb first. So Shopify Rebellion are giving their position away, and they don't need utility. Fluorescent just moves forward, gets the pick onto Glance, who is trying to play the off angle by the staircase. There's utility being thrown back here on the defense, just to push him back for a bit. Fluorescent satchel through. Nice flash out from Mimi, allowing the players of G2 to flood back out, and not an opportunity for Shopify to come in for a plant. At least Noya gets a classic duel win against Roxy. But with this upgrade on 2 versus 1, you got to be pristine on your shots if you're Noya.
Pristine indeed. That camera doesn't give too much information.
Yeah, only the shot.
But this is such an expensive round for G2. Last 2 members very healthy, and Noya just barely limping.
An opportunity there to almost catch Sarah 2 off guard. And Noya knows it's a crossfire setup. She's just trying to walk out for the last pick for Shopify. Yeah, sometimes the crowd is there, and G2 we're ready, and Mimi gets the pick, but you've mentioned the damage being done by Shopify. Nice 2-piece out from Fluorescent to kick off the round, and they'll have a much better buy in this round number 3.
Yeah, and if you're Noya, you're absolutely taking those with a classic kill to finish it off with that 3rd as well. So this is tough decisions if you're in the G2 camp side of things. It doesn't look like they want to invest much at all into this round.
Yes, it should do.
Now this is a true bonus.
Yeah.
This is a true bonus.
Mid pressure out for G2. A push out towards the tiles as it gets denied right away by Fluorescent. So they were reading that for Shopify.
Trying to tee up Glance for an early opening pick. Noya has a lot of ground, and this timing that she's able to cross, oh no.
Yeah, unfortunately looking at the wrong angle. Just a little bit too far off, and it was spotted much more early. As the pick comes through for G2, evening up the tally. All of Shopify now walking within this A site, but the camera's gonna spot them.
Yeah, and I bet this one-way is still up here for Roxy. We saw how critical it was in the pistol round. She's just waiting to play that exact same round out as this trip goes out.
Stahan first, aftershot to push Mimi away, but she's still crossfired with Roxy within the site. Paranoia is going to hit her though, which allows the double swing to take down Roxy, waiting for that cage to dissipate. Now Mimi's in the back of the site, only with a ghost, but gets ghosted here by Sarah. Rotation coming through, and the bonus was going to be good for G2. Turns out to be a much better buy for Shopify in the end, losing 2 players in the process. To put 1 on the board.
Yeah, and the biggest difference in that round for G2 side was the fact that Glance was the first one to go down, right? When we think about that success on that A site hold for Roxy, right after that cage, that smoke came and procced up. So this time, Roxy doesn't have that much time. And a simple bonus response here for Shopify.
Able to juggle through enough of a buy for Shopify Rebellion. We're juggling around between Mel and Noya, but it turns out that they're going to have full rifles within this round. Haunt being thrown towards the top of middle. Pretty much on the top of the clothesline. That will not spot anybody all the way up towards the top of mid.
No pings, no information. A nice double stack here for G2 in the market area. This camera's giving so much information, and with that trip down in B main, both players on G2 can feel very confident about keeping both their crosshairs in the same direction. But Noya, as I say that, She's sniffing around. She wants to take care of these Cypher trips.
Now a flash was heard by Sarah. She's going to throw a Prowler early. Meanwhile, though, for Fluorescent, just breaking that camera, keeping the players out towards this B main. An opportunity for Shopify Rebellion to really work the map now in the mid-rounding call. Look at Noya trying to pinch it across here from the B main while the rest are executing within the market. It's a 2-for-2, but the Showstar picking up all the way from Boba right down towards the market. And Noya made it through. Remember, the trip got broken, so they know that Noya's somewhere within the site. She's pushing all the way through. It's not going to get cleared. And that leaves Sarah alone. Boombot out, spotting her, so they know that Sarah's close on the spawn. Ferrari Satch until now glances swing out. And G2, they shut down round number 4.
Beautiful stuff indeed. There was a chance if Noya was able to find that trip a little bit earlier, that pinch, the fact that they were able to get both clean entries in this market, but Roxy with such a beautiful response and Petra making it here so early with that showstopper completely stopped Shopify's attack there, but yeah, I feel that, Effie's.
Thumbs down. Half buy stingers for Shopify. Camera up on the link. Showstopper available on the attack from Fluorescent. And it looks to be very quick. But moving forward, trying to catch Petra off guard. She was playing just out in the open. Instantly picks her off. We're trying to trade it back. Beautiful utility from the initiators, though, to allow Mel and Sarah to drop the defense on the elbow. And just like that, all the players on the A side who was looking to fight against Shopify just got denied right away. And an opportunity now for Shopify Rebellion to just hold the pacing and work things out, especially when they throw the hat out from Noya. They know that the last 2 players are out. They can just start running in.
Yeah, it's go time. Enough information. Mel has the backup from her teammates and should be able to even plant the spike, get that bonus money on board, and that could have been disaster for Shopify, but the fact that G2 kind of play into Shopify's game there, because Fluorescent died without even getting a single bullet off, right? I was thinking, oh, if Alexis used the fault line instead of that flash first, it could have looked a little bit differently, but man, Shopify, they always have a chance. Both these teams, no matter what the buys are, no matter what the ultimates are looking like, this is certainly a battle of equals, as Kakuka mentioned, but in this third map, it is neck and neck.
Neck and neck, 3-2 lead for G2. Full gun round for both of these teams. A pivotal round for the first half, and Roxy thought that she was going to be able to sneak through towards the door, which now allows the Nightfall to be used by Sarah, opening up the B side, Showstopper to create even more space. Instantly throws the Showstopper just so that she could control towards this triangle formation. Maybe a plant. Or they're going to give that up. They're going to play towards the main instead.
What a shot from Petra. So aware, completely clears that Noya's off angle there, equalizing into a 4v4 retake. All 4 members of Shopify are so grouped here. A lot of post-plant utility at hold here.
That's a nice paranoia that's going to allow Shopify Rebellion to run that clock down a little bit more. There is that utility being thrown on the counter. A haunt being thrown, a spray across. Everybody's sticking it here. Nobody's able to get it. Finally, Alexis pushes forward. And as G2 are trying to push forward towards the B main to try to fight back, everybody's getting sprayed. Now within the 3v1. The rotate that came across towards the market from Fluorescent allowed for Shopify to tie up the game, but that was getting close.
That was getting close. Good moves from Floor to be extra mobile there in the post. And I think that was even Mel's own smoke in that B main that she popped down herself so that they can freely spam through their own. You can see all the pings coming out. But that was explosive, Vans. You know, we talked about in the beginning of the round, the composition that Shopify have. Once those ultimates are in tow, as soon as they had that B main control, Sarah ripped her ult and they were in there. Sure, Fluorescent didn't get the entry with her showstopper that she was looking for, that allowed them to plant the spike, and it's as simple as that. Shopify gonna slow things down again into this one. That 4-1 setup that we've been seeing.
And for G2, it's a 5-0 setup. Roxy close range with a Bucky, 4-player stack.
She loves the Bucky.
Oh, she loves it for sure. I mean, she got some something out of it in the previous maps.
What
and
a
this
read
time
here.
around, yeah, it's just a Prowler being thrown first. The read is just, let's try to edge up here and try to find the information towards this B main, and it actually spotted somebody.
Yeah,
so,
and I don't know whose comms came through for Shopify, but again, great read. All members just started booking it back towards this A. And they're choosing right. G2 have no choice but to just kind of push out here. It's going to be a 4-man flank, maybe even 5 if Cypher meets up with them.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They break the first trip. Noya still has a second trip and a camera. So as soon as we're going to start hearing a little bit of footsteps from Sarah, that camera should come up and find some information. And Shopify Rebellion adapting onto that one, placing the spike for spawn. A fault line has slowed him down too, coming out from Alexis. And not all Shopify, they're doing it once again. They're playing the pulse plant through Mel smokes.
Yeah, they want to push through spawn. They don't want to get pinched. Noya goes 1 for 1. Spike is ticking. What a shot.
That's only Noya once again, the only one that's fallen on this pulse plant. As everybody's rotating across, you have aggressive positions from Shopify towards the spawn. Nice little paranoia coming out with the paint shells, slowing down that push, and an attempt of a retake from G2. Yeah, it still works out to be a couple of 1-for-1s on the pulse plant. The TP away, trying to save a weapon. You've done a little bit of damage here, but that economy, it's still quite strong for Shopify.
It is, it is. We'll see if there's some money on the board. Maybe those opening kills that we saw so many of, but just a rifle game once again. And a timeout coming out right in time. G2 have lost the last 3 rounds in a row. They want to have an answer for this big buy. This is an extremely important swing round coming up here in round 8. And as we talked about, Petra has Showstopper. Roxy has her ult, but we'll talk about that one later on in the round. But Glance does have her Omen ult. Now, what we really liked from G2 was that pistol round setup. Roxy with those one-ways at A, and it does seem like Shopify, I don't even know which side they like the most. They keep changing it up.
They did quite well on both sides, because when you talked about those cages, it was instantly learned by Mel. Yes, Roxy did a lot of damage towards his A side, but you remember that re-hit, when he took the elbow control with those stingers from Shopify, the cages came up, they waited for that to drop, and then they were able to go for a full execution right back within the A site. So this timeout is just trying to say, okay, well, Shopify, they're not really just holding W within this map. They're rotating a lot. They're also doing a lot of stop and go. And now it's maybe time for G2 to really try to fight back, be a little bit more proactive on their side, and not give too much map control for Shopify in the beginning.
Yeah, and that's the challenge. That is absolutely the challenge, especially when you're up against a Cypher right now. So many weird angles and weird spots and weird traps that you're always paranoid about.
And as the Bears are about to come up, continuing this 4-1 setup for Shopify Rebellion. They want to try something quick.
Pace.
Yeah, Paranoia, but Petra just sprays while she's hit by the Paranoia, and Fluorescent falls down. That's one of the plays that they try to do against EDG, and they were reading it perfectly for G2. Now Noya's trying to push forward, and answers right back. It's a 4v4.
That's a huge equalizer. I mean, Petra just had such an easy opening. None of the utility landing on her whatsoever. But the fact that Noya is able to control mid here, this cuts the map completely in half. Roxy is all on her lonesome. No rotators are going to be able to come help her whatsoever.
So it's up to Shopify. What can you read now towards the mid round? You still have Sarah available with a lot of that utility, but it's towards B main. So the 3 players have to work together. The rest of Shopify moving towards the market, where it's a crossfire set up by G2.
Yeah, Sarah's desperately trying to find out where that defender is. Her Prowler doesn't get any, but it doesn't matter. Mel just finds a quick 1-2 entry.
And now there's another player alone on the site, and that's Glance this time around. Holding, anchoring as much as she can. Got 2 for her troubles, and it's up to Roxy alone. And that's just unfortunate. I mean, she throws the ult, so she wants to go for this. And Neurotheft getting information right here. The plant's coming across. The head-to-head against Alexis. An opportunity there. But no cigar once again. And it looks so good, but that flash that was trying to get information out towards the market was unfortunately mistimed there by Mimi. She got punished instantly.
Yeah, she did. And especially with how this round started as well. The fact that that mid player, I believe it was Glance as well, immediately getting wiped out by Noya's lurk. That's something that G2 are completely aware of. Most of the time this week when we've been watching this map, 3 members are going searching and sniffing towards that mid. So unfortunate for G2, but Shopify, they're consistently having answers here.
Yeah, you talked about how it was such a pivotal round for, I'd like to say G2 at that point, with the ults that they had and the economy that was quite low with that buy. They're in a half buy right now, while on the other camp, Shopify Rebellion, Mel's been really close to the 9K with Alexis at the same time too, so it had to come down. Yeah, they're balling.
Balling out of control right here. Fluorescent being very cautious, does not want to deal with these one-ways anymore. But this contact play from Shopify gets them a lot of ground, but all of G2 have already rotated.
Sarah still gets the first blood though. A contact towards the link, back better Radiant boxes, and Noya's looking to move right back. But that wall will give it an opportunity here for G2 to move forward. Paranoia just hit all of them.
All of them, all 5 members catching that one.
Camera now get broken. There's that flash to push through the smoke.
So blind.
Oh, the wide swing from Petro and crouches for the headshot onto Noya. Seekers now coming out, doing a lot. Showstopper 2 on top of that. Trying to land that Showstopper, falling to Seekers, but we stay alive. The TP away from Mel, back towards the main. Here comes the defuse. It's back at halfway, fully sticking it, but all of Shopify has fallen down. How did that happen? Massacre Thrifty for G2.
That was insane. The fact that Mel catches everyone with her paranoia, but what was it for? No one was punished at that time. What ifs in that round, Vans? Because if she held on to it when she popped her ult, flanked the diffuser, that could have come in clutch. So smallest of margins once again coming through here, and G2, how did they win that round?
It wasn't really planned for them towards the spawn either, so Noya dropping towards the Arena boxes really doesn't give a chance for Shopify to flood back within the double ultimates that was used by G2. This time though, they want to fight right back. In action, instantly, coming up towards the A main. Oh, Fluorescent! Just spraying with the 360 and still gets the headshot onto Mimi. And instantly for Shopify Rebellion, they don't care that they got thriftied.
They've had enough. They've had enough, fans. Fluorescent wants to spike as well. She's calling for it. She wants her Showstopper online. And the last 2 members of G2 want none of it. Roxy and Glance are already deciding to save their weapons, and as they should. If they're able to save this, they will have a healthy purchase in the next. Glance will be able to drop one over to Sarah. So it's going to be real important to be able to save these weapons, and you can see that Shopify, they've read exactly that. They don't want to allow that to happen.
I think Noya still had her camera towards the B main, so they know where exactly Shopify are currently holding their angles. It's towards the B main where the ult orb is. Noya trying to trade her right back out, trying to lurk back forward, walking through the smoke. Pinching in is Sarah coming from the top of Boba. Now here comes the first spray to try to set that paranoia, allowing this contact to happen for Sarah to get that pick.
Wow.
And even Noya swings out through the smoke to get the last one to glance in. You're looking at round number 10, round number 11 here. Once again, the economy, you're basically working with scraps.
Yeah, and that was right after Sarah pops her Viper's Pit as well, and that's what egged Fluorescent on, right? You thought, why is she being so extra aggressive? But that was her tell. She didn't want this Viper's Pit to have any play at all whatsoever in that last round. Great response coming through here for Shopify, and they are frustrated on the side of the G2 camp.
Okay, so we're going back with the strategy for G2 to go for half armor buys so they could actually have a healthy buy within the next 2 rounds. Should it still go in favor of Shopify Rebellion?
4 members of Shopify here now. They know that the Cypher's been in this area. They want to find the trips, but as I say that, they're just gonna rip Sarah's ult again. Rinse and repeat. Yeah, Fluorescent has a showstopper. She's got the sight.
Roxy's still holding within the smoke though, trying to get a timing. Rolling Thunder to try to act back 1-for-1. Nash at a Whirling Thunder just clears out towards the market.
They wanted to give Sarah another kill. The whole time Alexis was waiting in that market area, but Sarah's all alone. Alexis shows up late.
Here's a pushback though, and Noya still on that flank, so Mel has to delay, has the paranoid to delay first. Noya is trying to pull out the knife, back to the weapon, spots the opponent right there towards the market. A little bit too late as Mimi almost caught her on that lurk. So now we have a great 2 versus 1 pitcher walking forward towards the B main, and there's a jiggle peek from Mel. Now they're gonna play the time in their favor for Shopify Rebellion. There is that tap even. You don't even need the cage to fall down. Noya just landed every single one of those shots. And Shopify are looking really good here on the attack half of Sunset.
They really are. Not only did she land all those shots, fans, she even had a camera hidden and waiting inside that cage in case she doesn't get the spam. So beautiful response, and Noya's been so successful finding these backlines. This is the first time that Shopify actually is able to make the round look as clean as they do from start to finish, and that really highlights the round for Noya to be able to find those gaps when Shopify are that successful. But they're switching it up again, Vans.
Yeah, deep flash. Trying to get information to dog out early too, so it's back to the G2 trying to press back towards the A main.
Yeah, that's huge to be able to break Mimi's dog that early on as well. Not able to find or punish off of that. You can see that Glance has that paranoia in tow. As soon as Petra gets any sort of contact, they want to fight.
It's the audio game this time around.
Yeah, they've got an inkling. I mean, Shopify, they've got an inkling. And look at this, G2, they're pushing.
Just the way that they wanted it. They caught some players off guard, actually 3 players off guard. Noya's right there to answer right back. A 1v1 against Mimi, and she's just going to pull back, play the power of numbers, and allow the players to rotate across.
Noya's one off the ultimate here, and I think the orb was still available, but she doesn't want to go for that quite yet. Both members in Shopify deciding instead to stay grouped. They've got the spike in their hands.
It's a 2-1 setup. Camera's going to see enough. Even gets the ping onto Sarah.
30 seconds left.
But Noya's the one that's going to have to make the play. So while Sarah's making noise towards the market, Noya's trying to cut the rotation 1v1 against Sarah right towards the spawn. She hears the footsteps. Oh, I think Sarah just saw her, but Noya didn't. Leaves right back out. There's the hat to throw. There's the information on the last 2. There's only 13 seconds left. Sarah hasn't committed yet towards the A site, so they have to close in right now. It's up to Roxy anchoring the site.
Both players pinching from both directions. Sarah's got to get the spike down, but she gets taken out. There's no time left. Noya unable to get even close to Mimi here. And they're unable to get the spike down. What an effort, though, for Shopify in that last. That was a 2v4 that they almost converted.
So it was so close, and after that kill, but when they threw that hat and they realized, oh crap, there's only 14 seconds left, it almost seems like after that pick, Sarah was looking to rotate back towards the A site for a plant, and that just threw everything for a fumble. So a great job by Roxy to really hold down towards that site, let that clock run down, and keep this game very close. So as much as we want to say that it was one-sided for Shopify Rebellion, this still ends up being a 7-5 half for SR. So let's see what the AD has to say.
It has been blow for blow, round for round from both of these teams, but if anything, we do get the feeling that maybe SR knows this a little bit better.
Yeah, I think that their strat book goes a little bit deeper, and I think that we found a beautiful example here on round 7 because of how they identify everything that is happening and how G2 is playing as a stack in one side of the map and how to react to that. Not only running to the other side, also keep giving a little bit of misinformation onto B, and also running and moving on to CT just to stay one step ahead and actually work in the map. They do feel and they seem more comfortable around it, and I think in the later rounds, especially when the picks get a little bit crazy and the fights get very isolated, you can see that the reps are definitely there.
Yeah, and it may have been an equal round, I guess an equal round, but the reads they had, the understanding of how the other team was playing and how to react that, getting space from where the other team is giving you this space, is that what made Shopify Rebellion better in this first half. They are playing really good. Even with playing from Reach, they're not playing so fast, they're kind of playing a little slow, but they still have faith, get a lot of information, and just being explosive with Reach and Omen 2. There were some rounds Petra was able to get some kills in market, even with Reach and Omen playing against, and that's a kind of misuse of utility on Shopify side, but at the same time, they're getting the game.
I think that they're more nervous. Like both the teams, they look more nervous than they were at the beginning of the day. We know what's at stake. This is definitely not the final, but you can tell that there's a lot in the game.
There's a lot on the line for this one. It is the final half of the series, so let's head over to see how the Battle of the Equals will play out.
I do agree with you at the desk for sure. This may not be the grand finals, but an important game for both of these teams. You punch the ticket to the finals, you have map ban advantage, and you definitely want that going into the BO5. And who better than G2 and SR to go head-to-head to give us a taste of potentially the grand finals right here. Pistol round now underway, Shopify on the defense, and G2 looking for control towards middle with an early dog to try to gain more space.
Yeah, and this double controller side for G2, this is going to be a completely different kind kind of game than what we've been seeing. Early Paranoia trying to get Fluorescent a kill, and that nade is going to do so much, pushing them into Alexis's hands.
But she has utility in her hands, not the pistol, not a weapon.
What a satchel!
What a satchel, but there's still that 2 trade coming back out for Shopify. Mimi trying to hold the ground towards the back, sees that push coming out from Shopify. The spike is down towards the top of mid, and it's now G2 that has to run towards against Shopify. The first contact, G2 Mimi is down now to 2 HP. The crossfire, the flank coming across. Rossi gets the first pick. The swing will cross there from Sarah, trading right back. There's that push from Sarah too, though. 2 versus 2 somehow. A little dink coming out onto Sarah as well. An opportunity to fight back for G2, and a re-heal on top of that to top off Sarah.
Shopify right now, they have a good idea that Mimi is barely limping. Spike still down.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Might want to give it up. Looks like the smoke is thrown for them to give it up. You're going to hear all of these footsteps. Look at Shopify pushing down towards the A-Link. They know now the hit's coming towards B, especially with that door being closed.
Yeah, now that Mimi doesn't get any info with that bird, only 13 seconds. Yeah, they've got to plant the spike now.
10 seconds left.
You can see that G2, they're still guessing. They're not exactly sure where the rotates are going to be coming from.
Especially when the smoke was thrown towards Boba. It's been multiple times in the pulse plan that Mel's been thrown the smoke so they could actually execute out of that. But they're both walking towards the B main, finally spotted by Sarah, and somehow the tides have turned for G2. Pushing forward, Mel gets a 20 HP onto Sarah. As Mimi's trying to swing back out, still trying to bring up that heal. Sarah's now back at 85, but Mel still connects onto the shot. Isolated at 1v1. Now Mimi's at 2 HP, 9 seconds left on the smoke, swings towards her right. Clears the corner, and lands the headshot. Comes in for the defuse.
And she's gonna get it. She's gonna get it, Vans. And you know, her teammates are egging her on there, saying she's low, get her. And that just allows her to fully swing with her body and get that one. You saw Mimi was doing her damnedest there too to keep Sarah alive in that corner. Doing whatever she can in that moment. I would have loved to actually see like a 3-2-1 double swing in that instance, but that smoke really ruined it for G2. What a pistol round, and what a weird way to start. That spike being down in that Archis in mid for the entire duration of the start of that round really put a nail in the coffin, or in plans for G2 there.
There was flanks after flanks and trades, and it ended up having to, you know, in control of Shopify Rebellion at the pistol. They had to come in for the Red Bull clutch from Mel to actually win that one. So that means that G2, they're not out of this yet. Despite the adversity that they're up against, having less power of numbers, they can still definitely fight back. But Noya is doing her own one-way cages, just like her opponent Roxy did towards that A site. She's doing it towards B, and it's not going to allow you. Oh, well, as I say that though, the B site's starting to open up.
Yeah, Noya got caught off a little bit. She didn't expect Mel to get flanked that fast. Petra is so aggressive right now. They're able to pick up a couple weapons. That's so much damage onto Alexis here. Spike still not planted.
At least Sarah's there. And weapons have been picked up for G2, though. They have a Bulldog and a Spectre. They could work the clock right now in their favor because there's still 50 seconds left on the clock. So just wait and see where the utility is being thrown. Now it calms down for a bit. They now have the opportunity to plant and set up.
Yeah, Shop now before attempting to go into the site. They just want to make sure they're not going to get flanked by some rat. Fault line is out, and that's a go sign.
It was a lineup there, but Sarah gets that pick onto Petra. Bulldog cannot do any damage there. Roxy trying to push forward against Alexis just to land that shot. Allowing the backside to happen from Sarah to get 3 into the round. So a great pistol, great second round, but the damage has been done for G2. But at this point of the game here, Potter, getting that damage on an eco may not be enough.
It's not, but you know what? You take what you can get, Vans, and those comms are certainly still coming through for sure to kind of reinforce each other that, hey, we did our job. We weren't supposed to win that round anyway. So confidence still building, and especially considering how close this round got, right? I mean, Noya, it looked like she was going to make a movie for herself in the beginning with those one-ways, spraying it down, but as soon as she got onto that cam, again, the explosiveness coming out for G2 is exactly what they would have wanted in that eco. So all things considered, that is a great start, especially since you lost that pistol if you're G2.
Which also puts a lower buy for Shopify Rebellion on their bonus. Marshall, 2 Sheriffs, 2 Bulldogs. They're looking to use that range to fight towards the market. Seems to be towards this A main as well. But they're just using utility on both ends here to really slow down the pace of G2, who's trying to swing towards the market. Mel now down to 5 HP. Support from Noya coming across, and Mimi's actually committed here to try to be the entry on the sky, just like she did on her opening game against Team Liquid.
Yeah, bullying Mel off the angle there. Mimi. All 4 members, they're so grouped that Paranoia misses everyone.
That's 2 of them, though. Although it misses everybody, Noya's still got 2 kills out of that. An opportunity for Shopify to win another bonus here.
3 versus 4. Glance is going to be able to get the spike down, and because of Sarah's positioning, still the orb and the flank possibility.
Oh, just trying to play around the smoke. They read it for Shopify. They read it. That was beautiful. Big Paranoia, though. That's going to hit so many players. 2 kills, but there's that satchel from behind. That's Fluorescent to answer right back. Sarah's in a great spot, though, to try to win a 2 versus 1. There's no smokes in the area, and off the tap. Oh, my God. Alexis instantly lasers her opponent. And Shopify, they get the bonus now in map 3.
And the start of this was beautiful. I thought, what the heck is Mel doing? Why does she have a Marshall there in market? But the whole time, Alexis was set up. She had arm out, fault line out, and she was ready. She wanted to re-tee up Mel, and she got back on that line. And sure, she didn't get any shots off, but I feel like that kind of egged on G2 to hit that site. So great start here for Shopify, and what a round. What a round.
Which also gave that opportunity for Noya to come out to get those picks, right? So despite not getting kills, it's enough delay and setting up a missed timing for G2 moving within the site, and Noya caught 2 off guard. Big surprise, and the surprise continues. A satchel within the link. Alexis pushing out towards the market to support Fluorescent. And already another player advantage out early for Shopify. A little bit of over-aggression, though, this time. Mimi's able to capitalize right back.
Yeah, Alexis wanted to help out Noya. She thought Noya was in trouble, but gets wiped out, taken out. This ult should give Shopify enough information to set up some sort of defense. You can see that Mel is on her way quickly, but she doesn't have Paranoia. All these trips should help, yeah.
Seeker's coming out on the attack. So they're doing the same for G2, spamming through the smoke. Nightfall coming out, that hits 1 up towards the staircase. Easy kill from Sarah onto Glance. Spike is now down. Mimi trying to go for their hero play, and as soon as she comes out through the smoke, Mel's right there to greet her. Wow, and yeah, wow indeed. That is a great way to hold the middle and adapt into the mid-round.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even really hold the middle, Vans. They went all the way in. You saw Fluorescent satcheling through in that second mid area because of this fade, right? Sarah, you saw her throwing that tether down over the wall, and I think there was even a flash or a fault line coming through for Alexis. Fluorescent only got the 1 kill, but again, they're corralling them to hit the other side. They want G2 to hit the site where Cypher's setup is, right? So they're putting a lot of aggression towards this A, a lot of aggression towards this mid, and saying, hey, you better go take care of our Cypher.
Yeah, and now that they're trying to hit this B site all the time and getting fully denied, if G2 are going to try to work towards this A site, but that's the composition that you currently have here from Shopify. You have so much delay from this fault line. You have great opportunities for a huge retaste off the utility from both the breach and this fade. So you're going to have to really try to use that utility against your opponents first. But the thing is just as you mentioned, SR actually just satcheled right into that, so they don't want to give a chance here for G2 to really work that map against Shopify, and now it forces G2 to use their last timeout.
Yeah, and I think they've got to be discussing exactly what you said, how they're going to respond and slow things down, because even though the Viper's been setting up towards this A with their wall, they haven't been able to work the map at all, and because these rounds are ending in the first 30 seconds. So for the side of Sarah, she needs time. She needs time, and she needs to be able to up her wall, burn some gas, cut noise, and re-go again. So we'll see what G2 do to kind of capitalize off the composition that they picked here. But that single initiator, it does make this A main control a lot more difficult.
Which is why they're opting for this mid a lot here for G2 at the beginning of these rounds. Petra, the one at the B-Link. The dogs coming out towards the market, allowing Petra to get a little bit more information, maybe get a pick here. Fault line once again slows him down. Unfortunately, these shots are not hitting from Mel, but Alexis there at least on the top of mid, spamming through the smoke, answering right back, and that's going to stop G2 in their footing, really, to try to aggress back into market.
Yeah, instead of quickly rotating, Shopify are deciding to just go in and push through A. They're probably going to try to flank this Viper in the post very late. But Noya, she's got to get some here.
She's playing towards the back of the pillar. Boombot, Aftershock also pushing some players away, and Noya's trying to lean back on the left side of the pillar, gets stopped right away, and I love that G2 have closed the door while they're hitting towards this B site, so they could focus now towards this B main, and they notice the push coming through. They could hold towards the market at the spawn in great positions on the pulse plan, but Fluorescent, though, she has a showstopper with utility out from Sarah.
Yeah, and I think at this point, G2 are fully aware where both players are going to be coming from. Yep, there it is. Fade util coming out. That should give all the information G2 need here.
TP away, there's the shots coming out attempted by Fluorescent. But only one kill on the attempted retake for Shopify Rebellion. 3 players stay alive and ults that are really good here for G2 as they put 6 in this round.
And that's a saving grace for G2 going into this next one. I think, again, that was one of those rounds where G2 won because Shopify messed up, right? That was another mid-fight between Mel and Alexis. You saw that fault line coming through again in this market area, but the timing was a little bit off. I don't know if that was a miscomm or what exactly happened. And sure, Alexis was able to get that quick trade, but those duels, those fights are just not worth it unless you're able to get one and get out really fast. So Mel's busted out the operator on this Omen now, and instead of that Marshall, instead of that rifle, she wants to keep dueling. She wants to use this breach and find opening picks.
And opening picks are being attempted towards this A main. Fluorescent was peeking forward and sees that Sarah is trying to work that side alone. All of now G2 funneling towards this B side into Dog to try to get some information. So the up to try to answer on the Dog towards mid. Showstopper coming out on top of that. It clears it up towards the front. The A side is now, the B side is now open. And even Shopify, they're giving it all the way back towards the spawn. They're going to re-aggress together with Fluorescent Showstopper here.
Yeah, Petra is so aggressive though. I mean, Shopify Rebellion, they've got a good idea that Petra's made it this deep. And that Showstopper that you talked about from Fluorescent should be coming into play here.
Fluorescent's on the top of the market, clearing that first. Here is that opportunity. Fault line now just to try to get a little bit more space. Paint shells on the staircase. The defenders are still too far away from Bubba to support, and it's going to be 3 players running out towards the Bubba with the Rolling Thunder and a Showstopper out from the market. It lands onto Mimi. There's still a player towards the staircase being spammed through the smoke, and Fluorescent gets 4 within the round and put Shopify Rebellion at Mapid series point.
Whoa, I don't know how Alexis got a drill kill, and that's with the drill from Breach getting nerfed. So I don't know if they were blind or what exactly happened, but man, it seemed like every single piece of utility coming through for Shopify landed on target, landed exactly where it needed to. I think I even saw a Viper Molly for some reason at the feet of Mimi there. So some weird stuff coming out in this round. That's unlucky.
The Showstopper too, yeah, and there's that Viper, the Molly, just to try to stop Fluorescent. But Fluorescent coming out to play here, 16 kills in this third map, Mel at 17. Again, map and series point for Shopify. While you look at G2's economy, they almost have nothing to work with. 3 Vandals, 2 Sheriffs, and what's going to be the saving grace is to play the information game. Get a kill, use that hat, and try to work the map.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they're going to try to do here. You saw that Petra tried to get a quick opening here at A, but was completely denied. Now for one of the first times since Pistol, I believe, G2 are going to come and challenge towards this A-halls.
Just holding the wall, holding the close angle. That's one of the weapons down indeed. 2 Vandals left. The weapon's too far away to get picked up. Now Sarah's going to pick up the orb at least. That's a pit open. And using the cage to pick up the other weapon, they're going to pivot back towards the A site.
That's right into the lap of Mel, but a missed shot. And she's just going to get wiped out. Alexis's util wasn't near.
That's the hat we wanted, to get the information on only one player playing within the site to close the door, and they have to move out quick now for G2. As the second pick comes through, the push towards the spawn. Petra! 4 in the round!
Oh my, that transfer was insane! I need to see that replay again, please. Petra, 23 kills on her back, already only 2 orbs away from her ultimate. I mean,
and she just used it.
Yeah, listen, hey, that's exactly what you need out of your duelist if you're arching a comeback right there. But man, those shots were clean from Petra.
There it goes.
Fluorescent's trolling there.
9 bullets left to get the last 2.
Insane.
And you know, the question was going into this series, going into this third map.
Oh, look at Mimi!
Will we actually see Petra being a little bit more comfortable playing on Sunset? And I think the answer is definitely yes. So on the top of the scoreboard for G2, Shopify on an Eco. A Bulldog in the hands of Sarah, so a half-fight doing whatever they can, using a lot of utility here on both ends. You're stalling now the aggressive push from G2 out towards middle, but they still want to continue.
Yeah, Alexis tried to stall. She was throwing a lot of util, but Petra's feeling good, especially after a round like that. She's consistently hunting right now on that high ground.
They're pivoting back. It's a fake from the market to move up towards the mid, and Sarah's waiting right there, but it's a trade-off right away. So that Bulldog's gone, and there's only Mel at the A site with the Sheriff.
Yeah, she's trying to be a rat right now. Trying to buy a lot of time. G2, they are indecisive. They don't want to make it all the way through. They're just waiting for the rotates.
Oh, this is not good. At least Roxy gets the 2 picks there on the 2 players pushing forward, and Fluorescent's already running across, trying to close the gap with Mel together. Well, Mel's going to hear the footsteps on all 3. Position there to land the first shot.
Paranoia.
Also got the dink there onto Glance at 5 HP. Paranoia thrown to slow things down as Fluorescent picks up a Vandal.
And Fluorescent and Mel are going to both meet up here. Mel, you know she's going to be the bait for Fluorescent here. Try to find some picks, and oh, Glance, she leaves Roxy here. 1 for 1 for both players.
The back of the box is playing the contact. The timing on this one is perfect for Roxy so far. There's that first kill. The smoke out and bloomed as Mel is with the Bulldog. Spamming across the barrel of the gun. Roxy's not peeking, so Mel goes for the other end. A 1v1. Oh, almost got caught there. Glance then comes in at 5 HP and still gets the kill to keep G2 in the game.
What a clutch. I cannot believe no one cleared Roxy there in the back of sight. I thought for sure when both players in that post separated that things were gonna just get real dicey, right? I mean, both 1v2s, but unfortunately for Shopify, they don't clear that angle. But what a close half buy here for Shopify. Now, healthy purchase coming into round 21 here. Viper's Pit still in play. And a different setup this time. Mel leaving that market area, gonna go try to reinforce this A defenses, and now it's all the fighters. Fade, Raze, and Breach sticking together, all 3. And I like this from Shopify. They're gonna try to highlight and set up Fluorescent on a pedestal here.
Well, the A side's being held passively, so if they stop the push from G2 with no kills, at least it's good enough here to just play the retake within this A side. And off that flash to get some info. Oh, the jiggle.
Yeah, but this kind of round is exactly what G2 wanted, at least for map control. You can see that the Raze and Viper are inching forward on the other side of the map as they get contact towards this B. This is a different look from G2, not one we've seen this half yet.
At least the setup was good for Fluorescent to get the pick. And as you've mentioned, this push back from G2 towards the A site, the camera is just being watched by Noya all the way back towards Ace. They're comfortable to play the retake here. There's so much utility to work with. Now after that, pulling the cage up right away. Sprays are coming across. Noya's trying to get a spam kill as a TP comes across, and a pit all the way towards spawn is good here. But Sarah Fluorescent comes in, and with that kill, the Nightfall is available. Fluorescent gets the second one. Showstopper in, looking for the feet of Sarah, and no plan's gonna come through. Shopify Rebellion, despite a slow first map, they've got a confident 2-map win to win the series now and move to the grand finals of the GCC.
And what a dominant fashion they did it in as well. That last round, I thought G2 did enough. I thought finally, after that timeout, after working the map for that entire second half, they figured out exactly the game plan. They figured out how they're gonna win it. But Shopify, they've got a response, and that response is just to shut them down. Send Fluorescent in there, get the showstopper kills, and wipe them all out.
There's their Prime Gaming highlights, as you can see right here. I mean, it's been a nice attempt for G2 as they were taking the attack side and really finding a little bit of comfort now on how they were working that map, but it had to come down with a lot of clutch plays for them to secure these rounds. Overall, though, when it comes down to the macro play of this team, it's been Shopify taking the lead the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if G2 kind of approached their attack side how they did in that last round a little bit earlier in the half, I think they would have been able to dissect the map a little bit better, a little bit earlier on. But it's good to see that either way, especially for Petra, a lot of questions coming in. I mean, she is looking good. Whether it's Jet, whether it's Raze, she's playing her role so damn well.
Yeah, it was a slow start, as I mentioned before, against Team Liquid. Very low on the scoreboard, but ever since that game, Petra has been on the top, very comfortable in that duelist role. And a thumbs up once again for Effies. Really happy with what they saw. And you also see how they're all happy over overall here for Shopify Rebellion, and how much that means to them, right? You've looked at this rematch pretty much. You mentioned Cloud9 in that matchup. It was the Cloud9. Exactly.
Yes.
That's the storyline right here. We're kind of tied up 1-1 in this matchup going into what was in Berlin that was one-sided there for G2, and now at least you have an opportunity to go even on top of that to the grand finals after defeating the ones that push you down to the lower brackets in G2. So you are definitely happy coming into a new roster right now as well with the latest additions that they got within the team, within Sarah, within Fluorescent, within Noya. They're looking quite strong here to take it all.
So happy, and especially after how that first map went down. I mean, you know some sort of PTSD was coming up, especially for the side of Mel and for the side of Alexis, like, oh no, what is going on? But that mental fortitude, it means a lot. This sort of stage experience to be able to push through and cross that finish line in a dominant fashion, that builds your confidence, that builds your team synergy, and that bond that you're making up there together with your teammates on stage, that's gonna come, and it's gonna come into play in that grand finals for sure.
And at least for G2, of course, the run's not over yet. They moved down to the lower bracket here into the lower finals, but they still have some big opponents they might go up against. We have SMG, we have Team Liquid. That could be the dark horses going through right there. So it's not really over yet for G2, but this is also not unfamiliar territory for G2 at all. So they'll have a chance to recollect, to breathe, to figure out what went wrong against Shopify Rebellion and come back with fury, with vengeance. You know that Carcass will be working around the clock, but at least for now, it's still Shopify taking over the series against G2, moving into the grand finals. So let's toss it down now to the stage for the Horizon post-match interview with Ba and Alexis.
Estamos aqui agora com a Alexis da Shopify Rebellion, depois dessa jogada incrível. Elas que viraram o jogo e agora estão na grande final. Hello everyone, I'm here with Alexis from Shopify Rebellion. So, you're in the finals. How are you feeling right now? How does it feel?
It feels really good. Haven't been here before, so hoping we can win it all now.
Eu perguntei pra ela como que ela tá se sentindo agora, que ela tá na grande final, e ela falou que soa simplesmente maravilhoso estar aqui mais uma vez, né? Elas que também arrasaram no ano passado a organização. And I really want to know, this was the match, everyone was really expecting for it, but I really want to know what happened on Breeze.
I'm just going to attribute to the fact that Petra had a really good game. I'm not going to say a life game, but a really good game. And she was just picking us off one by one. We were a little bit rusty, and then going into next map, we knew that we just had to reset and we would be fine.
Ok, thank you. Eu perguntei pra ela o que aconteceu na Breeze, né? E ela falou, olha, eu tô aqui colocando 100% a culpa na Petra, porque ela simplesmente arrasou. E elas, realmente, as minas da Shopify Rebellion estavam um pouco ali, né? Dificuldade na Breeze, mas no final deu tudo certo, porque no segundo mapa elas chegaram com tudo. And who do you want to face in the finals?
I want a 2-0, G2 rematch, 3-0, let's do it.
Ok, cool. Eu perguntei pra ela quem que ela quer enfrentar nessa grande final e ela falou que elas querem novamente uma revanche contra a G2. And finally, but not least, would you like to send a message to probably your next opponent?
Let's have a good game.
Ok. E foi isso, gente. Eu perguntei pra ela se ela tinha aí uma mensagem pro pessoal. Ela falou, vamos ter uma boa jogatina. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the lovely interview. Let's have a good game, but I also think we should really break down this incredible game because coming into this after that first half, you said it yourself, it felt like Shopify Rebellion was more familiar with this map. They had more set plays, and it really showed when G2 started struggling a little bit more.
Yeah, they had a protocol set. They were following the protocol, then it was working for them. There was some rounds, Fade was getting some really good informations, and I want to point out to Noya as well. She played really good. There was two specific gun rounds that were really important for them, that she was just able to get the right lurking time, and just won them the round and forced the G2 into an economic round next round. So Noya played really good this game as well. Even if she didn't got so many highlights, she was very important for the result.
President Noya.
Yeah, exactly. We were seeing it in the signs, but yeah, I completely agree. Especially, you know, when we got to Shopify Rebellion's defense, you can definitely see that they're more comfortable in what they're doing. They know exactly when they give space, how much, and for how long they have to give it. And also, those protocols apply to those retakes. They were able to be successful with it, and in so many occasions, G2 was not finding success in leaving that spike down once it was down.
A couple of misplays as well here and there, and I think there's no need to highlight them, but I do think it further emphasizes how nerves also played a huge part in this. We're looking at Petra though coming out on top when it comes to her own team, and I think she has, I know Alexis didn't want to say it during the interview, but like maybe the series of a lifetime?
I mean, I'm not going to say it
close.
because I think that we have seen so many versions of Petra and they have all been amazing. I think that, you know, during this year when she was the IGL and she was like lurking every round last year, like Petra's always Petra and she's always delivering. Maybe my eyes go a little bit more towards Sarah, G2 Sarah, because she was not having a very good game today and probably she was the one with the least experience and who was more affected by what Shopify was doing onto them because it was just beautiful in so many instances.
Yeah, Petra, like, she on Breeze. It was her map.
It was.
And now in Lotus, even losing the map, she played amazing as well. I think Petra is definitely one of the best players in the world right now, on the role as duelist. Yeah. And it's a new role for her.
I mean, if you were to make an All-Stars, you could put Petra in every slot.
Sounds about right. But I think as well, this time around, it's Shopify Rebellion's world, and we're living in it because they have done incredibly well and secured themselves a spot in the final. But the thing is, what is revenge without a title?
I mean, I think it's funny because last year, Shopify Rebellion did get to the final, but it wasn't this roster. It was actually C9 White, and we heard Alexis talk about it, being like, finally, we're in the final. And the only thing more scary about this Shopify that now has lost a map, performed a comeback, have the mind calmness to just get over all of this, now they're gonna get 2 bans.
Exactly, and that's a huge advantage.
Ban Breeze.
Yeah. Ban Breeze and whatever you want to ban, it's fine.
They have been banning Split the whole tournament. So they're going to ban Split, ban Breeze, and
I think it depends on the opponent.
All the rest are good.
I mean,
it can be anyone. It can be SMG, who's playing Team Liquid as well tomorrow, and the winner of that is going to be heading up against G2 Gozen. But it also means that, again, Shopify are just going to be sitting there at home, you know, feet on the table, looking at what your opponent is doing and trying to come up with even deeper strat books, because what we've just seen from them here has been incredible, and I don't think this is everything.
I think that, I mean, if I'm there, I'm probably giving them the day off to relax. I think having time off is also very important when you can, you know? It's
Absolutely.
not like, but of course they're going to be watching the games, but I think that they've earned it.
Yeah, they have earned it indeed. This has been one of the most dominant performances we have seen so far. So thank you everyone for tuning in. That's it from us for today. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place, and enjoy the Prime Gaming post-day highlights. Have a good night.
Do not want their journeys to end here, but this is elimination. Crew, they've avoided elimination already, but for Team SMG, they just lost, so they got to dig a little bit deeper.
Are you expecting this position up in ledge? The first falls, the second does too. An upgrade of the weapon as Shirazi continues to farm. 4 on the round.
That's the second 4K in a row for Shirazi.
Crew understanding they're going to have to fight into some of this aggression, and Kamiyu lights up the kill feed. She's on the board, 3 kills on the round.
Crew so obviously not ready for this aggressive SMG that we're seeing, and this is the SMG that we saw on the first day that we really, really liked.
It's just Kinnear left on site, and that's going to be a lot to hold on her own. Rami playing over there. Kinnear getting the first, not able to get the second, but there she was. Almost had the shot. 13-3 absolute dominance in favor of SMG. Not concerned about the fact that they're facing elimination. Not concerned that they only ran 1 duelist. The results are the same. They've got the satchels, they've got a nade. You've got so many things to deal with. And Eric getting the first. Michaela 4 on the round as they tie us up early. Is that enough to manipulate things really hard? No, Alexi goes exploring. Alexi finds 2. Shirazi alleviating pressure on the opposite side of the map as well. And that results in a Prime Gaming flawless.
Yeah. So good, but Kamiyu actually getting picked off, even though she still had mollies and Kohabi and Neri left in a 2v1, make that a 1v1.
7v the HP. She's got to go fast. She's got to go so freaking fast. And an Aries there to greet her. SMG survive.
That was so well played by SMG. Super back and forth. All of these rounds were somewhat close, but again, after an amazing dominant performance in that first map, SMG ending on top.
A matchup you wouldn't believe is in the lower bracket. This could have been our grand final, and we are seeing this right now as our elimination match for this day. What is going on here?
Team Liquid just taking their time. Bizarra will contend with the first, and they've made sure to stay in control of this one. Not a player dropped.
Really giving anything, is just going to swing off of Anya's contact. There she is, and she's so good with it.
Another flash connecting, but Isa finding shots, and Daiki lighting up the feed too. They have shut this down. Team Liquid, 13-8, take map number 1. Smoke fading, 2 on the other side, finds both shots! How the hell did she do that?
Gina, though, all the way down long while they flood into the site. Bizarra finds 3. The kills are there. It's a 4K for Bizarra, and Daiki finishes the job.
BBL doesn't even have to commit off this. The trade is instant, and they know that more players are lurking on this site. BBL, double digits here on Haven. Bizarra isn't stunned. Bizarra is fighting, and she's got 2. Last one standing. Philippa is down. Team Liquid, this is their home. The lower bracket is their place. They keep the run going.
Breeze, Ascent, and Sunset. The battle is set. I mean, first one?
It's unreal. As you're saying, the first of the tournament, we were talking about literally every single team preferring Sunset over Breeze. We have the chance of seeing both of them in this best of 3.
The wall's down, beautiful flash, 1-for-1, but Roxy turns around. And that could have been a great round for Shopify, but Roxy continues to be really good in the clutch. Sarah, too, just around the corner. They can't take her down. That's Glance and Roxy. G2, a dominant first map in their favor as they take it 13-6 on Breeze.
Save your tears, it'll be okay.
A firing range, a firing squad. The better weapons come out on top.
Those classics did so much work, man.
That's why you're seeing her play more passively this time, but a pick coming out from Fluorescent. Hunter out for the defense. No pings. Lockdown also being used immediately, and finally we get the pick at the Fluorescent, but not until she gets 3 kills within the round.
G2, they've invested because they have to. That scoreline is just way too one-sided. They don't want to give match point.
It works out, but then Sarah's on the top with an Aries. Shopify Rebellion get a dominant second map, winning 13-3. Beautiful utility from the initiators, though, to allow Mel and Sarah to drop the defense on the elbow. All the players on the A side just got denied right away.
Bro, stingers! Stingers!
Her Prowler doesn't get any, but it doesn't matter. Mel just finds a quick 1-2 entry.
They can still definitely fight back, but Noya's doing her own one-way cages. Sarah gets that pick onto Petra. The half from Sarah to get 3 into the round. Shopify Rebellion, despite a slow first map, they've got a confident 2-map win to win the series now and move to the grand finals of the GCC.
And what a dominant fashion they did it in as well.